Cool and damp today with a little rain and drizzle at times, mainly through the morning hours, the high just 56.
News, talk, cards, KMOX AM, St. Louis, KMOX FM, Mixerwood, always live on the free Odyssey app. KMOX is your official station for news, weather, traffic, and sports. Now, the top local news on News Talk 1120, KMOX.
And we are celebrating 100 years here at KMOX. We have a little bit of rain, 48 degrees downtown at the Arch. I'm Megan Lynch, and it's official Christmas Eve. It's now also KMOX Day in St. Louis County. December 24th, 1925 was the first day of operations for what has now been 100 years on the air.
100 years of continuous service in St. Louis is a really big deal, and we want to recognize it.
County Executive Sam Page delivered the proclamation live on KMOX this morning.
To do a lot of cool things as county executive. One of them is to recognize significant accomplishments, whether it's a foreign dignitary or one of our institutions that's accomplished a great feat. But 100 years of continuous service as a reliable source of news, of information, of sports broadcasting, is the home of the Cardinals for St. Louis, Midwest. I'm excited to recognize that.
Be sure to stay with us all day today as we celebrate the great voices, moments, and legacy of KMOX. In other news, the trial to remove the St. Louis sheriff from office heads into a second day today. Sean Malone recaps day one.
Montgomery detained Deputy Jail Commissioner Tammy Ross after she did not allow them to interview a detainee who was allegedly sexually assaulted by a sheriff's deputy. Ross testified she was awaiting permission from the city council's office before granting the sheriff's internal affairs team access to the victim. Sheriff's attorney Justin Gelfand thought her testimony was a victory for them.
Could not have been clearer that there was no crime committed by Sheriff Montgomery. Tammy Ross admitted in no uncertain terms that she actually said, quote, "and cuff me."
The sheriff's internal affairs investigator also testified she felt Ross was being cooperative. Outside the courthouse, attorneys general Greg Goodwin said that they felt good about how the first day went. Sean Malone, KMOX News.
$100 million has been collected for MetroLink. Can it be used for a new rapid bus line? The money's been collected since 2017 when voters approved a sales tax dedicated to expanding MetroLink. With that project now canceled due to high costs, the Board of Aldermen is moving to place a measure on the April 2026 ballot. It would ask voters to legally authorize the city to spend that accumulated on bus rapid transit instead. From the business desk, sponsored by Financial Group, KFGadvisors.com, the state of Missouri to get a sense of how much of an impact state parks and historic sites are making to Missouri's economy.
An online survey is currently underway through November 30th. Daniel Engler, planning section manager for Missouri State Parks, says there are actually two surveys, one for the Katy Trail and the other for the rest of the state park system.
And the reason we separate those out separately is that, some people will do only part of the section of the trail. They might do the west side, they might do the east side, they might do the entire trail. So it actually has the potential of affecting multiple different sectors of Missouri's economy.
The most recent survey showed visitors to Missouri State Parks in the year 2011 generated over $1 billion in overall sales. The survey can be found at moststateparks.com. Beth Coughlin, KMOX News.
Cloudy, cool, and damp today with a little rain and drizzle at times, mainly during the morning hours. There can be some thunder and lightning well south of the city, the high 56. Tonight, cloudy with more rain, mainly after midnight, though 52. Periods of rain tomorrow, also with thunderstorm to the high close to 60. Finally, we dry out on Saturday as clouds give way to sunshine, the high 57. Plenty of sunshine at Sunday, the high 64. From the Saliga Heating and Cooling Weather Desk, I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Joe Lundberg on 104.1 FM KMOX.
Rain around the area, 50 degrees in Florissant. It's 49 in St. Peters, 48 downtown at the Arch. I'm Megan Lynch, KMOX News.
This is St. Louis, KMOX.
Turn the radio on.
Here comes 50,000 clear channel red hot watts.
You'll hear a friend.
Here he is, the Hall of Fame voice of the St. Louis Cardinals, Jack Buck.
This is Charlie Brennan.
Good morning, everyone. John Powerhouse speaking.
You will enjoy.
Presented every day, Monday through Friday at this time, at your service.
You will learn.
This is Tom Ackerman. I'll be talking with Bob Kostas and Dan Dierdorf.
You'll imagine.
KMOX has presented another inspirational episode of As Your Stomach Turns.
You will improve.
You'll hear all about people making news in St. Louis.
Turn the radio on. At home,
I talk 4 hours a day, 5 days a week. It's impossible to do without saying a lot of really, really stupid stuff.
in your car.
Oh, we take you to Don Miller. Don is flying around the KMOX jet copter.
You will not be alone. Good evening, fellow creatures of the night. You will not be lonely.
St. Louis Blues are the Stanley Cup champions. That's the winner. Series winner.
Newspapers, magazines come and go. Television self-destructs. Radio remains the trusted common denominator in this nation.
Well, it'll take your breath away. The history of our radio station, an incredible way to start today's programming. We go until 6:30 tonight with our 100th birthday celebration. With Debbie Monterey, I'm Tom Ackerman to get you going this hour as KMOX celebrates 100 years, December 24th, 1925. But today, 11/20, KMOX Day, that'd be a great way to get us started.
Absolutely. And earlier this morning, if you're just tuning in, County Executive Sam Page came in and officially proclaimed it KMOX Day. So we will celebrate all day long. Now, before news, talk, and sports dominated the airwaves, KMOX helped shape early American entertainment through its popular music programming.
KMOX celebrating 100 years. Presented by Purina, your pet, our pageant. Now, KMOX
Before KMOX became a powerhouse for news, talk, and sports, it helped shape early American entertainment through its vibrant hillbilly music era of the 1930s, 40s, and early 50s. The national champion Hillbillies, KMOX's own homegrown group, performed morning and late night shows that connected families across the Midwest. These programs captured the culture and spirit of the heartland and helped establish KMOX as a station for every listener.
From KMOX, the voice of St. Louis, Columbia's great station in the heart of the rich Mississippi Valley. We bring you vibrant activities with the national champion Hillbilly.
This era laid the musical foundation for the decades that followed and remains a cherished part of KMOX's early identity, the Hillbilly music era, a KMOX pioneer.
Today, we will be going through our history. We're going to hear from some of the biggest names in our station's history. Wendy Weiss will be with us next hour. We will have Bob Costas with Charlie Brennan and Dave Glover, all in the 11 o'clock hour. We're going to hear from Carol Daniel today and all of our sports history with Randy Carricker and Mike Claiborne and John Kelly and Dan Kelly Jr. We'll talk about their father. Ron Jacober will be part of that discussion. John Rooney will be all throughout the day, some of the biggest names, past and present, in KMOX history. But as you heard right there, it all started with a movement to get KMOX on the air, and music really dominated the airwaves at that time. To talk about that and much more, a man who has studied radio history, media history here in St. Louis, and has been by our side for many years at KMOX, from the St. Louis Media History Foundation, Frank Abshire. Thank you for being here.
Morning, sir. And it tickles me that KMOX is doing this, because most people don't know that back in the day, KMOX was a powerhouse hillbilly music station. At night, you could hear the big bands from the hotels around St. Louis. Before that, it was a station that essentially was run by and owned by the most powerful industries in St. Louis. They formed a group that called themselves the Voice of St. Louis, and they invested the money to put this station in the air.
I think some people who listen to KMOX today might find that an interesting fact of the hillbilly music. I have to give you, what was the big band that KMOX claimed? Was it
They called themselves the National Champion Hillbillies, and it was a conglomeration of most of the hillbilly artists that had appeared on KMOX. Story about this is fascinating, because there was a furniture store in East St. Louis, Uncle Dick Slack's Furniture, and they worked out a deal with KMOX where they would sponsor every hillbilly show that was on the air. So it became synonymous with Uncle Dick Slack's Furniture Company. And this group of hillbillies would perform early in the morning for the farmers, They would perform after 10 o'clock at night as sort of a good night for the listeners. And everything was Uncle Dick Slack. Other stations tried to get Uncle Dick Slack to sponsor on their station. He wouldn't do it because of the monopoly on this Powerhouse radio station. So they started their own groups, but they were not nearly as successful. And keep in mind that back in those days, it was what we called block programming. It was not one particular thing all day long. You had lectures, you had news, you had interviews, and you would have farmers' music, you would have housewife shows, and so forth. Every station did it this way. So every station had a little hillbilly band. The KMOX had this massive group of people. The studios were in
And this
Martville.
was live. You're saying
Oh, absolutely.
live for the farmers. 4:30 in the morning, they are live in the studio performing.
The Mart building here in down the street here was the studios of KMOX, and they were built by CBS as CBS took over the ownership, and they built this whole floor of studios, some of which were very large and had a studio audience, and the stage would be built by these hillbillies performing every day. Studio audience would be here at night, and they put on a show. They had comedians. George Gold got his start here in the hillbilly. For people who don't know who George Gold was, he turned out to be a national comedian. Les Paul of Les Paul and Mary Ford started here at KMOX. And it was a phenomenal part of radio history. And you leave the radio on all day. Everything was different. It's just a matter of waiting until something else came along.
The powerful KMOX in the state of Missouri, MO, and began on Christmas Eve, 1925. Now, a lot of people like to tell you that X comes from that very date, Christmas. Is that true?
Not true.
Wah, wah. Not true, ladies and gentlemen.
The Voice of St. Louis ownership applied for the call letters KVSL, Voice of St. Louis. And the Commerce Department turned that down. I don't know why. So then they said KMO, and that had already been assigned to another radio station. So they just added the X. Now, Christmas part comes from the Kirkwood mayor, Mayor Jacob Meyer, in the inaugural broadcast of KMOX on Christmas Eve, 1925, at the transmitter, which was the new Kirkwood, at the end of Geyer Road, just north of Manchester. The transmitter building was there. And he said in his lecture to the listeners, KMOX is Kirkwood's Christmas gift to the world. And so that's where they ended up doing the X. But it was one of those situations that you have the call letters. What are we going to make them for? And that was it.
Well, I think the lore of the X is going to stay forever. It's always going to be Christmas in people's minds. So with all this live music going on in these studios and studio audiences, at what point in KMOX's history did it change over to records or recorded artists?
It became a necessity when the network program started to go away. You're missing a spot in there from the 1930s through about 1952, where the network provided a lot of programming. And being owned by the network, KMOX was obligated to carry those shows. But they started phasing that out once television started coming in. And when television was coming in, stars went over to TV and the radio station there was something. So you had a guy named Jim Butler on KMOX who became the night mayor of St. Louis, and he would play music and do interviews and so forth on his program here on KMOX at night. And that disc jockeying took place intermittently. But the interesting part about music on KMOX is they had a staff organist who did nothing but fill in when they needed somebody to go, we've got 15 minutes here. What are we going to do? So the organist would take 15 minutes.
Wow.
And once Mr. Highland started his active service programs, it was said he gave away the entire record of KMOX. So they would have not quite so, but a very good story.
We're going to talk a lot more about At Your Service throughout the day as well.
Also in town at that time, a little baseball team called the St. Louis Cardinals. And how far back does KMOX's relationship go with the Cardinals? To the first World Series championship 1926.
KMOX, celebrating 100 years. Presented by Purina, your pet, our passion. Now, KMOX Pioneer.
Long before modern broadcasting took shape, Friends Lost became the very first full-time play-by-play announcer at KMOX and one of the most influential voices in early American radio. Beginning in the 1920s, Lost brought Cardinals baseball to life with his detailed storytelling that connected fans across the Midwest. His national broadcasts for CBS, including multiple World Series, helped cement KMOX as the home of Big League Baseball on the radio. A true pioneer, Friends Lost laid the foundation for every great sports broadcaster who followed and helped build KMOX into the sports voice of St. Louis. Friends Lost, a KMOX pioneer.
Frank Abshire, Franz Lost, the first voice of the Cardinals.
He was also the voice of the Browns because the two teams in those days. And the days the Cardinals did not play on at home, the Browns did. So Fox carried both of them.
He was born in 1897, and he's very obviously closely associated with KMOX. But what was his experience, his journey to St. Louis?
He was in Oklahoma, and he had talked to a radio station in Oklahoma about being on the air there, and used him occasionally. But the broadcast back in those days, stations that didn't have networks used the ticker, and things would come across the ticker that would say, okay, so-and-so is at bat, he's got 2 strikes and so forth. And the announcer in the studio would recreate the game by reading the ticker. Well,
some people may be wondering, what's a ticker?
It's a teletape.
Mm-hmm.
It's a tape, like a teletype. So Franz Lost was not announcing at the station at the time, but their regular announcer either got sick or quit just before the broadcast. There were about an hour and a half to spare. The announcer couldn't be found anywhere. So the radio manager got in his car, drove to Franz Lost's room. He'd gone downtown. So he drove around downtown, found him, got him to the station in time, got him on the air, and he did the broadcast of the game. Well, he applied to KMOX after a few efforts there in Oklahoma and got the chance to come to KMOX from there. And once people heard him on KMOX, the network said, this guy is what we want. So he ended up doing World Series broadcasts for CBS.
How good was Franz Lost? He was very good. Take a listen.
Newsroom strolls back to the mound. It's the last half of the 5th inning. The score is still 3-0 in favor of the National Leaguers. He's into his windup for the next pitch to Billy Herman, and it's a ground ball going out to right field for hit number 3. Billy Herman comes up with his 3rd hit, a single out to right field, a ground single between first and second, and it's 3 out of 3 for Herman. That brings up Bill Nicholson of the Chicago Cubs, playing right field for the National Leaguers. That's left-handed. On his other trip to the plate, he was out when Keller raced over into the bullpen down the right field line to make a nice catch on his fly ball. Herman on second, 2 down. Newsom steps in on the mound, getting set. Here's the pitch. Foul ball in back of the plate for strike 1. Johnny Mize on deck. 2 down. Herman on first base. Nicholson batting with Mize on deck. Newsom steps in on the mound. Getting a signal now from Hayes. Goes into his stretch. He's all set for the pitch. Here it is. And there goes a drive. Looks like it might be pretty close to the wall. No, it's about 5 feet in front of the wall. It's taken out there in right field for the 3rd out, retiring the side. The result in the last half of the 5th inning, no runs, 1 hit, and no errors.
The voice of the Cardinals, Franz Lost. Can you imagine back in the 20s, kicking back with a cold beverage, listening on a hot day to some KMOX radio, early years of baseball, Frank?
It wasn't just that. They would put radios outside of stores and put the ball game on the radio so the passersby could stop and listen to it. You notice, though, he didn't have a color man, no assistant. Everything was done by the announcer.
Wow.
Before we have to check traffic real quickly, Frank, for people who may not understand the relationship between KMOX and the Cardinals and why the Cardinals became such a huge team in this country, explain that real quickly.
The Cardinals had the idea. Actually, it was the owner before Gussie Busch, Sam Braden, had the idea that they could put these on other stations around the United States, put the ball games on there. They started the Cardinal Baseball Network, but that enhanced the KMOX signal even more because people heard the ball games in Fayetteville, Arkansas, and when they came to St. Louis, they had to go. That voice of St. Louis broadcast this stuff out. The other stations picked it up where there were nulls in the signal, and it was heard all over the Midwest. 40 states, I guess, at one point. The largest baseball network in the country.
The Cardinals are a big part of our history, and we are a big part of theirs, without a doubt. By the way, 1926 World Series ended with the Cardinals winning it all after a player was thrown out at second base trying to steal his name, Babe Ruth. It's 8:21.
Well.
Roger Brand, you were in the overhead door company of St. Louis Traffic Center.
Well, we still got our troubles downtown, Tom, with the crashes both directions on 64 east of the Poplar Street Bridge, eastbound left lane near Barack Obama Avenue. It's jammed at Route 3. The bigger impact one is the westbound side. The left lanes are closed west of 3rd Street, so you only have the two right lanes. And westbound 64 slows at 111, jams approaching 25th, and 5570 jams at 203. Eastbound 44 Park out past the Poplar, out on a westbound 70 at Salisbury, slow. Both directions of 70 around the city limits are heavy. Eastbound 70 has some slow traffic as well. 5th Street into about the Rock Road. Eastbound 64 still delays. 364 through Winghaven, Annie Guns up to about Timberlake, and Ballas all the way into the Innerbelt. The Innerbelt, a couple of slow spots coming down from Natural Bridge, but the bulk of the volume's all down to 64. Westbound 64, Science Center to Hanley's, heavy. Lindbergh most of the way to 270. South 270, Dorset to Ladue. North 270, north of 55, all the way up through Ladue's busy. Northbound 55, Union Road up through Virginia's pretty heavy as well. I'm Roger Brand in the overhead door company of St. Louis Traffic Center.
It is potentially going to be a little rainy or drizzly, but just mostly this morning. Otherwise, just overcast and 56. We could see some rain late tonight and then periods of rain and a thunderstorm tomorrow with a high near 60. Currently in downtown St. Louis, it looks like it's been raining on and off. It looks wet out there. It is 49 degrees.
For 100 years, KMOX has delivered the stories that bring St. Louis together. And for more than a century, Purina has been helping the pets of St. Louis live their best lives. So as KMOX celebrates a century of service, Purina is proud to stand alongside a true St. Louis institution. Because no matter the decade, one thing never changes: the love we have for our city and our pets. Purina, your pet, our passion. Learn more at purina.com.
Ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years' experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Missouri can count on.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
If you owe the IRS, you have a legal issue, and you need the Lance Drury Law Firm. We'll protect your rights. Log on at lancedrurylaw.com.
After a disaster, emotional recovery takes time. Show Me Hope, Missouri offers free, confidential support wherever you are. Call or text 1-800-985-5990 and connect with a local crisis counselor today. From Missouri Department of Mental Health.
Hello, Missouri Governor Mike Kehoe. Congratulations, KMOX, on your 100th anniversary. We're so excited that you've continued to be an important fabric and part of the St. Louis area.
Welcome back to Studio B in downtown St. Louis with Debbie Monterey. I'm Tom Ackerman. Our coverage and our celebration of KMOX's 100th birthday, sponsored by Purina, our producer, Matt Pajeski, along with Frank Ladd. And from the St. Louis Media History Foundation is Frank Abshire. And when we left off before the break, we were talking about the early days of KMOX in the 1920s. When they had their studio location, where did they settle on? And as I just mentioned, Studio B is downtown. We are in the Park Pacific near the Soldiers Memorial, pretty close to City Hall. Used to be at 1 Memorial Drive. But the memories go back a lot further than that for some in our listening audience.
Earlier, I mentioned that there were leading businesses around St. Louis who invested in getting KMOX on the air. They were incorporated as the voice of St. Louis. One of those businesses was the Mayfair Hotel. So KMOX's studios were in the Mayfair Hotel on the mezzanine level. And there were 2 big studio rooms, and the rest of it was set aside for reception and things like that. And keep in mind that in those days, nothing was ad-libbed on the radio at all. Everything was written out by a continuity department, and the scripts were then read by the announcers. So they had to have a continuity department to write things out. From the Mayfair, they moved to the Mart Building, which was a fairly short move down 12th Street. And they were there for a long time until the government pushed them out because they needed the space there. And CBS at that time owned KMOX. So they ended up in an abandoned brewery in Soulard, the Anthony and Kuhn Brewery, which is no longer there, but there's a Boys and Girls Club there now. And Ollie Roman told me that they loved being there. Ollie was in the radio at that time because you could walk out the front door of KMOX and everywhere you turned, there was a tavern. So lunch hour was taken care of for you when you were there. They bought that building thinking they could use the space for a television station too, but that didn't pan out. So from there, Robert Highland decided to move the studios out on Hampton Avenue to the what's now the Salvation Army building, I think. Mm-hmm. They built the studios, and it was completely customized to what KMOX needed. That wasn't big enough, and they realized that. So that's when they moved downtown to 1 Memorial Drive. I have been told, I've not confirmed it, that CBS had a hand in designing that building for television and radio. And from Memorial Drive, they came here to Park Pacific.
Right, because when we were at 1 Memorial Drive, which Tom and I both worked at, people still confuse. People will still call the KMOX newsroom and think they're calling KMOV, which used to be KMOX TV, which was downstairs from us. And we had a little secret elevator that connected the TV station with KMOX.
And it was owned by CBS, both of the entities, so it was a good deal.
Absolutely. The evolution of music to news and information, Debbie, which sets us up for one of the greats in KMOX history.
Yeah, this is a name that I think most KMOX fans over the years will definitely remember. And his name was Frank Zweigart.
Yes.
You won't remember him as Frank Zweigart. You'll remember him, of course, as Rex Davis.
KMOX, celebrating 100 years. Presented by Purina. Your pet, our passion. Now, a KMOX pioneer.
From the moment he joined KMOX in 1946, Rex Davis became one of the most trusted and authoritative news voices in St. Louis. His commanding delivery and journalistic integrity helped define the station's identity for decades. His work on Total Information AM, alongside Bob Hardy, made it one of the most successful morning news programs in the nation. At its peak, heard by an astonishing 33% of the local radio audience.
This is Rex Davis. I'm asking you to join me for a special KMOX radio program in celebration of Independence Day, 1964.
But Rex also had a lighter side. His playful exchanges on the Jack Carney Show revealed the humor behind the headline voice listeners trusted. Rex Davis, a KMOX pioneer.
A beloved news anchor and personality here in St. Louis, Rex Davis, Frank.
He lived the job of a newsman. He came here from Cincinnati, and he was Frank Zweigert on the air there. But there was a program on KMOX called Strictly Editorial. I know it sounds terrible and dry and dull, but he would go through hundreds of newspapers from all over the country every week and pull out editorials that he thought were of interest to people and read them. And, you know, a small-town newspaper in southern Indiana could have its editorials on KMOX. He wrote a lot of his own news copy, which was unheard of back then because we had a newsroom full of people who were doing this, but it had to be his way. And at 8 o'clock every morning, it was KMOX News sponsored by Famous Bar. And there was a stipulation in the contract that he would read the Famous Bar commercials. That was the only time he allowed himself to be something other than a true newsman, unbiased. He would read the copy.
I bet the editorials, though, were very interesting to people because this is obviously before the internet. People were in no way as connected nationally and internationally as they are now.
He had a tremendous sense of humor, too, and it came out in the Carney Show. He became Percy Dovebreath, the house poet at Jack Carney's show, and we got to see that side of him. He was a very interesting man and very learned, smart, up to date on everything. Quick story. We lived in southern Illinois, 50 miles out, and we had a foreign student staying with us from Finland. This was in the 60s, and something was happening in Finland, but we could not get any news on it, and the foreign student was a bit concerned. My mother wrote to Rex Davis. He called her and gave her all the information she wanted based on a call to CBS to get the information because this kid didn't know what was going on in his home country. That was Rex Davis personified.
Just out of curiosity, because today I can literally go out and cover a story with my iPhone. I have a little program. I can record it. I can just send the file back here and cut it up digitally. What were things like back in the day? What was the radio equipment that you would go out on the street with to cover a story?
Wow. Well, you could still use payphones, and you could use a tape recorder and use the payphone to send back the information that you had. Sometimes there were radios in the news cars, and you could call in a radio. Quick story. One of the news cars was gone one day. Nobody could figure out where the news car was until it came back in. Mr. Highland had wanted a concrete from Ted Drew's, so he sent one of the people in the office out to get a concrete for him.
That's
and what
good.
Mr. Highland wanted, Mr. Highland got.
That's right. As KMOX evolved, there was also the introduction of television and how TV started to take over households. Now, we know that KMOX was listened to by just about everybody at that time, but TV, what sort of impact did it make? How did the two coexist back in that day?
Well, television couldn't go live at a moment's notice on a news story anywhere. They had all the equipment to worry about until CBS started with the electronic news gathering. They could not go live, period, with a picture. So KMOX had that all over them. And as a result, people would turn on KMOX anytime anything was going on because they knew we would have it. And so television affected the programming, as I mentioned earlier. The networks had to change because Jack Benny, Lucille Ball, all these people went to television who had been radio stars. And we ended up playing music, and we ended up with At Your Service.
And there, of course, was a time when the talk was, radio is dead because here comes TV. We've been told many times over the years that radio is dead, but here we are at 100 years old. What do you think is the lasting impact? Why is radio still relevant, in your opinion?
radio has been the personal friend with people. You can listen to the radio in bed. You can listen to the radio on the road. You can't watch television in your car because you've got to be busy watching the road.
Although some people do, which is why we have so many accidents.
So as a result, radio can go with you anywhere, and it does. And back in the day, we'd have people calling in saying, you know, I'm a blind lady, and you are on the air all the time, and you are my friends.
Wow, it's amazing to think about the companion that we have been through the years. We've also been a powerful news source, a powerful news organization, and we have had many people. You heard Rex Davis, and you're going to hear a number of people through the years who anchored newscasts and delivered the news on this radio station. Debbie and I do it on a daily basis, and another one in this room has been part of our KMOX history. Let's take a listen.
A Major League ball player was involved in a fight locally last night. I'm Frank Abshire, and this is KMOX Radio News. A Philadelphia Phillies pitcher, the victim of an assault in St. Louis. Police say Larry Christensen was in a tavern on Laclede's Landing early today when he was approached by an unknown man who hit him in the face several times. Christensen was taken to Jewish Hospital, treated, and released. Police have no motive or suspect at this time. The St. Louis Police Department seeking the help of the community to raise $175,000 that will be used to purchase about 1,700 bulletproof vests for patrolmen. Lieutenant Colonel William Brown of the St. Louis Police Department says people don't realize the environment that the on-the-street cop is faced with in his daily beat.
We as police administrators cannot control the environment that we send these police officers into police. But I think it's incumbent upon the administrators to furnish the police officers with the best equipment possible for the protection of the police officer's life. And by the same token, I think the police officer owes it to himself and to his family to utilize the soft body armor which we hope to purchase.
Chairman of the campaign, St. Louis businessman and philanthropist Joe Simpkins says the police budget cannot provide this type of protection for the officers. Simpkins says he hopes the entire community will show the department that it cares by mailing the donations in. He says they may be sent to the St. Louis Police Department.
Listen to that voice. Frank Abshire, terrific.
We've been saying St. Louis Media History Foundation, which of course is what you do now. But yes, we should definitely talk about your KMOX history.
That story with the police vests, the bulletproof vests, Jack Carney on KMOX actually got involved in raising money so there could be police vests. That's the way KMOX was. Whatever was needed, that's what they did. There are pictures of KMOX during World War II with the war bonds drive where they would collect money to buy war bonds. It was a kick to be on KMOX back in those days, and I was a newsman, I was an active service host, but I never was destined to become a star, if you will. That didn't make any difference. For 30 years after I was on KMOX, people still remembered me. You were the guy, yeah. You were in everybody's house. You were in everybody's radio. And so being on KMOX was an honor.
And what time period was that, Frank?
79 through 83, I was on KMOX, and then I went into a management situation in Illinois. But this had been my goal. This had been my lifetime goal. When I started on the air on KFAL in Fulton, Missouri, I wanted to get to KMOX.
And as three people who do the news, Frank, Debbie, Tom, what an important job. I mean, if you think today, Debbie, what we do on a daily basis, we want to make sure and we understand that when we walk in this door at 5 o'clock, that we are delivering information that in some ways, as Sam Page said this morning when he read the proclamation, can be life or death situation, can be a crisis situation. We are giving information as a public service that is absolutely necessary, and it goes all the way back to the beginnings of this radio station.
And I appreciated that the county executive mentioned a number of times that we are a trusted news source. I think that has been something that KMOX has been proud of for years, which is harder and harder to find, but especially because we're not always kind to Dr. Page. I mean, we have to cover him fairly, but it's great to know that elected officials in town know that we are a trusted news source.
Mr. Highland was, without a doubt, the most powerful man in St. Louis. but he would come in and say over and over again, don't think about me here. I mean, he was on boards of directors everywhere. The news is the news. Don't worry about what I think about what you're reporting. The news is more important. So if we had to do a negative story about one of his companies who's on the board of directors, it didn't matter. There was never any influence.
That is Frank Abshire with the St. Louis Media History Foundation. I'm Tom Ackerman alongside Debbie Monterey. It's our 100th birthday celebration of KMOX, sponsored by Purina. When we come back, we will talk about the impact of that very man, Robert Highland. Right now, though, we're going to go to traffic. Roger Brand is in the Overhead Door Company of St. Louis Traffic Center.
Well, some good news downtown, Tom. They cleared the crash just a moment ago eastbound at the east end of the Poplar Street Bridge, closer to Barack Obama Avenue, so lanes are open now, but there's still a backup at Route 3. Hopefully it'll thin out pretty quickly now. What hasn't changed is the westbound side. Those two left lanes are still closed because of that westbound crash. West of 3rd Street, 5570's jammed at 203, 64 solid jam approaching 25th Street. Northbound Route 3, Queenie up to Monsanto, looks like a train crossing, so it's bumper to bumper there. If you're on South 170, Olive down through Delmar, and then the Parkway to 64 is busy. North 270 slow both sides of Gravois, north of 44 all the way to Ladue. South 270, 364 down to Ladue busy. Eastbound 64 slow stuff east of Winghaven, Chesterfield Parkway west to Timberlake and Lindbergh through the Interbelt. Westbound 64 Hampton headed out to Hanley's heavy, and northbound 55 slows from Bayless up through Virginia. I'm Roger Brand in the Overhead Door Company of St. Louis Traffic Center.
Weather-wise today, it's just going to be overcast. We might see a little rain or drizzle still this morning, a high of 56 degrees. Some rain possibly after midnight tonight, and then tomorrow rain and thunderstorms, about 60 degrees, but we'll have sunshine for the weekend, so that's the good news. Upper 50s, low 60s for the weekend. With sun, it's 49 degrees right now.
As KMOX marks 100 years as the voice of St. Louis, Zero Res is celebrating with a special offer for listeners. Get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned for just $139 and take $50 off any full air duct cleaning. But call now to unlock the KMOX 100th anniversary special. An extra $100 off silver, gold, and platinum duct add-on packages. Create a cleaner, healthier home today. Visit ZeroResSTL.com. Spell it forward, spell it backwards, it's always the same. Zero Res.
This is Kyle Bush with Cringe Financial Group. For over 6 decades, we've helped St. Louis families and businesses plan with purpose and live with confidence. How many times have you changed jobs over the years? If you're like many professionals, you may have left behind one or more 401ks. Unwatched, unmanaged, and potentially your largest retirement asset. Just because it's out of sight doesn't mean it should be out of mind. Let's make sure it's working as hard for your future as you are. Your goals, our mission, start today at kfgadvisors.com.
Securities offered through Raymond James Financial Servicing. Member FINRA/SIPC. Prince Financial Group is not a broker-dealer.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
This holiday season, the Dave Glover Show is excited to partner with Hardee's and Operation Food Search for the Holiday Food Drive. While supplies last, stop by any metro area Hardee's and make a donation of at least $1 to benefit Operation Food Search and receive a limited edition DGS holiday sticker. All donations will benefit Operation Food Search to help children and families facing food insecurities. Get all the details about the campaign or to make an online donation, head to KMOX.com/events.
Celebrating 100 years of informing and entertaining St. Louis.
The chase is on. Through the facilities of KMOX, the voice of St. Louis, Columbia's great station in the heart of the rich Mississippi Valley, this is Saturday at the Chase with Spike Jones and his City Slickers.
It's KMOX Day, presented by Purina. Your pet, our passion.
What a day as we celebrate 100 years of KMOX Radio with Debbie Monterey. I'm Tom Ackerman. Our producers, Matt Pajeski, Frank Ladd, Drew Young is part of our production today. And in studio with us from the St. Louis Media History Foundation and a longtime KMOXer himself. He's been part of our family for years. Frank Abshire is with us. Robert Highland. When I say that name, what comes to mind?
Powerful. Understanding, great sense of humor that he never showed except on a one-on-one basis. I remember if you could get him one-on-one, you'd see him smile. But in front of the staff, it was completely different. And everybody had a different relationship with him, which is what made him such an effective manager. Jim White lived in fear of him because when Jim was on, Robert Highland was coming to work. And so he was listening. But it is true that he would go to bed around 9 o'clock at night and be in the studios here in his office in a suit by 2 o'clock in the morning.
Wow.
Jack Carney joked. He said, I got to work early one day. It was so early that the hood on the boss's car was still warm. It seemed he heard everything, but he had a system, and I will share that with you briefly. If something happened on the air, that hotline would start blinking, even though he wasn't in the station. And how did he hear that? What, in the middle of the night, the hotline's going, it's for you, Frank. It would be him. He had hired a group of people who were sight impaired, and he paid them to listen to KMOX all the time. And they would call him on his personal phone if they heard anything wrong, and he would call us. And you didn't live in fear of him, but you knew you had to be at your best all the time.
The boss is always listening.
Oh, yes.
What was it that made him such a great leader and shepherd for KMOX? Was he a visionary? Was it his management style? What was it about Robert Highland?
This station was his life. And that's not taking anything away from Molly. I'm sure that she has great memories of her father.
Yes, his daughter, Molly Highland, will be joining us next hour.
And he had, his phone number was 434-1120. That was his home phone number. This was his baby. He would get calls from CBS saying, we're going to have a meeting of the station managers in New York on such and such. He wasn't coming. He was here in St. Louis. This was his baby. When they built the studios on Hampton Avenue, I've seen memos from CBS saying, you're spending too much on this, you're spending too much on that. What did you get this decorator for your office? And then after the building was dedicated, the CBS president sent a note saying, you did such a fantastic job. They couldn't touch him because he was generating more profit for CBS than any other owned or network-owned station in the country. New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, KMOX was number one.
You mentioned Jim White was afraid of him. Jim told a story at his retirement party that I still remember to this day, where he said he was young and he was up and coming, and he went into Mr. Highland's office to ask for a different shift and also a raise.
Yes.
And he walked in and he gave this speech very humbly. Mr. Highland, I believe that I've done this and this, that I've earned the opportunity to talk to you about this. Very respectful. Mm-hmm. He said, Mr. Highland reached under his desk and he pulled out a bag and he held it up and he went and shook it, the contents in it. And he said, do you know what this is? These are cassettes of people that want your job. We'll see you later. And pointed and directed him out of the room.
Yes.
That's intimidating.
Yeah. How about that?
His desk was always clean. There was never any clutter on his desk. And so it could be very intimidating to sit there, and that man sitting across that clean desk looking at you with those piercing eyes. When I went in and applied for a job, there was a brief discussion, maybe 5-10 minutes at the most. He said, okay, you're hired, you start tomorrow. What? That's the way he was. It was emphatic. It was immediate. It was the way he did business.
When we mentioned that CBS wouldn't touch him, he was very successful. This station generated so much revenue, but also KMOX has been at the forefront inventing a lot of things and innovations as well, including, we often say, talk radio.
One of the first hosts of At Your Service had been a talk radio host in St. Louis, in that he had a program on a station. And they brought him over here, and he was hosting the first At Your Service. At Your Service meant that you would bring in a guest and you would talk to the guest and get the opinions and the knowledge of the guest. And then you could open up the phone lines and people could call in and ask the guests questions. It was a wonderful concept. It had not been done here in St. Louis, and he did it. He perfected it, so much so that other stations from around the country would literally send representatives to St. Louis to record KMOX so that they could copy what they were doing. But they never got that essence of what St. Louis was. KMOX was St. Louis. And so every Friday we would have a newspaper correspondent from Washington, D.C. on the air talking about what was going on in Washington. And the average listener could call and ask this correspondent questions. What about that tax increase they're talking about for farmers? And get a direct answer. We'd have home repair experts. I've got a clogged up sink that just won't go away. What should I do? It was essence. It was the people. It was the community. And that's what KMOX became.
And it was the hosts, but it was also the people, the listeners, who made Sports Open Line, a show that was literally an open line for people to call in, ask questions, argue maybe a little bit about sports, that ended up being replicated around the country. Just an incredible explosion of sports talk radio that continues to this day. Frank, before we go, I think it's very important to circle back to what we have titled you as, which is the St. Louis Media History Foundation. You and I have been talking over the last couple of years. You've sent me just a plethora of amazing photos that I've been able to put out on social media about the history. What does the foundation do here in St. Louis? Tell us a little bit about your accomplishments.
I found out about a situation when I was an officer in the press club here in St. Louis many years ago. And so we decided to start collecting materials from media, newspapers, television, and radio, because it was all being destroyed. It was not being kept. And so you can go into a library and you can look at old newspapers, but what about radio? What about television? Can you do anything at all? So we started collecting it with the St. Louis Public Library. The collection got too big, and so we ended up starting a foundation on our own, a charitable foundation. The Missouri Humanities Council has given us a couple of wonderful grants to preserve this stuff, and we have troves and troves of photographs, of biographies, of personal effects, of tapes, audio tapes, videotapes, which we're digitizing and preserving. And I'm sharing the broadcasts with the Library of Congress, so we've got a backup there if something happens here to our stuff. We started another trove out in Columbia, Missouri for our outstate Missouri radio, but nothing as big as what we're the only one in the country.
STLmediahistory.org, where you can find stories like this one. KMOX janitors become radio stars. You asked me the two janitors in KMOX history, and I said Miss Blue, I know that, and I didn't know the answer, Saul Williams.
Yes. Saul Williams was working in the Mart building, and France Locks had a talk show on KMOX in the evening, and Saul was sweeping, and France Locks' guest doesn't show up. And the producer goes running out in the hallway, and there's Saul sweeping the floors. He says, "Quick, come in here. We need you." Sat him down at the microphone. And
Saul's thinking, what on earth is happening here?
Saul was a sports nut. And he was African-American, and he talked like an African-American. And he became a huge success because he was the everyman on KMOX Sports.
That's fantastic. Well, thank you for preserving all these memories, because I can't, it does kind of hurt to think that they might have disappeared had you By the way, folks, the website is very interesting. There's audio up there. There's incredible pictures you can search for. If you think, whatever happened to so-and-so, you just type it in and up it pops.
In fact, John McCormick, the man who walks and talks at midnight, you can see his picture. You can hear him. You can see what years he was on KMOX.
We're going to be checking the roadways again here in a minute, but we've got a whole day of KMOX memories and information. We mentioned Molly Highland. She's going to be joining us. Wendy Weiss is going to be joining us. I'm looking forward to seeing both of them. And then we'll talk about more KMOX pioneers and definitely your favorites. So stay with us here as we celebrate KMOX's 100 years as the voice of St. Louis on KMOX Day, as proclaimed by the St. Louis County Executive.
Frank Abshire, we appreciate it. Thank you very much for being with us.
I'm glad to be back.
Absolutely. One of the greatest radio stations in the history of the country, KMOX. We'll be back right after this. From Roger Brand, Overhead Door Company of St. Louis Traffic Center.
Well, Tom, we still have the crash downtown on westbound 64 west of 3rd Street, so those left lanes are still closed. 64 is a solid jam approaching 25th Street up to that point. They cleared the eastbound wreck, so it's in good shape there. Northbound Route 3 south of Queenie up through Monsanto, still backed up for a train. Northbound 270, an incident on the shoulder midway up from Gravois to 44, so it's slow at Gravois. It's slow Doherty Ferry up through to Ladue. Eastbound 64 heavy east of Lindbergh into About Big Bend. South 170, a couple of slow spots. All of the 64, westbound 64, Clayton Skinker out through Hanley. That's still heavy. And it looks like we have an incident on eastbound 55, or eastbound 64 rather, east of 157. Traffic is heavy at 255. I'm Roger Brand in the Overhead Door Company of St. Louis Traffic Center.
Overcast today with a high of 56 degrees, near 60 tomorrow with rain and a thunderstorm, but sunshine for the weekend. It's 49 degrees right now in downtown St. Louis.
Time now for today's spotlight on health and wellness.
Go nuts and stay healthy. Research suggests nuts in moderation can have a positive impact on blood sugar levels. All nuts have fat, fiber, and protein, with those lowest in carbs and highest in fiber best for regulating glucose. Top nuts for lowering blood sugar include almonds, pecans, and walnuts. Nuts also offer protein and other nutrients. Consider some nuts as a snack or meal topping. I'm Margie Schaefer.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Black Friday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Black Friday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The voice of St. Louis is turning 100.
KMOX Radio in St. Louis.
Join us as we celebrate all the legendary voices.
This is KMOX.
This is KMOX. KMOX. The voice of St. Louis.
Groundbreaking programming.
A new concept at your service.
And unforgettable moments that defined a century.
His name is Charles A. Linden. Ahead, 3,600 miles to Paris.
Through every headline, every heartbreak, every heartbeat. KMOX, the voice of St. Louis.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your online traffic. So this Black Friday, get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months.
Celebrating 100 years of informing and entertaining. KMOX AM St. Louis, KMOX FM Hazelwood, the voice of St. Louis.
Hey guys, Dave Glover here from the Dave Glover Show. So, what is my show? My show is 4 different people living 4 different lives, all coming together every day between 1 p.m. and 5 p.m. to talk about life, actual life. Not so much headlines or did you see what Trump did today or XYZ. Never predictable because I never know what I'm going to talk about from one segment to the next. So it truly is unique and unpredictable. Join us.
104.1 FM, KMOX.
Mid-America's most trusted source for news. KMOX.
At 9 o'clock, we have some rain, clouds, 48 degrees downtown at the Arch. I'm Megan Lynch.
100 years of continuous service in St. Louis is a really big deal, and we want to recognize it.
By the way of proclamation, St. Louis County Executive Sam Page decreed November 20th KMOX Day. Christmas Eve 1925 was the first day of operations for KMOX Radio, but Dr. Page wanted to get the party started early.
Whereas KMOX has played an essential role in the civic and cultural life of St. Louis, informing citizens through coverage of major local and national events, providing critical information during times of crisis, and celebrating the milestones and achievements that define our region.
We'll have more of our 100th anniversary celebration coming up. First in the news, are you dreaming of a white Christmas? For the first time in a few years, it's not only possible but probable, says meteorologist Dave Murray in his exclusive winter forecast.
That's so exciting. No, we don't look at. I'm not looking for a big storm system, but I think there could be enough snow to greet us for the holiday period. Things to look for in December: the great horned owls begin courting. You can hear them hooing. Check out the sky. Easy to spot the winter constellation Orion, and bald eagles start to arrive in fairly good numbers during the month of December.
Of course, he always announces it on KMOX's Dave Glover Show. Murray says a weak La Niña pattern will likely keep January temperatures warmer than usual, but he expects winter to have a back-end bite, predicting February as the coldest month with multiple blasts of Arctic air. A week after ICE asked Senator Tammy Duckworth about a staffer who allegedly posed as an attorney to get a man released from immigration, that staffer has been fired. Nancy Hardy reports.
Edward York was fired on Monday, the same day Senator Duckworth sent a letter to the acting director of ICE, Todd Lyons, by the deadline he set. Capital News Illinois reports in it the Democrat wrote neither she nor her leadership team was aware of, authorized, or directed York's conduct. ICE says that conduct was York misrepresenting himself as an attorney last month when he came into an office in St. Louis and filled out a form to see a downstate restaurant owner who was being held.
From the business desk, sponsored by Krentz Financial Group, KFGadvisors.com, Walmart delivered another standout quarter, posting strong sales and profits that blew past Wall Street expectations as it wins over more cash-strapped Americans who've grown increasingly anxious about the economy. With other retailers dialing back projections, the nation's largest retailer raised its financial outlook Thursday, setting itself up for a strong holiday shopping season.
Cloudy, cool, and damp today with a little rain and drizzle at times, mainly during the morning hours. There can be some thunder and lightning well south of the city, the high 56. Tonight, cloudy with more rain, mainly after midnight, though 52. Periods of rain tomorrow, also a thunderstorm or two, the high close to 60. Finally, we dry it out on Saturday as clouds give way to sunshine, the high 57. 64. From the Saliga Heating and Cooling Weather Desk, I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Joe Lundberg on 104.1 FM KMOX.
Cloudy with some drizzle around the area. 50 degrees in Florissant. It's 49 in St. Peter's, 48 degrees downtown at the Arch. I'm Megan Lynch, KMOX News.
Celebrating 100 years of informing and entertaining St. Louis.
Well, young Rob, now all we can do is wait.
Yes, Princess, this is the worst part. But if they harm one hair on Tiki Jack's head, I personally will track them to the ends of the earth.
It's KMOX Day, presented by Purina. Your pet, our passion.
What a day, 100th birthday celebration of KMOX. Welcome back. Hour number 2 of our coverage that will take us all the way to 6:30 when we turn things over to the NFL. KMOX celebrating 100 years. I'm Tom Ackerman. Our producers are Matt Pajeski and Frank Ladd. And joining us this hour, what a treat for me as a host of Total Information AM to be able to visit with a former host of the program. Wendy Weiss is back on KMOX, folks.
It's been a while.
It's great to be with you. And
Thanks for having me.
Also in studio is Molly Highland. What a very special time to be able to be with my friend Molly.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and thanks for doing this all day. This is amazing.
Well, it's amazing to think about the history of the radio station. We're going to get to that right away because this station launched in 1925, but it really became a fixture, and it changed the course of media 30 years later when this man in 1955 took over as general manager.
KMOX celebrating 100 years. Presented by Purina. Your pet, our passion. Now, a KMOX pioneer.
For nearly 4 decades, no one shaped KMOX more than Robert Highland. When he took over as general manager, Highland transformed KMOX into the nation's first major all-talk radio station with At Your Service.
I think it's been a vehicle, it's been a forum for people, and it's brought people closer. That's what we're trying to do, air the views so we can put them out on the table and then dissect them and talk about them among ourselves and also with the experts and so-called experts on At Your Service.
He built KMOX into the sports voice of St. Louis, securing partnerships with the Cardinals, Blues, Football Cardinals, and Mizzou, and turning the station into a national powerhouse. A tireless leader, Robert Highland turned KMOX into what CBS founder William Paley called the jewel in the CBS crown. Robert Highland, a KMOX pioneer.
Just hearing that name and the history of not only radio in St. Louis, but media in general, Robert Highland had an immense impact on the industry and, of course, KMOX. And, Wendy, I think it's appropriate to open things up with Molly to talk about her father, the person, and just your feelings today going back to this radio station, its history, and the intersection when Robert Highland took over in 1955.
Well, I am overwhelmed. I was driving in this morning and listening to you talking to Frank Abshire, and the memories, the influence of my father, it really was overwhelming to me. I have to explain to my kids what he did for radio, for the media, for St. Louis. And the way I can describe it is, for my kids who are in their 30s, is that it was sort of the social media of the time. It was the place where people came to air their opinions, to ask questions, to get information and be entertained. But it was the social media of the time. So, and it continues to be the social media today in a different way. So in that way, I think Dad was such a pioneer. He was forward thinking. He was fearless. He had no problems, moving people around and trying new things. And if it didn't work, he did something else. So I was inspired, and he has sort of informed my own career in everything that he did at KMOX and also in the community.
If you were to explain the impact of Robert Highland to someone, how would you explain that?
It really isn't possible. I mean, it really isn't possible. He was Dave Dugan, who was the dean of the University of Missouri-Columbia Journalism School, the J School there, which is still, storied and highly respected around the world. He used to say that KMOX, that the people of KMOX, he said it was essentially St. Louis's Hollywood and the Midwest's Hollywood, and the people on KMOX would instantly, as Frank said, you just instantly became a household name because every household was listening. And something else that Frank said that as I was coming in that really struck me because it was so very true, when he said that you never take your ears off of the radio station. He said it's a newborn baby. and whether it was his network of listeners whom he paid to keep him on top of what was going on. They're just they to use an old adage, they don't make him like that anymore. They just don't make him like that anymore. He was one of a kind.
Let's hear from Mr. Highland himself. So this is basically a statement back on its 10th anniversary, guiding the course of radio here in St. Louis via KMOX. Bob Highland.
As promised, another special nighttime at your service program, and it is truly special tonight because it's not only KMOX Radio's at your service 10th anniversary, but we have again on hand Mr. Robert Highland, who's Vice President of CBS Radio, and even more importantly, I think, the General Manager of KMOX Radio. In other words, he's the guy who makes things hum around here. Thank you for coming again tonight, Mr. Highland. Thanks for including me.
Doug, delighted to be here, and certainly at your service certainly should include you. You've done such a marvelous job through the years, and we're delighted to have you on our great staff here, and you do a marvelous job. We got a lot of fine comments about you and your work, as we do all the other fine personalities on KMOX.
Glad to hear
Very
that.
happy to be here.
Now, Mr. Highland, would you like to restate your thoughts on the past 10 years and what you have in mind for the future?
Well, Doug, I think, again, as I said before, these past 10 years have moved all too quickly. It seems that it was only yesterday that we started, and much has passed by during these years. We're reflecting on the great things that have happened not only to KMOX, but to this community, to this city. We're sitting here on this great riverfront down right on the Mississippi River, and my goodness, the changes down here have been fantastic, as you certainly can realize and see. And as we look at these changes, it's only a harbinger, I think, of things to come in this great community of ours. And KMOX is proud to be a vital part of this community. And at your service, as you know, we've had some great moments, and we've had tears and laughter, and many, many things have happened in this world in these past 10 years, many dramatic things in this past decade. And at your service was there, I think, at the right time. This concept started. People were restless. They wanted to communicate with each other. They wanted to communicate with us. They wanted to communicate with someone to give their views and ideas. There wasn't just they talk about the silent majority. I think there's no such a thing as a silent majority. I think everybody wants to communicate. And we've given that opportunity, and I hope they will continue to do so in the numbers and the thousands of numbers that they have so far in these past great, wonderful 10 years. And I think it's been a vehicle, it's been a forum for people, and it's brought people closer. I often know that we have had guests here that many didn't agree with on both sides, but that's what we're trying to do, air the views so we can put them out on the table and then dissect them and talk about them among ourselves and also with the experts and so-called experts on At Your Service. So this has been a tremendous thing. As I said again before, Doug, I think we're only beginning At Your Service. I can see another 10 years, sitting here another 10 years, another 10 years, and 10 years on top of that. Because we are communicating with people, and they're communicating with us, and we're trying to inform. That's basically our idea in the broadcasting industry. We're here to serve and inform the people, and I hope that we are satisfying. It seems that we are. They often, as I say, don't agree with us, but we're going to try to do better every year it comes around.
10 years and 10 years and 10 years after that. And here we are years later, and we're still feeling the impact of Bob Highland.
Of that guidance, yeah. And he was, I don't know that there's ever been Bill Paley, when people think of the name Bill Paley, he was the head of CBS, period. And I think he called your dad was it his general or his, they had like, Bill Paley was the commander, and then Bob Highland was his field marshal or his general or what have you. But he had the utmost respect for the people that he served. That was sort of the way he looked at it. That the listeners were they were the listening audience, and their needs were more important than anything else. And I think what he felt then was, and Molly, obviously you would know better than I, but he felt that sales and business would follow if you thought of the listener as your most important priority.
Yes, and on Saturdays, he came into the office specifically, what I understand, to answer letters
Yeah.
and to call listeners who may have had a complaint. I hear occasionally I'll run into someone who will tell me that they sent a letter to my father complaining about something, and he called them up and talked to them about it, and they had so much respect for him for doing that. So, or he would be, sending letters back. He was very focused on the listener, very focused on his audience. So.
Just a relentless work ethic, Molly Highland. Where did that come from? And what was his life like away from the radio station? Was everything in his life down to the minute, to the hour, relentlessly?
Yes, he ran. He was a runner until he had surgery on his knees. Then he walked incessantly, but he was very disciplined, and Wendy probably knows that very well. He was very disciplined about what he ate, about everything, every aspect of his life, and so he expected the same from us.
Well,
which we weren't always as disciplined, but that was the expectation, and it came, I think, from his own father. His father was a surgeon, and he was the surgeon for the St. Louis Cardinals and the Browns, and he was very much a taskmaster, from what I understand.
And he actually ran walk around the studio. I mean, or around the station on one Memorial Drive. He never just sort of sauntered down the hallway. He had a place to go, and he was going to get there, and you had to sort of step aside like a bullet train. He was coming, you sort of stepped to the side and waited for him to pass.
He loved St. Louis, didn't he?
He loved St. Louis. He loved its people. And that's what I love more than anything to remember and to share with folks, because he had respect whether you were an hourly worker, you were a union member at the brewery. You were, it was like Rudyard Kipling's If, that was Bill Wilkerson's favorite poem. And it applied so well to Mr. Highland, because whether you were a union member or whether you were a senator or the president of the United States, he treated you the same. And he had the same kind of respect for you. And that was something else I wanted to add, listening to Frank and all of his stories and his many memories. There have been so many people who have said to me over the years that I was a working man, I was a working woman. I felt that I received a college education through the things that I would learn about the world on KMOX. Now, that's quite a legacy.
That it is. And what was a call to the office like? And he commanded great respect, but when he called you in, people around the station were afraid of him, were a little scared of that call. I get the sense that you were not. I think that because he took great care of you early on and had your back early on.
This is divine intervention, and that I'm sitting here with Molly, because Mr. Highland struck fear, and Bob Hardy and Bill Wilkerson and Jim White, as they mentioned. Ann Keefe could have fun with him, but she wasn't. She was his peer, in terms of their ages. They were about the same age. I was his daughter's age, and that I believe made all the difference in the world. And he knew that, I was 24 years old when he put me on Morning Drive. And so he knew that he was taking a real chance, because I was essentially just out of college. I had only been in outstate Missouri for 14 months and when he hired me. And so, he was very kind to me. It was also after, I believe, his first bout with cancer, and it was after Clay's transplant. Right. And I'm told that mellowed him considerably. And Bob Osborne, the great Bob Osborne, he would have beads of sweat on his brow when Mr. Highland called him into his office, because he knew he'd have to answer for something. But yes, I was Molly's age, and so that bought me a lot of grace, and I still am indebted to you, Molly. But yes, if you got out of line, he would call you in and he'd say, "This happened. Don't let it happen again." And he would tell me, he'd say, "Keep your nose clean. Keep your nose clean. People are watching."
Finally, Molly, how is the Highland family feeling through the years with all of the words about him and about the ties with KMOX. And, again, when you mention names that stand the test of time, his has and will.
I think it's with great reverence and great respect. I think that family members in the Highland family are still very humbled by his legacy. I've had to teach my kids about it because they did not overlap with him at all. My first son was born 9 months after my father died, and I think that there's great respect and wonder about their grandfather.
But before we end that particular conversation, very cute little anecdote. Jeanette Grider, the late great Jeanette Grider, who produced Total Information AM, walked into his office and he was looking at a photograph in his drawer, and she could see that he was doing. She said, "Should I come back later?" And he said, "No, come on in." And it was a picture of Matt, of Molly's brother Matt, and he said, "Wasn't he the cutest little boy?" And it was just, she said, I melted into a puddle. She said, to see this man, he loved his family and loved them so very much. I thought that was really sweet because when he would let his guard down, he did let his guard down. Yes.
Well, folks, if you think this is the only segment on Robert Highland, you were sorely mistaken. You cannot tell the story of KMOX without Bob Highland, and his name will be brought up throughout the course of the day as we weave in and out of news and hosting and sports and the impact of the radio station on St. Louis. With Molly Highland, Wendy Weiss, I'm Tom Ackerman. Our celebration of KMOX's 100th birthday is sponsored by Purina. We have much more to go, including Total Information AM and some of the great news anchors in the history of this radio station, including one sitting to my left. Back in a moment on KMOX.
For 100 years, KMOX has delivered the stories that bring St. Louis together. And for more than a century, Purina has been helping the pets of St. Louis live their best lives. So as KMOX celebrates a century of service, Purina is proud to stand alongside a true St. Louis institution. Because no matter what the decade, one thing never changes: the love we have for our city and our pets. Purina, your pet, our passion. Learn more at Purina.com.
Hey, Cardinal Cowboy here. Who would have thought a car crash would have led to charities, TV shows, and cheering with the best fans in the world? I'm thankful for every day. And so are my friends at Renner Garage Door. They've been turning garage doors from zero to hero since 1966. With help from trusted brands like Delden, Amar, and LiftMaster, honest family-style service you can count on. So giddy up and get your free repair or replacement quote today. Giddy up!
RENNER, RENNER. You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, I'm Wendy Weiss, KMOX alum, and to everyone who's been a part of the KMOX legacy, congratulations on 100 years.
Welcome back to KMOX's 100th birthday celebration with Molly Highland and Wendy Weiss. I'm Tom Ackerman. I love saying that. Boy, I wish we could do a few shows together. It'd be pretty fun. It's great to spend time with you. Before we advance any further, what is it like for you to be back on this radio station, just to be back in the studio doing a little radio with us?
It's special. It's very special because it feels like a full circle moment. Because this is where it started for me in my hometown. So it's extremely special to have, to be on this signal again.
One thing that you and I have, we have a few things in common, Total Information AM, but you and I both started on the air here in our early 20s.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty daunting. It is really daunting. And it was so funny because when I was in my teens and you'd hear about sports people, the young ones who flame out or who can't stand the pressure, I had a whole new appreciation. And of course, now that I'm 64, I do as well, because you have to have people around you who circle the wagons to protect you, because I was in no way, shape, or form prepared for KMOX for what it meant.
You said in the last segment that Robert Highland made you an anchor of Total Information AM when you were 24 years old. That was an incredible day, I'm sure, because you were pushed right into a studio with a legendary name. I'd like you to introduce him now, if you could.
One of the proudest moments of my life, and I'm sure your listeners still remember that I can get kind of emotional now and then, was when this man, whom we called in front of him, to his face, we called him the Shriner, but we were on an elevator. And he introduced me as his partner. And 40 years later, sitting here with you right now, I still have goosebumps. The great Bob Hardy.
KMOX, celebrating 100 years. Presented by Purina. Your pet, our passion. Now, a KMOX pioneer.
For more than 3 decades, Bob Hardy was one of the most trusted and respected news voices on KMOX. Joining the station in 1960, Hardy anchored major breaking news, produced award-winning documentaries, and brought listeners unprecedented global coverage.
President George Bush is on his way to St. Louis right now aboard Air Force One. He's accepted an invitation to spend a few minutes with us here this morning on KMOX. Mr. President, welcome to St. Louis.
I'm looking forward to getting back there. We're at about 35,000 feet heading your way.
Calm, steady, and unshakable during the biggest stories of our time, Bob Hardy helped define KMOX's reputation as the station St. Louis turned to when it mattered most. Bob Hardy, a KMOX pioneer.
You hear us all the time say the trusted voice for news, KMOX. Bob Hardy literally was the trusted voice for news in St. Louis.
And what made him so unique, because Bob Kostas accurately, as always, described him as St. Louis's Walter Cronkite, because he was. But what made him so unique was the other side. Rex Davis had that. Bob Hardy took that to the next level. He was a newsman / host. He was a personality, and that was something that I think he was able to do because Mr. Highland saw it, and because you couldn't just be Walter Cronkite and host Total Information AM. You had to have that warmth and that personality, and that is what Bob brought. And when Bob would be on vacation, it was when he'd be on vacation. And back in those days, Molly, you remember, people would be gone for 2 weeks, 3 weeks. It was no big deal. Dave Dugan would fly in from California. But when Bob Hardy was back in the seat, all was right with the world. It was incredible, and every single listener felt it.
Joining the conversation now is a man who hired me, as a matter of fact, our program director at the time, one-time general manager of KMOX Radio, Tom Langmeyer, is back on the radio station. Hi, Tom.
Hi, great. Hey, it's good to talk to you again after not too long. We talk occasionally, and thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. When you think of the name Bob Hardy, let's start there. What do you think about, Tom?
Well, it was interesting because what Wendy was saying, it just immediately cemented it for me is that Mr. Highland had a way of putting people in the right positions based on their strengths, and also not limiting them as well. And so if you had somebody like a Bob Hardy, and there was only one, you were able to, most people would be a newscaster, they'd be a sportscaster, or they would be a host or an announcer, that type of thing. But Bob, Mr. Highland was able to open the fence for him, because he knew, and Bob knew, where the line was, so that he could operate in a much larger area or much larger space, and do so credibly. So not only was he incredibly credible as a journalist and a news person, but he also was able to communicate on a human level, because he had that deep, reassuring voice, but there was also some warmth there. And working with Wendy and Bill, he was also able to have even more space to become the bigger than life person that he was.
Molly, what are your memories of Bob Hardy?
I remember someone who was incredibly professional and just sort of larger than life. When I ran into him down at the station at One Memorial Drive, and some other events, he was warm, but also incredibly professional. And you could tell he had radio in his veins.
Yeah.
You could really tell he lived and breathed radio, and that voice was just amazing.
Oh, and I don't think I've ever heard another one even remotely close to being like it.
No.
It was a really unique voice, and there was something so humorous to all of us who have passed through these great doors that I don't know what it was about the tri-state area of New York, Pennsylvania, whatever the other New York, Pennsylvania, was it New Jersey? But so many of the voices of St. Louis came from that area. Bob, I believe, was from Pennsylvania, and
right.
Jim,
He went up to Syracuse.
Good morning, Conway.
Conway. Hey, Loretta.
Hey there.
So you even have all the inside jokes.
Yeah, all the inside jokes. But isn't that funny, Tom, that they all, so much of a concentration, Jack Buck, Jim White, Bob Hardy, and I know there were others that I'm forgetting, but those were the voices of St. Louis, and they came from the Pennsylvania Dutch country, a few of them, right?
What was the critical part of that, I think, was that no matter from where you were born, if you came to St. Louis and you weren't about being from somewhere else, but you became St. Louis, that was key. And when I came from upstate New York from Buffalo to St. Louis, that was the one thing that people said is just, you'll be fine. It doesn't matter where you went to high school. What it matters is if you can become St. Louis and be part of it, and respectful as you would be if you went anywhere. And it's such a wonderful place. And I know that the people that were most successful in that, when you talk about the Bobs, you talk about the Ann Keiths and Jack Bucks and so many others, Bruce Bradley, people like that, they came from here, but they made St. Louis home.
That's right.
When you, Tom, talk about that group, we mentioned his name. We have to discuss Bill Wilkerson and what he meant to that trio. What do you think about when you hear the name Bill Wilkerson?
When I think of Bill, I think of somebody, and I think of him on maybe this human level that you think about, because he always had kind of that wry sense of humor. He was also very respectful at the same time, but he, at a time where you could be funny and you didn't have to be mean, you could just be warm and friendly and incorporate, humor into that. But not only that, but I can remember some of his play-by-play calls doing Mizzou and some of the other sports events and things that he did there. So he was another person who had that wider berth, that wider fence that was afforded to people who were great broadcasters, who were able to call play-by-play. They could host a very serious news program. They could be part of a morning ensemble cast with a couple of other great broadcasters sitting in a room, all respecting each other, all coming from different places, and all having a great time and making everybody in St. Louis feel that KMOX was like just a really comfortable pair of jeans that you just love.
I can't remember exactly what was going on at the station when Mr. Highland offered the position to Bill to be a part of Total Information AM, and I hope his wife Margie is listening because this is one of our favorite stories about him. Bill was not a morning person. I mean, he simply was not a morning person. And Mr. Highland and he already had established, that connection. Mr. Highland knew that this guy was not going to stay in the sports department. He was not going to stay in the news department. He was definitely he was bound for some greatness here. And he called him into his office and he sat in front of Mr. Highland and he said, he said, Bill, I very much would like to partner you with Bob Hardy on the morning show. And Bill said, he goes, Mr. Highland, he said, that is such a compliment and such an honor, but I really am not a morning person. He said, I just kind of like to stay up late and do my own thing. And Mr. Highland at that time, while Bill's talking, he's got a little piece of paper and he's writing out a figure and he slides it across the desk, upside down. Bill turns it over and he looks at Mr. Highland and he says, Mr. Highland, sunrises can be so beautiful.
I love that.
Yeah, just had a little, he found the sweet spot and Billy was a morning person.
Tom, what an ability to be able to bounce back after doing sports the previous night or being on a trip the night before. And I don't know how much sleep Bill Wilkerson got, but he delivered, whether he was calling games or delivering the news the next morning. And for me personally, my best memories of him not only calling games, which I would listen to with my dad in the garage or wherever we were driving, was those snowy Sunday mornings. Please say Parkway School District is closed. I would hang on every word. And whether it was Bill or Wendy or Tom, the versatility was incredible.
I think that's the key was the key with Bill, his incredible versatility, and the big stars of KMOX, certainly at the time, obviously Wendy, who's is with you today, and the others. They had the ability to do. They were multi-threat broadcasters. They were actual broadcasters. And broadcasters is a term that people throw around rather loosely. There's a difference between a news anchor, a reader, a reporter, but a broadcaster it represents broad bandwidth in terms of thinking, in terms of experience, and so many bits of perspective that Bill in particular enjoyed and had and worked hard for.
Molly, at those times, it was a family, wasn't it? I mean, you all were going to each other's weddings and graduations, and there was a lot of support for each other.
Absolutely. I would say our whole family was invested in KMOX, invested in the success of KMOX. It was part of our lives as well. Whether we were down at the station or not, it was something. My mother always had KMOX on. I mean, she had worked here. And that's how they met, I think. But she had worked here for a time. She was in the traffic department. Wow. And and then she became my dad's assistant. It was part of, KMOX was part of the family. So, for sure.
Well, and it was funny hearing Frank Abshire talking about the fact that the radio was always warm. And it was, whether it was in my parents' bedroom or in the kitchen, I still have that memory of being a child and touching the top of the radio. It was kind of like just a guidepost, that all's well with the world because they're listening to KMOX and they never turned it off. It was the background. It was the background to everyone's life. Back in those days before you had streaming services and all of that. But I did want to also say, Mr. Highland said, and he swore by this, he said, television will not last. And I think when you think of what's happening with streaming, Tom Langmeyer, was he kind of prescient at that point?
I think he was pressured, but he didn't. The difference between what Mr. Highland did and what has happened today is that I think that even radio as broadcasting and local television has kind of folded up and cratered a little bit, like, we can't do anything anymore because of this technology. And what he did was he kept KMOX strong because he kept it relevant. And that radio that you walked by and you touched in the middle of the night and everything was right with the world continued to be that way. And it never gave up. And that's what kept KMOX as strong as it has been and as respected as it remains today, is because he didn't give up, and the people at KMOX don't give up.
Yeah. Yes, sorry. Yeah, he was listening at all times of the day. I remember seeing him before he went to bed. He'd hear something on the radio, and he'd be calling, saying, "Who's in the newsroom? I need to talk to someone," and giving directions and talking to people. He'd be sitting outside next to our pool, sunbathing. He was quite
always had a tan.
Always had a tan.
Always had a tan.
Yeah, right. He'd be out there, and it would be chilly on a April day. And then he'd be running to the phone, calling, "Okay, what are you doing? Okay, I need you to take this person and move them here and do this and that on the weekend."
Tom, it's such a pleasure to have you. So I want to ask you one more thing while we have you, because it really is a treat to get you back on the radio station. But as Bob Highland, the tradition that you helped carry on, and I'm certain that carried a weight on you somewhat to keep the standard the way that it was, but I also got the sense that you really enjoyed it, that you enjoyed the sound of the station and you had a good feel for what ingredients made a KMOX broadcaster. What would those be?
Yeah, I would tell you that, that first of all, that there was nobody that was like Mr. Highland ever. And I, unfortunately, never had the opportunity to work with or for him or around him because he had died in 1992, and I arrived not terribly long after it that same year, and but there were enough people that were able to help me to understand KMOX, and I think at the time the company was also saying, "Hey, look, you don't really need to worry about doing a bunch of stuff right now. Learn about the station," and that's what I did. And then as far as the people go, there was a quality of at KMOX. There was a quality of people. There was the fact that the people that, to a person, everybody that worked there was dedicated, and they worked hard, and they were smart, and they deserved to be there. And when you would know it, and one of the most poignant things is that we lost. During my 13 years at the station, we lost several members of the KMOX family, present and past at the time. And one of them, each time that happened, and it was big. I mean, we lost Jack Buck and Dan Wyatt and others. And people, when they knew and they worked at KMOX, nobody had to call anybody. Nobody had to say, "Hey, gee, you have to come to work." Everybody just came in. They just came in. If there was a storm, people just came in. They knew that there was a sense of honor, duty, responsibility, and a stewardship of not only the station, but St. Louis and the surrounding area. That was something that was a great responsibility. And so that level of responsibility that you talk about was heavy, and it was an honor, and you never wanted to let the station down. And I never wanted to let the memory and the legend and what Mr. Highland created during his time, where it was arguably the halcyon days, if you will, of KMOX. I never wanted to let him down.
Tremendous member of our KMOX family. We still lean on him. Tom Langmeyer, it's great to hear your voice and talk to you here on this very special day. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks. I miss you guys very much.
Miss you, buddy.
Bye, Tom.
Molly Highland with us, Wendy Weiss. I'm Tom Ackerman. Total Information AM. We're going to bring in more players from that show coming up in just a moment and tell more stories about this program that was hosted by Wendy for many years that we have carried on. Back in a moment on KMOX.
Hey, just check the mail. We've been invited to a seminar and dinner is free.
It's gonna be chicken, and it'll taste like Play-Doh.
Don't be fooled. All seminars are not the same. For example, Steve All, an investment advisor representative and founder of the All Financial Group, is hosting a taxes and retirement seminar at his office in Chesterfield on December 10th. Come meet Steve's newest advisor, Tracy Richardson, as she discusses the big beautiful bill, taxes on your Social Security, and more. Tracy will not only cover the hurdles you can face in retirement, but ways to keep more money in your pocket and less in Uncle Sam's. This is a complimentary event event, but seating is limited, so reserve your seat today. Call 636-230-8824 or online at yourmoneymattersstl.com.
You know, hon, I've always been interested in us buying a timeshare.
I'd rather eat Play-Doh.
Investment advisory products and services made available through Impact Partnership Wealth, LLC IPW, a registered investment advisor. Neither the firm nor its agents or representatives may give tax or legal advice. Individuals should consult with a qualified professional for guidance before making any purchasing decisions.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your online traffic. So this Black Friday, get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
KMOX proudly supports the Mutual Awards, returning to Stiefel Theater Saturday, November 22nd. You can be in the audience for this nationally televised event, hosted right here in St. Louis. Named for Stan the Man, the show celebrates the year's greatest moments of sportsmanship and those who embody class and character. Experience the extraordinary moments and people that make the Mutual Awards an event like no other. For more information, KMOX.com/events.
Celebrating 100 years of informing and entertaining St. Louis.
Oh, Tiki Jack, is it really you?
Yes, loyal friends, it is really me.
Were you drugged, Tiki Jack?
That's drag, young Rob, and someday I shall relate the entire grisly story.
It's KMOX Day, presented by Purina. Your pet, our passion.
Welcome back. Oh, my goodness. Do we have a Total Information AM roundtable going now? With Wendy Weiss, I'm Tom Ackerman. We have been together for this hour talking about Bob Highland, Bob Hardy. By the way, real quick, one of my favorite stories is that you actually, didn't you fill in for Bill Wilkerson on your first time with Bob Hardy?
I had been there for 2 weeks, and I had, just for everybody in the room, Roger remembers, I had a ponytail with a bow. This is how young I was. And I'm not kidding. I had a ponytail with a bow. I was essentially just out of Viz, just out of Fontbonne. I'm wearing my Fontbonne purple today. But I was like 2 weeks after they put me on the morning show, and I'm sure Bob Hardy must have had a bottle of something in his desk just to have put up with me, because I was like a chihuahua. I was just super, super nervous, constantly needy. I was a kid. And so he looked over and he had these great bifocals, and he kind of like the old Ben Franklin bifocals. And he wanted me to bring in a legal pad, and he said, "You are Bill." He said, "I want this whole next week, I want you to pay attention to everything he does. If Bill scratches his nose at 7-Eleven, I expect you to scratch your nose at 7-Eleven. And if Bill does the sports at 7:20, I want you to do the sports at 7:20. And I'm just sitting there, I'm taking it all in. And so the first day that Bill was gone, and we had 15-minute newscast. Okay, we had from 7 to 7:15, we had CBS hourly news. From 7:15 to 7:30, you remember that, Roger?
Oh yeah.
15-minute local newscast and 15-minute national and international newscast from CBS. So Debbie, I'm making it. I haven't made a mistake. Everything's fine. I'm thinking this in my head. I'm like, thank you, God. Thank you, God. So we get to the end, and he says, "It's 7:29. That's the news. I'm Bob Hardy." And I said, "And I'm Bill Wilkerson." I said, "And I'm Bill Wilkerson." And in that moment, I thought, okay, I wonder if I could get my job back in Springfield, because I want to just jump into the depressed lanes over the side of the balcony and end it all. And I looked at Bob, because I thought, people don't make mistakes like that. And all I could see was the roof of his mouth. He was laughing so hard. And then Rudy Ruzicka, God bless his soul, he was our engineer, IBEW. He was in the control room. He was laughing so hard. And in that moment, I thought, okay, And then I thought at least Mr. Highland didn't find out because at that moment he was at Mass. And so I thought at least, okay, so I'm in the clear there. So I walk out of the newsroom doors and I'm walking down the hall, probably to the ladies or the water fountain. He comes out of his office and I go, good morning, Mr. Highland. He goes, good morning, Bill. So, yeah.
It's so
But then
good.
you were one of the boys and it was all good.
I was one of the boys. I was indeed.
That, of course, is Debbie Monterey. Roger Brand is here, and Megan Lynch, who is sitting alongside Wendy Weiss. And when you think about the history of this show, Total Information AM, and what it means, what does it mean to you, Megan?
I think it means people on this station who have had to be nimble every day with situations like that, getting thrown into things that you thought you were prepared for that you weren't. Big breaking news that you have to immediately pivot so that you can bring listeners the latest information and be calm about it. Just that ability to ad-lib and be the person that's the calm, confident voice, you know, in the middle of something that may be frightening or startling to your listeners, or just information that they absolutely have to have. You have to clearly present it. That's what Total Information AM has always meant to me.
It's about a morning routine for a lot of people, Roger. Recently, somebody came up to me and said, hey, where's Roger Brand, overhead door company in St. Louis Traffic Center? I mean, it's just it's amazing to think that we're part of somebody's morning routine. It still blows me away.
Yeah, and of course I'm not in studio here. I mean, I've had my own studio for 20, well, however many years, 4 years. I flew, so Don Miller on the foggy days when he couldn't fly, he used to call it the LMD, the large metal desk. That's where he broadcast from. So I've bopped all around, but I've been on the air. In fact, even behind the scenes, like Wendy said, this month marks my 37th year with KMOX. I started in March '86 on KHTR doing Morning Drive, the producer on there on the Chuck Buell Show doing Top 40 Radio, and then they switched CBS. There was a sort of a mandate from the network. They were turning a lot of their stations into oldie stations. So that switch occurred on November 5th of 1988, and that's when I moved downstairs and said, hey, what can I do for you down here? And sort of started. In fact, I don't know how Wendy could read my traffic. I used to sit at a desk in the newsroom, banks of scanners and phones. Listeners would call every day. I mean, I had a priest on his way to St. Louis University High call and give me the traffic report on his drive-in and all these different things, listening to scanners. I had to handwrite a report every 10 minutes on a piece of yellow paper and bring it in and hand it to Wendy so she could do the traffic. Don would he'd be like, I'm in North County now, so I'm like, okay, so I have to cover St. Charles, South County, Illinois, so I have to write that. So every report was different depending on where Don was. And I don't know how you read my chicken scratch because my handwriting, my printing is even worse now.
Do you remember training me when I was absolutely green? Oh, my gosh. I remember one day I was freaking out about something, and we could communicate between the airplane and the helicopter. And finally, I heard Roger say to me, Megan, it's traffic. It's not life or death. He was very patient with me.
Yeah, but I think that was an appropriate response. When you're young, if you're a little hot dog and you walk through those doors at KMOX, you are going to get sliced and diced. And so you have to have that kind of, I think, respect for what it is you're doing. And so yeah, we took it very seriously.
And the
so
history of this place, I did not grow up in St. Louis, but I went to college in Missouri, and I interned at Channel 5 in college. And KMOX was, I was in college listening to KMOX in the morning because I wanted to know what news was going on. And the thought of someday actually working here seemed impossible because I always wanted to move back to St. Louis. And someone would say, well, you could just move back to St. Louis and work at KMOX because I was doing news around the country. And I was like, right. I could.
Isn't that funny?
Sure. They're going to hire me at KMOX. So to actually come here and be part of this organization, to get that call from Steve Moore, we'd like you to come and do the morning show. And Total Information AM has such a long, long history at this station. It's really unbelievable. And to Megan's point, to be in this newsroom, when Tom and I are doing Total Information AM, it is an army of people who are doing the stories and filing things and reporting. I mean, it takes a lot of people to put it together. And what people might not see, although they do now because we live stream these things, but when there is breaking news, what's always astounding to me is no one says, you do this, you call this person. It's just like this room full of professionals who just, boom, they just jump into action. It's really amazing to watch. Just everybody gets on it and everybody does something and we get it covered. And sometimes, especially if it's breaking news in the morning and people can't see that Tom and I are talking and we sound very calm, but all hell is breaking loose and people are running all over the place.
You're turning your microphone off saying, what's going on?
Someone's yelling in your ear and then somebody comes in and is throwing papers at you and it all just works out. It's really an amazing thing.
That's right. Now you can watch us on video, so you can see us eating.
Peace out. Peace out there.
I really love that Wendy mentioned those 15-minute long newscasts because I came from a public radio news background. So when I came here, I thought, oh, this is commercial radio. You know, it's going to be bang, bang, bang. And it was to some extent. But I think the beauty of this station and especially Total Information AM has been the ability to flex when we need to give more time to something that's really important. Those features and those interviews and all the things that we do that give listeners that extra bit. It's not just headline news. I think that's what has set us apart as well over the years.
Used to call it wall to wall, going wall to wall.
I think it's very well said. And while we have a couple of minutes left, you brought up the name Don. Tell us a little bit more because our listeners who want to hear about Don Miller, known as Officer Don Miller.
That's right. Yeah, he was a police officer in St. Louis. I think for 20 years. You have to normally put in 20 years to get your retirement. And then he started working at KMOX and still had the relationship with the police department. In fact, he always carried a police radio with him. The police department let him keep that because that was their, before police departments had helicopters. I mean, KMOX was the helicopter surveillance to assist police primarily in the city because that's who Don worked with. But when Don stepped down and I was fortunate enough to take his place, he said, I think you can probably keep this radio if you want. He said, you'll probably need to, set up a meeting with the chief, who at that time was Clarence Harmon, who of course became mayor. So I went and met with Chief Harmon. He's like, yeah, he goes, it's a good resource. We like having you up there and you're a help to us and you're a help to the St. Louis. So having that connection to the police and so that gave me a little bit more traffic information because I hear them when they call out somebody because there's, a crash or whatever, or a stall. So it was an extra way for me to gather information and also help them to help get, stuff out of the way more quickly so commuters aren't stuck in jams quite as long. Just a real quick little thing, so we've been talking about Mr. Highland earlier, just how Mr. Highland's interaction changed with me. One of my first jobs when I came down to KMOX was working overnights. And there was a guy called Ralph Sherman, that was his name, and he did the overnight show for a while out of Joliet, Illinois. So I had to come in, do what they called Switch 56, put all these, wires and cables and these things to get the feed from him and sit in the studio. So it was just me in the studio and an engineer to play the records because we played music overnight. And there was a phone in the studio with a big red light on it. And when that light lit up, that was Mr. Highland. And so it'd be like 3 or 4 in the morning and that light would light up. And I'd pick up the phone. I'd go, yes, sir. He'd say, I never want to hear that song again. And he'd hang the phone up. And so the next morning, I'd have to go into Bob Osborne and go, hey, here's the stuff he doesn't like. Change it, And then, so that was, he never really talked to me but once I started filling in for Don, because that was like a 1.5 year process, he got to know me a little better. And I was doing work with Kevin and Charlie, the morning meeting, Kevin Hornigan and Charlie Brennan. They did a radio fashion show, and we actually had the fashions. I dressed up in a tux with a white silk scarf, and they're describing it on the air. It's, theater of the mind, but it was, I really was wearing the outfit. So when it was done, I walked down the hall, and Norma Wallner was like the security guard there. And I'm like, Norma, is he available? Is Mr. Highland available? She's like, yeah, go ahead on in. So I went on in and, I just wanted to tell him, I said, Mr. Highland, I said, thanks for the opportunity to let me fill in for Don Miller. I love it. I hope you do. And I said, and thanks for the clothing allowance. And he said, what is that? He goes, where's Helen Campbell?
Oh, man. Roger Brand, Megan Lynch, Debbie Monterey, Wendy Weiss. Really, really a lot of fun to visit with everybody this hour. And continuing on next hour, we're going to have Dave Glover and Amy Markscores together talking about Jack Carney and Jim White and John McCormick. I mean, it's just, we don't have enough time in the day, but we'll continue to do it here today. Thank you for being here.
I wouldn't have missed it.
Just awesome. Our coverage, our celebration is sponsored by Purina. We will take a break for the news and be back with much more this 100th celebration of KMOX.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
News, talk, cards. KMOX AM St. Louis, KMOX FM Hazelwood. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The voice of St. Louis. News Talk 1120. KMOX St. Louis.
It's 10:01. We have cloudy skies, 49 degrees downtown at the Arch. This is Thursday, November 20th, KMOX Day. I'm Megan Lynch. In the news, flu season is here. It could be a nasty one as a mutated strain of the virus is surging around the world. CBS News medical correspondent Dr. John LaPook recommends getting your flu vaccine.
We are using the same technology from the 1940s where we identify the virus. We pick strains, 3 of them, in February or March. And that's because we have to grow up the virus in eggs. It takes like 5 or 6 months to make the batch. So we have to make a guess there. This year, over the summer, it mutated. It changed away. And one particular strain called H3N2, which tends to cause more severe illness. And the question is there going to be a mismatch? Right now, there is hope that with this current batch that we have, that it's still good enough.
Missouri's Attorney General says she's moving full speed ahead to seize Chinese-owned assets, including Missouri farmland, to satisfy a massive court judgment. Catherine Hanaway says she's initiated the formal process to collect on the $24 billion verdict against China for its role in the COVID-19 pandemic.
The key is that the Chinese government itself has to have some ownership interest, not just sort of Chinese individuals or companies based in China.
Hanaway has mailed those official judgment packets to the State Department, a necessary legal step before the AG can move to seize any assets. From the business desk, sponsored by Krentz Financial Group, KFGadvisors.com, Verizon laying off more than 13,000 employees as it works to reorient the entire company and simplify operations. The job cuts began today. According to a memo from the CEO, he explained Verizon's current cost structure limits its ability to invest, particularly in consumer experiences. Beyond the layoffs, Verizon plans to significantly reduce outsourced and other outside labor expenses.
Cloudy, cool, and damp today with a little rain and drizzle at times, mainly during the morning hours. There can be some thunder and lightning well south of the city, the high 56. Tonight, cloudy with more rain, mainly after midnight, though 52. Periods of rain tomorrow also, a thunderstorm or two, the high close to 60. Finally, we dry it out on Saturday as clouds give way to sunshine, the high 57. Plenty of sunshine, a gorgeous Sunday, the high 64. From the Saliga Heating and Cooling Weather Desk, I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Joe Lundberg on 104.1 FM KMOX.
Currently, we have clouds, 50 degrees in Florissant. It's 51 in St. Peter's, 49 degrees downtown at the Arch. I'm Megan Lynch, KMOX News.
Celebrating 100 years of informing and entertaining St. Louis.
And now, with our weekend weather forecast, one of our newest meteorologists, Mr. Andy Cohen.
Hey, everybody. Today, patchy morning fog, then turning milder with times of sun and clouds with a high of 58. Sounds gorge.
Thanks a lot, Andy.
My pleasure.
It's KMOX Day, presented by Purina. Your pet, our passion.
Good morning, St. Louis. I almost said DGS. Old habits die hard. This is the 100th KMOX anniversary, 1120 day, and as you know, we are blowing out all of the regular programming, and all of the talent are switching up and doing different shifts and presenting pioneers and KMOX OGs, and I'm super excited. It's been so much fun. I met Molly Highland. I met Wendy Weiss. It was just really cool. My co-host for the next couple of hours is Amy Markscores, of course, from Chris and Amy show. The beautiful and talented Amy. Amy, always a privilege to share the studio with you.
Oh, thank you. It's the same here, and especially this studio, Studio B, KMOX. I think I've already cried twice.
Yeah.
Because just hearing the old voices.
Yes.
And I grew up with KMOX, and of course, my dad listens to KMOX, my grandpa. And I was talking to Frank Abshire, who's been on this morning already multiple times, will be on with us, about KMOX, Charlie Brennan being the bridge for me.
Yeah.
To like my grandpa,
Uh-huh.
And who has since passed away many, many years, but being able to join the show, join KMOX with Charlie Brennan.
Yeah.
It's so personal. Radio is so personal, isn't it?
So true. Yes. I think it was Frank Abshire in one of the earlier segments talking about that the power of radio was and still is that it is personal, it's intimate, that people, especially back in the day, I know my mom and dad did, they left KMOX on 24/7.
Yeah.
It was just always going. And I was out there talking to Frank, and he said that back in the day when you would drive down the street in the summer and people had their windows open, from house to house, you could literally follow the Cardinals game.
Oh, I love that.
Everyone was listening to the Cardinals game on KMOX.
Yeah, it was. It was the sound of summer. It was the sound of my childhood. And I always tell people, I don't know how I ended up here. I'm so honored because I was a fan of KMOX before I was ever on KMOX. So just now, I got my picture taken with Tom Ackerman.
Right.
Because oh my gosh, it's Tom Ackerman. And we see each other every day. But that was my first fangirl moment.
Yes.
Coming here to Studio B for sports on a Sunday morning. And there was Tom Ackerman with his cup of coffee and his newspaper. And I flipped out. I was so excited. That's how it feels still for me.
So our guest host today during this hour is none other than the great John Carney. John and I have been friends going back my entire career. He's always been super kind to me, except that one time when you took advantage of me at Chemo's, which we'll talk about. And it's great to see. It's great to see you.
How's it going?
Welcome back.
I love what you've done with the place.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I'm afraid I'm going to be the only person. Hi, Amy.
Hello.
I'm going to be the only person that you have on today that will say, when I was growing up, I didn't listen to KMOX. And before everyone says, Blasphemy. Here's the deal. My dad was here. Did you listen to your parents when you were a kid?
No.
I had a volume knob.
Yeah.
KC 95, man.
Right.
Yeah.
It's so funny you say that. When Nick was in 9th grade, I came home and he told me, he's like, Dad, we had the worst speaker today. So boring. And I said, hey, buddy, if you ever want me to come to your school and speak, I'd be happy to. And he goes, I don't understand. What do you mean? I said, well, I do a lot of public speaking, and I'd love to come to your school. And Nick goes, in front of the whole family, if you ever come to my school, all I ask is that you make no eye contact with anyone. And Maureen and Phoebe are falling on the floor, and I was just like flop sweating. And he's like, you're my dad. I'm not a fan. You're my dad. So, yeah, I get it.
Well, the talent fee was probably off-putting
That's
too
right.
for the school.
That's right. That's
All
right.
Before you tell the chemo story and throw
Okay.
me under the bus.
Okay.
Here's my story about you.
Okay.
You had just started doing this. It was 1922. That we used to have something called the Air Awards, where radio people would pat each other on the back and say, look what a great job we're doing. So we do this awards thing. And I was nominated for, like, best talk show host or something. And I'd been a few years. And here comes Dave Glover. First year, and he's up for this award. So we're sitting at the pageant, and I'm watching this. Who's this punk kid? Dave wins. So he's walking up to get his award, and I'm mumbling under my breath. This guy doesn't. He was in his underwear when I started doing it. And he goes up, and the first person he thanks and credits for his interest in this industry is me. And I'm like, oh, this son of... You know, I like this man. I like this guy.
I remember it well.
Disarm me at that very moment.
I remember it well.
So,
thank you.
Congratulations.
So John was out in Westport, and he, I guess, would go to dinner at KMOX a lot. And I was going to a comedy show, and we ran into each other.
You're really going to tell this
I'm really going to tell it. And so we had some food, and he goes, hey, I'll tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Let's get a nice bottle of wine. You cover the wine, I'll cover the food. I said, fair. And he proceeds to order like a $150 bottle of Camus.
Nothing to do with the history of the radio station. Let's just throw that in.
And so, I pony up and give him $200, and he walks out of there. And I'm like, what the hell just happened? And then I found out that he had some sort of a deal with KMOX where he ate for free. And so it was a free meal and a $200 bottle of wine. So I got carnied.
Well, it could be worse, I guess.
Oh, it was a
challenge,
it was a
Amy?
great $200 investment.
Yeah.
I got to have dinner with my buddy John Carney.
Have you got lunch plans, Amy? We'll give that a shot.
Yeah.
So let's do our first pioneer, and there's a reason that John Carney is in on this segment. Matt, let's present it.
KMOX, celebrating 100 years. Presented by Purina. Your pet, our passion. Now, a KMOX pioneer.
Few voices in KMOX history created more joy and laughter than Jack Carney. With his sharp wit, creative segments, and effortless storytelling, Carney turned the Jack Carney Show into one of the most beloved programs in St. Louis radio. His daily puns, long-form jokes, and playful exchanges kept listeners in their cars, sometimes long after they'd reached their destination.
This is the Saturday Morning Comedy Show, and I'm Jack Carney. Oh, I feel so good. You ever do that in the morning? Very rarely. Might be the mattress.
My bed has no mattress.
Well, then, no wonder you've got that funny waffle look on your tuchus there. You've been sleeping right on the spring.
Carney's warmth and spontaneity redefined morning radio, proving that great broadcasting could be smart, unpredictable, and irresistibly fun. Jack Carney, a KMOX pioneer.
So if the Beatles launched 1,000 musicians, Jack Carney launched 1,000 radio personalities. I mean, it's not everyone can be considered an OG, and Jack definitely was. And the one thing I'll say, and I'm going to kick it over to John, is that a lot of my life, and especially during my career, I would hear from people who criticize KMOX and say, oh, it's so boring, it's so old, it's so this, it's so that. And even before my career took off, I would tell them, you could not be more wrong. That in the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, what KMOX was doing with Jack and with White and Hardy, that was edgy. It was funny. It was edgy. It was sort of the edgy radio of its time. Do you agree with that, John?
Oh, absolutely. And I think, like my pop, and I didn't set out to do this, But all of the great names and the pioneers of this station, Dad stood out as the one that wasn't really connected to the events of the day and heavy news and let's talk about politics and whatever the equivalent of the Epstein list was. It was like more stories about, so a whale goes into a bank. And it didn't really fit what Highland's vision was, which is why Dad was in trouble a lot. But he made money and he had listeners. So they're like, okay, you do that. And I didn't set out to do that. I was going to be a psychotherapist or a music therapist or something like that. He said, don't go into radio. And I'm like, hello, broadcast center? And that's how that began.
By defying your dad.
But in the same way, I don't think this station years later knew what to do with me at all, because I also was not into the news of the day. So they were like, well, let's put them on at night. And having that 44-state reach and taking 5 hours of phone calls from all over the country was just a blast.
I bet.
I loved it.
I bet.
I loved it.
Yeah, and you were talking about Jack Carney, how he was edgy, he was funny, he could be super smooth and play the straight man, and then just have this humor that would knock you down. And I know that briefly in the Pioneer headline highlight, they mentioned like a pun, that there could be like a pun. And it would take 10 minutes to get to the punchline. And so people would sit in their driveways waiting for the punchline, sometimes getting into work late because he had this ability to just string it out. And you knew it was coming, and the anticipation. People couldn't wait to hear it.
He died in 1984. And I don't think a week goes by where somebody doesn't come up to me, and occasionally they're mad that I was late for work or I was late to a meeting because I had to hear how the story ended. And I sat in my car and I'm like, that was almost 40 years ago, you know? But yeah, that was probably the biggest impression. That, Miss Blue and Clarence and the sound effects. And there was no communication between producer Clarence and all of his sound effects. Clarence would just throw something on, and Dad's reaction was spontaneous to all of it, which was what was so funny.
Yeah, let's drill down on that a little bit. So one of the things that I feel like I've done pretty well in my career is taking people and turning them into personalities. I thought I invented that until I heard your dad. Like Mrs. Blue, and just talk a little bit about that acumen he had for taking just a normal person, working person, janitor, what have you, and turn them into a celebrity.
I don't know that, but the people that would gravitate in his universe on the radio and at the house, it was always the weirdest, most unique, eclectic group of characters. You know, it was Dakin Williams, who was Tennessee Williams' brother, who really interesting, kind of an odd cat. A guy that owned a French restaurant. It was Jack Jones. It was Frankie Lane and Phyllis Diller and Stan Can. People that you would, every day was like a Fellini movie, whether it was in the house or on the radio. And these people were all interesting characters, even I think more interesting than they realized.
Yeah.
Stan Can, I still hold up as one of the best accidental sidekicks ever. Like, he didn't mean to be funny, but it's why Johnny Carson had him on 87 times.
Yeah.
Just some people are like that, and he could find them and bring them out. Like you said, Miss Blue and Stan Can was one of them, and Jimmy Dean, who certainly was famous, but not famous for being a jokester. He was slinging breakfast sandwiches and singing country songs.
So earlier in the show, I don't remember whether it was Frank or Wendy, but someone said that KMOX was the Hollywood of the Midwest, and that every celebrity that came through came to KMOX, and everyone on KMOX was the equivalent of a Hollywood celebrity. What was it like growing up with a Hollywood celebrity in St. Louis?
Well, not even just here. I mean, I grew up in San Francisco, and he was at KSFO, which was the KMOX of San Francisco. And, you know, Ronald Reagan, who was the governor, there was a party at our house for him. Dad threw a 16th birthday party for Barbara Streisand at a club in San Francisco. And he and Bill Cosby, Bill was just getting started, would pop in the studio quite a bit and do stuff. So I was constantly around these people, and I assumed, that's everybody's childhood. Roger Miller would stay at the house and play the piano at the edge of my bed, or play guitar at the edge of my bed. I just assumed, so this is childhood, fantastic. But I learned later on, he established these relationships and stayed in touch with these people. So when they'd come to town to play the Muni or the Fox or whatever, they would come visit him, not just the show, but they'd go to dinner. Tony Tennille would stay at our house. I started calling her mom after a while, but it's another thing.
I called her that for a while, too.
Yeah, that's a whole other story. The captain wasn't happy about that.
So St. Louis's memory, not just the historian, but St. Louis's radio memory, Frank Abshire, has joined us in the studio. Frank, go ahead.
One of the things that Jack did that just blew me away was when he would have these celebrities in. During the conversation, he would enter in a couple favorite memory of childhood or whatever, or what are you most thankful for? And he kept all those tapes. And then on Thanksgiving, he would play back tape after tape after tape of these celebrities talking about what they were most thankful for.
I'm glad you brought up those tapes, Frank, because at one point, you, as a radio historian, media historian, kept all this stuff, reel-to-reels, cassettes, all of the, and then you cleaned your basement. It ended up at my house.
Yes.
So now I have about 80 tubs of cassettes and reel-to-reels, and it's the bane of my wife's existence. So thank you.
We'll talk.
Thank you for that.
That's great. Okay, guys, we're going to take a quick break. You are listening to the 100th anniversary celebration of KMOX. Amy Markscourse is with me for the next couple of hours. When we come back, we will continue with John, and we'll bring in Ryan Wrecker and talk about overnights. Quick break, right back, KMOX.
For 100 years, KMOX has delivered the stories that bring St. Louis together. And for more than a century, Purina has been helping the pets of St. Louis live their best lives. So as KMOX celebrates a century of service, Purina is proud to stand alongside a true St. Louis institution. Because no matter the decade, one thing never changes: the love we have for our city and our pets. Purina, your pet, our passion. Learn more at Purina.com.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years' experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Missouri can count on.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Black Friday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Black Friday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
If you owe the IRS, you have a legal issue, and you need the Lance Drury Law Firm. We'll protect your rights. Log on at lancedrurylaw.com.
Working full-time but still falling behind? Learn how real estate education can help you build income and get ahead on your terms. Text radio to 88007. That's RADIO to 88007. Presented by Lifestyles Unlimited.
Hello, St. Louis. Proud son of St. Louis, John Hamm here, wishing KMOX a happy 100th birthday, a centennial of being the voice of St. Louis.
Welcome back, guys. This is the 100th anniversary of KMOX. I'm Dave Glover from The Dave Glover Show. My co-host is Amy Markscores from The Chris and Amy Show. The great John Carney is here. You can hear John on 550 KTRS from noon to 3 with Julie Buck. And we welcome back KMOX alum, Overnight America, Ryan Recker. Ryan, it's great to talk to you again, my friend.
Wow. Alum. Thank you for having me.
How have you been?
Not bad. Just busy in Detroit. It's been a few years, but keeping busy, still doing a lot of shows on our sister station, 97.1. Yes. And I started picking up Coast to Coast AM. I've been doing their show as well. So it's been a lot of fun.
Congratulations. Ryan, say hello to John Carney.
All right. Hello, John. How are you?
Fine, sir. Yourself?
You have tubs of tapes. Is that what I hear?
Oh, yeah. And I remember our first conversation. You called me up and said, yeah, and you had just gotten to KMOX, and I'm going to do this thing, and I'm going to be the one to curate this whole thing of classic stuff, and I'll get back. And I never heard from you again. I thought, well,
I know.
He apparently thought, this is way too much work.
Okay, hold on a second here. Let me tell you how I remember the conversation.
Is there a bottle of Camus involved by any chance? Because I've been beaten up pretty bad. Right, I've been beaten up pretty bad.
I think I said I might have a terabyte worth of audio. I can't just send this to you in an email. I'll come and drop it off to you. And then I never heard anything back.
Oh, well, now this is awkward.
John just left.
I like to refer to legal counsel at this.
I should have brought you a lawyer.
I'm looking up terabyte on my AI. I have no idea what you're talking about. I have AOL.
It's a big bite.
Anytime anyone has tubs of anything, I'm suspicious.
Yes.
Like, what?
Have you been to the transmitter site? You should see all the tapes they have there. It puts any collection into shame. So I went to the bunker. I mean, it's literally like a bomb shelter. It's a transmitter site with racks and racks and racks of vintage KMOX audio that is sitting there and rotting and waiting for someone to digitize.
Oh, gosh.
This is a sad conversation.
Takes a lot of work.
Let's talk about overnights because, of course, Ryan and John are both known for overnights. KMOX is known for inventing things, and as far as I know, we pretty much invented overnight radio, call-in radio, and we have a pioneer to introduce, Amy.
Yeah, Ryan, I know you did so many overnights, but this pioneer was the voice that so many late-night owls heard. Also, it was the voice that Robert Highland heard as he went to work at 2 a.m. in the middle of the night for most people. And this voice could pretty much do anything except fix stupid. And of course, that's Jim White.
KMOX, celebrating 100 years. Presented by Purina, your pet, our passion. Now, a KMOX pioneer.
Known to listeners as the Big Bumper, Jim White turned KMOX's overnight hours into one of the most distinctive shows in American radio. Starting in 1969, his sharp wit, curiosity, and conversational style made late-night listeners feel like they were part of an exclusive club, where the phones never stopped ringing and the stories flowed freely.
I'm Jim White. I am that which goes bump in the night.
I'm kind of scared to say what I have to say. Okay.
No, I just hung up on the last guy because, well, never mind why I hung up on it. Monday through Friday, the night side, on KMOX, St. Louis.
Jim's warmth and personality created a loyal community that spanned decades, proving that even in the quietest hours, KMOX was alive, connected, and always listening. Jim White, a KMOX pioneer.
So I need to interject here that we all grew up with KMOX, right? We all did. People my age in St. Louis share that. But my mom was a huge KMOX fan, and especially Mr. White. And my mom was an insomniac. God rest her soul, just passed away at 96 a year ago. And so Jim got her through lonely, quiet nights. And if I ever needed her and I'd come in the middle of the night, she'd be listening to KMOX. So it's such a memory for me. Hey, Ryan, if you will, talk about sort of the special challenges and excitement of doing overnight radio and specifically what Mr. White meant to you.
Yeah, I think Jim White is different than the rest of the personalities on KMOX because at night, it seemed a little bit more listener-driven. During the day, there was news events, current events that you were covering. There was big news stories, and Bob Hardy was covering something, and Ann Keefe was covering this, and they would have people call in, and dignitaries and politicians and presidents would all want to talk to them. Jim White was a little bit different. He was less of a comedic entertainer. He was more of like, he was just a funny entertainer. He had a great sense of humor. People adored him. The ratings were great. It felt like you were one-on-one with him. It didn't feel like you were listening to a conversation where you have a strict news person bringing you the events of the world. It felt like he was there in your living room, and all the other people that called in, they were part of the show, just like Jim White was part of a bigger thing. And the ratings, I mean, were absolutely amazing when you have a nighttime signal like that. And for decades and decades and decades, he just ruled the airwaves up into his last show. I think it was 99. I mean, he was part of something that changed radio and late night radio. And it's unfortunate in the way radio is today. It's just not the same thing. You just don't get that same interaction at night. But, I found when I was doing the show, you had that one-on-one connection with the listeners. You get to know them on a first-name basis. You get to love them, and it's just really a special thing, honestly.
So I don't understand the technology of it, but KMOX is what they call a clear station, clear channel. And in the evenings, it goes out over 44 states and Canada and Mexico. John, Amy, talk about just that almost unimaginable reach of KMOX.
I get calls from Guam. There would be people that would call. There was one guy in particular who would call every night, and I was on after Jim, but when he retired, I took his spot from 10 at night to 2 in the morning. But there'd be a guy in particular who would call every night from Florida, from his boat. You could hear the water slapping up against, just to rub it in, like in February. Oh, the snapper is really biting, just thought I'd let you know. Okay, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, because Jim White could hang up on anybody across the country.
Oh, and he did.
And he did.
Oh, he did. And there would be times, and I heard on the open that the phone lines were always blowing up. No, they weren't. There were times where, and not that they weren't listening, but they weren't calling. So what he would do is he had a library of some of the worst music you could possibly imagine, and he would play it over and over and over until the phone rang.
Yeah.
And then that's how he got things going.
That takes guts.
Yeah.
It really does. That takes guts I don't have.
Yeah.
I think I was just talking to Frank Abshire about this Jim White story, how the phone lines weren't blowing up. And he had a caller, and he hung up on this one caller, and how are we going to get more people to call in? And he said, watch this. And he told a story about seeing someone's baby, and like someone just had a new baby, introduced him. Okay, here's the baby. And he said, and as we all know, all babies are ugly. And then all the phone lines blew up. He knew how to rile up his listeners.
It was right. I mean, all babies pretty much look like Burgess Meredith. It's my theory.
Every baby I meet loves me because I just look like a giant baby. So
you meet a lot of babies?
I do. It's a part of my life we don't talk about. Matt, let's play that sound that we have from the late night.
I thought this was supposed to be a nighttime talk show, and all you give us is commercials on restaurants, and there's offbeat music. And I mean, do you realize what kind of people are listening now? They're not listening to this crap.
I'm an artist. Okay, you may not see this because I don't paint, I don't do songs, but this is an art form to me, and it's very important. And if there's not acceptance and people don't like what I do, I take it personally. Barbara, I have to go.
Well, I'm sorry.
That's all right. I'm glad you called, and we do want to know what you think and how you feel. And I'm sorry you had to. Sorry I had to hear that.
Ryan, how's that hit you?
I'm confused. So I must have missed the context, and this may be a digital problem with how I'm connecting, because some of it cut out there, so I didn't get to hear all of it.
It was funny. Just trust us. It was hilarious.
Just basically a lady calling in who's unhappy with what's going on KMOX, and this is stupid.
Oh, yeah.
No one's listening.
Happens all the time. Well, you used to get that when people are upset. There was a couple of go-tos. They would say, Mr. Highland is rolling in his grave right now.
Oh, yeah.
He was hearing that is a go-to where they try to poke you with that sort of thing. But what I found was if you got a reaction out of them, even if it was one where they didn't like it, they still called you the next day. They still liked you. They just found ways to aggravate you. And to me, it showed their engagement was I was doing my job properly, because for every one that was upset, there was 100 that loved it.
Not to say our job was any different, Ryan, but Dave and Amy and some of the other people, you're here during the day when there are things going on and you have people to interact with in the room. for Ryan and for me and for Jim White and for some of us late night people, we were in a room by ourselves for 4 or 5 hours talking to ourselves, which, if I'm not mistaken, is the definition of insanity. Really?
Absolutely.
So when people, and they don't ask me much anymore, but when anyone asks me, hey, how was the show? And I'll be honest, and I've had better shows, but there are those shows, we all know it, that it's like being a basketball player and every shot you take is a swish. Everything just goes right. John and Ryan, talk a little bit about that. We've talked about when things go wrong. When things go right in the overnight, you're taking phone calls and it's just popping and happening. What a magic feeling.
It's coming. I'm feeling it. Any day now,
You're gonna
I'm
feel
going to
that.
have that
You're going to get
moment.
that breakthrough.
Yeah.
I found, at least at night, if you can get a 50-50 night, meaning 50% loved you, 50 hated you, that was a poppin' night, because you don't want everyone calling in saying, oh, we love you and we agree with you. And that's fun, maybe to make you feel good, but it doesn't necessarily make for good radio. But if you can get one caller to say something, and then the next caller calls in and says, that person's a moron, and then the next person calls in and says, that person's a moron, that's a fun night. And I loved nights like that, because you're just in some ways sitting it out and you're trying to be impartial and fair, and you can hear it because they are colorful in a different way. Like they're describing things maybe you didn't think about, and it's bringing out things that other people don't like. I love nights like that.
Ryan, I know not only did you do so many hours overnight, but you're something of a historian too with KMOX, and you carrying on that legacy of late night radio. What stands out to you, whether it be a caller, a moment, a conversation from Jim White's time?
Oh, well, I think Jim White, when it comes to Jim White, there's a couple of things that I thought were kind of unique. He sometimes would play into stories that were a little bit taboo not necessarily taboo. I guess KMOX was away in that too. There was one couple of hours I listened to where people were calling in about a visit from Muhammad Ali, and people were calling in and saying some pretty racial things about him. And I thought, wow, this is pretty risque, and I don't know if they'd be able to do this during the day. But the way Jim White handled it was like, this is the raw emotion that people are feeling, and it's almost like you have to document this moment in time of St. Louis history. And though all those moments weren't necessarily saved on tape, I thought to myself, this is, if you really wanted to figure out the way the city was feeling, the raw emotions of people, you had to listen to Jim White's show, because that's where it came out.
Now, I know that we're talking about Overnight America and the different cast of characters. Did you have a lot of truckers that would call in? Because I would imagine you're driving those big rigs across the country. You could listen to KMOX for quite a while.
I wouldn't necessarily say truckers. I had more blind people than truckers call in. I was surprised by the amount of people that
blind
lost
truckers. How do you know?
Well, we would talk about it. They would call in, and somehow it would come out in the conversation.
I feel like those are two very different groups of people.
Yes. Your question in Braille, please. What?
Martha, you sound blind.
But they would call in about their experiences being blind, and people would call in and talk about getting hit by cars, because they're trying to cross the street and no one in St. Louis stops at a sign anymore. And they would talk about how they would be in their apartment and they've learned all these other skills in their life, and what it was like being in a world where radio was your only form of entertainment in a lot of different ways. It was interesting. I kind of like that.
It's a subspecialty for Ryan.
It was, yeah.
In a world
where you see nothing.
In a world.
There's always Ryan Recker.
One Jim White aside, while we're talking about this, and this more technical, I don't know if anybody even cares, but his cadence was a little slower, and the thoughts would come, not like afternoon, hey, we're going to check with Roger Brand, see what's going on, and it'd be going faster. What we had in the old place, and I don't know if they have it here or not, but if there's 7 or 10 seconds of silence, an alarm would go off inside of the studio to let everybody know, hey, we're off the air. Somebody go plug something in. Well, with Jim White, it happened 4 or 5 times a show because he would pause for such a very long time.
Do you think that was intentional?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
He
think
was
so.
mischievous.
Yeah.
Just for the blind people.
I can see how it would be something of a rush to wait for the alarms
Hold
to
people
sound.
in your hands,
Oh my
yeah.
gosh, did they go off the air? Well, I know he had a lot of, when he wasn't pausing, he had some good interactions with the callers.
I wanted to ask you, well, you were talking about putting your shoes on and that?
Yeah.
I put my socks on,
Yeah.
both of them,
Yeah.
and then I put my pants on,
Uh-huh.
then my shirt, then my shoes.
Okay, well, I hadn't really thought about the rest of it. Usually I put my socks on. No, I usually put my pants on, then I put my sock and a shoe, and a sock and a shoe, then a shirt.
Oh, yeah?
Now, would you put a left shoe on or a right shoe first?
Well, I'm left-handed, and so my left foot always goes first after I got to get my socks on. I go.
Yeah, well, but I'm right-handed, and I usually do my left shoe first.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'm kind of ambidextrous, you know.
And I'm the footerist.
Yeah, okay. I never heard that term before.
I just made it up.
Oh, well, it sounds like a winner to me.
Okay, well, pay attention now, because if you get these things out of sync, it can ruin your day.
Oh, yeah. Because I gotta get dressed just right before I go to work, you know.
Okay.
That's great.
That's so good.
That's great.
It's an art to make fun of somebody like that, which on one level he was, and that person would hang up and go, boy, that Jim's a great guy.
What a great guy.
Yeah.
I had the greatest conversation with Jim.
He gets it. He gets it. Yeah.
He understood my sock problem.
Yeah.
This time of year with Thanksgiving coming up, Jim would always tell a story and play a tape of this woman that would call in because it was, we all had the Butterball turkey line on every year. Of, hey, have you got any tips on what we do with the bird? Cook
Right.
with it? This is groundbreaking radio. So this woman calls up and tells him that she had read that a good stuffing for your turkey is popcorn. So she put popcorn in the bird and then put it in the oven. But these were kernels. This was not hot popcorn. And mid-bake, and I'm sure Fred or somebody has a tape of this because he played it every year, of the popcorn popping in the oven, and this woman thinks that the SWAT team is outside. It's pretty funny.
That's pretty great.
That was really funny.
That's pretty great. Brian, take a minute to talk about the companionship and how it's different. Like what I do in the afternoon, like John just talked about, it's a different kind of companionship. It's almost a distracting companionship from traffic and such and how their day went. And at night, it seems, not that being alone at night is necessarily you're alone or a loser or something, but people are in a different mindset. Talk about the companionship to people in the middle of the night.
Yeah, I found that you really made different types of connections with the listeners at night. So you're right, the fast pace of we have to take a break for traffic and weather, and we'll do a sports update, and you don't really have to do those things. The nice thing about the real connection is that when people call in, you could really take a detour anywhere you want. So if you're doing a topic and you think, okay, this is what I planned out for this half hour, and all of a sudden someone calls in and they say, well, I stuffed my turkey with popcorn kernels and it blew up my oven, then you better believe we're talking for the next hour about that, because people are going to call in and talk about how things like that would happen to them around Thanksgiving. That was something I thought was pretty unique in the late night, that you didn't feel you were constrained to hit the biggest topics of the day, meaning whatever the big news story was. You were able to do whatever you thought was interesting at the time, and people really resonated with that, because whatever was interesting in their lives at that very moment, they felt compelled to share it with you. And if it was really entertaining, then it would take off and you'd be able to continue on with it. Sometimes you would get repeat listeners that would call in and give you updates on things. You always wondered about some of them. Oh, we haven't heard from so-and-so in a long time. And you bring up their name and all of a sudden they call in. It felt more intimate at night. And the topics were different. The feeling was different. The connections were different. It really is a unique time.
And the calls were longer. Like during the day, we're pretty quick. We're pretty snappy, but you could hang on the line with someone for a while.
If someone wants to describe how they put their socks on,
or
you
don't
can really
jump.
let them hang into it.
Think about your family. Don't jump. Hey, Ryan, I talked to Jim about this quite a bit, and this is a late night thing where when you were just leaning on phone calls and getting people to call to talk about something, even though you think, oh, I know they're going to want to get into this. I just come back from China adopting my daughter, got caught when there was a rebellion and they hated Americans. And it was a huge deal. So when I got back, I didn't even do any show prep. I thought, obviously, everybody wants to talk about this. Get in there, get on the air, nothing.
Oh,
but you throw something out there like, you know what? I was making Jell-O, and the box doesn't have, or it has an expiration date. Why would it expire? It's like sand. It's like powder. 4 days of phone calls. I went and checked my junk. Cheez-Its have an expiration date of 5 years. I said, you never know. You never know what they're going to talk about.
Just this past week, I threw it to Andrew on my show. He had something called Doo-Doo Bandit, and it turns out that someone's letting their dog poop in his yard, and 90 minutes later, we're still talking about it, and I'm just looking at my phone, waiting for Steve Moore's text, move on. It finally came. I'm like, oh, let's talk about the Cardinals. But you're so right. Like, what you think is interesting, sometimes you're educated by the audience.
You are not driving.
Yeah. Ryan Recker, it's great to talk to you, man. Continued success. Thanks for joining us today on KMOX Day.
Well, thank you for including me on this historic day on a historic station.
And John, as I said back in 2002 at the Air Awards, you are not just a legend and every bit as good as your dad, but you're such a good guy and you've been a good friend to me. So great to see you. Thank you.
So we're over the wine thing.
We're over the wine thing. We're good.
I've been sober 3 years, so you're safe now.
There you go.
At least with that.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you for having me. I'm glad to be a part of this.
You're very welcome. Okay, going to take a quick break. Amy and I will be right back. We'll continue talking about some late night legends with Fred Bottomer and Frank Abshire. You're listening to the 100th anniversary on KMOX.
Attention veterans and active military. Overhead Door Company of St. Louis is doubling their usual veterans discount on all products and services in November. That means veterans and active military get 10% off all month at Overhead Door Company of St. Louis, 10% off all doors, openers, and any service or repair. Details on their website. Schedule your annual garage door tune-up before winter really sets in. Just call 314-781-5200 or schedule online at overheaddoorsstlouis.com.
I hear from sellers all the time that they fear they have missed out on the selling market. They are so relieved to learn September, October, and November are strong selling months. With low inventory and hopefully lower interest rates, this fall will be a hot one for real estate. I'm Christina Straight, owner of Straight Realty. You may have heard me say, why pay more than 4 for years? Now it's why pay more than 2, saving you even more money. Call me 314-441-4444. And remember, why pay more than 2?
Straight Realty is a licensed broker in the state of Missouri, Kansas, and Nevada.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Winter Wonderland, presented by St. Louis County Parks and Recreation at Tillis Park, is open Wednesday, November 26th through January 3rd. Enjoy more than 1 million dazzling lights with holiday characters and festive scenes. Whether you're carrying on a family tradition or starting a new one, you'll never see anything like Winter Wonderland at Tillis Park. Happy holidays from Kirkwood Fence, Tully Tire, Washington U Orthopedics, Restoration One, and Happy Roof. Get more info at KMOX.com.
Celebrating 100 years of informing and entertaining St. Louis.
This broadcast of Holiday Pops from Powell Symphony Hall in St. Louis, Missouri. Originating station for this program is KMOX Radio, celebrating its 50th year of service to St. Louis on Christmas Eve.
It's KMOX Day, presented by Purina. Your pet, our passion.
Welcome back, guys. You are listening to 1120 Day on KMOX, the 100th anniversary of KMOX Radio. My co-host is Amy Markscores from the Chris and Amy Show. We're making John Carney stay later because we're going to talk about a mystery that has plagued KMOX for as long as I've been here. Frank Abshire, the memory of St. Louis Radio, is here with us as well. Fred Bottomer has been at KMOX since 1982 and has produced everyone. And Fred walks around here every day with a giant stack of manila folders, which I've always thought had a little note in one that said, "Don't kill him today." And But we now have an answer.
One of them is the Epstein files.
There's classified docs in there.
Fred Bonner has the Epstein files.
Spill it, Fred.
So one of the many people I produced for over the decades here was John Carney. And so I would book his late night show. And, when you get guests on late at night, they don't always remember that they're going to be on. And communication was a lot different then. You couldn't just text someone and remind them. You have to call them, and email them, but a lot of good that does when they're not showing up. So I would have these folders for like the past month shows, all the shows with all the contacts, and I would keep them with me when I went home from work on the occasion that a guest wouldn't show up at night. So then when John would call me and say, hey, where's so-and-so? I would have all the contact information with me because obviously I didn't have a cell phone then or anything like that.
How do you not have a drinking problem?
I don't know. But so that was the reason every night I took home like the past month's files just in case I needed them. And I still do it today. And it's the only way my brain works is on manila folders. I can tell what's booked, what's coming up. I still have some folders with me right now today.
We need to note that both of these men are members of the St. Louis Radio Hall of Fame.
Oh.
Thank you.
Very cool.
Yeah, that was very nice.
That's very cool.
The dinner was good, too.
It's a great honor. I appreciate it very much.
I'm looking around. Mike Bush is going in. Jay Randolph is going in. I'm like, obviously there's some mistake or they're going alphabetical. But it was quite an honor. And,
I went in with Joe Buck, so that was quite an honor. Yeah, so that was a great time. So thank you for that.
Fred, let's talk about our next pioneer.
Okay, so one of the many ingredients that helped make KMOX a legendary radio station over the past century is its 50,000 clear channel red hot watts of power. At night, KMOX can be heard in more than 44 states. And for 31 of those 100 years, one deep, sophisticated voice dominated the overnight hours.
Thank you.
One other voice. Our next KMOX pioneer was known as the man who walked and talked at midnight and stayed with us on the air till the night had separated from the day.
KMOX, celebrating 100 years. Presented by Purina. Your pet, our passion. Now, a KMOX pioneer.
With his deep, resonant voice and flawless delivery, John McCormick became the sound that millions heard as the day came to a close. Affectionately known as the man who walks and talks at midnight, McCormick brought you a calm, dignified presence to KMOX's late night hours. A throwback to the golden age of radio announcers.
Good morning, everyone. John McCormick speaking, the man who walks and talks at midnight. From our little part of the world, the city of St. Louis, here comes 50,000 clear channel red hot watts of the wide horizon late night signal of radio.
Listeners across the country tuned in to hear that unmistakable voice, a steady, comforting companion whose elegance and precision helped shape KMOX's nighttime identity for generations. John McCormick, a KMOX pioneer.
So let me tell you a little backstory on John McCormick, because I produced for him when I would work the overnights, or if I would have to stay late until morning drive started and work in the newsroom. I would have to make sure that he had everything he needed. And while we mentioned that he has this strong, elegant voice, he was also eccentric. And I guess that happens when you work overnights. So he would come in every night and darken his small studio, turn out all the lights. And he brought in this like gooseneck lamp.
Candelabra, right? Didn't he have a candelabra?
When I was there, it was a gooseneck lamp. And he would plug it in, and it would be the only light in the room.
Wow.
And he would have this cloth that he would bring with him. And he would lay it out in front of him. And he had all sorts of clippings because we didn't have computer and wire story. Well, we had wire stories, physical wire stories then. And he would have stories, and he would set them in different places on the cloth so he could pick them up and talk about them at all times. And so he always had a plan. He always would want a cup of coffee and a cup of water. And I know one of his other producers, Renee Sevier, always said that he didn't, since he worked overnights, he didn't want to get too shaky and jittery. So he didn't want to drink just straight coffee all the time. So he would split it, coffee and water. He also, one of the best parts of his show was when he would read the world temperatures late at night. And it wasn't just the forecast of the temperatures. It was at the Great Wall of China. it's 42 degrees.
On
Big
Newark
Bend.
on 42nd Street in the heart of blah, 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 blah.
That's right. Or from, different towers. It's just, and he would always give this classy, forecast or temperature readings. Well, one night when I was working overnight, the wire services went down and there were no temperatures. So, I was new. I was probably 24, something like that, 22. I was kind of panicking. So I found the night before temperatures, and I just raised every temperature or lowered it a degree and gave it to them. I figured, people aren't going to know. And I'm hoping there's no. So it's like one of the fact errors that I made in my career was I made up the world temperatures for that one day because I was afraid that he'd turn out my light completely if I didn't have the temperatures, right when he needed them. So it was just a great experience. He was a classic old-time radio guy.
Yeah.
I worked with other overnight hosts. I mean, we had Ryan Rucker on, but there was John Grayson, there was Diana Prophet, all sorts of people like that. I even trained George Norrie, who went on to do the show that Ryan is now filling in on syndicated. His first radio job after he left Channel 5, when he was, I think, news director there, was to come to KMOX and learn how to do talk radio.
Yeah.
And so he was learning to do the overnight. So I had to show him what happens overnight for overnight talk radio to teach him how to do that.
You're like the Kevin Bacon of radio. The 6 degrees of
Zelig.
Fred Bottomer.
Yeah.
Yes,
Zelig Bottomer.
Files on everybody.
Is it me? I
That's
have
right.
I have a vision of McCormick being in the studio, but wearing like an ascot. He looked like Errol Flynn.
Oh, he did.
Had the
Really?
wonderful camel hair coat in the wintertime and the
Wow.
ascot. And
Like Dave.
Like me. I'm the modern day John McCormick.
John would walk
Where do you
into
keep
the
your ascot?
newsroom about 15 minutes before his show. He would walk in off the street, the silver hair slicked back across his ears and he would say, "Hello, boys, the man is here."
That's
And
was
he had
John.
great,
Man.
he had great cologne too. I don't know what it was, but it was strong.
Wow.
Do you know that he rode a Harley? He had a Harley?
Did you know that he was a fighter pilot?
Yes.
In World War II, he was a bomber pilot.
Yes.
It's 62 at the Great Wall right now.
Or 61. It kind of depends.
Working with
That's
Mac
right.
was an absolute adventure because he was history. There was no question about it.
He worked in Chicago at WBBM, WGN. He went out to Los Angeles. He worked in New Orleans. And he went around, but then he came to St. Louis.
At this time of history, there were other shows like this. American Airlines sponsored overnight music shows in Detroit, in New York, and so forth. There was none like the local show of John McCormick.
I'm so glad we're doing this because I don't know about you, Aim. I didn't know a lot about John.
I know. I'm learning a lot about him, and he could talk about anything.
Oh, yeah.
With all of those life experiences, I bet every conversation felt personal.
When RFK was shot and killed, the first hour of the KMOX coverage, and I wasn't there for that, but because that was in the 60s, was him telling his stories of his memories of the Kennedy family before we went to the national coverage.
Wow.
And so he just talked and talked and talked. And people that were awake listened and listened and listened. That was the beauty of radio.
That's fantastic. We want to remind you guys that people can go to KMOX.com and you can get audio and biography for each of the pioneers. We have many more pioneers coming up. When we return, I will be with Charlie Brennan. We'll be talking to Bob Costas. We're hoping that John Goodman calls in. We'll be talking about St. Louis sports and more about Mr. Highland and just the impact that KMOX has had on St. Louis. You are listening to 100 years of KMOX and it's 1120 day. Amy, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure.
Oh, it's been so much fun. I'll be back in a bit because I have to chat with Charlie Brennan.
Excellent. John, thank you again, my friend.
Thanks for having me. This was fun.
Excellent.
You're
Frank,
really
you're
going to
stick
vote me
around,
off
right?
the island this time.
Yeah, you're really going this time.
I'm getting my coat.
Quick break, right back. It's 100 years on KMOX.
You could think you found your dream home online. The kitchen island looks perfect for your inner chef. The backyard, a paradise for your green thumb. And that extra room, hello walk-in closet. But here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. And this sound, yeah, you're going to be hearing a lot of that. Don't let your dream home turn into a nightmare. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
What's up, Missouri? Tony Gonzalez here. I've spent a lot of Sundays right here playing in front of the best fans in football. And now it's almost your turn to get in the game because DraftKings Sportsbook is coming to the Show Me State on December 1st. Soon you'll get fast payouts when you win, a safe and secure app that's easy to use, and promos that keep the action going all season long. It's America's top-rated sportsbook app. New customers can sign up right now and score $300 in bonus bets on launch day, December 1st.
Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code KMOX. New Missouri customers, sign up today and score $300 in bonus bets once we're live. That's code KMOX. In partnership with DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Physically present in Missouri. Eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at DraftKings.com/sportsbook. Subject to regulatory licensing requirements. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable and expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos.
Attention all dog owners. If you have ever listened to the radio or TV for any length of time, you've probably heard of America's #1 dog supplement, Rough Greens. Greetings, naturopathy Dr. Dennis Black, Amazon best-selling author and founder of Rough Greens here. And if your dog suffers from bad breath, itchy skin, licking paws, joint pain, or low energy, the truth is their food is probably to blame. You see, all commercial dog food is dead food. That's why I created Rough Greens. One daily scoop gives your pup the live vitamins, omega oils, probiotics, and enzymes that will bring their food back to life. Don't believe me? Let your dog try it before you buy it. I'll send you a free Jumpstart trial bag, risk-free. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Use discount code NEWS. Don't wait. Give your dog the gift of vibrant health. Order now. It'll be at your house in a few days. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Discount code NEWS for your free Jumpstart trial bag today. Rough Green. We make any dog food better.
Celebrating 100 years of informing and entertaining. KMOX AM St. Louis. KMOX FM Hazelwood. The voice of St. Louis.
The voice of Mid-America. This is News Talk 1120. KMOX St. Louis.
11 o'clock here at KMOX. This is Thursday, November 20th, KMOX Day. I'm Megan Lynch, and in the news, day 2 of the trial to remove Sheriff Alfred Montgomery from office continues with testimony from Commissioner of the jail.
Testimony resumed on day 2 with Commissioner of the City Justice Center, Doug Burris. And the timeline is important here because he did his report on the City Justice Center before Alfred Montgomery was sworn in as the Sheriff of St. Louis City and took over the City Justice Center for a brief period of time after that swearing in. Now, he says during his fall of 2024 report, the City Justice Center did not have any issues with medical transport for detainees because Sheriff Vernon Betts was handling it. But that changed in 2025 when Alfred Montgomery took over, with multiple instances over the course of months where the transport of detainees was refused by the Sheriff's Department, either because they didn't have the manpower, just outright said no, or sometimes didn't even answer the multiple phone calls from the City Justice Center. Testimony continues with deputies who were there when Tammy Ross was detained, giving their perspective on what they saw and heard. In the Civil Courts Building, Sean Malone, KMOX News.
With former President Bush and former Vice Presidents Pence, Harris, Gore, and Quayle in attendance, the funeral service for former Vice President Dick Cheney underway this hour at Washington National Cathedral. Hurricane Melissa set a record last month. One of the weather instruments, a NOAA Hurricane Hunter airplane dropped into the storm last month, recorded a wind gust of 252 miles an hour. That broke a record of 248 miles an hour set by Typhoon Maggie over the western Pacific Ocean in 2010. If you were in Overland today wondering why there was a big crowd.
We are distributing Thanksgiving meals, turkey, and all the sides to 1,200 families in the parking lot at Operation Food Search.
Kristen Wild, president and CEO of Operation Food Search, says this year they have upped the number of turkey dinners they're giving out to 1,200 because there's so much need in the community.
We purchase the turkeys at cost from Schnucks, but all of the other food is donated by Schnucks.
The pickup
is a semi-regular on The Carney Show.
Jack Carney, he introduced me to the St. Louis audience beyond the basketball games that I was calling.
His 7 years at KMOX set the stage for a legendary national career. From hosting 12 Olympic Games to winning 29 Emmy Awards, Bob Costas has become one of the defining voices of American broadcasting, always proudly connected to the city where it all began. Bob Costas, a KMOX pioneer.
Joining us now, Hall of Famer and KMOX pioneer, Bob Costas. Bob, thanks for joining us. It's great to be with you.
Dave, thank you very much. I'm proud to be connected in any way
to KMOX, and the city of St. Louis and KMOX are a big part of my life and a big part of having shaped it. But I don't know that I'm a pioneer, because by the time I got there in 1974, not only was KMOX the voice of St. Louis, William S. Paley, who ran CBS overall, had long since dubbed it the crown jewel when it came to all the properties that were connected to CBS. Back then, networks were allowed to own, I think, a half dozen different stations. KMOX was one of them, and the others were in Chicago, New York, Philadelphia, LA, whatever. So numerically, St. Louis was the smallest market, but it was consistently the most successful station in the ratings and in profits and everything else. So it was recognized that KMOX was a mecca of broadcasting, not just in terms of the listenership, but the listenership was a result of the quality and already the legacy of what that station was. And when I slipped into it, well, I thought, well, this is the pinnacle, to be there, to be in the same station where Joe Garagiola and Harry Caray had worked. And then when Jack Buck and Dan Kelly calling the Blues games, and later I found out this was a roster. You know, Bob Hardy was the Walter Cronkite of St. Louis, and Jack Carney was a radio genius. He understood and mastered that theater of the mind. And then you got into the evening after the ball games, and Jim White would come on, and because of the signal, he'd get calls from Canada and from Montana, and there was that kind of connection. And then John McCormick, who literally was connected almost to the beginnings of radio. His career had begun in the 1930s, and he put on a broadcast that just felt perfectly suited to 2 o'clock in the morning. KMOX was a world unto itself, with a cast of characters that the audience understood. That can never be replicated. I heard the Jack Buck speech from more than 30 years ago when he went into the National Radio Hall of Fame. Neither Jack nor any of us could have anticipated the drastic changes in the media landscape. So maybe radio doesn't quite have the primacy that it once did, but at one time, what Jack said was true, and no station anywhere personified it the way KMOX did.
You know, the problem with this, Dave, is that this guy, Bob, is doing this, off the top of his head.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I would like to think he's reading it off a card.
Me too. Yeah,
Wouldn't you?
exactly.
Wouldn't it make you feel better about yourself?
How does he do it? Bob, it's great to have you on here. You know, you are right.
Thank you, Charlie.
Good morning, sir. I was reading, because someone gave me a copy of William S. Paley's autobiography this past summer. And, of course, I go to the back to see if he mentions KMOX. And he said in his memoir that in the 1950s, on his 7 a.m. radio stations, he put talk radio on all of them, but it only succeeded in St. Louis at KMOX.
Yeah, no question about it. You know, there'd be people, they'd listen to the ball game at night, then they got up to go to work or school or whatever it was, KMOX was on, they're listening to Bob Hardy and Rex Davis and later Ann Keefe and yourself and a generation or so later and all the other people involved. Rex Davis, I think I just mentioned him. Jack Carney there was never anybody like Jack Carney anywhere. He created an entire world populated by characters of his own creation. Some of them were real, and others were people that he made up or circumstances that he made up. People would tell these stories. You heard it all the time, and you probably heard it too, Charlie, and maybe you have, Dave. You know, a workday, let's say, starts at 9 o'clock, and Jack would come on the air after the network news, like at 9:05 or 9:06, and he always began his show with some sort of joke or extended yarn. And people would sit in the parking lot with the radio on before walking into the office just to hear how Jack's opening story concluded, and nobody got mad at them because probably if they'd gotten there early, they were already listening to it themselves in the office.
Well, you know, he was also a great interviewer, and I once heard Arsenio Hall say that he was a late-night talk show host for a while, that he got his tips by watching you. Did you pick up any of your expert interviewing craft? And boy, was your show on later a great one from Jack Carney.
Maybe a little bit. You know, I've always said this, Charlie, you shouldn't imitate anyone. That's a road to just being a pale imitation of the master. But those you admire, you can be influenced by them. And I think almost by osmosis, I was influenced by everybody at KMOX, and then later the people that I had watched and admired on television. So I guess I'm probably a combination of a lot of different influences.
Bob, the legend around here is that you were just this young Skippy the Punk walking around, and you're walking down the hallway, and Mr. Carney sort of, pointed to you and said something to you and started bringing you into his show and his bits in the parade. Talk a little bit about your early relationship with Jack.
Well, I'm not sure how many people were listening to an ABA basketball team, even on the Sports Voice of St. Louis, a team that lasted only 2 years before the league folded. So that was a limited audience. But when I was there, as you said, Dave, one day he just beckoned me in, and I sat down, and he started asking me questions that I guess were designed, at least at the beginning, to sort of introduce me to the audience, because Jack's audience was very large and very appreciative. And then I guess I said a few things that were funny, and Jack and I connected. We had a chemistry, and we had a genuine friendship. And he introduced me to a lot of people around town that ultimately I would need to know. So he was extremely kind and extremely helpful. And then he folded me and Miss Blue and sometimes Bob Hardy or Bob Starr into those radio soap opera things that he did that were ridiculous, but in their own absurd way, they were hysterically funny. So I think he was very, very important to my career because he showed a different side of me to the audience than just calling ball games. And oddly enough, the same thing happened when I got to NBC with David Letterman, because I looked.
May have lost Bob there.
I thought it was my headset. So,
you thought Alzheimer's finally hit.
Oh, no, it finally hit. So either we lost connection or our Odyssey editors are censoring his comments.
It could be.
It could be. He might have gone blue on us.
Yeah. We'll get him back. We got him, Frank? All right, Bob, go right ahead. You popped off there for a second.
We had to censor some of your blue humor.
Yeah, right. Well, I have to remember I'm not at the Chuckle Hut at 2 o'clock in the morning in Dayton, Ohio. So where was I? Where was I before I disappeared into the ether?
You were talking about Mr. Carney and your relationship, and you were just talking about how when you went to NBC and Mr. Letterman picked you up.
Yeah. Well, you didn't miss anything. So I'm there. I'm there, and I'm a bit self-conscious about being quite young, but also looking even younger than that. So I think I have to be pretty straight-laced and authoritative and serious, more or less, which was not my full personality. And then it just turned out that one night, because no one else in the sports department was available, I wound up calling elevator races on the David Letterman show. And David and I became friends, and I became a frequent guest on his show. But at that point, he had no idea who I was. In fact, he introduced me as Bob Costa. But I knew what he wanted, this fake reverent thing for some absurd prank. And so I did it, and I got laughs. And then he invited me to come sit down before the show was over, and he complimented me. And after that, Don Ohlmeyer, who ran NBC Sports, said to me, if you never change, you'll be good. But you can be better than good if you let the personality that we see when we're with you in a social situation or that you showed on David Letterman, if you show that personality, then you can be better than good. And it's almost really just a television replay of what happened with me with Jack Carney.
Bob, earlier you mentioned you were questioning whether you should be considered a KMOX pioneer. But weren't you a pioneer when it came to arriving at some sports broadcasts late?
Well, that's not something. I hope I wasn't a pioneer, because that implies that others would follow suit, and I would not advise them to do so. I could show up. There was a midnight sportscast during Jim White's tenure, and very often I'd be at the Cardinal game or I'd be out to dinner. I'm a young guy, and I would show up maybe at 5 minutes to midnight, and I'd just scoop up the scores. Someone else would have and I was able to ad-lib all of it because I followed everything that happened. So there was never anything untoward that occurred.
But what about the basketball game with Bill Wilkerson?
Yeah, that's right. That's where, the first part of that, I was in control of the circumstances. I knew I only needed 10 minutes to prepare to rattle off the scores and then banter with Jim White. But I didn't have much money. I was working for $11,000 a year, and I showed up with probably $11 in my pocket to begin with. And I didn't understand the idea of an expense account. So we're about to embark on a road trip, the Spirits, that begins at Memphis and I think goes from there maybe to Louisville and then to Indianapolis and then back. So I need some cash. At least I think I need some cash. And it's a Friday. So I'm going paycheck to paycheck. So I got to go to the office, to the accounting office, get the check, go across the street to Boatman's Bank, cash the check, and then take my 1974 Ford Pinto, which I bought for $3,000 from Dave Sinclair Ford, drive that to the airport, get on the commercial flight because teams didn't travel by charter then, and then fly to Memphis with the team. Unfortunately, it's like noon. And so the accounting office is closed for lunch. So I wait around for an hour. I get the check. I go across to Boatman's. I hop in the car, and there's a traffic jam along Lindbergh, and it's starting to rain or whatever it is. I miss the flight. There's another flight that's going to get me there on time, but I don't take into account because I'm not experienced enough. That could be delayed for whatever reason. And it was. And so I am frantically, the plane has landed. I hop a cab. I'm on my way to the Mid-South Coliseum in Memphis when the game begins. And Wilkerson is on the air filling and informing people we're having technical difficulties on the broadcast. And as soon as these difficulties are ironed out, we'll have the broadcast. And I arrive, bags in hand, heart pounding, certain I'm going to be sent back to Syracuse the next morning, out of breath. I sit down behind the mic, and we're already 4 or 5 minutes into the first quarter. Wilkerson informs the people that the technical difficulties have been ironed out. I call the rest of the – yeah. Oh, yeah. And afterwards, I asked him, how could you possibly have said, I suppose with a straight face, we were having technical difficulties? He said, well, because technically it was true, because technically you're an idiot. That's the exact thing he said to me. So now, I know you've heard this before, Charlie. Now we're gathered in the hotel after the game because they're not going to fly out till the next morning. And a bunch of the players are there, and I was very friendly with them because we're all contemporaries. We're all young guys. And so I tell my tale of woe, and Marvin Barnes drapes an arm over my shoulder, and he says, bro, don't worry. I'm gonna quote this exactly as is. We're in the 21st century, no bleeps. He goes, bro, listen, if they fire your sorry ass, I've been looking for a little white dude to drive my Rolls Royce, so I got your back.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic. All right, guys, you're listening to 1120 Day, the 100th anniversary of KMOX, which is coming up on Christmas Eve. It started in 1925. Charlie Brennan is with me. I'm Dave Glover for the Dave Glover Show. We're talking to Bob Costas. Going to take a quick break, come back with more with Bob, and maybe a couple of surprises along the way. We'll talk about the relationship between KMOX and the Cardinals, play-by-play. You're listening to the 100th anniversary of KMOX. Quick break, right back.
For 100 years, KMOX has delivered the stories that bring St. Louis together. And for more than a century, Purina has been helping the pets of St. Louis live their best lives. So as KMOX celebrates a century of service, Purina is proud to stand alongside a true St. Louis institution. Because no matter what the decade, one thing never changes: the love we have for our city and our pets. Purina, your pet, our passion. Learn more at Purina.com.
Hey, just check the mail. We've been invited to a seminar and dinner is free.
It's gonna be chicken, and it'll taste like Play-Doh.
Don't be fooled. All seminars are not the same. For example, Steve All, an investment advisor representative and founder of the All Financial Group, is hosting a taxes and retirement seminar at his office in Chesterfield on December 10th. Come meet Steve's newest advisor, Tracy Richardson, as she discusses the big beautiful bill, taxes on your Social Security, and more. Tracy will not only cover the hurdles you can face in retirement, but ways to keep more money in your pocket and less in Uncle Sam's. This is a complimentary event, but seating is limited, so reserve your seat today. Call 636-230-8824 or online at yourmoneymattersstl.com.
You know, hon, I've always been interested in us buying a timeshare.
I'd rather eat Play-Doh.
Investment advisory products and services made available through Impact Partnership Wealth, LLC, IPW, or registered investment advisor. Neither the firm nor its agents or representatives may give tax or legal advice. Individuals should consult with a qualified professional for guidance before making any purchasing decisions.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your online traffic. So this Black Friday, get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months.
This is Carol Daniel. I'm so proud to be part of KMOX's 100 years of broadcasting excellence. Congratulations.
Welcome back, guys. You're listening to 100 Years of KMOX. We've had a bunch of pioneers on it, a bunch of OGs, and we'll continue to do that. I'm here with OG Charlie Brennan and pioneer and legend Bob Costas. We're expecting a call from another St. Louis legend from Hollywood, and if he calls in, we'll put him right on. So, Bob, earlier today, I had the pleasure of meeting Molly Highland, who assured me that her father is not spitting in his grave because of my show. That was wonderful. Talk to me a little bit about Mr. Highland. I mean, my gosh, less than a god, more than a man. I mean, what was your relationship like with him?
He was so kind to me. You know, we were talking about just before the break what happened when I missed the plane to Memphis. He could very well have fired me. And he called me in. I had to divert from Memphis to St. Louis before catching up with the team on the rest of the road trip. And he called me in. It was a Saturday morning, but he was at his desk on Saturdays. It was legendary. He would come into work at like 3 o'clock in the morning, stay until 6, Monday through Friday. And then on Saturday, he'd still come in at 3 in the morning, and he'd leave at noon. That was his idea of a weekend vacation. And he'd take Sunday off. So I meet with him on Saturday morning, and don't ever let this happen again, and even more stern words than that. But we know you have a future here, and let this be a lesson to you, in effect, young man. And he sent me on my way. He was just so supportive and kind to me always. But anyone will tell you this. It's not just my perspective. He was an incredibly impressive figure. Silvery, wavy, silvery hair, handsome, 6'1" or 2" or whatever he was. He looked like, if it had been the 1940s, he looked like Central Casting had sent in a judge or a senator, and he had that kind of bearing about him. So he was imposing, but he had a soft heart. Beneath it all, he had a soft heart, and he was completely devoted to St. Louis. And so many worthwhile initiatives for the community, for charities and whatever else, had KMOX as part of it, because he was one of the most influential people in all of St. Louis. If he got behind a project or an idea, it usually got done.
And he sat on a board with other corporate chieftains who were the heads of Fortune 500 companies, Monsanto and Ralston and Anheuser-Busch. It was called Civic Progress. And there they had a radio station general manager on it. But it was because he had so much power in this town, and he was very involved. And you're right, he had a nice heart. One time I was heading to Boston for a funeral, and he said to Peggy Cohill, wait, he's taking a vacation? Well, he's going to a funeral. And then all of a sudden he goes, oh, that's fine, that's fine. And on another occasion, I read this in Bill White's book, Bob. Bill White, of course, first baseman for the team. He lived in Rock Hill and wanted to move to Des Peres, but the codicils or whatever of the new city of Des Peres wouldn't let blacks move there. So Highland, Bing Devine, Al Fleischman of Fleischman Hillard, and Jack Buck worked together to get him into Des Peres, and then Highland bought him. He landscaped his yard as a housewarming gift.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'd never heard that story. My heart is warmed by it, but I'm not surprised by it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. By the way, that book Uppity by Bill White's a good one.
Very good.
And there's another. I'll tell you about another guy I know. There's a guy who worked for Fleisch by the name of Joe Finnegan. And yes. Finnegan wrote his memoir before he died just a couple of years ago. And he said he once had a guy named Bob Costas do some PSAs for him, just record a couple of lines for a charity, public service announcements. And he gives Bob a check for $5,000. And Bob says, no, thank you. Give it to the charity.
Very nice.
You know what? You know what the inspiration for that is, really? It's KMOX itself. It's Jack Buck. Jack Buck used his prominence and popularity in St. Louis to do so much good for so many people. And I think that all of us, especially in sports, connected to KMOX, none of us could match what Jack did, but we all tried to follow his example.
Guys, if you're just tuning in, you're listening to 1120 Day, KMOX Day, a 100-year anniversary coming up on Christmas Eve of KMOX Radio. I'm Dave Glover, The Dave Glover Show. My co-host here is the great Charlie Brennan. We have pioneer and legend Bob Costas with us. And now we bring on the pride of St. Louis, John Goodman. John, thank you so much for calling in.
Wow. Oh, it's my pleasure. I just want to wish KMOX a happy 100th. It was a huge part of my life growing up there.
John, say hello to Bob Costas.
Hi, Bob.
Oh, we're having trouble. Bob, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear John? We have John
Hi,
Goodman
Bob.
on.
Hey, John, how are you?
I'm fine. I'm speaking over this device.
You mean Alexander Graham Bell's telephone? What sort of device are we talking about?
Help me, Watson. You idiot.
John, talk to us a little bit about growing up in St. Louis and what KMOX meant to the Cardinals.
Oh, the Cardinals were omnipresent, and it was one of those things you grew up with, you took for granted, and you thought would never leave. It was just the best broadcasting experience, and you were there in the park with Harry and Jack. They brought the old ballpark to the world, or to St. Louis, to me. One of the things I remember growing up was that on Sunday evenings they used to have the Lone Ranger, the Green Hornet, and the Shadow on. And I really got into that when I was a kid. I didn't want to miss it. I never missed it. But the other announcers, they're Rex Davis, John McCormick, the man who walked and talked at midnight. He give you an account of the temperatures in the world capitals. It's a frosty 30 degrees below zero in Moscow's Red Square. 38 degrees in London at the sound of Big Ben. Stuff like that. I mean, it brought the world to me as a kid.
Guys, let's talk a little bit about Cardinals baseball. So I've told the story many times that my dad was a World War II guy, went to the South Pacific, 17 years old, hard hat Joe, tough man. Didn't have a lot in common, had trouble communicating when I was a teenager. I was a creative and a musician, made no sense to him. But one thing we had Cardinals baseball. We could stand outside while my dad was barbecuing and listen to Mr. Buck and Mr. Shannon, and we could have conversations. Bob, talk a bit, and it's just so enormous, and we only have so much time, but talk a bit about the relationship between KMOX, the Cardinals, and St. Louis.
Well, of course, you got the 50,000 watts of KMOX itself, and because prior to baseball expansion, St. Louis was the southernmost and westernmost team in the major league. So they're a regional franchise. On weekends, people used to talk about this. You'd see cars in the parking lot with Arkansas license plates and Kansas and Nebraska and Oklahoma. That's what the Cardinals were. And it's not incidental. It's one thing to have that reach. But they had three of the greatest announcers ever at virtually the same time, overlapping. Harry Caray, Joe Garagiola, who went on to great national fame, and of course Jack Buck. At one time, Milo Hamilton was in the Broadcasters Wing of the Hall of Fame, was calling their games. And Mike Shannon, of course, for half a century became legendary in and of himself, and I'm leaving out some very capable people. So it wasn't just that they had the reach. They had the people who knew what to do with it.
Yeah, and four of those are in the Baseball Hall of Fame, correct? You and the three others you mentioned.
Yeah, well, I wasn't really part of the Cardinals, just occasionally on the radio. But, for other things that I did at NBC, yes,
You're our
true.
adopted son, of course, but...
I accept the adoption papers without signing them.
You know, I don't want to go too geeky and weird on you guys, more than I ordinarily do, but John Goodman in the movie Monuments Men with George Clooney, he played Walker Hancock, the sculptor. And if you look out the window here in the plush but not overly ostentatious Studio B here in downtown St. Louis, you'll see the Soldiers Memorial with statues that were crafted by Walker Hancock.
That's
geeky. It was the oddest. It was the oddest thing when George offered me that role, and I did the research, and we used to go by there once every couple of weeks when he'd take the Cherokee bus downtown.
Dang.
And that just driving by there always left an impression. But to be able to play that man, that was pretty weird.
Can I jump in here just with a quick story about when John jumped onto the program unexpectedly? We were interviewing Gene Siskel. Do you remember this, John?
I don't.
Okay.
There's probably a reason for that.
The great late critic Gene Siskel was on the program, and he was talking about how he had purchased the white suit worn by John Travolta in the movie Saturday Night Fever. And John Goodman walks into the studio. Siskel's on the phone. He doesn't know that Goodman walks in the studio. And I say, hey, Gene, don't you think that instead of casting John Travolta as Tony Manero, they should have put John Goodman in the role? And he said, no, for one thing, John wouldn't have fit into the suit. At which point, I say, John Goodman, Gene Siskel, John Goodman. And Gene says, John Goodman is a great actor.
That's great.
Oh, wow.
I still have that on tape.
That's great.
Oh, my God.
Guys, if you're just tuning in, Dave Glover here and Charlie Brennan. We're talking to Bob Costas and John Goodman. Bob and John, let's talk a little bit about just St. Louis. As you know, we've taken some hits, everything from crime and bad reputation and tornadoes. If you will, John, just talk a bit about just how special St. Louis is and why you continue, and Bob as well, to be such a great ambassador.
I didn't know it until I left. To tell you the truth, I left and I'd get very homesick, but then I realized why I was so homesick, because the place was so special to me. It had everything you'd ever want, and it was all there for me, and I really didn't appreciate it until I left, how friendly the people were, the particular kinds of foods, just the friendship and the bond of Cardinal baseball. The place was magic when I was growing up, and it was everything I needed. And you know what? I just didn't realize it until I left. When I did that, whenever I roamed the country, and wherever I was, I'd try to get 1120 on the dial to bring a little bit of home with me. And every once in a while, I'd get it. I had to be really patient, but it really comforted me.
Bob, how about you?
Well, I would echo a lot of what John just said, and you can lean on the old cliche about any town that's close to your heart. You can leave it, but it never leaves you. So circumstances and professional responsibilities may take us from time to time away from St. Louis, but it's always part of us. And I know that John does the same thing, and like me, I try to get back as often as I can.
And, Dave, I think that's a great point about these two gentlemen, because last year when the Repertory Theater was suffering financially, John Goodman came to its rescue and led the fundraiser. And, of course, we all know about the Cardinal Glennon Children's Hospital, Bob Costas Cancer Center, where every day 40 kids are treated for cancer. It's just incredible how much both of these guys have given to this community.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Bob arranged for a visit at that hospital, and when I was finished with the visit, I realized I had no problems.
Yes.
It was one of those deals, and they do a wonderful job there.
And you know what came out of that, too? Correct me if I'm wrong, John, but I think that's when I introduced you to Mickey Mantle, and you and Mickey became buddies after that.
That's right. I love Mick, and we were not good for each other, but we had a great time. There was just an article about Greer in the New Yorker. I don't know if you read that, Bob.
Oh, no, I haven't seen that yet. I'll track it down.
Yeah. Okay.
That's great. John, where were some of your favorite haunts around St. Louis when you were here?
Well, I never got out of South St. Louis. It was all... Yeah, when I was a kid, I didn't have a car, but we'd get in and we'd cruise. We'd cruise from Ted Drew's, Steak and Shake, McDonald's, all Shuckaburger in Afton, and just bomb around down there. And then it was later tavern hopping. But there was no real onus on that. It was just that's where people in St. Louis went. It was like a proletariat country club, the great corner bars that were all over the place. And it just was so homey and nice. And this was before I turned professional, but there were great places to go.
Bob, I'm sure this is really tough to do, but if you could narrow it down to one or two, just some of your fondest, warmest memories about your time with KMOX.
Well, the first year, just breaking in and being part of this, incredible, legendary mecca of broadcasting, as I put it. I don't know what I would pinpoint as particular things. There were so many wonderful things. Dan Deerdorf and I, for a while, before wrestling took a dark and ugly turn, it was just kind of good-natured fun. Dan Deerdorf and I were into what was happening in wrestling, and Hulk Hogan faced Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff for the championship belt, and as we know, it was all completely legitimate and on the up and up, for the championship belt at the arena. And so somehow Mr. Highland went along with this, and we dubbed Mr. Highland High-Handed Highland, the high priest of heavyweight hijinks. And what we did was we dressed up not just in tuxes, but in top hats and tails. And we hired a stretch limousine, and it was playing Eye of the Tiger, which was Hulk Hogan's theme song, as it pulled up in front of the arena. And we took Ann Keefe with us, and she was in an evening gown. And we broadcast on the radio for 2 hours. We broadcast this championship wrestling match, and then afterwards we go out to dinner with Hulk Hogan and Bobby the Brain Heenan. And Hulk walks in that that rip away shirt and the whole thing, and the place stops dead. So now, and John would have enjoyed it. I'm sorry he wasn't there. Now it's like 2:00 in the morning and the place is closing down, and Hulk says, "I'm hungry." All right, but we just had dinner. Okay, well, you weigh 300 pounds and you need to, keep the protein supply up. So we go to the White Castle at Vandervetter and Shoto, and there's almost nobody in there. We walk in dressed as we are, Dan and I in the tuxes, and Hulk in his standard outfit, and there's a guy who's passed out on the Formica, like two-seat tabletop. He's passed out. His head is in his hands. There's like a cold cup of coffee. He lifts his head. It's like a movie scene. He lifts his head. He looks, he sees the scene, and he drops it right back down on the table.
Is it possible Ann Keefe was part of that?
No, Ann had taken her leave earlier in the evening.
I was wondering about that. That is an amazing story.
Bobby, I lost $500 on that match.
Man, it is not going to get better than that. John, thank you so much for calling in. You really are the heart of St. Louis, and we truly appreciate you here.
God bless you all.
And Bob,
Thanks,
it has been one of the true pleasures and privileges of my life to call you a friend. Thank you for your friendship. Thank you for your ambassadorship to KMOX, and thanks for being on today.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Charlie. And happy anniversary to the greatest radio station ever.
Amen.
We'll be right back.
Hi, Debbie Monterey here with Gloria Liu, owner of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. We've worked together for more than 5 years, and I've learned a lot about you and your business. Today, I actually found out a few things I didn't know, like your home sales stats. Compared to the average agent who sells less than 4 to 6 homes a year, you actually sell a home just about every other day. And even more impressive, your business has been built on giving back to our local community, including supporting St. Louis Children's Hospital.
Thank you. Every business should have a Go Serve Big initiative. When someone makes a referral, they're helping our communities, including St. Louis Children's Hospital, which is very special to me and my family because they helped me when I had my son many years ago. Today, sellers want to sell with certainty in this uncertain market. My upfront written guarantees are my secret to selling your home fast and for top dollar.
Friends, the secret is out. Call Gloria now at 314-325-6888, 314-325-6888, or GloriaHasTheBuyers.com. Gloria and seller must agree on price and possession date.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Black Friday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Black Friday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
This holiday season, experience the power, the intensity, the legendary sound of Trans-Siberian Orchestra. Coming to Enterprise Center for 2 shows, December 23rd at 3 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. A portion of the proceeds from the 3 p.m. show benefits Sightman Kids at St. Louis Children's Hospital. Trans-Siberian Orchestra, 2 shows, Enterprise Center, December 23rd. For more information, KMOX.com/events.
Celebrating 100 years of informing and entertaining St. Louis.
Here's the pitch. Line drive, there it is! Into left field! Hit number 3,000! A run is scored! Musial around first! On his way to second with a double!
It's KMOX Day, presented by Purina. Your pet, our passion.
Welcome back, guys. You are listening to 1120 Day, KMOX Day, and we are celebrating 100 years of KMOX radio. Christmas Eve will be the formal celebration, but today we're bringing back a lot of the OGs, and we're talking about the true legends of KMOX radio. I'm Dave Glover from The Dave Glover Show. Here with me is the great Charlie Brennan, and we're going to talk about the morning meeting. And to do that, we have Kevin Horrigan and Fred Zalanko, who we go back way back, 40 years probably. Yeah. Charlie, I'm going to let you run this, and I'm going to sit back and enjoy.
Well, this is the part of the program, Dave, where the listeners say, why did you bring those guys back? I don't think any program got in trouble more than we did.
We did.
Yeah, poor Fred. And you were the one who was always called in the corner office.
Where's the arch? I didn't know they moved it.
Well, that's true. We're now at 1220 Olive.
Oh.
Yes, as opposed to 1 Memorial Drive.
Yeah. I used to give tours to visiting classes, and I would always point to the arch, and I said, that's our antenna.
Oh.
A lot of them believed it.
And Kevin, you look great. You were always the old sport. Maybe you are now really the old sport.
Yeah, the venerable sport.
The venerable sport, right. Boy, when I can't remember the first time we got in trouble. It might have been when Channel 9 yanked its advertising.
Yeah.
And then Kevin told Jerry Berger, yeah, it must be nice to work for an outfit that isn't influenced by its advertisers. And that was Mike Hardgrove who pulled the money. And then I later became a good friend of his.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you made a second career at Channel 9, so, you know.
If you can call it that.
Break into public broadcasting like Big Bird.
Well, how many jobs did Kevin have back in the day? He was a columnist for the St. Louis Sun.
Yeah, a few newspapers.
While he was on this program and writing books about East St. Louis.
John McGuire referred to my career as Death Wish 1, Death Wish 2, Death Wish 3.
Should we mention the Clintons?
Oh, yeah. That's when John Angelides, the news director, arranged for the President of the United States to call into the program on June 24th, 1994.
Wow.
And all we can say now is that the entire interview was transcribed and printed the next day in the New York Times.
Yes.
It was, it's a great honor, except for the fact that we got in trouble.
No, that's true.
Yeah, we all three got called in.
Yeah, that day we asked the president tough questions.
Yeah.
Why did your people steal the towels on the USS George W. going from Normandy back to the United States?
And he was infuriated. He said, why do you ask me trivial questions like that? He wanted to get into Limbaugh.
And he did.
Yeah.
And I asked him if he thought that civil discourse had been harmed by the way people were talking, and then he launched into well, as soon as you get off the air, you're going to have Rush Limbaugh on for 3 hours. And that was it.
Yeah.
That's a good impression.
It's a very good
It
impression.
was.
Yeah, that was our 15 minutes of fame for sure.
Yeah. And we got called into Rod Zimmerman's office.
He was the general manager.
And he gave us the tongue lashing. How dare we embarrass the radio station? And as soon as we left that meeting, I don't know if the two of you know this, but Tom Langmeyer came to me and said, get all that audio and send it to New York.
I knew that.
So they could capitalize off of it.
Oh,
Rush replayed it over and over again on his show.
And it was in every newspaper in the country, and they talked about it on the Sunday morning talk shows. And, yeah, Limbaugh, even the last year of his life, he was referring to it on his broadcast. Yeah. And did you know we actually interviewed Clinton when he was a candidate? I found that tape when I was going through the archives. I didn't even know about it. He was in St. Louis, and he was jogging or something, and so we actually interviewed that guy twice. That guy, the president of the United States, twice. But I think maybe our most dramatic moment, Fred, was when the Reverend Robert Schuller came to St. Louis.
Yes.
While California was experiencing an earthquake, and you, Kevin.
I asked the Reverend Bob whether he thought maybe he should not be in St. Louis hawking his book and should be back in Northridge, California with his flock. And that infuriated him. So
yes.
I didn't realize you guys were so controversial.
Well, we had our moments. We also did some goofy things, but Fred Bottomer just told me that he always got to talk to Reverend Schuller after I was finished with him, and that was a tough way to go for him.
Yes. Yeah.
He wanted to talk about Jesus, and Father Bob, or Reverend Bob, was not inclined at that point, I think.
We did some stupid things. I remember the time when we challenged the St. Louis University women's basketball team to a game, and so we set up basketball hoops in the parking lot of the old cathedral in downtown St. Louis.
Yeah.
And what was that score? 60-0?
No, I think we scored. I think Mike Kelly scored for us.
I think he did. And then, too, the marching band, which surprised Robert Highland.
Oh, yeah. When Dave Barry was on the program, we had a Parkway High School marching band perform in his honor on the roof.
And they marched around the balcony, except the balcony only went 3/4 of the way around. So they all started marching into each other. That's great. At the dead end.
That's great.
And then we remember the Michael J. Fox.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We had Michael J. Fox. He was on promoting a movie, and we introduced him as the Michael Fox, who was the veterinary columnist for the Post-Dispatch.
Yes.
Asked the listeners to call in with their animal care questions, and a woman called in with a very sad story about her sick cat. And Michael J. Fox said, kill the cat.
And during that broadcast, his buddy Cam Neely, who was playing for the Boston Bruins, was in the limousine outside, and he kept calling in with obscene remarks.
Yes, he was hungover.
How about Donny Osmond's sister? Her first name is?
Marie.
And you and I walked out of the studio, Kevin, and let her...
Oh, that was not Donny. That was Deborah Boone.
No. I got my Debbie Boone story. This is Marie.
Oh, okay.
She sat there, and she was all alone, and John Angelese, the news director, got upset. He goes, what if there was some sort of weather traffic problem or a tornado? What are you going to have Marie Osmond reading the tornado warnings? And so we walked back in there, and she goes, no, guys, I'm fine. You can leave. And so we laughed and turned around. Debbie Boone, the daughter of Pat Boone, who had the #1 hit of 1977, You Light Up My Life, she sat in a studio down the hallway, and she pretended as our colleague and co-host, Art Fleming, was in the studio, the late, great Art Fleming.
Right.
And we told Art, we're interviewing Dr. Deborah Fishman. She's a marine biologist out of Woods Hole, Massachusetts. And so how did she react to...
I had written a script where she was supposedly the author of a book called The Dolphin Myth, exploding the idea that dolphins were smart, and that her point was that dolphins, in fact, were really stupid. And we gave Art no help with this. We walked out, and Art was left saying things like, so your book says dolphins really aren't very smart. And Debbie Boone said, yes, that's right. And I remember Fred behind the glass pulling his hands apart going, stretch it out.
Stretch it out. Yeah. We also
we really hung him out to dry.
We also had Jeff Foxworthy on twice as a surprise, as a mystery guest. Once to audition as a truck driver who wanted to be a talk show host. Remember that?
Yes.
Because somebody had written a column that any truck driver could be a talk show host. And so you came up with the idea, we're having Foxworthy in, let's just introduce him as not Jeff Foxworthy, but as a truck driver auditioning. And I remember his first line, is the coffee free?
You remember Jerry Stiller and Ann Mara?
Oh, yeah. They were classics.
They were terrific.
For the younger listeners today, they were the parents of Ben Stiller.
Mm-hmm. And in fact, there is on Netflix now a Ben Stiller documentary about his parents. They don't mention us, unfortunately. During this,
I have those tapes. Vic and Vivian Fanucci. They would come on giving tax advice.
Tax advice under the water tower in Arnold, and you know, it was so amazing. You just threw this concept at these people, and they ran with it.
Yeah. As did Joe Torre, the manager of the Cardinals.
That's right.
Before he won 4 out of 5 World Series for the Yankees, he was Joe Bugatti, who was out of Brooklyn, I think.
Yeah.
And he was selling, a perfume or a cologne that was about $3,000 an ounce.
Yeah.
And people were calling in, I think this guy gets a ripoff. Why do you have him on the air?
Yeah, why are you? You know, after Michael J. Fox was on as the veterinarian, 20 minutes after we told people who he was, in real life, they were still calling in with dog and cat questions.
Yes.
You know? And as I walked him out of the studio, he said, "That's the most fun I ever had on the radio."
That's great.
Yeah, because he had to be, he played to his strength. He's an actor.
Now, did I irritate both of you guys as much as I think I did? I just got the impression that I was getting on your nerves. You were getting on my nerves. The one time Kevin got on my nerves, you know what that was?
What?
Mary Wicks, one of the greatest actresses of all time. She's in our studio. She was in The Music Man, other great movies. You treated her like a second-class citizen.
I did?
Yes, you did, because you didn't like the Muni, and she was at the Muni, and you gave her no love, no respect whatsoever.
She was the good or the bad witch in Wizard of Oz, right?
I think she was something like that.
Yeah,
she was also in Sister Act. She had a wonderful career.
I apologize, as you said when Jim Henson died.
Margaret Hamilton was the bad witch.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
What did I say?
When Jim Henson died, you said we want to send our condolences out to all the Henson family, and I thought, do any of them live in St. Louis?
They might have been listening on 50,000 red hot watts. One never knows. Do you regret when we sent Charles Osgood into the newsroom to give Wendy Weiss a massage while she was reading the news?
No.
Couldn't do that today.
I found out, Dave, how to get their attention as their producer. Back then we had carts that played the audio, and there were stacks of them behind us as producers. And one day they were talking. You guys were talking over each other. You just asked the same question he asked. You weren't paying attention, and I turned around and I smacked those carts. And Charlie goes, because I don't think you'd ever seen me mad before.
No, he was very angry.
Temper tantrum.
The first of many, I think,
yeah,
at that point.
I was preparing myself for management.
How about the look on the Schnooks brothers' faces when we opened up the Ledoux Schnooks, about 30 years ago, and we said, don't worry, everybody. We're going to fly in on the helicopter with Don Miller with a very special guest. The entire Schnooks family was lined up in the parking lot as the helicopter landed. And who came out of the helicopter?
Becky, Queen of Carpets.
She sure did.
It was a huge moment for the Schnooks family.
They had just spent $20 million on a new grocery store. This was the red tape opening, and there's Becky, Queen of Carpets.
Yeah.
I still say that my one-on-one interview with Craig Schnook in the produce department of the new Schnooks was the highlight of my radio career.
Yeah.
Don't forget, Joe Buck joined us for that. And as great as his career was, I think his work that morning in the produce department
caught the attention of Fox, and then he went on to do
go.
Super Bowls and World Series.
Guys, we're going to take a quick break here.
Thank goodness.
Yes.
Carousels talk.
Dave went out. He went to the ATM during that, and now he's back.
I'm gonna get out of here, and I'm gonna go listen. And when we come back, Charlie is going to take over, and we'll be talking to Chris Myhill, Debbie Monterey. Mark Scores is going to come back. This has been so much fun for me. It's such a privilege to be on KMOX. Kevin, great to meet you. Been a fan forever.
Nice to meet you,
And
Dave.
Fred, good to see you.
Good, thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
quick
Good to
break.
be here.
Right back. More with Charlie Brennan and the KMOX 100th anniversary right after this.
It's time now for today's Spotlight on Money.
Numerous studies over the years have said that disagreements about money are the #1 source of arguments in a relationship and one of the leading causes of divorce, regardless of income level. Ed Jertson, founder of the Engage Wealth Group in Chicago, says you can avoid that strife by having a stress-free conversation with your partner ahead of time.
What you prioritize and how you're going to handle money going forward as a collective unit.
I'm Rob Hart.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer: an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your online traffic. So this Black Friday, get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months.
I'm Dr. Colleen Bosler with the Audiology Center, and I'm talking with my associate, Dr. Adam Voss. What happens to a person's brain when they ignore their hearing loss?
There is such a strong connection between the ear and the brain. It's lazy, and the speech areas in the brain to shrink. This is partially why you can hear the words, but you cannot understand them. If a hearing loss goes untreated for too long, it may cause an irreversible change in the brain. It is incredibly important to have your hearing screened at 60 or older, or sooner if you're noticing difficulty. And the sooner someone treats their hearing loss, the better and quicker their brain will adapt to hearing sound again. Studies show that those who get hearing aids, even with a mild hearing loss, are much more successful hearing aid users as compared to those that wait longer.
So call us today to get your comprehensive hearing evaluation with one of our doctors. 636-441-7470. Or visit us online, theaudiologycenterstl.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install a Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
News, talk, cards. KMOX AM St. Louis, KMOX FM Hazelwood. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Winner of the Edward R. Murrow Award for Best Newscast. This is News Talk 1120, KMOX.
It is 12 noon and we have cloudy skies, 52 degrees downtown at the Arch as we celebrate on this Thursday, November 20th, KMOX Day. And it is official. November 20th is KMOX Day in St. Louis County. County Executive Sam Page delivered the proclamation live on KMOX this morning.
You know, I get to do a lot of cool things as county executive, and one of them is to recognize significant accomplishments, whether it's a foreign dignitary or one of our institutions that's accomplished a great feat. But 100 years of continuous service as a reliable source of news, of information, of sports broadcasting, as a home of the Cardinals for St. Louis and for the Midwest, I'm excited to recognize that.
Our celebration of 100 years of KMOX radio continues this hour. First in the news, former deputies are testifying in the trial that could cost Sheriff Alfred Montgomery his job.
Former Lieutenant Colonel Steve Chalmers with the St. Louis City Sheriff's Department was there when Alfred Montgomery had Tammy Ross detained. Now, he testified that when he handed in his report on the incident to Alfred Montgomery. Montgomery said he didn't like it and that he needs to elaborate more and add numbers on the state statute that Montgomery claims that he said to Tammy Ross that he believes justifies her detainments. Now, Chalmers did not do that, and he says within days after handing in his report, he was demoted by Sheriff Alfred Montgomery, and that a month after that, his pay was docked thousands of dollars. Now, once again, the defense during cross-examination brought up how Tammy Ross said under oath yesterday that she said, "Cuff me," to Alfred Montgomery before he did, and continued to try to hang their hat on this defense today. More testimony from other deputies is expected when we return from recess. In the Civil Courts Building, Sean Malone, KMOX News.
It's estimated that 6 million Americans will fly over Thanksgiving. The Department of Transportation wants to keep things civil.
The Department of Transportation is gearing up for the holiday travel season by asking Americans to be nice to each other. It's all part of a campaign by the agency called the Golden Age of Travel. According to the DOT, there have been almost 14,000 incidents with unruly passengers since 2021.
Manners don't stop at the gate. Things aren't what they used to be. Let's bring civility and manners back.
In a social media post, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy asked passengers to be nice, say please and thank you, and to dress with respect when you fly. Jen Clark, CBS News.
From the business desk, sponsored by Krentz Financial Group, KFGadvisors.com. $100 million that's been collected from Metrolink. How can it be used for a new rapid bus line? The money's been collected since 2017 when voters approved a sales tax dedicated to expanding Metrolink. With that project now canceled due to high costs, the Board of Aldermen moving to place a measure on the April 2026 ballot. It would ask voters to legally authorize the city to spend that accumulated cash on bus rapid transit instead. Checking the forecast for today, it's going to be overcast, cool, and damp with a high of 56. Cloudy tonight with periods of rain, mainly after midnight, a low of 52. And then rain and a thunderstorm possible tomorrow with a high near 60. Right now we have cloudy skies, 52 degrees downtown at the Arch. I'm Megan Lynch, KMOX News.
Celebrating 100 years of informing and entertaining St. Louis.
It's been a great run, and I'll be around, back and forth. Don't trust anyone who doesn't have at least 2 hobbies. Do 2 nice things for yourself every day. Never too late to have a happy childhood, and life is good. The big bumper leaves the building.
It's KMOX Day, presented by Purina. Your pet, our passion.
I guess that's us. Hey, happy 100 years, KMOX. Charlie Brennan with you this hour. And we have some special guests coming up. Amy Marksgors is she's outside right now getting ready for the program as she's running around Forest Park as we speak. Debbie Monterey is going to join us. Chris Myhill, longtime producer. Yeah. Do you know the funny thing about Chris? He worked on this floor, right?
Yeah.
When we moved here, I think 2013, 2012, 1220 Olive, his parents, Ken and Doris Myhill, worked for Darcy Mays' Benton and Bowles, which was on this floor in the 1950s, and that's where they met.
Oh.
Is that something?
Yeah. Interesting.
You don't care at all. I can tell by the tone of your voice. This is Fred Zelenko, who's now saying, this guy was no Jack Carney.
You got any more Chris Myhill stories?
We have Fred Zelenko, producer extraordinaire. He got here after SIU E or C?
Southern Illinois, Edwardsville.
He replaced Frank Pulaski and then started working for Jack Carney. And I do recall that one time you told me that you went out to dinner with Jack Carney and Eddie Fisher, one of the all-time greats.
We reopened the Fox Theater after it was closed for 25 years. Jack did a week of shows from the stage of the Fox, all live music, live everything. And Eddie Fisher was one of the guests that came in from out of town to perform. And I ended up sitting next to him the Sunday night before the Monday show at dinner because Jack took us all out to dinner. And I'm talking to him, and we're having a good time. At the end of dinner, he said, "How old are you?" I said, "I'm like 25. He said, "Why?" He said, "My daughter dates bums. I need to introduce you to her because you're a really nice young man, and she needs to meet you." And so he asked for my phone number, and he said, "You know, my daughter's Caray. She was in that little science fiction film, Star Wars." That's how he referred to it. And I'm thinking when he said, "My daughter dates bums," this is a guy that left Debbie Reynolds to marry Elizabeth Taylor.
Oh.
So
You got marriage advice from Eddie Fisher.
Yeah, I got marriage advice.
Relationship advice.
He never set
But
us
you
up.
had a shot at Carrie Fisher, and you passed?
I didn't pass. He never set us up. So,
Well, that's too bad.
Yeah, I know.
Well, no, he did just fine with Lori.
Well,
who I
that's
met
true.
at KMOX.
Yes. So you could have been Princess Leia or Lori, and you chose Lori.
I chose Lori.
That's really
38 years we celebrated last week together.
Kevin Horgan also with us, of course, co-host of the morning meeting from May of 1990 to February of 1996. I see you've got a paper cup there. Are you spitting tobacco into it?
Nope. I'm tobacco-free, Charlie. You'll be pleased to know.
How long has that been? Because we used to always complain behind your back how gross that was.
I know it was gross, and since I went home and had to clean up after myself, I guess that was when I retired in 2019 from the newspaper business. So
I miss your editorials and your column very
you
much.
too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well,
Great columnist.
Things have just changed so much in both the newspaper business and the radio business. And I tell people I was trained in the newspaper business and in talk radio. There's a couple of growth industries. So.
You and me, brother, that's for sure. Oh, my gosh. I have all these notes of things that we did. Do you remember when we asked our listeners to write the new fight song for the new NFL team?
Oh, God.
Yeah.
And do you remember who the judge was?
Hans Funk.
Who was the conductor and music director of the great St. Louis Symphony
St. Louis
Orchestra.
Symphony, yeah.
And we played the song Fight, 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 You Purple Stallions.
Yes.
And the Maestro Funk looked so pained when he was listening to that song.
Yes.
He said, it is awful.
You know, I later on mentioned that in a column, and somebody sent me a Purple Stallions T-shirt that I guess somebody had figured he was going to make a killing by getting ahead of it and printing up NFL unapproved T-shirts. And I wound up giving it away in a contest, but I should have kept it.
We had a lot of T-shirts thanks
Yes.
to one Ralph Rockerman, and we just lost him a couple of years ago. Great guy. His daughter Molly is running a farm in Ferguson right now. She's got a wonderful not-for-profit. And speaking of the symphony, we were just a moment ago, we got in trouble with the listeners when someone decided to make Wagner's Flight of the Valkyries our theme.
Yes.
And some people said because Wagner was anti-Semitic.
Nazi music.
Yes,
Hitler's favorite composer.
Yes.
And then who came to our rescue? Do you remember?
No.
We brought Leonard Slacken into the studio, and he told the listeners, hey, folks, this music is performed by the orchestra in Tel Aviv.
Yeah.
So
he was always a good guest because his father composed, for Hollywood or something.
His father and mother were both great musicians, and she played the cello in that in the John Williams Jaws theme.
Yeah. Hey, I'm looking at your list there.
Yes.
Do you have the turkey?
Oh, no, I don't.
It was one of our most popular broadcasts. And
The
it was
Gallon Ledoux.
Yeah, who called. She
couldn't
couldn't
get
get her
her-
oven open. And she already put the turkey in there.
We did 2 hours on a stuck oven door.
We did.
Yeah. Isn't that
People were
sad?
calling in.
But
she
it was,
could come over
you
to
know,
our house.
It was people were calling in with tips and volunteering to go to her house with their toolboxes. It was a heartwarming way of community support for this.
It
Poor
was
lady.
right out of the Waltons because she was going to host her in-laws for the very first time, and she couldn't get her oven door open, and she didn't know what she was going to do. And the problem was it was a cliffhanger because we weren't on Thanksgiving Day or the day after. So the newsroom got inundated with calls because we hadn't solved the problem before we went off the air. And they were asking, what happened to that poor woman?
That was one of many times the newsroom got upset at us, mostly because we'd see a news story that was on KMOX and we'd give credit to some other news source, and that was a legitimate criticism for sure. But one time, John Ferrara, who was the president of the Post House Company, was on the program, and he said, oh, it's 4th of July. All the police are in downtown St. Louis, so it's a good day to knock off a 7-Eleven somewhere. And then we got all sorts of complaints there. Then we did one thing I don't think you could do anymore, and that is we had a pork rind eating competition. We were judging pork rinds.
Yes.
And the guests were George Peach, who was the prosecuting attorney in the county, and Spencer Haywood, of the Seattle Supersonics.
And I don't recall the pork rind eating contest, I must say.
Yeah.
Oh, it was, I think we sent that tape to the Museum of Television and Radio.
One of the great ones.
Actually, I was in the Museum of Media in Beverly Hills, and our Clinton interview is in there. It's the only item from KMOX.
That's quite an honor.
It's kind of sad. Time to get the next flight.
Yeah.
Hey, tell us a little something about Bob Costas and Jack Carney, because
I noticed
Fred was the producer for the late great Jack Carney, who was on this station for 13 years.
Yeah, and I'll make this as short as possible. So Robert Highland came to Jack Carney, I don't remember when, but he said, I need you to do the 4 to 6 along with your morning show. Jack's first question was, how much? And then he said, here's what I want. I want Bob Costas as my sports guy. I want Ron Barber to do news. And I want Fred to produce the show. So we started doing the 4 to 6. Kostas drove Carney nuts because he was always late for his sportscast. So this one afternoon, Jack was in a particularly bad mood. And Bob missed or was late for his first sportscast. So he got on the intercom to me in the control room and he said, tell that little... Anyway, that if he's late for his next sportscast, I'm going to introduce him, and we're just going to have 2 minutes of dead air. I'm not going to cover for him. So I went around the corner and told Bob, you cannot be late for your next sportscast. I'm working on something. So I go back in the control room, and I said, I told him, Jack, he said, get a stack of carts. As soon as I introduce him, I'm going to cue you to throw in sound effects. We're going to throw him off his game, which was difficult to do, okay? So Jack gets into his intro, still no Bob, for the next sportscast. And just as soon as he said, and here's Bob Costas with the sports, Bob comes flying in the room, sits down and starts to read his first story. And Jack cues me for the first sound effect, and it's a guy falling from a great height. As Kostas is reading that the Yankee catcher, Thurman Munson, was just killed in a plane crash.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Yeah, so 256 rang in the control room.
256 was?
Robert Highland's direct line to the control room. Oh. And I pick it up, and he said, have him come see me, meaning Carney, because it was Carney's show. And he said, have him come see me. And I said, do you want to wait until he gets into a commercial? No. Have him come see me now. So I held up the phone, and I pointed over my shoulder where Robert Highland's office was, and Jack got up, and he slumped his shoulders, and he walked off in the middle of the show to go take his tongue lashing because they were getting inundated with calls.
I had never heard that story.
Yeah. Live radio, you can't take it back.
Does it occur to you that how many people who are listening to this today have no memory of Robert Highland or Jack Carney or...
Yeah.
Us?
It's all true.
It was like you'd have to be 40 years old
to
have any recollection of the morning meeting. And God bless you if you do. But, God, time does fly.
Yeah, it does.
It sure does.
You might want to write that down.
I'm writing it down furiously as you speak. You know, It is all true, and I do wonder if we had enough respect for those who went ahead of us, who created this station back in the day.
Yeah. Who is Franz Laux?
Well, he was one of the original baseball announcers, if not the original one.
I always hear that name, but I have no memory of him.
Yeah. He was one of the greats.
Mm-hmm.
He's a pioneer, is he not?
Right. Yeah. When I walked into the radio station in the winter of 1979 to start my sports internship, this was the sports office. Ready? Jack Buck, Mike Shannon, Hall of Fame broadcaster Dan Kelly, Gary Bender.
Bender, who is still alive. He's 85, and he was with the Brewers, the Packers, the Twins, ABC, CBS, and TNT.
Yeah.
Great career.
Bill Wilkerson, Kostas, Bob Starr.
Bob Starr, who might have been, Kevin, what do you think, the greatest football play-by-play guy ever?
He was amazing.
He was.
Bob Starr and Wilkerson on the Mizzou games was terrific.
Yes. And Bob Burns and Bob Brigg. That was just the sports office.
And then John Rooney came along as an intern, I think.
Yeah.
Rooney, and he'll address this, got fired by Highland.
Yeah.
You know, for some reason, Highland didn't see something in him, and that was a mistake by Highland. Highland made another mistake, too. When I started here in the summer of 88, we had a sports announcer named Mark Boyle who was working with Mike Kelly and a couple of other young starts in the sports department. And I walked into the doors one Friday afternoon at One Memorial Drive. Mark was walking out, Mark Boyle. I said, how you doing, Mark? Just got canned by Highland. I'm sorry to hear that. That's terrible. He went to Indianapolis, and to this day, he is still the play-by-play voice of the Indiana Pacers.
I'll be darned.
He's had a tremendous career.
Do you remember Mr. Highland's collection of Steuben glass?
Yes. Oh, you're not going to go there, are you? Yes.
Beautiful Steuben glass carvings and sculpture. And then there was the Ivan Browning earthquake warning. And this was in December of 1990 when this alleged scientist said that we were going to have a major earthquake along the New Madrid Fault, and we should all run for the hills. And Mr. Highland hired an expert that was going to make us earthquake-proof because he was believing this.
Eva
something.
She made great cookies. She did.
And although nobody else, I think, around that I knew of took this thing seriously, all of the Steuben glass was packed away in cotton and bubble wrap because he wasn't taking any chances whatsoever.
Oh, people took it seriously. A woman by the name of Beth Storr started an emergency kit. And it was a plastic garbage can filled with emergency supplies, everything from rubber gloves in case your hands get lacerated when you try and climb out of the rubble. Remember? That's what Eva told us.
Yeah.
That's what would happen. As you climb out of the rubble, you will lacerate your hands, so make sure you have gloves. So anyway, at our house, for I think 3-4 years, we had the emergency supplies.
And do you remember Richard Evans' thought for the day?
I do.
Now if you can remember that one, you are definitely a KMOX pioneer.
Well, Richard Evans was on our program every morning at 6:55, even though he had been dead for 40 years. And this made the front page of the Wall Street Journal.
Really?
Yes. And someone from KMOX says, you don't necessarily have to be alive to be on KMOX.
Richard Evans, and he recorded him in a room with a lot of echo in it, and so it sounded like the voice of God was coming
down.
I think we have to take a break.
Okay.
And say goodbye to you guys.
Thank you.
Where are you off to next?
We have a wedding reception in Des Moines, I think.
Yeah.
That's a inside joke because we worked with someone who always asked every guest, where are you off to next? Yeah. And may Art Fleming rest in peace.
Yes.
He was a great guy.
He was a good guy.
Best voice ever, except for Debbie Monterey, and she's coming up in just a moment.
Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you, guys. Fred Zelenko, Kevin Horrigan. Great to see you guys.
Great to see you.
Great to see you, Charlie.
Bye.
And as Kevin used to say to our guests, compliments of us, go to the zoo, mention our name, you'll get in free.
For 100 years, KMOX has delivered the stories that bring St. Louis together. And for more than a century, Purina has been helping the pets of St. Louis live their best lives. So as KMOX celebrates a century of service, Purina is proud to stand alongside a true St. Louis institution. Because no matter the decade, one thing never changes: the love we have for our city and our pets. Purina, your pet, our passion. Learn more at purina.com.
Woke radical liberals are screwing up this country, but Congressman Jason Smith is fighting back. He backed one big, beautiful tax cut for working families, ending Social Security taxes for nearly all seniors, and taxes on tips and overtime gone. So call Congressman Jason Smith at 202-225-4404 and thank him for backing working family tax cuts and putting America first. Paid for by American Prosperity Alliance.
Attention all dog owners. If you have ever listened to the radio or TV for any length of time, you've probably heard of America's #1 dog supplement, Rough Greens. Greetings, naturopathy Dr. Dennis Black, Amazon best-selling author and founder of Rough Greens here. And if your dog suffers from bad breath, itchy skin, licking paws, joint pain, or low energy, the truth is their food is probably to blame. You see, all commercial dog food is dead food. That's why I created Rough Greens. One daily scoop gives your pup the live vitamins, omega oils, probiotics, and enzymes that will bring their food back to life. Don't believe me? Let your dog try it before you buy it. I'll send you a free Jumpstart trial bag, risk-free. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. That's ruffgreens.com. Use discount code NEWS. Don't wait. Give your dog the gift of vibrant health. Order now. It'll be at your house in a few days. Go to roughgreens.com. That's ruffgreens.com. Discount code NEWS for your free Jumpstart trial bag today. Rough Green. We make any dog food better.
Hey everyone, I'm Josh Radner, and I am so excited to tell you about How We Made Your Mother, a rewatch podcast looking back at How I Met Your Mother. And I'm here with Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Bays. Hi, Craig.
Hey, Josh. Somehow it has been 20 years since the show premiered. I'm going to check the math on that. 10 years since it went off the air, and we thought that made this a perfect time to look back, see what the hell we did, and why the show still seems to resonate with fans around the world today.
Follow and listen to How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Mike Grimm, former host of the KMOX Sports Open Line. Congratulations to America's greatest radio station, 100 years strong as the voice of St. Louis.
We continue celebrating 100 great years, can you believe it, of KMOX Radio. The actual anniversary is December 24th, and we'll be repeating these programs on that day. But today, because it's November 20th, 11/20, get it? We are celebrating in full fashion. And with me right now are two folks who are bringing rebuttals to the program.
We've been taking notes and we have complaints.
We have a lot of issues with you people.
Oi, that's all I can say. As you know, I mentioned earlier that Debbie Monterey has the best voice of all time.
Aw, thank you.
I mean, if there was a list of the KMOX personalities who really had beautiful voices, Amy, don't you think that Debbie would be in it?
Absolutely. So here's the thing. I miss so much. I don't have to have my voice right next to Debbie's because Debbie is so regal and resonant. And hi, Amy Little Mouse, Amy Mark scores. And so her voice is worth $1 million.
Oh, that is so nice,
and
you guys.
Amy Mark scores. How long have you been working here?
He just did air quotes, people.
Okay, Scruffy.
Charlie walks in the newsroom and Amy goes, "Hey, Scruffy."
Got a little retirement's been a little rough, but that's okay. Hang in there. Hang in there, kid.
One of those segments, I can tell.
Okay, I miss overtime because this was overtime.
Yes,
we were supposed to discuss topics, and then Amy and I would just laugh at each other's jokes and make fun of Charlie the whole time.
I recall those days. And as my therapist says, let them go. Let them go.
I miss you so much. We were talking with Frank Abshire before the show, and I said, I get to be on with Charlie Brennan again. And I said, he is so obnoxious. But in the best way, you make me laugh because you're
Who said I'm obnoxious?
I did.
You or Frank?
I know, I did.
I know.
I saw Frank nodding
You're
in agreement,
so funny.
I do have that reputation, and I saw a lot of the announcements of the 100th anniversary. Who's going to be there? John Carney, Fred Bottomer, Bob the janitor, no Brennan.
Yeah, well.
It was, I know what I'm walking into with this crowd. Hey, I want to say, on a serious note, there have been some great moments in KMOX history, but has anyone brought up yet the profound moment, Debbie, when you were on the air doing the news when Kaylee's school was attacked by a mass murderer?
No one has. And in fact, oddly, I am moderating a panel discussion tonight with the police chief and some other people about gun violence in the city.
Oh, wow.
And State Representative Lakeisha Bosley as well. And nothing has changed since then. But
no, that was a crazy moment a tragic moment in American history, but in radio history, there was the anchor with the story.
Learning live while on the air that the school being shot up was her daughter's school. Yeah.
And she was texting you while you were reading the news.
Yeah. And for people who don't remember that day, I was on the air with Carol Daniel, and we were interviewing somebody. So we're doing the interview, and I'm getting these texts from my daughter saying, I'm hearing all these loud noises. I don't think it's gunshots, though. And it's just live tweeting as she's saying, oh, they're evacuating us. Oh, we're in this room. There are police everywhere. Mom, there's a shooter. And I'm running the board where Matt Pajeski is. And I'm thinking, oh, my God, I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. It's just a misunderstanding. It can't possibly be. And then I look up at the TV and I see Fox 2 covering it live with just police swarming her high school. And I'm trying to hold it together because the only thing I'm thinking is we're live on the radio. And then Megan ran in and she goes, there's breaking news. There's a school shooting. And I said, yeah, it's my daughter's school. So then I just tried to be dorky because I was trying to hold it together. And people kept getting the name of the high school wrong.
Yeah.
Because it used to be Southwest High School, and it was a bunch of different names, and now it's CVPA and Collegiate School of Medicine and Bioscience, and people kept getting it wrong. So I was like, no, actually, this is the name of the high school. I'm like, what are you doing? I'm just trying not to panic. But she was fine. And it was just a bizarre day. And honestly, I went and picked her up from school. I got off the air, went and got her, and we just sat in the kitchen for about 6 hours and listened to KMOX coverage of it. Just sat there listening to KMOX coverage, which is very KMOX-y, isn't it? Mm-hmm. That we would be listening to our newsroom giving us the latest.
Because it's the same. Like, you are a reporter. You're in the newsroom. You're a news anchor. But that's how I feel when something is happening in our city. I turn on KMOX. I'm driving around, and Michael Calhoun's voice has it gotten me home. You know, when there were riots or street closures, and you just feel helpless and you want to know what's going on. I turn on KMOX.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so that helped us to process the whole rest of the afternoon because that was our updates.
I can't think of a more profound moment in our 100 years. It's just hey, I just got notice that Chris Myhill, a longtime producer.
It's
and when
about time.
Hey.
I'm not exaggerating long time. How many years, Chris, did you work as a producer at KMOX Radio? And by the way, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Probably total 41, but part of it was split with the FM station, KMOX FM, then KLOU, then KTRX, whatever it was. But yeah, close to 40 years.
Were you on that FM station with Joe Buck, Chuck Buell, Kay Quinn, and
yes,
Roger Brand, I think. That was the morning team.
Yes, I was doing working in traffic continuity, which is basically commercials and recording stuff. I was not part of the on-air team. I later became part of the morning show producer when Chuck Buell, I think, retired, went back to Chicago. But yeah, it was you know, so I drove. I would love to be there, first of all, in studio because it's bringing back memories. I feel like I'm, you know, this is your life listening to it. So I left this morning at 7 o'clock and we drove to Kansas City, but the entire way I'm listening to all the great coverage, and it's been spectacular. I really wish I could be there with you guys.
Well, we wish you were here too, Chris.
We miss you.
Aww.
You know, we had many presidents on the program. I was wondering, what was it your idea or Amy's to throw Jell-O off the roof one day?
No. I think that was your idea.
Yeah.
That you put.
I think not.
No.
What were we celebrating?
I love when Amy joined the show and one of your lines, we do something silly like that. One of your lines was like, I used to interview presidents.
Yeah, you did. I joined the show, and he's like, I used to talk to presidents, but here's Amy Markscores is on the show, who our listeners lovingly refer to as, that lady, that's with Charlie. Also.
No, the biggest complaint was you laughed too much.
Oh, they hated the laugh.
As if there's a problem with laughter.
Yes. Well, I had to laugh because, Chris Myhill, you probably remember this. I think it was my first day. Charlie said, you know, and I don't know where you had been, like, Oregon or Amsterdam or something where people pay attention to crosswalks. And Charlie said, people don't pay attention to crosswalks in St. Louis. So, Amy, here's what you're going to do. Go down on Olive and call us on the phone, and we'll interview live on the air while you stand in the middle of Olive Boulevard to see if the cars stop. That was our first show.
That is accurate.
And you lived to tell about it. So, see, it was all fine.
For someone else. He was just trying to get rid of you.
How about when we sent poor James O'Sullivan, the morning show producer, outside to jiggle handles of doors to see if they were locked?
To see if he would get arrested, right?
And then the game warden himself, Steve Moore, calls and says,
he's going to get killed. Stop it.
But
he's taking all the fun out of, live radio. Come on, Steve.
Regarding traffic and pedestrians, you may have seen the Washington Post yesterday saying that pedestrian deaths have actually gone up 78% in 4 years. And I came up with the idea to put Amy out there to see if our streets were dangerous. I also recommended, because I saw this in Salt Lake City. In fact, I saw it recently in Tokyo. Orange flags that are in boxes on each side of the street. So when you cross the street, you pick up an orange flag and you wave it.
Wow.
And then Amy said, I would never date a guy who carries an orange flag.
That's so dorky, Charlie.
What if it was red or yellow?
Well, that would be a literal red flag.
Yeah.
But if I was like on a date and some guy said, hold on, let's cross the street, and pulls out like a retractable flag that he waves while we crossed the street, I would walk in the other direction and never look back. But it works for you, Charlie. I think you would pull it off.
You guys are so mean to me. I remember when you canceled me because both of you, Debbie and Amy, I said that when I applied for a job here at KMOX.
Oh, yeah.
I was making $12,000 a year. And in the negotiations with Robert Highland, I wasn't going to tell him I was making 12 because then he'll give me 15. So I said, yeah, I'm making 30. And so I started here at 40. I think the after minimum at that time was 44. So, but he got the best of me.
Still got a bargain.
So I told a white lie during the interview process here at CBS. And the two of you, as if you are about to be beatified.
It never occurred to either of us to
occurred.
lie about it.
I
That's
didn't
the
even
thing.
know it was a possibility. And if it did occur to me to lie, I would be looking over my shoulder for the cops.
I am such a
would
rule
get
follower.
arrested.
I would immediately assume that they would call and
Yes,
verify what I was
verify.
making and say, you lied.
Well,
I can't believe it. Like, why?
Amy and I looked at each other incredulously. What? You
This
lied?
explains the wage gap.
I know, right?
by the way, when he was on our program earlier today, Bob Costas says that he was making $11,000 when he started. And that was 1974.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
$11,000.
Yeah. It's
And if I keep working here, I'll hit that number one day.
Hey.
I don't think I was making that my final year at KMOX.
You didn't deserve it.
Well,
you can't.
Oh,
wear
you're
swimming
actually right
trunks.
about that.
Chris
You're
Myhill
actually-
does have the storied Rolodex.
Yes,
Yeah.
he does.
Which, for those of you who are youngsters, that was a little device we kept phone numbers in. Now I think it's all in his phone. But, I mean, people from here still call Chris Myhill and say, hey, do you have a number for so-and-so? Hey, do you have a contact for so-and-so?
You know what his key often was? Go to the phone book. For example, Chris.
True story. Yes. Go ahead. You can tell it.
No, you tell it, Chris.
After 9/11, who did we call in New York who was in the phone book?
The former mayor, I believe, and also Nora Ephron.
Nora Ephron. Her number
Yes.
was listed. And for you younger listeners, there was a time when all your phone numbers were listed in this big, thick book called the phone book. And Nora Ephron had her number listed.
You can go to the phone museum in Jefferson Barracks Park, and they have phone books if you would like to show your children what they were.
Now
Do you
that's
know what a phone book is, Matt?
That's a
Oh,
da-
yeah.
That's a date that Amy would like.
Go look
Yeah,
at
I
the
mean,
phone books.
Hey, let's
I
talk
will
about
say-
phone books.
It should be in the pantheon of great KMOX moments, which actually led to a change in policy in St. Louis, I believe.
Oh, no.
When
You are correct.
Yeah.
Chris and Amy decorated abandoned cars in downtown St. Louis as if they were Christmas trees.
Yeah, well, there was a car that had been smashed up, some kind of accident downtown, and it was parked in front of our building for months and months. So every day, Chris and I started decorating it like a Christmas tree. And lo and behold, the city took action and got rid of our car, which had become our mascot.
And I think other abandoned cars as well.
Yeah.
I think people noticed the humorous, you were just kind of like, pointing out in a funny way a social problem, because those abandoned cars, according to some, do lead to crime.
Maybe it was just an attack on Christmas.
I think it was. It was part of the war on Christmas. So I never thought of it that way.
Yeah.
That's
Can't
a great
have
point.
any festivities.
Yeah.
Well, Amy also changed policy in another way.
No. Oh.
Yes, when I told her, said, you can go to Nacho Mama's and get a margarita to go.
Yeah. I wasn't
And
going to bring it up, but you go ahead, Chris. Go
We
ahead.
talked talked about it on the air, and then so the next day we send her out there to order, and they open up at 11 or 10 o'clock in the morning, and they're like, can I get a margarita to go? And on the speakerphone, was like, we can no longer do that.
Yeah.
Oh,
We ruined it for everybody.
Totally, you ruined it, Amy.
I
mean, we were. I mean, that's on the way to work. I'd always stop by the Nacho Mamas and get my margarita.
You were living the good life, and that's why you
I
wore your
was.
swimming trunks to work one day.
We're not talking about that story.
Debbie, I got a story that it bounces a little bit off of Debbie's conversation this morning with Frank Abshire.
Okay.
Frank said that there seemed to be some connection with William S. Paley and the development of the station, although we're not exactly sure. But I've heard from Bob Fullstone, who was an assistant general manager years and years ago, that when the arch went up, Eero Saarinen was the designer, of course, and William Paley owned KMOX and KMOX Television. And according to Fullstone, he wanted both stations under the same roof near his friend's monument because Saarinen, a friend of Paley, Saarinen had designed Black Rock, the CBS headquarters in Manhattan.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And then when you go to the Arch Museum, and I did it Monday, you look at some of the exhibits, they have Eero Saarinen's work making furniture. And he did it with Ray and Charles Eames, who were very well known at the time. Well, they showed the furniture, and I said to myself, that is the exact same furniture that was in the lobby of KMOX Radio back in the day at One Memorial Drive.
Which I think Chris has, right?
Bingo, bango, bongo. Chris, take it from here.
So they said, we're clearing out, we're moving stations, all this furniture that was up on the 7th floor. If you want it, put a price on it, we'll get rid of it. I think Stacy Rapp, who was one of the employees that we had at the time, she put $25 for 2 chairs, and then she decided she didn't want them. I said, all right, I'll buy them from you for $25. Those 2 chairs, I hate to say this, I no longer have because I didn't have room for them, but I sold those 2 chairs that I purchased for $25 for $3,000.
Wow.
I couldn't believe it. I've told the Eames chair story so many times.
Have you really?
Yeah.
I didn't even know this story.
Yeah.
Well, and think about how many famous butts sat in those seats that were in the
That's
KMOX
why he
lobby
bought
all
it,
those
for
years.
the butts.
Yeah, famous
Now-
butts.
Oh, no.
Maybe someone hasn't told Debbie about the decorum of this program.
Exactly. you know, Charlie, you used to interview presidents.
Yeah.
Exactly. Now we're talking about the famous butts in a Charles and Ray Eames chair. Oh, my gosh. Hey, guys, since we're all here, the craziest show ever on KMOX. Now, someone mentioned earlier Richard Evans. I think that was Kevin Horrigan. We once had a show called Dateline on Friday nights. That might have been before Amy and Debbie's tenure here. Chris, can you recall that one?
I did. I believe that was Jim White's show. That it was at Friday or Saturday nights, and couples would meet on air and they'd go on a date, and I think it resulted in several marriages.
Yep, that's right. So it was kind of like singles would call in, and they didn't like the guys who would carry orange flags. But do you think it was weird that we had the Lord's Prayer for a very long time?
You know, when I first moved to St. Louis, I thought it was very weird because I moved here from Madison, Wisconsin, one of the most secular cities, the Berkeley of the Midwest. And I remember saying to Chris, We're playing the Lord's Prayer on the air? Are you kidding? And he goes, oh, we have hundreds of versions. I'm like, why? Why do we do this? That's so weird. They would have burned my station in Madison down if we did that. I can't believe it.
People loved it, but
People
it was different
loved
for the time, right?
People loved it. Like people still are, a lot of people still ask why is it not there? When are you going to bring it back? And it's just for time and everything. It was like this jarring departure. But anyway, it was a great tradition. And I would tell everyone who would say, that's weird that you play it. I go, yeah, just work here for a couple years. You'll have your favorites. You'll make requests. Trust me. It's a thing and you'll like it.
Oh, my goodness. Are we getting the timeout sign?
We are.
Unfortunately. Well, we're going to give you the home version of the show. And that's an old reference
and a box of rice-a-roni.
Box of rice-a-roni, the San Francisco treat. Thank you so much for joining us. Where are you guys off to next?
I'm off to take a nap at home.
I haven't planned that far. Probably get a sandwich, maybe.
You are some exciting gal.
There's brisket in the kitchen.
There's brisket in the kitchen, guys.
Chris, where are you that you weren't able to make it to the studio on the station's only 100th anniversary celebration.
Yeah. I'm in Kansas City at a soccer tournament. So 15 years ago, all I did was drive around the Midwest, go to my son's tournaments. And now, 15 years later, that's what I'm doing. His team at University of Kansas qualified, made it to nationals. I'm watching his team play, and they're up 2-0. So go Jayhawks.
Well, I'm not surprised because Judy was a great athlete back in the day.
She was. She absolutely
great
was.
soccer mom.
Yeah. Oh, come on now. Don't sell me short. I was the 7th grade ping pong champion at my high school. So come on.
I'll be darned. Is that a fact?
That's a fact.
And
7th
also
grade.
one of the best humans we know, Chris Myhill.
Yes.
Aw, thank you. Thank you. I really do wish I could have been there, but
Thank you, Chris.
All right. Take care.
Bye.
We got Hancock and Kelly are getting ripped off. It's their time.
Turn off his mic, Matt.
So we would like to say a very happy goodbye to Amy Markscores. Debbie, thank you so much.
It's great to see you again.
Yes, I love seeing you, Charlie.
That's the script, just as Steve wrote it. Okay, Hancock, Kelly, and then some. Next on KMOX.
As KMOX marks 100 years as the voice of St. Louis, Zero Res is celebrating with a special offer for listeners. Get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned for just $139 and take $50 off any full air duct cleaning. But call now to unlock the KMOX 100th anniversary special. An extra $100 off silver, gold, and platinum duct add-on packages. Create a cleaner, healthier home today. Visit ZeroResSTL.com. Spell it forward, spell it backwards, it's always the same. Zero Res.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years' experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Missouri can count on.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
This holiday season, the Dave Glover Show is excited to partner with Hardee's and Operation Food Search for the Holiday Food Drive. While supplies last, stop by any metro area Hardee's and make a donation of at least $1 to benefit Operation Food Search and receive a limited edition DGS holiday sticker. All donations will benefit Operation Food Search to help children and families facing food insecurities. Get all the details about the campaign or to make an online donation, head to KMOX.com/events.
Celebrating 100 years of informing and entertaining St. Louis.
Here he is, the Hall of Fame voice of the St. Louis Cardinals, Jack Buck, with our 7th inning stretch.
Let's sing this song for the greatest rivalry in the history of baseball, the Cardinals and the Cubs.
It's KMOX Day, presented by Purina, your pet.
Hey, we are back celebrating 100 years of KMOX, and I want to make a couple quick announcements. One is that Leland Vittert, former intern on this program in 2000, it was the year 2000. He's now an anchor on News Nation. He's written a book about growing up with autism, and tomorrow night we'll discuss it at the St. Louis County Library at 7 o'clock. And then also tomorrow with Chris and Amy, John and Michael will be discussing the case of one Perez family and how the father, who is in this country, has been taken by federal officials, and I don't know if people even know where he is right now.
Yeah, it's a tragedy. Janie and Alejandro, and Janie, it's been almost a month now, and she's telling her story. She's going to be with us tomorrow.
Would you? So we will be tuning into that tomorrow for sure.
9:30.
And with us right now is the mayor,
The
of
mayor.
the great city of St.
How about
Louis.
that?
Kara Spencer is in the house.
That's right. Happy birthday to KMOX.
Oh, is your mic on? There you go. There. Thank you so much. Happy birthday to KMOX indeed. And Rasmus Jorgensen has a proclamation from the city for us.
The city of St. Louis. What better way to celebrate any major milestone than a proclamation from the city of St. Louis? And so, of course, we couldn't let this day, this occasion pass us by without recognizing 100 years on air here in St. Louis. KMOX, it's been a household name in my lifetime, certainly growing up in St. Louis. So we wanted to recognize 100 years by declaring today, November 20th, 2025, as the official KMOX Day in the city of St. Louis.
Wow. That is very kind. Thank you so much. And as mayor of the city, does that now grant us tax breaks with that proclamation, something like that?
Oh, boy, now you want to get into some public policy debate. I thought this was just a fluff piece. Come on.
It's a fluff piece for sure. It's so good to have you here, along with the area's top two political analysts, John Hancock and Michael Kelly, who I assume listened to KMOX quite a bit growing up in this town.
Oh, yeah. I mean, my earliest memories are listening. We had a Magnavox radio in the kitchen, and it would be on every morning when I got up.
If we were not passing the Hardys at the time that Bob Hardy, Bill Wilkerson, and Wendy Weiss announced their names at 7:10 in the morning, we knew we were late for school.
I'll be darned, yeah.
And I listened to it every day of my life growing up, and I'm so glad you're bringing back all the old voices. I hope they bring back some of those old jingles, too, that are forever seared into my head.
Such as?
For a hole in your roof.
They're still running that thing.
That was written by
down south.
Terry Thompson, who wrote the jingle, is now living in Southern California, and his brother Bill Thompson is the big funder and founder of the Thompson Center for Autism.
There you go.
At Mizzou.
How about that?
Art Hack Buick was another one. Remember that one?
I don't.
Come down south to Art Hack Buick.
Come on down and get the Art Hack price.
Johnny Landau,
Chevrolet. I know all those jingles because of KMOX.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I have compiled a list of some of the top political moments in KMOX radio history. And you guys, as a lightning round.
Let's do it.
No. I don't know what number one is. I think it's when Al Gore called Bob Hamilton election night in the newsroom in 2000, November, whatever it was in 2000, and he said the polls will remain open in St. Louis.
Right.
Yeah. And there was Hamilton, KMOX News, getting a call from the Vice President of the United States.
Well, that's how relevant KMOX was, and having been, John and I both having worked for politicians both nationally and locally, if you were in Missouri, it didn't happen unless you were on KMOX, and hence the reason Al Gore called in. I know Bill Clinton had an infamous call with you as well.
Yes.
He sure did. He called June 24th, 1994.
You didn't know the date.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And so does Joyce Abusi. No, Joyce Abusi and Richard Gephardt set up the interview through John Angelides. Yeah. And recently I texted, on June 24th, this was the day when Bill Clinton called into the program, and I put it on Twitter, and she said, I remember that date well. In her little response.
Yeah.
Then there was Bob Hardy was in the hotel room of U.S. Senator Tom Eagleton when he got the call from George McGovern to be on the 1972
ticket. Yeah.
And we still have that tape here at the station.
Replaced by, a little trivia, anyone who replaced Tom
Sergeant Shriver.
Yes, very good, Charlie Brennan.
How about when Jack Buck controversially endorsed Bob Dole in 1996?
Remember that. And in fact, we had an event. It's the first time I ever met Jack Buck because I was running for Secretary of State at the time. And we had a rally under the arch. I mean, a sea of people. And Jack Buck was there. And I remember I introduced myself and I said, I hope you'll vote for me, Mr. Buck. He says, and he said something to the effect of, there's a whole lot of people out here that aren't going to like what I'm doing today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember Betsy Bruce, who actually is conservative. She was
would host the show for an hour on KMOX.
And then we'd say, well, how do you think we got Dan Quayle?
Right.
It was only because the host of the show was
that a governor would come in and sit and do open line like they did on KMOX.
Yeah, you can't hardly get anybody to talk anymore. They'll, and kudos to Mayor Spencer
for being here today.
Yes, because, a lot of these folks, they'll only go on friendly programs. And so our show, you got a Democrat and a Republican, it's hard to get politicians to come on.
So is she going to be appearing on Thursday morning's program? I mean, Friday morning's program?
The mayor?
Yes.
She's already here today.
She's got an open invitation.
Checked that box for the week.
She's got an open invitation.
Well, no, I mean, look, I'll come on anytime. I think the open dialogue is such an important piece here. I mean, when I've been on the other side of issues, whether it's the blues or any number of things over the years, I think having dialogue is an incredibly important part of keeping democracy alive. And I'm always happy to come on. I don't consider anybody my enemy. We've got a commonality in wanting to see St. Louis succeed.
Yes,
I think we can find that with just about anybody in town.
That would help everybody if St. Louis City succeeds.
Yes,
that
the
is so
most
true.
important thing. We're all a suburb to it if you're not in it, and we're tied to what happens to it.
And of course, KMOX is the voice of St. Louis, right?
It is.
Last time I checked, it sure is.
Has been for years.
There we go.
Oh, come on, Mayor. You grew up listening to The Point. Am I right?
I did have some point years there in high school, I would have to say.
I think that's about average. Even my own kids, they were listening to Guy Phillips on Y98. Lindley, my daughter, she knew Courtney and Guy and everybody else. Well, what do you know about KMOX? Zilcho, zero.
Yeah, but when you grow up in St. Louis and you hit a certain age,
when you have a mortgage,
you start to understand the importance of KMOX. And
I'll tell you, and the other time when something, unbelievable happens, tornado.
Sure.
The KMOX's go-to for people because television's on, you got a blip, or KMOX will cover a story, stay on it, continue to update it, unlike any other station in this country, probably. I mean, you look at the newsroom we've got behind us. There's no other station in town that's got a newsroom like that. It's this is a special place.
Michael, how many times did your dad, Bob, great labor leader, appear on KMOX?
I think it was once a month he came down and sat down with Mr. Hardy, and I got to come down with him a couple of times and got to meet Bill and Wendy and Bob Hardy. And at that time, I wanted to get involved in radio, and he said to me, "Young man, you need to read." That was Bob Hardy, and so it was once a month, I would say, for 5 or 6 years.
There's a piece of advice you never took.
They say they love each other, but I'm not sure. No, I interviewed your dad back in the day several times, and he was a great supporter for labor.
Great guy.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
Balanced approach and made sure that workers were being heard not only on the radio, not just the CEOs.
That's a fact. Hey, how much time do we have left here?
I don't know. Do I have time for a quick one?
I hope you do.
One of our first interviews, we just started and we were bad. And one of our first interviews was a division between the amalgamation of real bearded Santas and the American Santa Claus Association, who some may or may not have had real beards. And they were in a fight over the money. So Peggy Cohill got both sides on the phone with us, and this was like on December 23rd.
Donnybrook.
And we had two Santa Clauses on the phone fighting about the money. It was one of the great interviews in the history of radio.
I am so sorry I missed that. I'm sorry we don't have the tape of that today.
And the one guy, he was nasty. I mean, I can't imagine the guy being Santa Claus, but he was nasty.
Let's not go a moment further without mentioning the great Peggy Cohill-Drinkin and her Rolodex, which, my goodness, she got people in and on the station from all over the world.
She did.
She actually once produced a show after the fall of the Berlin Wall. Bob Hardy went to Russia. And
a whole week in Eastern Europe in 1990.
He sure did.
Yeah.
That's absolutely right. And that was one of the many broadcasts. Recently, I saw in the Wall Street Journal, they said, Dick Cheney, the late Dick Cheney, didn't do many interviews. I said, really? Peggy Cohill put him on KMOX radio.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
and it literally was a
great.
Rolodex, and she needed a couple of bankers boxes to carry it out of here. It was so big. She had a number for everybody.
And she worked so hard.
Yes.
And she is, I hope she's listening right now from Collinsville or wherever you are this morning, Peggy.
Cheers, Peggy.
Did you know, she booked you several times, I'm sure, Mayor Spencer. Back in the day.
Back in the day.
When did you first run for alderman?
I ran for alderman in 2014.
Isn't that amazing? She's
Yeah.
had this great career, and she looks younger than ever.
Oh, I love that.
I thought elective office is supposed to give you some sort of, I don't know, you're supposed to be graying or looking older.
No, I
or
think
something
that's
like
radio that does that.
Yeah. Well, no, I look great on the radio. I can tell you that.
Well,
you're in good company.
I am.
Are we getting the timeout sign or what? Oh, okay. I guess that means we have to say goodbye.
Good to see you, Charlie.
Mayor Spencer, thank you so much for the proclamation. John Hancock, Michael Kelly, tomorrow with Chris and Amy and Janie Perez, right?
Yes,
This is a story you won't want to miss, folks. And, folks, I'll see you at the St. Louis County Library with author Leland Vittert tomorrow night at 7. All I can say is happy birthday, KMOX.
You could think you found your dream home online. The kitchen island looks perfect for your inner chef. The backyard, a paradise for your green thumb. And that extra room, hello walk-in closet. But here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. And this sound, yeah, you're going to be hearing a lot of that. Don't let your dream home turn into a nightmare. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
What's up, Missouri? Tony Gonzalez here. I've spent a lot of Sundays right here playing in front of the best fans in football. And now it's almost your turn to get in the game because DraftKings Sportsbook is coming to the Show Me State on December 1st. Soon you'll get fast payouts when you win, a safe and secure app that's easy to use, and promos that keep the action going all season long. It's America's top-rated sportsbook app. New customers can sign up right now and score $300 in bonus bets on launch day, December 1st.
Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code KMOX. New Missouri customers, sign up today and score $300 in bonus bets once we're live. That's code KMOX. In partnership with DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Physically present in Missouri. Eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at DraftKings.com/sportsbook. Subject to regulatory licensing requirements. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable and expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Celebrating 100 years of informing and entertaining. KMOX AM St. Louis. KMOX FM Hazelwood. The voice of St. Louis.
News Talk 1120 KMOX. On demand at KMOX.com. This is team coverage of your world, and it starts now.
It is 1 o'clock. Right now, it's a cloudy sky and 55 degrees downtown at the Arch. It is 11:20. We're celebrating the 100th anniversary of KMOX Radio. We're pulling out all the stops. Actor John Goodman was a part of today's special programming to share his love for this radio station and the city of St. Louis, his hometown.
The place was magic when I was growing up, and it was everything I needed. And you know what? I just didn't realize it until I left. When I did that, whenever I roamed the country, and wherever I was, I tried to get 1120 on the dial to bring a little bit of home with me. And every once in a while, I'd get it. I had to be really patient. But it really comforted me.
This just in, the UPS plane in that Kentucky crash that killed 14 people had cracks in the mount of the engine that fell off upon takeoff. That is according to investigators. The trial to remove the St. Louis City Sheriff, our Sean Malone, is just back from the courtroom. And Sean, what's the latest from today?
Yeah, Michael, we just heard testimony from Major Lee Stokes, who is one of the 5 highest-ranking people in the Sheriff's Department, and he testified that before Montgomery did detain Deputy Commissioner Tammy Ross, he told him not to do that. Montgomery said he was going to and eventually did anyway, and that when he spoke to the feds, he was retaliated against by Sheriff Alfred Montgomery.
And things devolved when the judge shouted at the sheriff's attorney?
Yeah, a shocking moment, biggest moment in the first day and a half of the trial so far, where the sheriff's attorney started to get personal in his line of questioning with Stokes, eventually resulting in Steve Omer. This is a bench trial. He's going to be calling the shots at the end of the day, whether or not Montgomery's removed. Eventually shouted at him, saying, "This is not about you. Make this about your client, the sheriff." That's where we left off when we broke for lunch.
That is KMOX's Sean Malone. He's been in the courtroom. Thank you, Sean. From the KMOX Business Desk, sponsored by Krentz Financial Group, KFGadvisors.com. It looks like Walmart will have a very happy holiday season.
The retailer posted third-quarter earnings and revenue that blew past Wall Street's expectations and raised its outlook for the full year at a time when many of its competitors are lowering their forecasts.
With top brands they'll love from Walmart, give the gift that shows you get them.
Walmart is winning over more customers, even wealthy Americans who are worried about the economy and are looking for deals. Households that earn more than $100,000 made up 75% of Walmart's market share gains last quarter. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
The Dow from Stifel right now is down 328 points.
What we see is what we get. So 49, it is all gone for the weekend. Saturday, mostly sunny, 62. Sunday, mostly sunny, and 64. It looks like a pretty good weekend coming up. It does look like colder temperatures on tap as we go through the Thanksgiving weekend. More on that as we get a little bit closer. From the Saliga Heating and Cooling Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Dave Murray on 104.1 FM. KMOX.
It's a cloudy sky, 55 downtown at the Arch. I'm Michael Calhoun, KMOX News.
Celebrating 100 years of informing and entertaining St. Louis.
July 4th, 1964, Independence Day. It was a day that saw the largest crowd ever to gather in St. Louis, assembled on the riverfront to witness a bicentennial water and sky spectacle.
It's KMOX Day, presented by Purina. Your pet, our passion.
Well, I'm about as shocked as you are that I am here on KMOX Radio after retiring 2 years ago. I am Carol Daniel, and I was a news anchor and reporter here at KMOX for 28 years, and it is a joy to be back in the studio, back on the airwaves, in part because I am sitting next to one of my favorite people in the world, and that is executive producer. That I'm giving you that title. I think that's right. Still.
That's good. I'll take it. Yeah,
religion editor. Still.
Okay, yeah, health editor. Yeah.
Health editor, but husband and father, I think, is the most important thing.
That's
Fred
right.
Bottomer. Fred Bottomer.
Oh, thank you very much. So in this hour, for the first part of this hour, we want to talk about and present the next KMOX pioneer. There are 13 pioneers that are being recognized today, and all of them are layups because all of these people are legendary. Mm-hmm. And you know, if you're saying, "Hey, how come you didn't?" Well, they're coming. So with this one, this pioneer is a woman that I worked closely with for her most of my earliest years here. She really inspired me. She was an inspiration to a lot of people.
A lot of people.
She is truly legendary. And I can always remember her saying, as a talk show host, my job is not to give opinions. My job is to ask questions. I'll leave the opinions to the listeners. So let's find out about our next honoree in the Pilgrims.
KMOX, celebrating 100 years. Presented by Purina. Your pet, our passion. Now, a KMOX pioneer.
A trailblazer for women in St. Louis broadcasting, Ann Keefe brought intelligence, fairness, and integrity to every story she touched. Joining KMOX at a time when few women held newsroom roles, Keefe quickly earned the trust of listeners with her clear reporting and unwavering professionalism. On At Your Service, her interviews became must-listen moments, thoughtful, tough, and always balanced.
With a television, a video terminal display, and a telephone at his side on the beach, Richard Deal may be setting up a whole new trend in business. Incidentally, that's a pretty good way to cut back on office rent. I'm Ann Keefe.
Ann Keefe opened doors for generations to come and helped build KMOX's reputation as a station committed to accuracy, fairness, and the community it serves. Ann Keefe, a KMOX pioneer.
I'm here in studio along with Carol Daniel with Kent Martin. Kent was a reporter in the KMOX newsroom for many years in I guess it was the early 80s into the 90s. We worked together at Mizzou in journalism school.
Oh, my goodness.
I always looked up to Kent. We spent so many times together. He worked with Ann Keefe closely. Kent, thanks for coming in today. Really do appreciate it.
And it's so good to meet you because I've never met you before, but I have read and heard your name for years.
Well, vice versa, Carol, of course, and it's mutual. It's a privilege to be able to meet you face to face.
I want to ask you more about your time at KMOX, but first, tell us some of your thoughts about Ann Keefe.
Where can I start? Ann was a pioneer in every sense of the word, capital P. Pioneer, because she was one of the first main female anchors, talk show hosts anywhere in the country when Mr. Highland brought her here from Buffalo, I want to say.
Rochester,
close. Okay,
yeah,
okay, close enough. Western New York. Anyway, and she knew she was kind of taking a flyer when she came here, but Mr. Highland could be very persuasive, and as many of us know. And she relocated herself all the way here and, joined the ranks of, Bob Hardy, Rex Davis, Jim White, Jack Buck, et cetera, et cetera. And she what she always excelled at was, like you said, she listened and she would ask questions. She never gave her opinion. Same thing with, Bruce Bradley, Bob Hardy. But I think what was most powerful about her was she was so well informed. Oh, my Lord. Nobody prepared for an interview like Ann did. And you knew when you walked, you listened to an interview with whomever it might be, a president, a guy down the street, whomever that might be, you were better for it. You were more informed. You were more educated because Ann was behind the mic.
Was she a take no prisoners kind of an interviewer,
No.
kind of a journalist, or was she extremely curious and very firm?
Second, great question. And absolutely, she was very curious. She listened. She wasn't like somebody who had a whole list of questions and stuck to those questions without even listening to what the answers might have been from her guest. And she listened and she followed up. Sometimes it would throw off guests, quite frankly, because they weren't necessarily ready for the follow-up. But again, like I said, extremely well-informed and just a great listener. And no, she was concerned. Again, it went back to the edict for Mr. Highland. Our listeners, our audience is our main boss, and we must inform them. And we don't get in the way. We let our guests talk with them, and Ann was premier at that.
For 10 years, Ann and I shared an office, a small office, and it's so small that we moved out of it eventually, and they made it the copy room. It was that small, and she smoked. So I have so much inhaled. I'm surprised I'm still along. That's right. I'm surprised.
I was
and
saving
it was like
that question.
It was like skinny cigars.
So, those Virginia Slims.
Yeah. And I can still remember, this was before the internet. So we would get maybe 8 national newspapers every day.
Yeah.
And we'd sit back there and we'd go through them in Time, Newsweek, and U.S. News. That's how we'd get our news together. And we would put together the show. And she was just so well informed. And before every show, she'd be in the hallway and she'd say, "I can't do this. What am I going to?" And then when the mic
She
would
had
come
some
up,
sense of insecurity about her prep.
Yeah.
Which I
but
think
she
is
was
good.
great. Yeah.
And she knew that. I mean, it's good that you're not fully confident of what you're going to be doing because sometimes you can overshoot the mark, in the middle of the interview. And she was just enough of a pro that she kept herself a little bit, and it was an edge. And
that's where the listening comes in too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And with her shows, what was fun to do is it was kind of a formula. We'd have even and balanced. The first 10 minutes from like the top of the hour till 10 after was like a pro side of an issue. Take a break, come back from 20 to 30 was the con side of the issue. And then from 30 to the top of the hour was always let the listeners call in and give opinions. So that was how it began. As she was at KMOX longer, the voices, I think she heard a lot more anger in listeners, and she didn't like that so much. She was like, this is not, what I like. There's just too many people slamming our experts. It's just too angry. And so that's how she kind of decided to retire, and then kind of went over to Channel 9. And, she was at Channel 9 hosting Conversations with Ann Keefe, and the aging show that she did, on Channel 9, and Donnybrook. So she had a second life after she retired from KMOX.
I didn't know that I had that in common with Ann Keefe.
Oh yeah,
I didn't. The one question I get to you guys is, did you work with Ann Keefe? That is the most common question when I first started here, and through the years that I would get was, did you work with Ann Keefe? And I have to tell you that having read what I've read and knowing what I know from people who did work with her, that I feel such a loss that I didn't get to work with her, especially as a young woman in the business. To have been able to be mentored by someone like her would have been wonderful.
And what was really great about her is that she knew, I was just out of college, and she knew I was living with my parents. So every time she went on vacation, she'd let me watch her house or her apartment so I could have some alone time. And she had a great apartment at the Chase. And then she bought a house in U City. And it was just, my best times was when she was on vacation. Because I had, I could go over and live the nice life in her apartment, in her house. But she was just that type of caring. And you forget that she's an on-air personality. Before KMOX, she was like the Miss Anne of Rochester. The romper room woman, there. And then she was the first first female TV anchor in New York. Yeah. She was the first lady of Rochester TV. Just legendary stats. When she got the call from Mr. Highland, she was on her way to an interview in Kansas City. And she told him, she's like, you can't afford me. And he said, let's talk.
Wow.
And he said, I'm going to hire you and you're going to work that night. And there she was working that night. He hired her right away.
You could be persuasive. That's all I can say.
What do the two of you recall about as a woman in the business? Because she was a first. Yeah. Many, as you just related to us, Fred. How difficult was that for her here? Or was it at all because of who she was and how she handled herself?
She knew what she was getting into. All right. She knew what she was signing up for. And she had already fought the fight back in New York State and in her previous markets. So she was not, it was not her first rodeo, so to speak. But this
she didn't come here as like a 19-year-old. Yeah.
No. But that's what Mr. Highland wanted from her. He wanted somebody seasoned, and he knew the time was right, just like he knew the time was right for News Talk Radio when he turned KMOX into one News Talk radio station. And he knew the time was right for a strong female presence on the air. And he thought KMOX was the perfect platform for her. And I think that's probably one of the sales pitches he gave her. He said, the time is right. Please come. Let's do this together. And like I said, she went along. She went along with it, thankfully, to our benefit.
Trivia: do you know how old she was when she came here, Fred? Do you remember that?
Oh, she came in 76. I don't know. I think she was born in 25. I can't do the math.
Me neither.
So
I'm not even trying to do the math.
51, something like that.
Nothing I interviewed her about, but let's put it that way. Just didn't ask her about that. But
KMOX always had, though, strong females in the newsroom. Yeah. We had Margie Manning. We had Joan Boykman.
Manning,
yeah, yes. we had lots of strong. Mary Phelan. We had lots of great female reporters. Anchors and hosts. So it's been a great place for everyone to work.
And Joan and Ann were like a team. They were like, the mother, grandmother, whatever you want to call them, of the newsroom. And we just knew we were in great hands when they were running things. Joan Boykman had a terrific editorial sense about her, and she knew, what to do next and where she should, whatever she said, we did. Ann was right there also to help guide and also add, this whatever seasoning Joan didn't have, she was right there and she was guiding us. It was terrific.
I wanted to ask Ken to tell some of the things that you remember most from your time at KMOX. What I remember most about you are two things: your coverage of Times Beach and the Dax scenario, everything on. You were the Times Beach guy. We won so many awards on your writing and reporting. And on Farm Aid, that was another huge issue for you. Tell us about that.
You're smiling.
Farm Aid was a kick just because it was the very first one. And we had a sense, we just thought that'd be great to cover. You're a news talk station. How do you cover a concert? We figured it out. We interviewed people. We just went there. Jeff Rainford and not Steve Houston, I'm sure.
Jim Bafaro.
Jim Bafaro. Sorry, Jim. But yeah, the three of us went, and we bunked up in a motel room together, and we still survived. But it was just so accessible. I mean, all these great stars were just wandering all over the place, and it was just terrific. Even though we couldn't bring the music of Farming there, we still brought the voices and the cause. Why did Willie put that together? What was it in it for Willie? There was nothing. He was just really concerned about the farmers. And Times Beach was just it was a story of a lifetime, and it was just right place, right time for us, for KMOX, and I was general assignment, so I had nothing else to do, so to speak.
And for those who missed it, what you described there is something that at a certain point in the history of KMOX we did no longer do, and that was our reporters traveled wherever the story was in the entire country.
Right. That's a great point, Carol. And that was Mr. Highland. He just put us out there, and John Angelidis, again, a better news boss I could not have asked for.
News director at the time. Mm-hmm.
News director. And he also had that great judgment and knew what a story would be. And no matter what it was, on Times Beach, one weekend, my fiance, my wonderful wife of 41 years, Melanie, and I were going to go meet our future minister who was going to marry us, etc. Very important meeting with him. And John called me in the middle of the morning, Saturday morning. He said, "Hey, news conference on Times Beach. Got to have you there, no matter what." I said, "John, wait, I'm getting married. I got to get this appointment in. What do I do?" He said, "Cancel it. Just come. You got to cover it." So I said, "Okay, whatever." That was John. And I said, if John said so, fine, I did. And again, it was just, there was human interest in Times Beach. There were people getting their lives were being uprooted. Mm-hmm. It was a historic time with EPA, which was under incredible political pressure. Ann Gorsuch Burford, the administrator at the time, was under incredible pressure from the administration to try to get it right. And ultimately, the buyout that led to the evacuation of Times Beach after it had been flooded and contaminated with high levels of the toxic dioxin. It was, like I said, it was a time in history, and I was just so privileged to be with KMOX that supported it.
Kent, what is your fondest memory, either professional or personal, about Mr. Highland?
Wow. You talk about, he is the pioneer. And he just had such a great knack for knowing talent and identifying talent. He picked up young Bobby Kostas out of nowhere, out of Syracuse, when Bobby was just trying to get his foot in the door. And he saw something and he heard something at Bobby that obviously led to greatness. And he just wasn't afraid to try different things. Athletes, Dan Deerdorf, et cetera, Jim Hart, bringing those people on the air. It wasn't done back then. Now it's done all the time, of course. Highland was out there in the vanguard of that. So he wasn't afraid to try new things, and he had enough power. This is a man who was able to convince CBS during the great transition of power between Bill Paley and his successor, I forget his name. They brought the board meeting here, and Bill Paley, the man who brought along Ed Murrow and all the greats, the legendary broadcasting greats of the past, several decades of the past century. He came here to hand the baton to Tom Wyman. That was it. Tom Wyman is the next chairman of CBS. Very influential, and it was just a great time to be here.
And tell me the story about you and Mr. Highland in the hallway meeting one of your children.
Oh. Tim, my oldest son, and my wonderful daughter, Melissa. Actually, Tim had just been born. Melissa was on the way. She was a glint in the eye, so to speak. And we were, Melanie had brought them down to the because I was working so much, they wanted to see Daddy. They said, "Let's go see him at the office." I said, "Okay, but we've got to be careful because this is my job. You got to be careful, folks." So we were coming down the hallway with them, and Mr. Highland bursts out of his office on his way to heaven knows where, and he stopped, and it was the side of Mr. Highland I'd never seen before. His face kind of softened, and he just broke out in this big grin and said, "Who do we have here?" I said, "This is my family, Mr. Highland. This is my son, Tim, and my daughter, my wife, Melanie." And he was just so cute. He invited us back into his office, and he showed us a football signed by all the football Cardinals at the time. And my son was looking at this like, wow. Tim was like 3 or 4 at the time, maybe 5. And Mr. Highland said, That's a pretty important football, I think he was expecting a little bit more of a reaction. God love him.
From the 4-year-old.
Yeah, from the 4-year-old. So, but we just couldn't help but be impressed, and just it was just a very warm, loving moment that never saw coming.
I'm so happy to meet the legendary Kent Martin and hear some of the stories that made KMOX what it is as we celebrate this 100 years. And Fred Bottomer, always good to see you, my friend.
Oh, thanks. I'm going to stick around for your next one to
I'm
help you
just
out.
saying, it's good to see you. Yeah, you're going to please stick around because Mark Reardon's coming in, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
It'll be like old times.
I'm going to need your help.
It'll be a referee. It'll be great.
We'll continue celebrating 100 years of the voice of St. Louis, KMOX. I'm Carol Daniel. It is 1:22.
For 100 years, KMOX has delivered the stories that bring St. Louis together. And for more than a century, Purina has been helping the pets of St. Louis live their best lives. So as KMOX celebrates a century of service, Purina is proud to stand alongside a true St. Louis institution. Because no matter what the decade, one thing never changes: the love we have for our city and our pets. Purina, your pet, our passion. Learn more at Purina.com.
I dared Archwell Health to keep track of my vitals and my grandkids' names.
I dared Archwell Health to simplify my prescriptions, so Max and I have more time to play. Good boy.
And I dared Archwell Health to be closer than my neighborhood coffee shop.
Our members dared us to do more as a primary care provider for adults age 60 and up. So we made it our mission. Visit archwellhealth.com and become a member today. Archwell Health. We dare to care.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Just a quick question. Does it encrypt your online traffic the same as NordVPN?
No, but it protects your device. Just pop that CD in and you're good to go.
But it will stop your internet service provider and other snoopers from monitoring you online, right?
Oh, no, not really. It won't stop online snoopers or block annoying ads. In fact, forget what I said at the beginning of this ad. This ad is now about NordVPN. I just realized that an antivirus is only half protection online. So get better online protection with the NordVPN Black Friday deal. It will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. This Black Friday, get NordVPN with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months. Yeah!
Woke radical.
Overtime, gone. So call Congressman Jason Smith at 202-225-4404 and thank him for backing working family tax cuts and putting America first. Paid for by American Prosperity Alliance.
This is Mayor Kara Spencer. Congratulations, KMOX, on 100 years of great service to the St. Louis region.
100 years old. She looks pretty good for 100. I'm saying KMOX is a woman when I...
Oh, okay. Okay.
Well, because I'm saying it. You can
That's
say
right. Okay.
he is 100.
I
but...
prefer they, them.
Oh, Lord. Here we go. Mark Reardon is in
I had to start
the
right away,
studio.
didn't I?
Yeah.
Right away.
It's so good to see you.
How are you, Carol?
I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right.
We had a lot of great moments in the studio. We had a lot of tense moments in the studio.
Yes, we did. We have shared tears. We have
and
laughed.
hugs. Yes.
Hugs. We have had very deep conversations on the air and off the air.
It really was. Look, and I'm being sincere. It was some of the best radio when you and I had just good, organic conversations. And let's face it, we were coming from very different perspectives, but those were some of my favorite times, and I think they resonated with the audience for sure.
I would agree. And so, who are you?
Yeah, that's a really good.
There's another man in.
Rainford is joining us now. You know, former KMOX reporter Jeff. You know, spent so much time in the newsroom. In the 80s, early 90s.
83 to 87.
Yeah, before going on to Channel 4 and going on to,
That's a story in itself, but yes.
That's right. And
that is why we're here.
Right, Rainford and Angela's associates. But Mark, I wanted to say, the one thing that you and Carol have left out is that, it was always the temperature battle, too, wasn't there?
There was a temperature battle and there was a light battle. There was a light battle, too.
So that was Memorial Drive, one Memorial Drive.
Yes.
And oh my God, I just got a view of John Butler.
I know, right?
They told me you were going to be on the phone.
The ghost of John Butler.
The ghost of John Butler is their former news director. But so I come into the studio. There are two things. I would be in the middle of my newscast, and Mark would come in and turn the lights off.
I learned very quickly that was a no-no.
In the middle of my newscast, and then you wanted it you would turn the temperature.
But I turn it down or up?
You wanted it very, very cold.
Right. That's like the opposite now, Fred, right?
Yeah,
now,
it's the change.
Yeah. I've gone through male menopause.
That's right.
I think that's what happened.
But I remember I sent Mark an email.
Oh, I think there were a few.
On this one in particular, and it was sort of, you're not the boss of me, but with a whole lot of other colorful language.
But that was probably a moment that I needed. And if we're being honest, look, there was tension early on, and I have a type A personality, but we had a brother and sister relationship. And then the thing that brought us together was our kids were, the same age until I had the now 10-year-old. But our boys, very similar ages. So we had a lot of relatability in those years that we spent together.
And I've said this on the air. I think I've said this on the air, that there was a point that I feel like the Holy Spirit spoke to me and said, see his heart, right? Forget all the politics, forget the division, the different opinions, but see his heart. And what I then saw, and we still don't agree on a lot of stuff. I don't even know where you stand on things because I'm not necessarily listening, but what I saw was a man who loved his wife, right? And that, for me, was a character issue. Like, you love your wife.
And you've told me that before.
And I have told you that before. And so that enabled us to then talk as human beings, as a husband, and I'm a wife, and you know how much I love my husband. And we talk about our kids all the time.
Yeah.
All the time. You never guess what this one did this time.
That's right. And then there's when I told you that I was having another child, and you thought that I was going to tell it was a grandchild, right?
Yes.
And then I said, nope, we're having another one.
And I screamed.
Yes. People still remember that scream. I still hear from listeners that remember that moment when we were in here. And Alexa, that would have been 2015. 2014 when I told you, but 2015. She's 10 and a half now, Carol. Can you believe that?
So who was more surprised by the news, Carol or you?
Me.
Which is a great question.
In 15 seconds, the story is, so my wife was bit by our neighbor's dog, was put on antibiotics. 6 weeks after that, she went for a run. She came back, her boobs were big. I said, are you pregnant? And she said, I hope not. And we locked down for 2 full weeks and didn't even talk about it because she thought she was ruining my life. She's, younger. She was only 16 when we started. I'm kidding.
No, but she is younger.
But she helped me raise my boys. But look, Carol, you'd be so impressed with Alexa. She's been awesome. It's really one of the greatest things that's ever happened to me. So.
And speaking of greatest things, what about being on KMOX for you? Where did you come here from?
So this is I moved here in 1979 from Chicago, and I listened to WGN. I listened to music stations as well. And this
Powerhouse stations,
right?
Yeah.
But this was also at a point where I wanted to do radio when I was 12 years old. I started putting headphones on and playing records, and I wanted to do radio. But when I get here in 1979, I hear people like Jack Carney and some of the other legends. And when I went to Milwaukee in 2006, I went to work for WTMJ. I'm sorry, 1996. I went to WTMJ, which is like the KMOX of Milwaukee. But I always wanted to be on KMOX because I knew of the legends. I was very good friends, and I want to give a shout out here to Bob Hamilton. Bob was one of my mentors. He came to my high school graduation party. We all did impersonations. But Carol, you might forget, when I first came back, I was doing 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah.
But I had to get my foot in the door. Some of this was family related. My kids were here. And then after about a year and a half, I moved to Afternoon Drive. It was a dream come true. I've worked for 3 awesome radio stations, KFRU in Columbia, WTMJ in Milwaukee. Well, now 4. I have to include 97.1. But this was a dream. And Carol, I come on the air my first night, overnight. And you know who my news anchor was? Bob Hamilton. How you doing, Mark?
Hamilton.
And that was kind of weird. It was surreal to dream about being on a station like this that had this penetration throughout the whole country. And to this day, you still hear great stories about people who had connections to KMOX.
Yeah, and we all knew and worked with Bob Hamilton. Jeff, you did too, didn't you? In the newsroom.
My own Bob Hamilton impression.
Everybody has one.
Yeah.
What's your? Come on.
I'm Bob Hamilton, KMOX Radio News.
That's
and
great.
now a sports open line. Ron Jacober.
and the thing about Bob is that if you would write something, he would make it sound a whole lot better than you had written it. Because his voice just, went amazing. And he would always, listen to my tapes and say, you got to lower it a little bit. You got to lower your tone a little bit. Yeah. Yeah.
When he first listened to my air checks, and I was 17 years old. Do you want to talk that fast? That's what he'd say. No, I do not. I do not.
My work with Bob, he gave me a lot of advice. And he said to me, Carol, I want you to write down everything you do. And I mean everything. Write it down.
Yeah.
And then look at it. And the idea was to realize how much I did.
Yeah, how much you were contributing.
And then say to management.
Right.
Because it really was. It was that kind of a conversation. Because he really was. He was also a union man.
Yeah.
He was a union man. And he was fearless in that way, in his quiet, deep voice way. And so he gave me a lot of advice about how to handle myself and what to think of myself here.
Yeah, we didn't have the union, by the way, when I was here. So I don't know if you remember.
SAG-AFTRA wasn't there.
So I don't know if you remember this, but when I got hired here, I was paid, I was only 23, but I was paid $12,000 a year with no benefits.
Ooh.
And under CBS policy, you were really only, that's a per diem. You were only supposed to be per diem for a year, but there were people who in the newsroom who had been per diems forever. So, I don't know, around 85, Joan Boykman and I got hooked up with the Writers Guild and got everybody together, and they decided that, hey, we're going to unionize. And so there was a vote on who got to go in and tell Mr. Highland, and I lost that vote. So I had to go in and tell him, and it was like right before Christmas. I'm right before Christmas, and I was just like, well, I had a little bit of vim and vigor, but it was right before Christmas. So Joan Boykman and I go in and say, hey, we're going to unionize. We're going to take a vote. Here's the process. And in the process, we're supposed to tell you. And it was right before Christmas. And he said, oh, you ruined the surprise. I'm going to make all of you CBS staff as a Christmas present, which at the time, we all went from $12,000 to $38,000 a year. Went from no benefits to full benefits. So we didn't unionize that day, but that's how we all became CBS staff.
But I got to say thank you to those who laid the groundwork.
Yeah, me too. I'd like to thank you too.
Thank you, because I'm looking at retirement in a whole different way because I was a member of SAG-AFTRA for almost 30 years. So thank you.
Well, I actually, even though I didn't work in the business, I think I worked in the business a total of 10 years. I am today collecting a monthly pension from AFTRA, so I got something out of it. But yeah, so I was kind of the same way as Mark, other than I grew up in St. Louis, and I was a nerd as a kid. And, everybody else is listening to KSHE. I loved AM radio. When I was 10, got a clock radio, and mostly for sports. So I would listen to Bob Bragg and Bob Burns. Bob Bragg was from the Post-Dispatch, and Bob Burns was for the Globe. And they were doing Sports Open Line. I love sports, but I also, I listened to Art Fleming, the Jeopardy guy.
Oh, yeah, let's not forget to mention him.
Yeah, he was like the daytime guy, and I would listen to Hardy and Rex Davis and all that. And so I actually didn't go to college with the idea of coming here. And my first year in college, I went to Iowa State University, and I was really homesick. And I still remember to this day, it was November, my freshman year, and I was homesick. And it gets dark in Ames, Iowa at like 4:15 in the afternoon. And at 5 o'clock, a friend of mine, I didn't have a car. A friend of mine was like, can I use your car? I'm going to go out and sit in the parking lot, and we could get the signal of KMOX in Ames, Iowa after dark. And I would listen to the 5 o'clock hour with Officer Don Miller, did the helicopter stuff. And that's how I dealt with my homesickness, was listening to KMOX. And then, 3 years later, I was working here. So, I don't know. It was never a life dream of mine to be in radio, to come here. It's kind of where I ended up, but because I actually started out in engineering in school, but it's probably where I was always going to end up, because I just, for nerdy reasons, loved it as a kid.
I'm the rare, and I've always thought this in this newsroom, that I'm the rare person that I didn't know anything about KMOX. I grew up in Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri. That's where I was born. And I listened to I loved the radio. I listened to Wolfman Jack. I had a radio in my room, and I had a stack of books in my room. I was listening to the radio as a child growing up, but music radio. Never listened to talk radio. I never knew anything about KMOX. And so I go to college. I always like to say that I partied at Mizzou and got serious at Lincoln University and graduated from there in Jefferson City and started working in radio in Jefferson City. And then moved to Kansas City, Cape Girardeau, And it was in Cape Girardeau that I really got my foothold into talk radio, met Rush Limbaugh and his family. And that's when I fell in love with talk radio. And by this time, I'm 24, 25, 26 years old when I fall in love with talk radio. And so from Cape Girardeau, Tom Langmeyer heard me on the air and called me and said, we've got a job. And I applied, and I was here in 2 weeks.
And the rest is history.
And the rest is history. So I'm the only one. I didn't grow up wanting to be in radio. I didn't know anything about KMOX, but coming here, I was told the community is going to claim you because KMOX is so claimed by the community. It is theirs, and we are theirs.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So when these guys were already working at KMOX, Fred and Rainford, I'm in high school at Parkway West, and we have this little radio station.
Is he just trying to make the point that you're older than
I think it works.
He's always doing
Unfortunately,
that.
it's true.
On Clayton Road, just to the east of Parkway West, there was another school, but then there was a YMCA building, and it housed a 10-watt radio station called KYMC, and that was actually the connection with Bob. There was a kid that I worked with named Bruce Horlick. He's a big voice guy, and he knew Bob, and Bob used to call us the radio kids. So we would take our air checks, and we would act like, even during the blizzard in '82, we trudged through the snow to this little radio station, signed it on, and did school closings because we were trying to emulate KMOX. That's what we wanted to do. Steve Moore and I then worked together in Columbia, KFRU, and Steve and I, we want to turn KFRU into KMOX because we love KMOX. We drive up here. Tom Langmeyer kind of takes Steve under his wings. We sat at a meeting with Peggy Cohill and the producers. Fred, you might have been there. And that was our aspiration. So for me, it was like the opposite. I always wanted to do something like this. And once I decided, music radio, I think music radio decided that I wasn't going to have success in it because you really only could be a morning show talent and, make money in music radio back in the day. But I always wanted to be on a station like this. So it was a dream come true.
So this becomes the question then, for those of you who it was a dream, what was the reality compared to the dream? And for someone like me who came here and I didn't know anything about it, there's a reality check for me too. So Jeff, compared the dream to the reality of working here.
Well, actually, in the ways I'm going to describe, and I'll try to keep it short, it was actually way better for me. I am, in large measure, the professional person I am today because of even though it was 5 years, my first 5 years here. And, there are three people who are still with me today. One is my wife, Janet, who I met at KMOX. Fred will remember this.
She was an intern.
She was an intern, but... to my credit.
Yeah. Okay.
So back in those days,
clean it up quickly.
HR was involved, I think.
Yep. CBS was way ahead of its time and lost a sexual harassment lawsuit in 1985. And as a result, everybody who worked for CBS had to undergo 2 days mandatory training. And they were like really clear. You even look cross-eyed at a woman and you're fired. So Janet comes in. She's strikingly beautiful and everybody in the newsroom notices her. But we've had this sexual harassment training, so I'm like barely looking at, if I had to look at her copy, I didn't look her in the eye or I didn't do anything, right? Because I didn't want to get fired. But on the last day of her internship, I asked her out, and she actually, much to my surprise, said yes. It worked out, and we got married, and we recently did had our 40th anniversary. So that
great.
came out of it.
I love that.
And the other two people is somebody who I would consider to be your predecessor, and that's Ann Keefe. Mm-hmm. So in the 80s, Ann was the only major female presence on KMOX. I think we may have had some reporters and stuff, but she was the only major. And she was a power. I don't know if you guys knew her, but she was a powerhouse. Both broadcaster and she ended up, for reasons beyond me, she's a Hall of Fame broadcaster. She would spend tons of time with us kids coming out of college on us. And so she was like a professional mentor for me and was really kind to me. And I invited her, and I think she came to our wedding.
Right, I told you my story about her. Remember, so I randomly, she may have saved my radio career. I randomly, on an airplane with Ann Keefe. I didn't know her. We sit next to one another, and I start telling her I'm frustrated. I'm going out to visit my friend in Los Angeles who's making twice the money that I was making. I'm making like $16,000 a year. Ann draws a little graph for me. It starts low, it goes up. It's like, envision a graph where the stock market's taking a big jump. And she says, well, you're down here. And then she kind of points to where my friend was making money. And she says, well, you can get all the way up here, but in the meantime, you're having a whole hell lot more fun than he is. And that always resonated with me because she knew I did it for a passion. Look, a lot of us, we ended up making a living in this business, but I was not making a living in this business for the longest time. I did it because I loved it.
Absolutely. And I would say the reality for me was getting into a community, using KMOX as a platform, because the community is so invested in KMOX, I could go anywhere and I could meet anyone and I could have whatever impact I wanted to have, and I was able to have great impact because of my time here. The community was so welcoming and desiring of KMOX people to come into their organizations and their meetings, and so that,
So one thing, Fred's telling you to break. I have to say one thing, though.
Fred told me to break, and you are not going to get me in trouble with anybody.
I'm going to say this, though, I have to, because there's no way. It was my experience at KMOX has been magical, but it would never have been as magical if it wasn't for Fred Bottomer. He has,
thank you.
But it's true. I mean, there's
He's
no way.
Steady Eddie.
He's got that Rolodex, so all credit to Fred Bottomer for sure.
It was true
Thank you very
much
much.
when we were starting out together.
Aw.
All right, it is.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
we are celebrating 100 years, believe it or not, of KMOX. And coming up next, you heard me mention John Butler. He was former news director, and our current news director, Beth Coughlin, are going to step in and talk about the evolution of this newsroom. It's 1:42 at KMOX.
I'm Tom Ackerman with this month's Siteman Cancer Center Spotlight, Pancreatic Cancer Awareness Month. And joining us is Dr. Rohina Pani.
Slightly higher, I would say, trend towards men, likely related to the lifestyle risk factors like smoking. But once you have diagnosed a patient with pancreatic cancer, the treatment options and the response to treatment is very similar for both genders.
Thanks to Siteman Cancer Center, national leaders in cancer. For more information, visit siteman.wustl.edu.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Red Kingdom is back at FanDuel Sports Network Live in Ballpark Village. See every game on the largest screen in town. Don't forget about the $25 buckets, $5 cocktails, and the best tailgate food around. Grab your friends along with KMOX and huddle up for the games at the best watch party in town. If you can't make it, but don't want to miss a down, listen to the Chiefs on KMOX or KMOX on the Odyssey app. For more info, KMOX.com/events.
Celebrating 100 years of informing and entertaining St. Louis.
Now the pitch swung. There's the drive. Way back. Might be out of here. It could be. Header! A grand slam. Mike Shannon hits one out of the ballpark.
It's KMOX Day, presented by Purina. Your pet, our passion.
There is so much history in this newsroom right now, in this studio, as we celebrate 100 years of KMOX. I'm Carol Daniel. I retired 2 years ago after 28 years in the anchor chair at KMOX. And the current news director is with us, Beth Coughlin, who became the first woman to be news director here at KMOX. And the award-winning reporter and anchor, Michael Calhoun, is in the studio, who does a yeoman's job of get all the awards you see, all the awards we get. It's this man right here, because it takes something to put them together, to edit them, to decide what is going to be submitted. And I have how many children here? You're one of them.
Oh.
You're one of them. I've seen you grow. I've seen you grow.
Well, we've talked about being like siblings over the years.
I choose mother,
the way
son.
that we
I choose mother, son. We've had a lot of conversations. And then when I came, John Angelides, who was mentioned earlier, was the news director then, and then came to me and said, "Kid, I hate to do this, but I'm out. You're going to have another news director in a couple of months." And that other news director then came with a bluster, because that is who he is. John Butler.
Bluster? Bluster?
You
Bluster
were.
is understating it.
I was going to say.
And that's only 2 syllables.
Typhoon?
Typhoon? Yes. Hurricane Butler is in the studio. John Butler is with us as well. Welcome back.
Yeah, I haven't been downtown since I left. No, that's not true. I've been downtown a couple of
I was
times.
going to say, you've come into the newsroom before.
Have I?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, the last time I was here, when you came, he brought a bunch of books. I don't remember when that was. Do you remember that? You don't remember it, Beth?
No.
Okay, well, let's talk about the evolution of the newsroom itself. And Michael is also a historian of KMOX, so you can talk about that as well. But John,
now we're all in trouble.
When you came here, why did you come to KMOX?
Well, Tom Langmeyer. I was looking at a job at TMJ in Milwaukee, believe it or not.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted me to go out there and interview, and they called Tom Langmeyer for a reference. Who's this guy? Because Tom and I worked together for years. And he said, "Butler's ready to leave? He's moving? He wants out? Poaching. And, yeah, pretty much. He said, "You've got an airline ticket waiting for you out at the airport. Get on the plane and come out and see me." And I did. Showed me St. Louis, got off the plane, hooked me up downtown. Beautiful hotel. I don't remember which one it was.
It wasn't the Adams Mark at the time?
It could have been.
Probably.
Yeah, it probably was the Adams Mark. And then he took me for a ride. He says, "You've got to see St. Louis. Oh, you know, bright stars and all that other things we can." And so we drove down 64. Cranes everywhere, building construction cranes going on, like all over the place. Chesterfield was going through a renaissance. Well, it was already, but the amount of building and everything else that was going on. Then he took me through some of the neighborhoods in St. Louis, the gated ones. Went over to the stadium and sold me on KMOX. He says, come to St. Louis and help me out with this particular area, because I had rebuilt one previously to that, and it worked out. So he said, "Do the same thing here if you can."
Do you remember telling me that I was a soldier?
Probably. Probably.
What context?
It might have been one of our many arguments. I don't know, but I don't really remember. But I think that I was lamenting something. I think, and he said, "You know, you're a good soldier. We are all soldiers.
We are all soldiers.
And you've got a job to do." And that was that. That's the only context I can give you, because that's all I remember. Is this? He told me I was a soldier. And you know, your father was a
BCI State Police, 25 years.
And my father was a drill sergeant,
Right.
28 years in the military. So when he said that to me, I thought, oh, shoot, I was about to cuss.
I was going to say, I don't think you cursed the whole time you were here, and now you're going to curse?
Yeah, no, I did. I really did.
That magic pause came just in time.
But you led, and Kevin Colleen is, I think, coming in at some point in time. But I do recall, and I think we all can speak to, we would say of you, John, behind your back, and now I'm saying it to you in 2025 in your face, that you had a psyops manner.
Yes, I did.
Psychological
operations.
Yes.
Talk about leading a newsroom in the manner in which you led us.
How did I lead? Well, I think I was perfectly honest with everybody. Here's what
you stink. Get out of here. Rewrite that. Throw it in the garbage.
Nobody cares about that. Redo it.
Here's what's expected. And we laid it out for everybody. You know, every story has a beginning, a middle, and an end. There's no excuses for that. If there's one side and there's the other side, and if it's contradictory, or if it's a problem issue that you're dealing with, you will talk to both sides, because we are not going to be the conveyors of one side only and not the other side. So the rules were set immediately on that. And we had good people. I mean, we really did have good people.
And still do, yeah.
And we still do. The only problem back then was it was trapped. It should have been the whole way it was being run was about 20 years ago. You know what I mean? And rather than bringing it up to date, we needed new equipment. We needed two-way radios. We needed news trucks. We needed this. We needed that. We needed computers. Did we have computers back then in 95? Yeah, sure we did.
I think I can't remember who was here, which of you was here when we got the new.
Yeah.
We got a new and an upgraded system. Yeah, we had to upgrade that system more than once.
Yeah.
Now, Beth, you came from television.
Yeah, my entire actually in January it'll be 10 years that I have been the news director here. So
wow,
yeah,
that's
I know.
incredible.
That is incredible.
My background's in television, and I've worked all over the country. And when I came back to St. Louis, I was working over at Channel 4, and I was
you were an editor.
I was a supervising producer,
Okay.
and I listened to KMOX all the time. I would see Michael coming down from KMOX, just a couple stories above us, and working on stories. And I was like, I just loved the storytelling, and I was like, I want to be a part of that. So I came over from TV, and I've been here ever since.
And you and I met because I was co-hosting, helped launch Great Day St. Louis.
That's right, and I was producing Great Day.
And you were producing it.
Yeah.
And I remember we had a conversation when there was a job opening. I'm like, when are you coming? you need to come and do this.
Well, and part of what John said, I mean, if you can tell a good story, you can tell a good story. Print, television, radio, and the great thing about radio is you just can click the mic and you're open. And with TV, it was, at least 10, 15 years ago, you got to get a truck there, you got to get a camera there, you got to wait till the 5 o'clock news. Of course, it's not like that anymore. But that was like the biggest change for me, I think, coming over to radio was just like crack the mic and go.
And it was going back to the basics.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the basics. I spent 2 years, I think, as an adjunct at Syracuse University at the Newhouse School for Communications, writing for radio and television. And I had all these chuckleheads in my, they all wanted to be stars. I want to work in television. Can't you see my hair?
Yeah. Well, there was that. There was really that. Yeah.
So
I look a certain way, and therefore, let me tell stories.
Now, we have to say, go out to that table out there. We've got all the historic pictures. There's a television anchor-looking John Butler photo.
Oh God! Yeah.
Out there. You were on TV in Syracuse, right?
I did television. Yeah.
For a long time. Well, you just kind of brushed that under the rug like it's no big deal.
Well, television.
That's the soldier story. I'm just remembering now. Yeah.
Television didn't make my socks roll up and down.
Oh my God, socks
That's
roll
the
up and
phrase.
down.
Listen,
okay, so there
everybody
are.
Tell the story. Yes.
Well, no, you go ahead.
No, you go.
No, I was just going to say there are Butlerisms that we all do, and socks roll up and down is obviously one of them. And
Michael, I just
means,
heard another one
Go ahead.
about being aggressive when questioning.
Right.
Sending reporters out into the field. What's that phrase that you would say?
Take no prisoners.
What did
Rip
he
the
say?
watches from the dead.
No.
Rip the watches from the dead.
No, I did not say that.
I think you did. So the rolling socks up and down means what, Beth?
That means you did a good job.
Yeah.
That was the highest form of
if it didn't,
flattery. And the other thing he taught me, which is so simple, when the circus is in town, you lead with the circus.
Cover the circus.
It is so simple. It's what people are talking about.
Yeah.
It's what they want to know about. Don't try and reinvent the wheel. This is our community. What's important to them. It's simple, really, when you
Now
start.
we have 3 television stations in St. Louis. 3, right? Yeah, 3 television stations in St. Louis. And what do they lead with? Come on.
Crime.
This is a question.
Blood,
Or
bang,
weather.
burn.
The weather.
The weather.
It's a beautiful day out.
Weather
All right.
wins is what,
Weather wins.
Weather wins.
Those are consultants.
Can you
Michael.
talk about
And you've got a minute to do it. Go
the
ahead.
that tone that you set here, where KMOX listeners know that they're not just going to get the police blotter or where the fires were today, but they might get the story about the trend of fires or whether police have the equipment to do what they need to do.
You go
the way that we take it a step further.
You go a little deeper. Always go a little deeper if you can, because that kind of it's like planting a crop. Now, where am I going to go with this one?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
And the thing that I remember you saying to everyone too
It
is
blossoms.
Please describe the scene.
And natural sound, even if it's just the night air, Michael.
Yeah.
Get natural sound from whatever you go to.
Theater of the mind.
Descriptive adjectives and action verbs. There I go.
Let me just be in because maybe I'll get the final word. I don't know, and I don't need to. But he was a challenging boss, but he demanded more. And as much as you felt like I want to strangle him, you also wanted to rise. Because the expectations were very high.
Expectations are high.
Were
here.
very, very high.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why KMOX has lasted 100 years. It is 157.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Thinking about a bath remodel or swapping out that old tub for a sleek, easy-to-clean shower? Hey, it's Trish Gazelle for Michael's Bath with one question. What's there to think about? Michael's beats the competition by 30 to 50%, uses top-quality materials, and backs it all with over 30 years' experience. And now they'll throw in a free shower door or $500 off. Schedule a free in-home consultation, 636-775-0800 or michaelsbass.com. Michael's Bass, what's there to think about?
Attention business owners with a net income over $500,000. You need to work with a tax strategist that understands your entrepreneurial mindset. Download the most recent white paper written by E3 Consultants Group titled The Power of a Professional Tax Strategy Team. Go to e3wealth.com/radio to obtain a copy. It's time to learn about wealth and tax strategies that protect your personal and business economy. E3 is ready to help you think differently about your finances. Educate, empower, enlighten. That's the E3 difference.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
News, talk, cards. KMOX AM St. Louis. KMOX FM Hazelwood. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Mid-America's most trusted voice for news. News Talk 1120, KMOX.
At 2 o'clock, we have mist and clouds, 54 degrees downtown of the Arch. I'm Maria Aquina. Our top story, KMOX Day rolls on, celebrating 100 years in broadcasting. Charlie Brennan and Dave Glover had a conversation with Bob Costas and John Goodman.
I introduced you to Mickey Mantle, and you and Mickey became buddies after that.
That's right. I love Mick, and we were not good for each other, but we had a great time. There was just an article about Greer in the New Yorker. I don't know if you read that, Bob.
Oh, no, I haven't seen that yet. I'll track it down.
Yeah.
Greer Johnson is an old girlfriend of Mantle's. The funeral services for former Vice President Dick Cheney today at the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C. Cheney died on November 3rd at the age of 84. Professor of history at Rice University, Doug Brinkley, looks back at Mr. Cheney's legacy.
Cheney came in with a heavy hand. He knew everybody. I mean, he had been chief, running the White House for Gerald Ford and had been in Congress and had connections with virtually everybody in Washington. And George W. Bush had the family name, but he was a foreign affairs novice who had distanced himself from his own father. So Cheney had an overriding power as VP.
The trial to remove the St. Louis City sheriff broke for lunch after the sheriff's attorney was shouted down by the judge.
Sheriff Major Lee Stokes testified he discouraged Alfred Montgomery from arresting Deputy Jail Commissioner Tammy Ross, but he insisted he would and did anyway. He says after speaking to the feds, he was retaliated against by Montgomery, losing his take-home vehicle, having his office moved, and being kept from command meetings. While being cross-examined by Sheriff's Attorney David Mason, he testified after going to HR, the retaliation escalated to a disciplinary hearing. Stokes says the only reason the meeting never happened is because he argued with Mason for an hour and a half until he canceled it, saying that he doesn't trust Mason or anyone on the disciplinary board. After Mason made the line of questioning about himself, Judge Stephen Omer's patience ran out. He began shouting at Mason, asking, "Who is this about, you or the sheriff?" impressing on him, if you want to represent this man, do so. Testimony is set to resume with more sheriff's deputies being called to the stand. Sean Malone, KMOX News.
From the business desk sponsored by Krentz Financial Group, KFGadvisors.com, home buyers jumped on lower mortgage rates. Jason Brooks has more for us.
Existing home sales surprisingly rose 1.2% in October from the prior month, while posting a year-over-year gain of 1.7%. The National Association of Realtors reports that sales got a boost from mortgage rates falling to their lowest level in a year. However, rates have since risen 4 consecutive weeks, adding more pressure to home buyer affordability. Freddie Mac reports that the 30-year fixed mortgage rate is averaging 6.26%, up slightly from last week.
And a check of traffic at this hour. Looks like we have an accident right there at Gravois and New Sugar Creek. There could be some lane blockage, so be extra careful. A check of the Dow from Stifel at this hour. It is down 172 points to 45,965. Dave Murray has our forecast.
What we see is what we get right into Friday evening. Periods of rain, a couple of thunderstorms around, pushing through our afternoon. 65 for the high. Tonight, periods of rain, a couple of thunderstorms possible. 53. Friday, periods of rain, spot storms around. 62. Friday night, cloudy skies, evening rain should come to an end about midnight or so. 49, and it's all gone for the weekend. Saturday, mostly sunny, 62. Sunday, mostly sunny, and 64. It looks like a pretty good weekend coming up. It does look like colder temperatures on tap as we go through the Thanksgiving weekend. More on that as we get a little bit closer. From the Saliga Heating and Cooling Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Dave Murray on 104.1 FM. KMOX.
54 in St. Peter's, 54 in Florissant, and downtown of the Arch, we're at 54 degrees. I'm Maria Aquina, KMOX News.
St. Louis sky clear and even up 80 degrees downtown at the Arch. KMOX worldwide now at KMOX.com. I'm Bob Hamilton, KMOX News.
Nan Wyatt, KMOX News.
Reporting live downtown, Brett Bloom, News Radio 1120, KMOX. Michael Calhoun, KMOX News.
Megan Lynch, KMOX News.
Carol Daniel, KMOX News.
Bill Reeker, KMOX News.
John Butler, News Radio 1120, KMOX.
It had to be different.
This is St. Louis, KMOX.
Turn the radio on.
Here comes 50,000 clear channel red hot watts.
You'll hear a friend.
Here he is, the Hall of Fame voice of the St. Louis Cardinals, Jack Buck.
Hi, this is Charlie Brennan.
I'm Ann Keith. Good morning, everyone. John McCormick speaking.
You will enjoy.
Presented every day, Monday through Friday at this time, at your service.
You will learn.
This is Tom Ackerman. I'll be talking with Bob Costas and Dan Dierdorf.
You will imagine.
KMOX has presented another inspirational episode of As Your Stomach Turns.
You will improve.
You'll hear all about people making news in St. Louis.
Turn the radio on. At home.
I talk 4 hours a day, 5 days a week. It's impossible to do without saying a lot of really, really stupid stuff.
In your car.
Now we take you to Don Miller. Don is flying around in the KMOX jetcopter.
You will not be alone.
Good evening, fellow creatures of the night.
You will not be lonely.
Dr. McCreary, again! It's gone! The St. Louis Blues are the Stanley Cup champions! David Freese has just sent us into game number 7. That's the winner! A World Series winner! Holy cow!
Newspapers fold. Magazines come and go. Television self-destructs. Radio remains the trusted common denominator in this nation.
What a way to get into this hour, 2 o'clock in mid-America, and we are celebrating 100 years of KMOX, which really means celebrating 100 years of shared St. Louis experiences. And this is incredible to be with so many shared people who have just made KMOX such a legendary place, including Carol Daniel, Bill Reeker, Megan Lynch. I'm not afraid of John Butler like I used to be.
I was never afraid of John.
You were never afraid of him?
I was never afraid of John. I remember my first interview with John Butler. I didn't get the job at the time, but I was so mad at him after the end of that interview that I remember I looked at him, I shook his hand, and I said, I can do this job.
And what happened down the road? What happened down the road?
You brought me back in.
Yeah. You know, and you say
job.
that. I was mad at him a lot. I wasn't afraid of him. I was mad at him a lot.
Yeah. I was 21 at the time.
He pushed us to excel.
He did. I just said that. Mm-hmm. Bill Reeker is in the studio, and Megan Lynch have joined us in studio, and we want to spend some time talking about memorable stories. And the minute I saw that, I thought of two stories, and one is personal and one is not. And Bill sat down and said, "You're not going to tell that story, are you?" And he was right. I have a 25-year-old who'll be 26 next month, and I was pregnant with him, and I was having contractions and had to drive home, and Bill followed me home that evening.
Now remember the context.
Pre-cell phones.
No, tell the context.
That's because you kept hitting the brake.
Tell the context, Bill.
Cell phones did not exist at the time.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So,
I mean, he was worried about me.
And just think, if it would have gone the other way,
I'm on the side of the road.
It would be a different story.
Yeah, I'm on the side of the road giving birth. Yeah. So Bill has always been that. We sat next to each other in the newsroom.
Yep.
Here, on Olive, and Bill is a consummate professional, and he is also a take no prisoners kind of guy. Bill was often. You were often frustrated by if things were not operating.
My demeanor.
Bill's best expression was, "Oh, great."
That's right. She's got it. Megan.
I can hear it now.
I can absolutely. Oh, great.
Now, Megan and I covered the Columbia breakup over Texas when it was the space shuttle as it was entering the atmosphere, and it broke up. And you got to give Chris Myhill a lot of credit, too.
What a producer.
If you remember that, Megan, I mean, yes, we were co-anchoring that, but Chris Myhill was constantly feeding us with information. It was
pulling it all together behind the scenes for us so that we could just do our jobs.
And Megan's still here on the air. It's amazing.
But left.
But she
left and came back, which I was so proud of you.
Yeah, I went. I worked from home for a decade. After having my second child, I did, at first, 5 hours a week. Just did some features, still did some in-depth stuff, and kept kind of working my way back up and back into the business. So,
and we will have to spend a little time. I'm going to bring this up. I don't know if you guys were, but Megan is an award-winning series producer, and as such, she worked closely with John Butler in creating those series. Before you get into what that experience was like.
Oh, here we go.
No, we've been there. Praxair, Megan.
Praxair
is the story that I think of when I think of you.
More than 20 years ago.
It is so weird to hear that audio come up. Do we have that audio?
We do have that audio. Let's take a listen.
Michael Calhoun has that.
Live from Mid-America's most trusted source, News Talk 1120 KMOX, the voice of St. Louis. This is the 5 o'clock report with Carol Daniel, and it starts now.
93, the heat index 95 downtown at the Arch. These are the stories making news at this hour. Continuing to top our news coverage is that ongoing blaze at Choteau and Jefferson, entering now its third hour at Praxair Industries. Joining us now, KMOX's Michelle Worth with the latest. Michelle, we know that residents have been evacuated. Well, what are they doing now?
Most of them are just standing behind the tape, just waiting to get back into their homes or their office buildings and wondering what's going on at this point. I was standing a little while ago at the corner of Mississippi and Hickory, and there were several residents there who had been evacuated from a building, and they were worried about the safety of their animals. They said that there were 3 dogs, they believed, that had been trapped in the building, but officials assured them that they would be safe. As I had said before, the smoke is dissipating. It just seems to be lessening at this point, but everybody's just kind of taking a wait-and-see approach at this point. Things seem to be very calm, but people are just wondering what's going on.
KMOX's Bob Hamilton, who lives in the area of Praxair. Bob, give us a sense. Is this an industrial plant in the middle of a neighborhood or a neighborhood surrounding a plant?
Actually, it's a neighborhood surrounding a plant, and I don't know what came first, but they're both there. Choteau is the main street there. That is an industrial street. It's called Truck Row. They have companies that buy and sell commercial vehicles, and as Roger Brand told us, one of those trucks is burning. Something flew over there and apparently set it afire.
What I remember from the Praxair explosions before I got to KMOX was seeing Megan Lynch. The name Megan Lynch, the voice of Megan Lynch on CNN.
On CNN.
I think we got stupidly close to what was happening. You know, it's one of those things where, you know, you get called to it, you run out, you want to see. Like, I think that's the thing about being a reporter. Kevin, come on, buddy.
Kevin's here.
Oh, my gosh. This makes the story even better.
Sorry, I'm late. John Butler always told me to be on time.
You're late.
Go ahead. And Kevin walks in because, and Megan, please don't lose your train of thought. When that story happened, the first word we got, Kevin felt, okay, we don't know what this is. Let's just wait. And Megan said, I'm going to go.
I think Kevin had a story he was
working
on.
He had a stack of stories. And then Kevin was resentful because I was on CNN all day. Am I right?
Well, yeah. You're talking about the Praxair?
Yes.
Yeah. That was one thing about this newsroom. There were 2 ethics. Make it happen, get it done now, right, John?
Always.
And go, pivot if something big happens. But the other ethic was, get your stuff done so you can go home and change your shoes and have a beer. And,
that was your ethic.
So
that was his ethic only.
I was working on the sewer bond tax issue, the library board district, and all kinds of C-level stories. And I thought, it's probably just a dumpster fire.
No, it wasn't a dumpster.
No,
it was canisters spiraling into the air.
In the air, right?
Temperatures at least 5 to 10 degrees hotter the closer you got to the fire.
That's the KMOX newsroom. Somebody's got to cover the sewer bond tax issue, and somebody else steps in.
And I think that goes to what John said earlier, and you may have not heard this, that we had a lot of good people.
We had a lot of good people.
It wasn't as if Kevin didn't go, we didn't have anybody else of any quality or caliber who could cover the story. We did.
But having those drums land in somebody's backyard while they're having a picnic outside was a real good story.
Mm-hmm. It was a great, and Megan, you did such a great job of giving us the visual.
Well, I have to credit that to doing 4 years in the airplane. Of flying, flying over a scene and having to describe it live to listeners. I mean, really, that was great practice for that kind of thing where you just roll up on the scene and you've got to describe it to people what's happening just because they're not there. They can't see it. So you have to take them to where you are. And so I had a lot of great practice over the years trying to do that. I do have a funny story about Praxair, though.
Yes.
Throughout the day, have we gone over the big stories that we've covered in that time period? When we were all together.
That's what this is for.
That's what this is for.
Yeah. So what's next?
Mel Carnahan. Mel Carnahan.
No, but funny story and then Mel Carnahan. Funny story, which is a terrible transition. I just said out loud. But go ahead.
No, I have to tell you. So for any reporter, I think you find this. Kevin, I think you've probably found this. Michael, Carol, Bill. You go out, you cover this great story, you're feeling great about yourself, you've done this service, and then you realize like you've done something super dorky, like while you've been out there on the scene. I get back to the news truck. I've been running around all over St. Louis covering this, and the button on my shirt is unbuttoned, like right at my bra. And like in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, I was talking to the fire chief. Like, was it did it happen
you
when
flashing the chief?
Yeah, did it happen when I slung my equipment back over my shoulder on the way back to the? I sure
And other
hope
people
so.
were standing in line for an interview, right?
Yeah.
And you didn't know why. And now you know why.
So there's always some humbling experience that happens. When
Oh, dear.
Governor Mel Carnahan.
Mel Carnahan, plane went down with his, who was
His son.
His son.
Chris Sifford, the spokesperson.
Sifford,
Yeah, the spokesperson.
And his son was the pilot.
Right, and that was a terrible night. I mean,
another
it was
person.
unbelievable.
That was an awful night.
Who covered that? It was
Nan Wyatt.
I went out
You
to
went
the
out,
scene
right.
in Goldman, Missouri, and I spent the night in the van for morning drive.
Right.
And I remember I wore gas permeable contact lenses, and it was like sleeping with sewer lids on my eyes.
That's a whole nother
Butler
story of you
said,
and your contact
"Just
lenses.
stay there, and you'll thank me someday." I'm going back to bed. Tell him the biggest story was the day John came in with black hair, and he told us how his wife made him die.
Oh, boy. Oh, my.
Wait a minute. I had gray hair from birth, I mean,
Wow.
But, he took it like a man. He said, "All right, I'm going to tell this just once."
You
And he said, so there was the wine and the bath, and my wife was massaging my scalp, and she said, "I got an idea here." And when I looked in the mirror, I said, "Damn it, go to Walgreens and get the antidote."
Oh my, I'm joking. I'm joking.
Now, can I put some perspective in this and bring it back down to earth?
No, I don't want to come back down to earth.
Oh, great.
We are celebrating 100 years at KMOX. All right. So I took some notes.
Bill has a report, kind of a reporter's notepad.
Let's put
here.
yourself back in 1925, okay?
No, me? No.
Airplanes. Airplanes had only been flying for 23 years. World War I ended 7 years ago. Titanic sank 13 years ago. Talking movies did not yet exist. 2 years later, they would. The tri-state tornadoes, Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, nearly 700 people killed, happened in 1925. Robert Highland was 5 years old.
Wow. Speaking of tornadoes, since you brought it up, the tornado that hit the airport.
Yes.
And Michael's out there. And I remember.
Was that the Good Friday? That's not the Good Friday.
Good Friday tornado, Bill and I, that was the only time the Cardinals baseball has been bumped off the radio station for crisis coverage.
And the tornado hit one of the areas with all the windows across the front.
Yeah.
We got a telephone call that night while we were covering the tornado that tore everything up. And let me see, the guy said, "I'm on a plane." He's on the runway. And he said, "A tornado. There's a tornado outside my window."
I remember.
Oh, my God.
I talked to him live on the air.
Yes, and the plane's going like this.
He said the plane was lifted up and moved about 20 yards away from the gate.
Right.
Not taxied. It was picked up, tossed, and set down.
Now, that's live coverage.
That guy was listening. He was on it. That's the power of KMOX. He's on an airplane, pre-streaming, but he thinks St. Louis needs to know this. And he knows the number for KMOX. Again, he's on an airplane, and he calls the radio station, and we put him on live on the air and let people know.
All right, this is where...
hold on. I want to explain something to listeners here because Bill brought us down to earth. But, for a lot of listeners, they may think, like, how can we shift from talking about a really serious story to cracking up about stuff?
Yes.
And I think because all of us over the years have dealt with such heavy-duty things. Like, we have to be so in control and so professional while we're reporting on these stories. And then it's like the elastic gives out after that letdown, after you cover a big story, and you just have to let it all out. And the things that we experience together in this KMOX family, those silly things that happen are the release when we have to cover all these really serious, heavy-duty things for our listeners on a daily basis.
And I can tell you who covered it best. It was Michael Calhoun and Maria Kina. I got a silly award for something about of the month, employee of the month.
The spirit of excellence.
And I was my name is on a plaque, And I swear to God, I wanted to come up here and erase that and put Michael Calhoun and Maria Kina. Without them, you know, what am I supposed to talk about? What's on the radar? I'm in the anchor booth area, but they're doing the hard work. They are doing. Michael Calhoun, Maria Kina were on the air that night with me.
Let's take a walk down another area that
let's do it.
It'll bring back some real memories. Nan and Wyatt.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. So when I came to KMOX, Nan Wyatt and I, our 29-year-olds, her son's birthday is February 14th. My son's birthday is February 19th. And so she came here with a newborn, I think, and never expected to be a mother. I will tell you that. And it was a struggle for us. New moms are in high profile, high pressure position. We did not know at the time, some few years later, that her marriage is in trouble, and we don't know what's going on at all. But she was such a powerhouse of a reporter.
She was
steely determination.
You know, it's been so long ago. Maybe we should tell listeners what happened.
Well,
Do we need to take a break?
We do, and as we do that, I need to read something because, you know, it's all about the people who have sponsored us. We just definitely want to thank Papa's Diner, Super Smokers Barbecue in Eureka, and Case and Buck's Grub and Pub in Barnhart. They provided lunch for the staff, and for those of us who are alumni in this room, I haven't eaten anything yet, but I intend to. And we also want to remind you that you can read about all of the KMOX pioneers and listen to some classic audio, which Michael, I think, keeps in his back pocket. Classic audio, if you just go to KMOX.com. And for those of you who are just tuning in and you missed some of the earlier part of the celebration today, you can go to KMOX.com and listen to it on the podcast and wherever you get your podcast. So we're going to continue talking about our histories here at KMOX, how we were able to manage to do what we did, manage to do it together without harming one another, with a great deal of respect and compassion and love for one another, and for you, the people who have listened to KMOX all these years. We'll be back with more. It's 2:23.
For 100 years, KMOX has delivered the stories that bring St. Louis together. And for more than a century, Purina has been helping the pets of St. Louis live their best lives. So as KMOX celebrates a century of service, Purina is proud to stand alongside a true St. Louis institution. Because no matter the decade, one thing never changes: the love we have for our city and our pets. Purina, your pet, our passion. Learn more at Purina.com.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years' experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Missouri can count on.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
After a disaster, emotional recovery takes time. Show Me Hope Missouri is here for you with free, confidential support. Counselors help with stress, coping skills, and connect to resources. If the St. Louis tornado impacted you, visit moshowmehope.org from Missouri Department of Mental Health.
Sponsored by Progressive. We make the claims process easy so you could get back on the road in no time. It's why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive. See for yourself at progressive.com.
Hello, I'm John Rooney. Congratulations to KMOX on 100 years strong, truly making KMOX the voice of St. Louis.
There are memorial flowers growing here at the gates outside the Italianate mansion. Just a few moments ago, a man in shirt sleeves on his way into work stopped by in his pickup truck and dropped off a bouquet of flowers and said simply, "For my governor."
That was KMOX's Nan Wyatt the morning after the plane crash involving Missouri Governor Mel Carnahan outside of the governor's mansion in Jefferson City. And I just love, she's even describing the governor's mansion so you can visualize it with the architectural style and just that forceful, distinctive voice of hers.
And we were talking before the break about her tragic death where she was shot and killed by her husband. That was such a shock to all of us because we all safely reported on things like the governor's plane crash. Death was outside the newsroom. But with that, it came right in the room.
I anchored with her that morning before her death.
Oh, my.
I was the last person to anchor with her. I don't know why Doug McKelvin was out. And the last thing she said as she left the newsroom was, nice hanging out with you, Bill. And, of course, the next morning, Megan Lynch was called in because Doug couldn't do it. And so Megan and I pretty much anchored the next morning. We finally got Doug on the phone, but he was not in any condition to be.
I remember my brother called me at home and said, "Are you watching the news?" And I said no, and I hung up, and then Tom Langmeyer called me and told me what happened, and I didn't know at the time that he had to go, if I'm correct, he had to go and identify her body.
Because I had just gotten back to the newsroom from covering the county council that night, and the phone rang, and it was a detective from St. Louis County. And he said to me, "I'm sorry to tell you this. We need to find someone that can identify someone." And he told me, "We believe Nan Wyatt has been killed." And so I called Tom Langmeyer, and I still feel bad, like that Tom was the one that had to go identify her, and I just remember that night that, all of us were trying to, it was just unreal.
Trying to process it.
And then we had to go on with the story because the TV stations were starting to report it. And so we had to get something out there. And I just remember I was there. I was the one that was there reading that story about what had happened, And I mean, when you're talking about someone who's your mentor,
right?
And who you look up to, and, thinking of those last moments that you spent with somebody, and, Nan was, she was a force. She was an absolute force of nature. And I remember, she did not give out too much praise. She'd tell you thank you for helping her, but you had to do something pretty phenomenal to earn her praise. And I remember election night, I had gone out in the field to cover it, and the next day she came up to me and she took me by both my arms, which for Nan was a very personal thing. She wasn't a touchy-feely kind of person. And she looked me in the eye and she said, "You did a great job on that. It made me think of me as a young reporter."
Oh, wow.
And I remember that night, having to tell listeners about Nan being gone, and thinking, that was the memory that I will always hold of her, that I earned her praise at one point.
I remember we had so many conversations about our sons, and she had so many questions. Again, a woman who, she said to me, did not think she was going to be a mother, and then had a child. And this son, she had so many questions about how he was learning and things that were happening, and she needed to get him more help. And all of our conversations, we were not talking about news. We were talking about motherhood, and which was, to the casual observer, this strong-willed, journalist, her main concern was about her son. And when she was killed, I don't know if you all did you meet with a therapist, because
I did.
I did too. They brought in a therapist, and I will never forget what she said to me was, as a journalist, you're going to have questions, you're going to try to make sense of it, and you are not going to be able to. And to this day, I can't. That just a month earlier, she loved Mary Engelbreit, and she wrote a note on that calendar, MLK Day, on a Mary Engelbreit calendar, wrote a note to me. I'm not necessarily going to share what the note said, but it was a motivational, inspirational note to me, and then she was gone. And my funny story about Nan is she's the reason I go to art fairs and buy jewelry.
I can still hear her high heels coming down those travertine floors at one memorial.
And remember, she would always have beautiful, unique jewelry, a unique blazer. And I remember asking her one time, "Where did you get that?" She goes, "Go to art fairs. There's always someone working in textiles at art fairs." And I didn't grow up going to art fairs. I started going to art fairs because of Nan Wyatt and looking for the jeweler in the bunch.
Well, she was a fine human being and a great newswoman. I remember when the Pope came to town and said, "You ought to pardon so-and-so." Somebody was on death row. Who's that guy that got pardoned a few days later?
Remember.
And that was back when the AP machine, Megan, was going tickety, 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 ding, ding, ding. And Nan ripped it off, and in those high heels you mentioned, she went running down the hallway saying, he pardoned the guy, he pardoned him, and she broke into the Charlie Brennan show to talk about it.
Remember how she'd go to Jeff City? She'd go to Jeff City every year. She loved going there to report on the legislature and, realize that was an important thing to bring to listeners.
Could I speak of something that I think we all have in common from the experience? It's the addiction, the addiction to newsroom adrenaline. After having left, the three of us here have left.
Yeah.
That was part of the whole culture. We were very honored to be here. We were producing news on an hourly basis, and Bill would say he would even wear a tie at 11 o'clock at night because it made him sound better, and that's why we have a tie on. But it was just such a revved up, adrenaline, deadline-driven fun. We were just zealous for getting it on the air and summarizing it, and we were like in a cult of adrenaline together.
I agree. I think that we all love storytelling. We call it that now. We didn't call it storytelling 22 years ago or 30 years ago. We didn't call it that. We also love words. Everybody in this room is a very creative.
Oh, the best zingers were off the air.
The things you couldn't say.
And in my audio list.
They're all in Michael Calhoun's audio list. The favorite Kevin Killeen story, and again, it's going to be a weird transition from. And Michael, you probably have.
Are you going to get into ornery goats?
Yeah, I know you have.
Do I need to pull this up?
There are two. And then we have to share all of our Jack Buck memories. But because I was mostly of my 28 years here an anchor, so I wasn't in the field. I was always here at this anchor chair, and so the reporters would then call and say, "I have a story," and the technology, we would get you on the what was it called?
The Marty.
The Marty. Get you on the Marty. And so I had to know where you were Marty 1 or Marty 2, and that you'd call in and give the lead, and I would type the lead, and I would then say the lead, and if there was audio you were going to use, you would send it to the newsroom, and so I would.
It was very cumbersome.
It was, and that's why I finally said to Kevin, "Stop calling me at 2:59. I don't have time. I can't do it. Give me time." So Kevin would be out always at a story because we worked kind of the same shift, and Kevin would call with the lead, and then I would have to read that story and then pitch to you live. Or Kevin would write a story.
Sometimes we would try to trip you up with the way we
wrote them. It's not. No, it's not. Sometimes we. It wasn't
Brett
we.
Bloom. Remember the one about the lions at the zoo?
It was you. You were always trying to trip people. Were you really trying to trip me up, or you just were a weird writer?
In this case, I don't think he did, but there was a goat on the loose, and I was trying to spell the word honorary like a mean thing, but I misspelled it.
And he spelled it horny.
He put an H at the beginning.
All right.
He spelled it horny.
And so Carol says, and the alderman warns there are several goats can be mean and horny when they're
horny.
Did you find the audio?
I'm looking for it.
Okay,
that's all right.
so yes, and your eye when you're reading, your
Alderman Joe Vaccaro warned goats can get mean and horny.
Whoops.
And that pause, the pause you hear there is my right eye is saying to my brain, there is a word coming up. And are we about to say horny on the air? I guess we are, because I can't now change it. I can't pivot quickly enough. And so the pause you hear
handled it with great aplomb.
And then there is the wavy hair.
Oh, yeah.
Blagojevich.
Yeah, he was changing his position on something back and forth, but he was also known for, he loved his hair so much he carried in the football a little kit, a hair comb. And so do you have that one?
I don't know.
Oh, and so the script was, I was trying to get Carol to laugh on the air. It said, Governor Blagojevich has changed his position on this issue, and he's combed it from the left to the right, to the left, and back again.
And then there was election night.
Yeah.
Which is the famous.
Yeah, but let's not talk about me. Let's talk about Bill.
No, let's talk about
Bill
Jack Buck.
I have a Bob Costas story.
Yes. Thank you.
I have a Dan Deerdorf story. I have a Jack Carney story. I have a Robert Highland story. I have a Bob Hamilton story, a Jack Buck story, a Jim White story. But I'm not going to be able to get to
Jack Buck.
any of them.
Do Jack Buck.
Jack Buck is a real short story, which I'll double off into Bob Costas.
We've got about 3 minutes.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, so
Jack
you
Buck.
only get to do Jack Buck.
No, the only time I ever talked to Jack Buck was in the lunch room downstairs at One Memorial Drive. I was new there. I was in the lunch line. He comes up behind me and he says, I'll get this. And then he sat down with me and he realized within about 3 seconds that I knew nothing about sports. Oh. And that was pretty much it. I mean, we didn't have a whole lot of conversations after that. Now, off into Bob Costas. This is a good story. Bob Costas was in the sports room at One Memorial Drive. And all these reporters that were there, we had like 9 reporters at the time, almost all of them Mizzou grads. And one of them popped off about, look at these sports guys over here. They don't have anything to do but sit there and watch a game. Bob Costas overheard that. And Bob Costas, being the gentleman that he is, came out of the sports office, and he wasn't angry. He was just matter of fact. And he started in on, I'd like to tell you about all the stories of the day. And he summarized every story in only what would be Bob Costas' style, which I could never mimic, obviously. And mouths were dropping, and they were all very embarrassed because of what they'd said about sports.
Because he knows more about the geopolitical conflicts overseas than they do.
Everything about everything.
And then during their pause, he said, and now would you like me to tell you about the political implications going on in Afghanistan? And then he walked away.
That is a great story.
He was so gentlemanly about it. You know, it was the perfect put down, but it was beautiful to watch. I mean, it was like watching an orchestra in their full, you know.
That's a great takedown.
Pretty amazing.
A great takedown. Who remembers, tell me the Jack Buck story for you, and when we lost him, if you have that story.
The number one thing, real quick, I remember, he didn't say this to me, but I heard it on a recording. He said, radio is companionship. And that became my whole way, Rosetta Stone, to how to understand what I was doing on the air with people listening.
You know, I think what's so hard is to hear someone on the air for so many years and then to kind of remember those last years. And what do you do for that person when they still want to be vital and involved? And that was hard to watch. That was hard to watch with Jack, to see him get to that point. But yet he still kept coming in.
Absolutely.
I remember being in the studio with Al Stevens with him while he was recording some things. Yeah. You know, and so, you know, I think, for a lot of us, we hang on to this business as long as we can.
I got here not long after Jack Buck passed. So I took all of that in as just a wide-eyed kid who did a documentary in high school about KMOX. And so when I got to the station, going out the first day with Megan Lynch to see how the recording equipment works and how a journalist approaches a story, that was like going out with Jack Buck. Seeing Carol Daniel, oh my gosh, that's Carol Daniel for the first time. Bill Reeker is the crisis go-to. And he's telling me I should try an avocado for the first time at 21 years old.
I remember
so
he
for
would
me,
say, shut up.
I remember being on the air with Jack Buck, and I know I have to take a break, and I'm sorry I'm not listening to you. But in Afternoon Drive, when I was anchoring with Doug McKelvin, Jack Buck was an employee of KMOX in addition to the Cardinals, and he had the part of that contract was come on the air at 4:20 every day and tell a story. And the GM at the time wanted us to make Jack Buck talk about sports. And I remember saying, I can't make Jack Buck talk about anything. He's going to talk about what he wants to talk about. And one of my favorite times on the air was the day that he jumped out of an airplane. And it was on his birthday. I want to say it was the 70th. And I asked him, does Carol know, his wife? And he said, she knows now. So are you kidding me? You are informing your wife. You actually went to jump out of a plane and you did not tell Carol Buck. And you're telling the story on the air. Quick one. He's on the air with us and we hear crash in the background. And we were like, is everything okay? Is everything okay? He goes, I'm babysitting. He was babysitting that day and the kids had knocked over a lamp or something. But in his later years, Megan, to your point, he started writing poetry, as we know now. And he would come in with this yellow legal pad. He would write longhand. And maybe twice he would put that yellow legal pad in front of me and have me read the poem. And I am thinking, I don't even want to read your words. I felt so like, I can't read your words, Jack. And I did. But he meant so much to so many.
Here's the last 2 seconds. He said
now
to me
it's
once,
not me.
He
It's
said,
him.
Megan, he said, I saw your mother today at the gift shop. She told me she never loved you.
And with that, we'll come back with Peter Mayer right here on KMOX.
This is Congressman Bob Onder. For 43 days, the left kept the government closed, holding the American people hostage and demanding radical policy changes, including free health care for illegal immigrants. However, thanks to strong Republican leadership, the Senate voted to reopen the government and put America first. I'm thrilled to return to Washington so I can continue to vote to help Missourians, to secure our nation's borders, and to cut wasteful spending. Visit onder.house.gov to find the office closest to you.
Paid for by official funds authorized by the House of Representatives.
I hear from sellers all the time that they fear they have missed out on the selling market. They are so relieved to learn September, October, and November are strong selling months. With low inventory and hopefully lower interest rates, this fall will be a hot one for real estate. I'm Christina Straight, owner of Straight Realty. You may have heard me say, why pay more than 4 for years? Now it's why pay more than 2, saving you even more money. Call me 314-441-4444. And remember, why pay more than 2?
Straight Realty is a licensed broker in the state of Missouri, Kansas, and Nevada.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Winter Wonderland, presented by St. Louis County Parks and Recreation at Tillis Park, is open Wednesday, November 26th through January 3rd. Enjoy more than 1 million dazzling lights with holiday characters and festive scenes. Whether you're carrying on a family tradition or starting a new one, you'll never see anything like Winter Wonderland at Tillis Park. Happy holidays from Kirkwood Fence, Tully Tire, Washington U Orthopedics, Restoration One, and Happy Roof. Get more info at KMOX.com.
Celebrating 100 years of informing and entertaining St. Louis.
John, have you been able to get by Lulu the cow exhibit?
I have not. No, we need to go over there and sign up.
Yeah.
I just haven't been in the mood. Here's the pitch, and there's a curveball for a strike.
Utter silence.
It's KMOX Day, presented by Purina. Your pet, our passion.
Welcome back as we continue celebrating 100 years of KMOX, and coming up in the next hour, Randy Carricker will be back on the air. Ron Jacober back on the air. They'll talk about a variety of things, more about Joe Buck, more about Joe Buck will be here on the air, and more about Jack Buck as well.
And what I love about this is the kind of like strange bedfellows, or like mixing of different KMOX eras. Like, it was so much fun to hear John Carney and Dave Glover on the air together.
Yeah.
Similar type of shows.
Absolutely.
And then I can't wait to
irreverent men on the air together.
Chris Ranji, Ron Jacober, that'll be fun.
So happy. We both, all three of us, Bill Ricker still in the studio, Michael Calhoun, I'm Carol Daniel. Bill and I both are retired KMOX news anchors. We've just been told that we're retired, not former. I like that. And our next guest, Peter Mayer, is also retired, but retired CBS News correspondent who joins us. Granite City's favorite son. Peter Mayer, welcome back to KMOX. It's so good to have you.
Oh, my goodness. I've been riveted to listening online all day here in the Washington, D.C. area. I was so flattered when the great Fred Bottomer contacted me about joining you today. And, of course, I am a charter member of the Carol Daniel Fan Club and big admirer of Michael and Bill.
Thank you so much. I just saw a photo that you have of an interview you did when you were 8 years old with Rex Davis.
That's right. That was my first experience with KMOX. That was back in and the great Rex Davis was at a KMOX booth at the home show at Kiel, and the station made little 33 1/3 RPM records of Rex recording interviews with kids, Carol. And he asked me, of course, what I wanted to be when I grew up, and I said I wanted to be a writer. And I always knew that I wanted to do something like that. And I still have that record with the KMOX Voice of St. Louis label on it. And by the way, here's your trivia question. Do any of you remember what Rex Davis's trademark newscast sign-off line was?
Oh, it's got to be Michael Calhoun. You've got to know this. I definitely don't know.
Why can't
Fred would know.
Where is Fred Bottomer? Do you know Fred?
Fred's shaking his head.
Oh man, we're batting 1,000.
All right.
We've got Peter Mayer.
At the end of every newscast, Fred, at the end of every newscast, Rex would say, "And so today's news shapes tomorrow."
Oh, okay. Now you know, because St. Louis is a big trivia town, so that's good to know.
That's true.
So it does.
Peter, tell us in your estimation, because you are you've always been a fan. Tell us what has made KMOX, for all of her, and again, KMOX is a woman to me, for all of her challenges, all of her growth, her evolution, what has made KMOX such a mainstay and such a legend?
Well, it is a mainstay, Carol, and it is the best of local radio in the entire country. Here I live in the Washington, D.C. area. There is nothing like KMOX in this market. Yeah, there's an all-news station, and they, repeat the same news, every 20 minutes, and you'll hear the same story at 8 o'clock in the morning and maybe at 8 o'clock at night. But KMOX is the home of communicators like the three of you. You're not radio announcers, you're communicators. I go back to my greatest KMOX hero, if I may, Bob Hardy. Bob was a communicator, a multi-talented voice who he could handle any interview, breaking story, other assignments. I have to tell you, from a personal standpoint, I still treasure a letter that he sent to me and our staff over at the old WIBV in Belleville, where I was the news director and where Bob once worked. And on KMOX stationery, he just kindly commended us for our live coverage of a train derailment in New Athens, Illinois, little town near Belleville. I have to tell you, I tell aspiring broadcasters when they come to me for whatever reason for advice. I mentored a young college student over the past summer, and I said, find someone to emulate, not imitate, but emulate. And I know that back in the day, I always tried to emulate Bob Hardy.
When it comes to, today we tend to, something is this or it's that. But KMOX has maintained this news, talk, sports kind of hybrid, and everything kind of mixes. You could have a sports person doing tornado coverage, a news person covering the World Series, and the way that it all kind of bleeds together and it all kind of mixes. It's like life. KMOX, I think, is more like life than just about any other media option you've got out there.
Yeah, and it's such an important part of the lives of people in the St. Louis area. I was talking to my brother Craig earlier this afternoon, and we were remembering when we were kids, we'd be listening to KMOX on winter days saying, please say Granite City schools are closed because of the snow. And these are memories that, that really linger. But at the same time, as the old song goes, don't stop thinking about tomorrow. When you look at what KMOX is doing today on AM 1120 and on the FM side now, and with streaming and podcasting, the station has not forgotten about its legacy, and it has not forgotten about tomorrow. But just so many memories. If I can share another quick one, when I was a student at SIU Edwardsville, my buddy Terry Gainey, who, by the way, went on to a great career as an author and a St. Louis Post-Dispatch reporter in Jeff City, Terry and I idolized John McCormick. And we somehow talked our way into the KMOX building on Hampton, where the man who walked and talked at midnight, believe it or not, he cordially welcomed us into the studio where he was broadcasting in the glow of a little gooseneck lamp. And just, again, that's the kind of legacy and memories that go way back, I admit, but make KMOX what it is today and what it was then.
I remember John McCormick. Peter, this is Kevin Killeen, a friend of Al Stevens, your buddy from Granite City.
Oh, yes.
I heard
dear
John
Al.
McCormick stories. Bill, do you remember this? That he would unfurl a piece of like purple velvet and put an ashtray and a pack of Camel non-filters there to start the show.
Oh, absolutely, after he drove in on his motorcycle.
And his wife was sort of his copy person. She would rip the wires and bring them in to John.
And Peter, I have to say, too, that as you talk about the quality of this station and at being a mainstay and a legend, I don't know if other communities, you may have a good station, but the community isn't with you as much as the community has been with KMOX. I have three older brothers, and one of my brothers married a St. Louis, well, two of them married St. Louis girls, and one of them, her late father said to me when he learned that I got this job at KMOX that he made his children listen to KMOX because at the time he felt that if you wanted to be informed, and you need to be informed, you needed to listen to KMOX. And I don't know other communities that had that attitude about their station the way that St. Louisans had that attitude about KMOX, Peter.
Well, there are too many communities that are what we call news deserts that don't have any news source, radio or newspapers or even maybe TV. But even major markets, the news deserts are mainly in small towns, but major markets, there just aren't very many stations that do what KMOX does. Back in the day, there were other stations in St. Louis that had news departments, and there was a lot of competition among radio stations. But KMOX is the standout. And again, as I travel the country and as I spin the dial, because I'm a radio nerd like all of you, there is nothing around like KMOX.
And Peter, Kevin Killeen again, it wasn't just like we were just getting information from the news, but I remember as a teenager or a younger kid who hated KMOX, and it was on in the front seat of the car. You were unintentionally, by having it on everywhere you went, you were learning the art of listening and how adults had conversations and how people interrupted each other, like Ann Keefe saying, "Now wait a minute, Senator."
Mm-hmm.
Little things like that. You just learned the art of conversation from the station. I think it helped.
You sure do. And the people who work at KMOX, and of course all of you are among those are the greatest example, are just so dedicated. And I go back to the great Bob Hardy. The last time I saw Bob, we were at a presidential debate at Washington U. I was there covering for my network, and I was so thrilled to see Bob. Of course, he was there for KMOX, and the mics were set up and all the broadcasting equipment. And as we waited for the event to start, I said to Bob Hardy, I asked him, why didn't you ever move on to a network job or maybe to a larger market? And he looked at me, and I'm paraphrasing here, but he basically said, a dog's bark is always louder in its own backyard.
Peter Mayer, it's a joy to have you.
Sums it up.
It's such a joy to hear your voice again on KMOX, and a joy to talk to you.
Thank you so much, Carol, and you guys. It's just been such an honor to be with you, and happy birthday to KMOX, and congratulations to St. Louis for having this great radio station.
Well, thank you, Peter, for being there for us for all these years.
Always. He was always there for us. That is Peter Mayer, retired CBS News correspondent. Granite City's own, we always like to say. Bill Reeker?
Do you want to end this on a zinger?
Well,
of course.
That would be great.
Got Bill and Kevin here.
Can you do it in 5 seconds? Go.
You've always heard Jim White say, you can't fix
stupid.
But don't forget, we're going into winter now.
Yes.
Don't forget to bring in your brass monkey.
He would say that too.
Kevin Killeen.
Carol, it's great to see you.
It's good to see you as well. How's St. Charles County?
Wonderful. It's like Mayberry.
No, it is not.
It is.
It is
it's
not.
It's like the 1980s out there.
They don't want to be Mayberry. They want to be L.A. I'm just kidding. Michael Calhoun.
Carol.
Always.
Love you. Love everybody here. I got here at 20 years old, and I've grown up with all of you.
I got here at 31, and I'm now 63. So let's go, people. More celebration of KMOX is coming up. It is 2:57.
Attention veterans and active military. Overhead Door Company of St. Louis is doubling their usual veterans discount on all products and services in November. That means veterans and active military get 10% off all month at Overhead Door Company of St. Louis, 10% off all doors, openers, and any service or repair. Details on their website. Schedule your annual garage door tune-up before winter really sets in. Just call 314-781-5200 or schedule online at overheaddoorsstlouis.com.
Missouri, the wait is almost over. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, going live December 1st. But you don't have to wait until then to sign up, because if you join today, you'll get an early sign-up bonus. You can get started with $400 in bonus bets when you make your first $5 bet. From live betting to same-game parlays, FanDuel is the best place to bet on all your favorite teams, sports, and players. FanDuel.com/Missouri to learn more. That's FanDuel.com/Missouri. Play your game with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. 21 or over and present in Missouri. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Early sign-up $100 offer. Bonus bets expire 30 days after FanDuel accepts its first real money sports wager in Missouri. Unique user identity verification required. Post-launch $300 offer. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus bets expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com.
I dared Archwell Health to keep track of my vitals and my grandkids' names.
I dared Archwell Health to simplify my prescriptions, so Max and I have more time to play. Good boy.
And I dared Archwell Health to be closer than my neighborhood coffee shop.
Our members dared us to do more as a primary care provider for adults age 60 and up. So we made it our mission. Visit archwellhealth.com and become a member today. Archwell Health. We dare to care.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Celebrating 100 years of informing and entertaining. KMOX AM St. Louis. KMOX FM Hazelwood. The voice of St. Louis.
KMOX is your official station for news, weather, traffic, and sports. Now, the top local news on News Talk 1120, KMOX.
And right now, we've got 55 degrees at 3 o'clock, a cloudy sky downtown at the Arch on this 1120 KMOX Day, celebrating the 100th anniversary of the station.
Bobby, I lost $500 on that match.
What more can you ask for? A legendary station with legendary voices heard earlier today during our special 100th anniversary programming on KMOX. Bob Costas.
You can lean on the old cliche about any town that's close to your heart. You can leave it, but it never leaves you.
And actor John Goodman speaking about leaving his hometown of St. Louis for Hollywood.
You know, I'd get very homesick, but then I realized why I was so homesick, because the place was so special to me. It had everything you'd ever want.
The NTSB has released a preliminary report on the UPS crash in Kentucky earlier this month.
The report showed the plane that crashed and killed 14 had cracks in the mount that keeps the engine attached to the plane. It still doesn't reveal, though, the exact cause of the crash, but the company has proactively grounded its fleet of MD-11 planes out of an abundance of caution and says it fully supports the investigation.
My words cannot describe how painful it has been over the last 2 weeks.
UPS Airlines President Bill Moore.
Our hearts continue to be with all those that are affected.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
The trial to remove the St. Louis City Sheriff continues.
Sheriff's Major Lee Stokes testified he discouraged Alfred Montgomery from arresting Deputy Jail Commissioner Tammy Ross, but Montgomery insisted he would and did anyway. Stokes says he was retaliated against by Montgomery after speaking to the feds. It only got worse when he went to HR because a disciplinary hearing with Sheriff's Attorney David Mason was called. While being cross-examined by Mason, Stokes said the only reason the meeting never happened is because he argued with Mason for an hour and a half until he canceled, adding he doesn't trust Mason or the disciplinary board. After Mason made the line of questioning about himself, Judge Omer's patience ran out. He began shouting at Mason, asking, "Who is this about, you or the sheriff?" impressing on him, quote, "If you want to represent this man, do so." Sean Malone, KMOX News.
From the KMOX Business Desk, sponsored by Krentz Financial Group, KFGadvisors.com. Verizon workers are brushing up their resumes after a heavy round of layoffs. Business reporter Jason Brooks.
Verizon is cutting more than
raced out this morning to a 600-point lead in the first hour, only to lose that and close lower by 386 points, or 0.8% to 45,752. The Standard & Poor's 500 index dropped 1.5% to 6,538. The NASDAQ lost a little bit more than 2% at 22,078. The Bloomberg St. Louis Stock Index fell 1.6% at 1,505. Checking on some local issues, Anheuser-Busch gained 0.1% at $60.76. Future fuel up 1.3% at $3.14. Losing ground today, Stifel Financial slipped 2.9% at $115.24. Esco Technology fell 3% at $210.17, while Boeing lost 3.4%. They close at $179.38. This has been Scott Bedell from Stifel Financial, member SIPC and New York Stock Exchange. For more information on our firm, we invite you to visit our website at stifel.com.
Right now, we've got a crash on 6440 going westbound at 270. That's got the left exit and shoulder closed. Also a stall 70 west at Bermuda, the left shoulder. Another stall 255 east at Coke Road. That is on the right shoulder.
Wet, and more wet going through the afternoon. Periods of rain, some rumbles of thunder, flashes of lightning around 65. Nothing changes tonight. Periods of rain, some storms, and 53. Really, nothing changes Friday. Very slow-moving storm system. Periods of rain, spot storms Friday, and 62. Rain continues into at least early Friday evening, but it's gone for the weekend. Mostly sunny skies, 62 Saturday, 64 on Sunday. From the Saliga Heating and Cooling Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Dave Murray on 104.1 FM. KMOX.
Cloudy sky, 55 degrees. I'm Michael Calhoun, KMOX News.
Celebrating 100 years of informing and entertaining St. Louis.
The chase is on. Through the facilities of KMOX, the voice of St. Louis, Columbia's great station in the heart of the rich Mississippi Valley, this is Saturday at the Chase with Spike Jones and his City Slickers.
It's KMOX Day, presented by Purina. Your pet, our passion.
Happy KMOX Day and happy 100th anniversary. Great to have you with us. It is coming up on 307 in St. Louis. And Mike Claiborne, Randy Carricker with you. We would love to be able to say that we are the OGs, but we aren't even
pretty close. No, we're pretty close.
Jack Buck, Bob Costas, Bill Wilkerson.
I mean, as far as years of service, now, you started, what year did you start?
I was 83 to 01.
I was 81. Left in 2006. No, in 81 to 91. Then came back in 2006 and been here ever since.
And we grew up in an era, and just like KMOX is now, where the station revolves around Cardinal baseball.
Yes.
And Mr. Highland set it up that way. And we couldn't have had it any better because you and I were both involved with Post-Game Open Line. We had the great opportunity to work with some of the all-time greats, whether it was Bob Costas. My first full-time night at KMOX was producing for Dan Deerdorf on his first night doing Sports Open Line, and we worked together for several years. We both had the opportunity, me as a producer, you as the host of Post-Game Open Lines with Bob Gibson, which was unforgettable.
I'm not sure where I can start with that. Bob Gibson is one of the reasons why I'm in this business. He was such a good person to me, and I learned so much about the game. And you were around him as much as I was, and just a delightful person, and we had a lot of fun. Let's just put it that way. We had a lot of fun.
One night, and this is before we had radar guns in baseball. Some guy calls in on the post-game Sports Open Line and says, "Yeah, Bob, I'm 28 years old, and I throw 99, 100 miles an hour, and I just want to know how I can get involved in baseball." And Bob says, "You know what you need to do? You just throw as hard as you can for as long as you can until your arm falls off, because nobody cares about you at 28. Nobody's going to sign you to a pro baseball contract." He didn't have a filter. He said it like it was.
He was so honest to the point where it was amusing. And don't put him and Shannon together.
Oh,
when
right.
he and Mike Shannon, when we would do the shows from the restaurant, oh, my goodness. I'm not sure if that radio show could exist in today's way of thinking.
I don't think so, no.
It was quite delightful, and we miss them both for sure.
No doubt. And Jack Buck, my mentor, and you talk about Gibby, I would not be here, and I think a lot of people know this, if it wasn't for Jack Buck being a booster and a mentor and somebody who kind of guided me through how to act in this business, more importantly off the air than on the air.
I agree. Yeah, he was that guy to me as well, where there were a lot of little things that you picked up on, and he talked to you. He was very accessible, and he was one of my heroes. And I think, and maybe I could say this for you as well, when you grow up in St. Louis and you listen to these guys growing up, and then all of a sudden you're working with them, and they don't disappoint you in how they are on or off the air. And that's one of the neat things I'll always appreciate about Jack.
And we have voices of the Cardinals in this hour. We're going to talk to Joe Buck. We're going to talk to Chip Caray. We're going to talk to our buddy John Rooney, who is here in the building. But let's get things started with Mike and my first Pioneer.
KMOX, celebrating 100 years. Presented by Purina, your pet, our passion. Now, a KMOX Pioneer.
For nearly half a century, Jack Buck was the unmistakable sound of St. Louis. His warm storytelling and unforgettable calls transformed baseball on the radio. From Cardinals championships to the everyday heartbeat of the season, Jack's voice became part of life in St. Louis.
It's the great American pastime, baseball. It's not just a game invented for athletes who can run from home to first in 4 seconds. It's a game made for kids and played by kids.
Beyond baseball, he was a full-range broadcaster. Buck hosted the station's At Your Service and Sports Open Line programs. He was a storyteller whose humor and humility resonated with fans far beyond the ballpark. Jack Buck, a KMOX pioneer.
And now Joe Buck is here, Mike Claiborne is here, and we get a chance to talk about the multi-Hall of Famer, Jack Buck, Joe's dad. And Joe, it's amazing. Your dad passed away basically a quarter of a century ago, and I'm sure you still hear about him every single day, right?
Every day. Yeah, it's somehow, some way, somebody has a story. I mean, that may be hyperbole, but it's pretty close, especially here at home in St. Louis. And it's great. I mean, it's kept him alive to me in many ways. And I always hear a different little story that reminds me of his love of people. I mean, those are the stories. I don't hear stories anymore of, where they were when Ozzie hit a home run or, the go crazy or, home run by Jack Clark or any of that stuff. It's more how he touched their life. And that's, what makes the most impact on me. And I think all of us in our family, that he did so much for so many people, a lot of stories we had no idea about. And those are the ones that keep kind of filtering back to us as time's gone on.
Joe, I don't know whether you've heard or not, but your dad had an incredible sense of humor. And you had the chance, you had the chance to spend time with him as a broadcaster and certainly as his son. Give me one of the moments that he really made you laugh, because he can make everybody else laugh, and he didn't even have to work hard at it.
Yeah, I'm not sure this is politically correct anymore. I mean, there's a 1,000 of them, but I remember he was sitting in the, whatever we want to call it, the media lunchroom at Old Busch Stadium or Middle Busch Stadium, and he was sitting around scouts and other, broadcasters, reporters, whoever. And by that time in his life, this would probably have been in the late 90s, early 2000s. He passed away in 2002. I always gave him a kiss on the top of the forehead when I came in, and he was sitting there. Even saying that takes me right back, and I can smell him right now with the way his skin smelled with his Pierre Cardin cologne. But I remember walking in, he was sitting there telling a story. I walked in, I was kind of just walking by, and I kissed him on the top of the forehead, and he said, "Take it easy, Buck. Not everybody knows we're father and son."
He used to come
and now he can be canceled in retrospect.
Oh yeah. Another one of those, Joe. He used to come down in that the downstairs studio at the old ballpark. And he would sit with me, and before he got going on the game, and he would join me on the sportscasts. And so the woman that did the afternoon drive, I'm not going to use names here because it might not be politically correct, and I don't want anybody to be offended. But she was telling us that she had been really sick. She had the flu, and she'd been throwing up all day. And your dad said, "That's God's way of telling you that you need to lose weight."
Oh my God.
I'm just trying to think about the day part now.
I think, many times I have had a line run through my head with a microphone in front of my mouth, and there's one of 3,000 filters that a line has to get over. It has to go over these hurdles to get out of my mouth. And I think, I don't know, that my dad would have been who he ended up being in today's world. And when I wrote my book, I highlighted a lot of that, and I was grilled by more than one reporter. I remember a guy with a Village Voice in New York saying, "Are you saying that it was better back then?" And I was like, I'm not saying it was better. I'm just saying it was different. And I think that's the best way that we can look at it. That doesn't mean it's better, worse, whatever. It just was a different time. And I think we all have to be mature enough to understand that, digest it, and know that that was the case back then. He pushed it a lot. And I think, his sense of humor was always done with kind of a twinkle in his eye. And even his lines like that may not have come off as critical as it would have had it come out of my mouth, or had it come out of yours or whatever. I think people knew his good-natured side, and maybe it's right, maybe it's wrong. We're not here to say that, but he was a guy that had, I think what we're saying is, a pretty vicious sense of humor.
Yeah, Joe, speaking of vicious senses of humor, I think locally people who listen to Jack on a regular basis, they didn't have a problem when Neil O'Donoghue was going to kick a field goal, and Jack said, if he misses this one, I'm not going to be Irish anymore. And then we go to postseason baseball, and I can't remember exactly the Bobby Vinton reference. And everybody,
I can.
Yeah,
I can. I was in college with my best friend Lee, who was from Michigan City, Indiana, and we're sitting in the Union at Indiana University, and it was the NLCS, and it was in Pittsburgh. And Bobby Vinton is messing up not only the lyrics, but the melody of the Star-Spangled Banner. And my dad said, I think in his mind, he's trying to take the pressure and the heat off Bobby Vinton for not a great rendition of the Star-Spangled Banner on national TV, because the crowd really applauded when he was finished. And my dad said before they went to break, well, that proves if you're Polish and you're from Pittsburgh, you can sing the anthem any way you want, and they still love it. And I was like, I broke out in a cold sweat. And my friend Lee turned to me. He's like, man, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. And that he was. He and my mom got back to their hotel room after that game, and there was a footprint in the middle of their pillow on their bed at the hotel. And the bosses at CBS kind of walked away from him after that game. I think that was probably one of the early times when maybe he felt, and again, he was doing it in a way to try to make it, hey, it's all good, and that was his way in his mind of diffusing what was kind of an awkward situation. And it just, that stuff doesn't play on national TV. I've found that out the hard way too. And it's you live and learn. He was in his mid-60s at that point. But that was a rough time for him when he said that.
Hey, Joe, I thought when the Cardinals were at their best in Whitey ball that your dad was in his prime. His calls during, especially the Mets-Cardinals in 85 and 87, were just so perfect. Do you agree with that stretch from maybe 82 to 89 was the prime of his career?
I do. I've never thought of it in that kind of a finite period of time, but I think you're dead right. He was very close with Whitey. And my dad loved Whitey and loved the brand of baseball that he brought to St. Louis, as did we all. I mean, I think when I think of the game today and then I compare it to the way I grew up or really fell in love with the game in the 70s and then into the 80s, and predominantly because of Whitey ball, I just think he appreciated that style. It was fun. It's fun to broadcast, shots into the gap and guys taking extra bases and Vince Coleman stealing bases when the whole world knows that he's going to, and, pitchers not being able to hold him close and catchers not being able to throw him out. And that lends itself to great broadcasts and awesome calls. So I think all that was in play. And I think he was at a time in his life where, the 70s were behind him. The 70s were behind the Cardinals. Mm-hmm. And it was a fun time to be a Cardinal fan, and consequently a really fun time to be a Cardinal broadcaster.
And the other thing that comes with that is the fact that he really taught baseball to St. Louis, being around Whitey and Whitey's innovative style of managing. And Jack was able to convey that to the listeners in a lot of different ways. And then you move on, and here comes Tony La Russa, who manages different than Whitey. And Jack is teaching the game again to fans who are trying to figure out, well, why isn't Tony like Whitey? And I thought Jack was able to mesh the two, where we all came to the point of being able to truly appreciate how you win baseball games.
Yeah, I agree. And they were completely different styles. And you're right about Tony. I remember doing a Cardinal caravan where you'd go around, in the offseason and promote Cardinal baseball in different small towns around the Midwest and around St. Louis. And I remember Dave McKay was on the Cardinal caravan with us, and somebody said, well, what do you think? You guys are coming from Oakland, and now the pitcher's going to hit, and what do you think that does to Tony and his style of managing? And I remember Dave McKay and Tony, when I brought it up to him, saying initially, man, who wants to see the pitcher hit? Nobody wants to see the pitcher hit. And I think what they discounted was how fun it was going to be to manage ball games and have to get around the pitcher hitting and when to pull a starter and how much that taxes your bullpen and when to use a key pinch hitter instead of just watching the lineup turn over and over and over and waiting for one spot for your one main pinch hitter. They came to love it. And so I think for Tony, I know I'm speaking for him, but I know it's right that he came over here like, man, this is going to be brutal watching the pitchers hit. And it turned into the opposite. And I agree with you. My dad loved those two managers as people. And I think he had a lot of appreciation for the way they manage games.
Another person that your dad loved was Mr. Highland. And I know that, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for your dad's influence with Mr. Highland, right? And
I wouldn't be. I know that.
Exactly. But he was the reason that Mr. Highland allowed me to get on the air. And he had such a great admiration for what Mr. Highland had done. And they worked for such a long time together. That was an interesting sports director, general manager relationship.
Yeah, I think it was unique. I do know for a fact that my dad, I think it came from where he grew up in Massachusetts, being, a Depression-era kid, that if somebody said, hey, and in this case, the somebody was Robert Highland, said, hey, we need you at a Schnucks opening in Crestwood, and then tomorrow we need you at, this appearance, or we need you at the Gateway Arch as they put the Keystone piece in, and there was never a no that came out of my dad's mouth. I think without making this one side against the other, I think Bob Highland got his money's worth out of my dad. Mm-hmm. And it was the Blues are here, go do it. Hey, we've got this this appearance for you, go do it. And my dad never said no, and so it was a great relationship. It was professional, it was personal, and it was just one of those times where it wasn't like, oh, let me check my contract and let me see if I'm over my limit of public appearances. They got their money's worth out of my dad. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Joe, as my final question for you, as you look back on your relationship with your dad, what's the one moment that you had a chance to take a look at him and him to look at you and sit back and see the expression on his face on something you were doing?
Well, I could lean toward like the World Series in 1996, my first one at Fox, but I wasn't looking at him. I think it was a look in his eye when I was doing Cardinal games and sitting right next to him, which is a time in my life that I did not, even in the moment, take for granted. I loved every second of that. And there were also times, by the way, Mike, where the Cardinals were getting bad breaks or whatever was going on. I would get a look out of the corner of my dad's eye like, that's enough. And so I was always kind of under his tutelage, although he was not hands-on that way at all with me. But I know how proud he was of me. He did an interview with John Carney right before he died about me and my career. And I heard things in that interview that I never heard, him say to me. I know how proud he was. He was not the guy that would tell me directly how proud he was, but he would tell everybody that came, in his path whether it was the person delivering the mail or whoever, how proud he was. And those words that I heard, either secondhand or in that taped interview with John Carney, just mean the world to me.
And here we are, the 100th year anniversary of KMOX. Your dad was around for almost half of it, and he's still the biggest influence ever that this station has had.
Well, I agree with that. I think mainly because of what I said earlier. There wasn't an event or anything that happened that KMOX was a part of that he wasn't a part of when he was able. So, you know, it was the majority of his life. And I would say many times, and this isn't me whining about it, but I think KMOX kind of took the top spot at times with him, over family even. That's how much he adored it. That's how much he felt indebted to it. And, you know, he was very proud of his affiliation with KMOX. And I'm glad he's one of the main influencers in the history of the station. He definitely deserves to be on that list, in my opinion.
Joe, thanks for reminiscing with us. We appreciate it. Always appreciate your time. It's good to hear your voice. And keep up the unbelievably great work on Monday Night Football.
Is that what he's doing now?
That's where I am.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right.
Take care, man.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
Yeah.
See you.
See you later, Pat. That is Joe Buck, and at some point he will join his father as a Ford Frick winner of the Ford Frick Award at the Baseball Hall of Fame. And Claves, we talk about the influence on KMOX, but if you're going to put together a top 10 ever in St. Louis, I would think that Jack Buck will be right in that list too.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd had to think about 9 other guys.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah,
you're
right.
Same thing. That is Mike Claiborne. I'm Randy Carricker, and this is the 100th year anniversary of KMOX. We want to thank Papa's Diner, Super Smokers Barbecue in Eureka, and Case and Buck's Grub and Pub in Barnard, who provided lunch for the staff and alumni today.
Lunch for people who were here.
Yeah.
When I got here, there were no survivors.
There's some bagels still out there, Slave.
Yeah, okay, well, you can take one of those home with you. It's
you
okay.
Can read about all of the KMOX pioneers and listen to classic audio if you go to KMOX.com. And if you missed any of today's celebration, you can podcast it at KMOX.com and wherever you get your podcast. Chip Caray coming up next here on KMOX.
For 100 years, KMOX has delivered the stories that bring St. Louis together. And for more than a century, Purina has been helping the pets of St. Louis live their best lives. So as KMOX celebrates a century of service, Purina is proud to stand alongside a true St. Louis institution. Because no matter what the decade, one thing never changes: the love we have for our city and our pets. Purina, your pet, our passion. Learn more at Purina.com.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-548-4040. 800-548-4040. That's
voice of St. Louis.
Mike Claiborne, Randy Carricker on the 100th anniversary of KMOX. And Claibs, I was actually too young to hear Harry Caray do play-by-play. I did have the great good fortune of recording every Saturday the Jack Buck Harry Caray interview with Harry doing the Cubs and Jack doing the Cardinals. And boy, did they have a great time doing that. But you had an opportunity to hear Harry as a Cardinal play-by-play man, right?
John Rooney and I were talking about that earlier today about listening to Harry in '64, where he was on the field in next to the owner's box. And you could hear August Bush saying, "Let's go, get him out," the ninth inning. And the bedlam that took place, Harry was trying to grab people coming off the field. I mean, it was wild. But the one thing that I think the people who heard Harry was such a wordsmith. I mean, he set the table so well, and he knew the game, and he knew how to deliver it in a very descriptive manner.
He was a great broadcaster. I think what we heard at the end with the Cubs wasn't indicative of how great a radio broadcaster he was.
I agree.
And you might guess he's our next pioneer.
KMOX, celebrating 100 years. Presented by Purina. Your pet, our passion. Now, a KMOX pioneer.
Before he became a national icon, Harry Caray electrified St. Louis baseball on KMOX. With boundless energy, raw emotion, and his signature Holy Cow, Caray brought Cardinals baseball to life for millions across the Midwest.
Slow ball swung on, a drive, back to left. Way back is Brock, he jumps. Holy cow, did he make the catch or not? Yeah, he's got the ball. The game is over.
The power of KMOX's signal, paired with Harry's unforgettable personality, helped create one of the strongest team broadcaster bonds in sports.
This is Harry Caray with Jack Buck and Jerry Gross.
His bold, candid style made him one of America's most colorful broadcasters and a defining voice in the early era of KMOX sports. Harry Caray, a KMOX pioneer.
He is one of the 13 KMOX pioneers on this 100th anniversary of the Mighty Mocs. Mike Claiborne, Randy Carricker, and we are joined now by Harry's grandson, Chip Caray, current TV voice of the Cardinals on FanDuel Sports. Chip, it's great to have you with us, and it's great to have you with us on a day that your dad is honored as a KMOX pioneer. How you doing?
I'm doing great, guys. It's a cool honor, and listening to those calls brings back a lot of great memories. I, like you, Randy, was too young to remember Harry doing Cardinals games, but listening to that old 1964 Cardinals World Series album certainly brings back a lot of memories for a lot of people and makes this young person's chest swell with pride.
And Chip, being in a broadcast family with your dad and also your grandfather, and now your sons are involved in the business as well, what do you try and take away from Harry? I know you didn't know him that well, and you just mentioned you didn't have a chance to hear him, but what do you take away from him that you try and pass on to your kids?
Yeah, it's a great question, Claibs. I think joy of the game. Look, I think what came through with Harry is he loved the game. I mean, his life was the 3 Bs: booze, baseball, and babes, in whatever order you wanted to put him. But he really loved the game. He was an aspiring player himself. He had a pretty good high school baseball career at Webster Groves. He was on his way to Alabama, but couldn't afford the out-of-state tuition, I guess, for a baseball scholarship or a partial scholarship that he had. But he had a love affair with baseball. He loved the game. He had a great appreciation for the athletes. He always said Stan Musial was his favorite player for obvious reasons. But I think all of us who are in the business can sometimes get jaded by the little things that in the grand scheme of things aren't very important. But as a great guy at Fox Sports once told me, I was working with Joe Buck in the old days, we get to play in life's sandbox. And I think Harry realized that from a very early age as a broadcaster and understood that, yeah, he was going to make it fun, but he did it first and foremost for the fans, not the suits, not the players, not the managers, but he broadcast the game for the fans because ultimately he was the game's biggest fan.
Chip, in watching a lot of Cardinal baseball and hearing you, I get the sense that there are calls where you're paying homage to your grandfather. Is that an accurate statement?
If it is, it's totally by accident.
Okay.
I mean, again, I think I take a little bit from, like, you can't hide from the DNA, right? I think I take a little bit of my dad with me and Harry, and I guess I make it my own. I use the analogy all the time of pick out your greatest guitar player, and they're using the same 12 or 13 notes. It's just how they mix the notes together and what scale and what progression they use to create their own melody. And I think that's what all of us behind the microphone do. But like Harry, I love the game, and I love being at the ballpark. I can't imagine doing anything else. Like my dad, I like to play with the language and have fun and not afraid to make a fool of myself, as I think you've been able to hear with Brad and me. But ultimately, we're there to serve the fans, and hopefully they enjoy doing it or listening to us as much as we enjoy doing it.
Hey, the off season is in full swing. What are you thinking about with regard to 2026 regarding the Cardinals?
Yeah, man, Mike, I was thinking about going to Staples or Home Depot and Office Depot and getting some of those "Hello, my name is" stickers for the shirts of guys. I read something today, and I think it was really prescient. Whoever wrote it, I can't remember, so my apologies, but I think they're right. I think Friday is going to be a very interesting day. Once we get through Thanksgiving and once we get through all the minutia of what's going on in the game behind the scenes and the 40-man roster and all that stuff, I would imagine that Hyman, his group's going to hit the ground running, and I think the status quo is going to be no more. I think he understands and has a very clear vision of where the franchise is and where he wants to take it and how to do it, and I think it's really an exciting time. There are going to be some trades and some deals made that I'm sure are going to upset a lot of people because nobody wants to see their favorite player go someplace else. But I think we would all agree that the status quo of what we've seen the last 3 years is not up to what the standards of Cardinals fans expect. And there are some pieces here that can bring back value, that can build a much more solid and more cohesive foundation for the future. And if that's the case, the old adage, right? Take your medicine now so you don't have to take it later. And the short-term pain could be a long-term gain. And I think Heim's up to that challenge.
Chip Caray with us on the 100-year anniversary of KMOX. And, Chip, you're a few years younger than me, but I grew up listening in my parents' kitchen to KMOX, listening to Bill Wilkerson and Bob Costas and obviously Jack and Mike. How much of what KMOX was doing back in the 70s and the 80s when you were growing up, how much did that influence you? How much did you listen to the station as a kid?
Well, all the time. I mean, it's funny you mention that. I went to school at the University of Georgia, and then my first job out of college was in Panama City, Florida. And the amazing thing about the KMOX 50,000-watt blowtorch signal was I could hear KMOX better in Panama City, Florida than I could hear WSB out of Atlanta, which was, I'm guessing, 500-600 miles closer. I was like most young people, had some pangs of homesickness. I missed Emo's Pizza and Toasted Rab and Ted Drew's and, the occasional Budweiser, too. So I'd flip on KMOX and I'd hear a Blues game, or I'd hear the Cardinals games, out on the West Coast, and we would be driving around or driving back to Atlanta to see my dad, and I'd have the games on all the time. I mean, the thing about St. Louis is you leave, but it never leaves you, and I think that what makes KMOX so great is the remarkable personalities who've had the good fortune of working behind those microphones, that they have a unique and innate ability to make people like us who aren't in St. Louis feel like we're sitting in front of our fireplace at home, because that blowtorch and that signal and the product and the people are so great. So it was instrumental for me. It was a big reason why I wanted to work in the business, and had an interview with Bob Highland years ago, who asked me if I was ready for a big market, and stupidly I answered no. I might have been in St. Louis a lot earlier, but it was certainly instrumental in not just my life, but our entire family's lives.
Yeah, and we would be remiss if we didn't mention that your dad did a lot on KMOX, St. Louis Hawks games, right?
Yeah.
And he was quite involved with the station.
Rumor has it that's where he met my mom. I think my mom was working in the office where Bob Highland worked in some capacity, and that's how my mom and dad met. I don't know the circumstances of that, and I want to clear up something. So if anybody misheard, when I first took the Cardinals job, I was conceived after a game at Sportsman's Park, not at Sportsman's Park, which would have been a much better story. But Bob Highland was actually my godfather, so kind of a unique closure of history for our family for me to come back. But yeah, my mom and dad met and worked with Bob Highland back in the days. Dad's got his broadcasting start on doing a high school radio show. Harry called all the bars and bartenders around town and said, "Hey, listen, and at 9:45 when the show's over, call the switchboard and tell Skip how great he was." And that's where the bug, I guess, sort of bit my dad way back in the 1950s at some point.
And we're going to talk to your friend and fellow play-by-play man John Rooney in just a moment. But how much does it mean to you? I mean, you left a good job in Atlanta to come here to be the voice of the Cardinals. How much does it mean to you to be the TV voice of the St. Louis Cardinals?
I'm one of the TV voices, Randy. I'm not the TV voice. I'm one of them. I think that's the first and most important thing. We have an amazing team, and this was the only place that I ever would have considered leaving Atlanta for. And I cannot believe my good fortune and how welcoming everybody has been, how great people like Mike Claiborne have been, who was so instrumental in helping me get here. Every day I walk into our little house here in Soulard, and I breathe a sigh of relief and gratitude and say, man, I can't believe this has happened. My only regret is that it didn't happen 20 years earlier, so I could have enjoyed it more. But believe me, my family and I are incredibly happy to be home, and hopefully this will be my last stop.
Well, we're incredibly happy to have you with us on the 100th anniversary of KMOX. It's good to hear your voice. Have a happy Thanksgiving, and we'll see you soon.
Okay, Randy, thanks. Happy anniversary to KMOX. Happy holidays. Happy Thanksgiving. We'll see you at the winter warm-up. Take care, guys.
All right, take care, Chip.
That is Chip Caray joining us as his grandfather, Harry, is inducted as one of the pioneers of KMOX in 100 years of KMOX. Again, we want to thank Papa's Diner, Super Smokers Barbecue in Eureka, and Case and Bucks Grub and Pub in Barnhart. They provided lunch for the staff and alumni today here at KMOX. Coming up, the radio voice of the Cardinals here on KMOX, John Rooney joins us.
Woke radical liberals are screwing up this country. But Congressman Jason Smith is fighting back. He backed one big, beautiful tax cut for working families, ending Social Security taxes for nearly all seniors, and taxes on tips and overtime gone. So call Congressman Jason Smith at 202-225-4404 and thank him.
Got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years' experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Missouri can count on.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Black Friday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Black Friday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
This holiday season, experience the power, the intensity, the legendary sound of Trans-Siberian Orchestra. Coming to Enterprise Center for 2 shows, December 23rd at 3 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. A portion of the proceeds from the 3 p.m. show benefits Seichmann Kids at St. Louis Children's Hospital. Trans-Siberian Orchestra, 2 shows, Enterprise Center, December 23rd. For more information, KMOX.com/events.
Celebrating 100 years of informing and entertaining St. Louis.
Well, young Rob, now all we can do is wait.
Yes, Princess, this is the worst part. But if they harm one hair on Tiki Jack's head, I personally will track them to the ends of the earth.
It's KMOX Day, presented by Purina. Your pet, our passion.
Mike Claiborne, Randy Carricker, it is the 100-year anniversary of KMOX, and you can read about all of the KMOX pioneers and listen to classic audio if you go to KMOX.com. If you've missed any of today's celebration, you can also podcast it at KMOX.com and wherever you get your podcasts.
Do they still do the Christmas show around here?
No,
They don't do it. I saw Kevin Killeen, and then I just heard Bob Costas.
Yeah, I was
rejoin.
Wondering the same thing. Yeah, Tiki Jack. How about that? John Rooney is the 20-year voice of the Cardinals now. Started in 2006 when the Cardinals won the World Championship. You hear him every Cardinal game here on KMOX, and it's great to have you in studio. Great to see you.
Well, great to see you, Randy. And we go back to 1984 at KMOX with Mike Claiborne, Randy Carricker, and working in the KMOX sports office, and that was a
Which
great time.
is about the size of this studio that we're in now. Remember, it was really small.
So, I want you to tell us, as we go back in time, a lot of people don't remember this. Was it Sports Central USA on the CBS radio network that you did in the mornings?
It was the I had from 2:15 every hour until 7:15 Eastern time. It was the old Win Elliott show. Win Elliott did Sports Central USA. It started out as a 15-minute show, and it was cut down to 3 minutes by the time I got there. But we had a lot of updates, and a lot of the guys who were stringers across the country for me, like Tom Scher, who is Ricky Horton's agent right now. But Tom worked at the Score in Chicago, and he was on TV, a couple of different stations. He was one of my stringers in Chicago, and several are still very close friends from back in 1985 and 86 when I did Sports Central USA.
Man, it seemed like a long time ago, but it really isn't when you think about all the things that we've had a chance to do in our careers. And you just touched on something, John. There are people that we still stay in touch with and still have become great friends of ours that we got to know in those early days of our careers.
Oh, you bet. And it's all about the people.
Yeah.
I called Vin Scully the day Red Schoendienst died, and I let Vin know. And I asked Vin, who had been retired for about a year, do you miss it? And he said, no, Johnny, I really don't, but it's the people that I miss. Yeah. I miss seeing you at the ballpark when the Cardinals come in and see everybody on a daily basis. And I know what he means. That is so great to go to San Francisco and see Dwayne Kuiper and Mike Krukow and to see John Miller and their whole broadcast crew, Dave Fleming. Those guys are wonderful, and I can say that about every team. Tom Hamilton and Rosie up in Cleveland when we see them, and that's what makes it fun. And then the games are great. I enjoy it. I love it when it comes game time. But to be able to sit around and tell stories and yuck it up a little bit and exchange information with those guys, it means the world.
John, if you aren't aware of it, he grew up in Missouri. You grew up in KMOX territory. You were able to hear it as a youngster. Was in the Cardinal system. You did Louisville, right, when they were the Cardinal AAA team, and then bounced from Minnesota to Chicago and then to here. And I asked Chip the same thing. Because of your background in your childhood, how much does it mean to you to be the voice of the Cardinals?
Well, it means a lot to be a Cardinal broadcaster, and something I always wanted to do. But look at the broadcasters that we've had here, where you had Jack Buck, who is a Ford Frick Award winner. Mike Shannon should have already been a Ford Frick Award winner. Bob Starr was a terrific announcer, one of the best football announcers I ever heard, but really, really good on baseball, too. And you go back before that, Joe Garagiola was here. And, of course, Harry. I listened to Harry and Jack doing the Cardinals, and in 1984, that's when I became a Cardinal fan. And I love that 64 team where it's the all-broadcast team. You had Euchre and McCarver, broadcasters. Bill White, a great broadcaster with the Yankees, and one of my teammates on CBS Radio when I got to work with Bill.
Dick Grote was a broadcaster.
He did a lot of basketball, and, of course, he was the leading scorer at Duke in NCAA basketball, but did Pittsburgh basketball for a long time. And then Lou Brock did broadcasting. Bob Gibson did broadcasting. You had Mike Shannon. And I think Kurt Flood did a little broadcasting, too, I think in Oakland.
He did in Oakland, yes.
That's amazing. By the way, here on KMOX, you were one of the people that nurtured a young broadcaster, Dan Deerdorf. He wasn't a really young guy. But I remember the Mizzou game. I don't even remember where you guys were, where he was going to jump out of the booth.
Oh, yeah. If Missouri scores here, I'm jumping out of the booth. And I think they scored. But thank goodness he stayed in the booth.
Yeah.
And, what fun that was. One year, 1984. I got to work Missouri football with Dan, a great experience. We didn't get off on the right foot, though, at KMOX. It was Rob Silverstein.
He was our executive producer.
He was our executive sports producer. He said, look, we have an interview set up with Double D, Dan Deerdorf, and Roger Staubach. Now, I want you to coordinate that on the phone and then record it, and we'll use that on the sports feature tomorrow morning at 10 minutes till 9. Fine. I set it up. I said, okay, Dan, go ahead and take it away. Dan thought I was doing the interview with both of them. So I'm in the press box the next day over at Busch Stadium before a day game, and I hear Deerdorf, that Rooney, I cannot believe he used me to get an interview with Roger Staubach. And I let him go through the whole thing. And I said, Dan, I'd like to introduce myself. And here's what happened. Take it up with Rob Silverstein, if you would, and know the whole story before you go ripping me, please. Will you do that? And we hit it off after that just fine.
So along those lines, after the football Cardinals left, I did a Sunday night show with Jack here, a Sunday night football show, just wrapping up the Sunday in the NFL. And we would record an interview with somebody that he was going to have broadcasting on the Monday night game. And one time we're getting Steve Young. He comes out of practice, and we didn't have cell phones. This is in the 80s. So I had to get Jack off of like the 9th or 10th hole. He's out playing golf with Stan and Red, and he's at Norwood, and they had to drive him back in to do the interview. And he does the interview with Steve Young. Steve Young hangs up, and I know that Jack Buck doesn't have a watch with him. He says, was that about 5 minutes? It was 4:59.
Some guys have that clock.
Yeah.
I got to do a football show with Jack and Hank the 2 years that
They're going left, Jack.
Well, they lost the Monday Night Football rights to NBC.
Yeah. Right.
So they set up the NFL Tonight Show on Sunday nights. Well, Jack and Hank the first year worked together on TV, but they were separated the next year. So we had to have Jack from wherever he was, Hank from wherever he was. And that was a little interesting in coordinating that. And Rob Silverstein was our producer.
Yeah.
And our studio was the old Captain Kangaroo dressing room.
Yeah.
On West
In New York?
57th Street in
my
New York.
goodness.
And it's interesting, and Claves and I were talking about this last week, that when the Cardinals were rolling in the 80s, Willie McGee was an employee of KMOX. Ozzie Smith was an employee of KMOX. Bob Costas, Dan Deerdorf. So Mr. Highland had access to all of these people, and if Rob wanted to call somebody up and say, hey, we need you on the show tonight, we had that instant access.
Yeah, that's something you don't see anymore,
No.
where everybody crosses the street these days. But, yeah, and he made sure that he had all the good players and all the good people, so they wouldn't go on anybody else's station.
Yeah.
And that was interesting. And he would remind you from time to time, we're paying you.
Well, and by the way, the thought process was pretty brilliant, actually, because at that time, if you hired Bob Costas or Dan Deerdorf to do a speaking engagement in New York or Miami or whatever, it cost a ton of money. And he thought, if I get him on the air twice a year, I'm saving money. Now, the folks at CBS didn't think that.
Yeah, but they let Mr. Highland do whatever he wanted to do, man. I mean, he didn't even have to submit a budget. I mean, he just sent him the money. Send him what he wants to.
Pretty remarkable. And then, as you mentioned, John, after CBS, you were here. And what was your, in 1984, when we were together, you were doing a lot of stuff, right?
Well, I was doing Louisville in 83 and 84, and toward the end of the season, I figured if I'm not getting a major league job, then I probably won't do any more AAA because I've done about everything I can do there. I had done Oklahoma City 2 years when they were the Phillies AAA team, and then I did Louisville for 2 years. And I left before the end of the season as Mr. Highland brought me back to KMOX, and then he kicked me upstairs to New York in 1985 after I did my first Final Four in Seattle with Kurt Gowdy, and I got hired to do Sports Central USA, to do the NCAA tournament, to do Major League Baseball Game of the Week. They wanted a couple of young announcers, Ted Robinson was the other, to work with the Hall of Fame announcers that they had. They had Kurt Gowdy lined up, Ernie Harwell, Jack Buck, and they had Bill White was in the mix there, along with Jerry Coleman and Brent Musburger, Dick Stockton, Johnny Bench.
Wow.
And I got to work with all those people, and what a great experience. And I was the kid, and I kind of kept my mouth shut until I absolutely had to say something. Our first game was on Memorial Day weekend. They had not had a game of the week on in 25 years, and it was at Shea Stadium, the Dodgers and the Mets, Valenzuela against Gooden.
Oh, my.
Now, Brent Musburger and I are doing the game, and Entertainment Tonight's there doing interviews beforehand, and the first batter comes up. It's Mariano Duncan for the Dodgers. He hits a fly ball to right field. Musburger calls fly ball to right and then starts pounding me on the shoulder with his right hand. He swallowed a bug.
Oh, my.
And I said, Danny Heap is under it, makes the catch, 1 out. We get a call from Dick Brescia, the network president. I told you to be innovative, but not one guy call it hit and the other guy call it caught. That's not what I meant.
Hey, we need to talk about Mike Shannon because, as you mentioned, he should be a Frick Award winner, and you had the opportunity to work with Mike for such a long time. But before we get your memories, I know Mike Claiborne will remember this. One time, Enos Slaughter was choking on a hot dog in the
no, it was a pickle. It was a gherkin
at the lounge, the media lounge at the old ballpark, and Mike does the Heimlich maneuver on Enos Slaughter. Comes back into the booth and says, I just had to do the Alzheimer's maneuver on Enos
Slaughter. And Slaughter the next day, you almost broke my... And he was very ungrateful.
Yeah,
he
was.
And Mike lit him up to the point where I thought they were going to go.
Well, we had a lot of great times with Mike Shannon. And Mike Claiborne down on the end. I'm next. Then Mike Shannon and Jim Jackson. And there are times Claiborne and I looked at each other... like the Bella Twins. The Bella Twins, one of the great stories. They were in the wrestling.
They're female wrestlers.
And,
voluptuous.
And very attractive.
Yes.
And all that. And Mike is looking at the promotional photos because they're going to be at the ballpark later in the week. And I'd have to say this, looking at these photos of the Bella Twins, congratulations to their parents. Claiborne and I are crying.
John's glasses fog up.
He hadn't quite realized that he cracked a pretty good line. And then after he looked at us, he goes, I guess that was funny.
Jim Jackson at double-o. You know, we missed two batters in that particular inning.
Oh, man.
But it may have been one of the funniest things. And once Mike realized he made it funny, then he started laughing. And it was just... It was one of the most memorable times we've ever had.
And we got a chance to see it, and people could hear it because there's a mute button in the booth. Mike quite often would be talking on 2 phones at one time as he was calling the game.
Yeah. When we were in Wrigley Field one time, he was on the phone with 2 different people, and he was doing play-by-play at the same time. And I'd never seen that before. This is before cell phones, and I mean he had 2 hardwire phones. And I have a pretty good idea who he was talking to. One had something to do with horses.
Sure.
And it was to watch him not miss a beat with the phone in each hand was just something.
Remarkable.
Well, he sent Matt Krasinski over to Fairmount Park to pick up his winnings one day. And Krasinski walked back. It was a day game. He walked back in. I said, I see Matt Krasinski has returned from assignment. And Mark Walsh down in the clubhouse heard that. He knew exactly what I was talking about.
How about the day when Mike brought the tuba into the box?
That was wonderful. Telling the tuba story about Bob Uecker catching fly balls during batting practice before the World Series in '64.
Amazing. It's so great to revisit with you guys. And we see each other at the ballpark a lot, but it's great to be here in these studios.
Always great to share
celebrating this
That
anniversary.
is.
Yeah. Mike Claiborne, John Rooney, our honor to welcome into the Pioneer group, Jack Buck and Harry Caray. Thanks to our engineer here and our board operator, Kyle Sixta. And it's been our pleasure to celebrate 100 years of KMOX.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30-plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Thank you, St. Louis, for making Genesis of St. Charles the #1 Genesis dealer in Missouri for 2025. We know your time is valuable. That's why every purchase comes with 3 years of complimentary Genesis service valet. Unlock your e-price and save. That means complimentary vehicle pickup and delivery, plus a loaner vehicle at no additional cost. Or want something new? We'll bring the test drive to you. Visit GenesisofSt. Charles.com during the Genesis Signature Event. Based on GMA sales records for 2024. See dealer for details.
This is Congressman Bob Onder. For 43 days, the left kept the government closed, holding the American people hostage and demanding radical policy changes, including free health care for illegal immigrants. However, thanks to strong Republican leadership, the Senate voted to reopen the government and put America first. I'm thrilled to return to Washington so I can continue to vote to help Missourians, to secure our nation's borders, and to cut wasteful spending. Visit onder.house.gov to find the office closest to you.
Paid for by official funds authorized by the House of Representatives.
Attention all dog owners. If you have ever listened to the radio or TV for any length of time, you've probably heard of America's #1 dog supplement, Rough Greens. Greetings, naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black, Amazon best-selling author and founder of Rough Greens here. And if your dog suffers from bad breath, itchy skin, licking paws, joint pain, or low energy, the truth is their food is probably to blame. You see, all commercial dog food is dead food. That's why I created Rough Greens. One daily scoop gives your pup the live vitamins, omega oils, probiotics, and enzymes that will bring their food back to life. Don't believe me? Let your dog try it before you buy it. I'll send you a free Jumpstart trial bag, risk-free. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Use discount code NEWS. Don't wait. Give your dog the gift of vibrant health. Order now. It'll be at your house in a few days. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Discount code NEWS for your free Jumpstart trial bag today. Rough Green. We make any dog food better.
News, talk, cards. KMOX AM St. Louis. KMOX FM Hazelwood. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Mid-America's most trusted source for news. KMOX.
At 4 o'clock right now, it's a cloudy sky, 55 degrees downtown at the Arch as we celebrate this 11/20 KMOX Day, and we're pulling out all the stops. Actor John Goodman, a part of today's special programming to share his love for this radio station and for his hometown, the city of St. Louis.
The place was magic when I was growing up, and it was everything I needed. And you know what? I just didn't realize it until I left. When I did that, whenever I roamed the country, and wherever I was, I'd try to get 1120 on the dial to bring a little bit of home with me. And every once in a while, I'd get it. I had to be really patient, but it really comforted me.
Sheriff Alfred Montgomery's trial devolved into a shouting match between the sheriff's attorney, a witness, and even the judge who'll decide his fate.
Sheriff's Major Lee Stokes, fourth in command at the department, testified Montgomery told him he was going to arrest Tammy Ross before he met with her and ultimately had her detained. This comes despite Stokes telling him he could not do that. Stokes testified then he was retaliated against by the sheriff for talking to the feds. Things got personal when Stokes said after taking his complaints to HR, a disciplinary hearing with the attorney cross-examining him, David Mason, was called. After the questioning focused on their history, Judge Omer began shouting down Mason, a former judge himself. Omer asked him, "Who is this about, you or the sheriff?" saying, "This doesn't help. If you want to represent your client, do so," saying, "You're defending yourself." Sean Malone, KMOX News.
President Trump has accused Democrats of seditious behavior that is, quote, punishable by death. CBS's Linda Kenyon's at the White House.
The Democrats, including Navy veteran and Senator Mark Kelly, posted a video saying the laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders. They cited deployment of troops in U.S. cities and airstrikes on alleged drug smuggling boats in international waters. President Trump called the lawmakers guilty of seditious behavior, punishable by death. Is that what he really wants?
No.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said the president is objecting to dangerous rhetoric. As for whether the president's words are dangerous,
why aren't you talking about what these members of Congress are doing to encourage and incite violence?
Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
From the KMOX Business Desk, sponsored by Krentz Financial Group, KFGadvisors.com. A world of technology experts descended on St. Louis this week.
At the Dome at America Center, more than 17,000 are attending the International Conference for High Performance Computing. On the SC25 exhibit floor, supercomputers and experts for miles.
People using the biggest computers in the world to solve the world's biggest problems.
I spoke with Dan Olds, who's a researcher and industry analyst.
This type of computing is used by everybody from the national labs to aerospace but all the way down to consumer products.
The main chatter here at SC25 is not just the future of artificial intelligence, but how hot the machines are getting when they run their equations. I witnessed a demonstration where an entire motherboard of circuitry was encased in a clear cooling liquid. Stuart McMillan, KMOX News.
Dow from Stiefel down 386 points.
Wet, and more wet going through the afternoon. Periods of rain, some rumbles of thunder, flashes of lightning around 65. Nothing changes tonight. Periods of rain, some storms, and 53. Really, nothing changes Friday. Very slow-moving storm system. Periods of rain, spot storms Friday, and 62. Rain continues into at least early Friday evening, but it's gone for the weekend. Mostly sunny skies, 62 Saturday, 64 on Sunday. From the Saliga Heating and Cooling Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Dave Murray on 104.1 FM, KMOX.
Cloudy right now, 55 downtown at the Arch. I'm Michael Calhoun, KMOX News.
Celebrating 100 years of informing and entertaining St. Louis.
Oh, Tiki Jack, is it really you?
Yes, loyal friends, it is really me.
Were you drugged, Tiki Jack?
That's drag, young Rob, and someday I shall relate the entire grisly story.
It's KMOX Day, presented by Purina. Your pet, our passion.
Chris Ranji, as we continue our celebration, the 100th anniversary of KMOX, the voice of St. Louis, and we are with you, I think until 6:30. The broadcast continues. And with me today, Ron Jacober, KMOX legend, is in studio as we spend the hour talking some blues hockey.
That was quite a trifecta last hour.
Right?
Oh, my God.
How about it? He had Randy and Claves was in here. Man, those guys are great. John Rooney.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So we are, during this hour, we're going to talk to Ken Wilson in the next segment, have a conversation with Chris Kerber, current Blues play-by-play voice. So we'll be talking with him, and we also are going to honor the late Dan Kelly.
KMOX, celebrating 100 years. Presented by Purina. Your pet, our passion. Now, a KMOX pioneer.
To generations of hockey fans in North America, Dan Kelly wasn't just a broadcaster. He was the sound of St. Louis Blues hockey. His crisp, powerful play-by-play on KMOX brought the speed, passion, and intensity of the game into homes across the continent. Carried far and wide by the station's booming nighttime signal, Kelly's calls became part of St. Louis sports history.
Hello, everyone. This is Dan Kelly, inviting you to sit back and enjoy with me the thrilling memories of the St. Louis Blues.
Harvey can't find it. Clears it over for McCreary. McCreary out to Sabrin. Sabrin right in. He scores!
Whether calling the Blues, Cardinals, or Mizzou, Dan Kelly's voice set the standard for excellence and cemented his place among the greatest in the game. Dan Kelly, a KMOX pioneer.
Yeah, Dan Kelly, and I think that it has been, oh my gosh, maybe just a couple of years in the entire history of the St. Louis Blues that a Kelly has not been on the broadcast, right, Ron? It's just been a remarkable run.
Those are years I did.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, yeah. Yeah, Dan Kelly, when you mention the Blues, you have to mention Dan Kelly. He came here the second year of the franchise. Jack Buck did the games the first year.
That's right.
And Dan taught St. Louis how to play hockey and taught St. Louis how to watch hockey and to listen to hockey. He was the professor, and KMOX was the classroom. And he really was very, very good in explaining the game and how it should be broadcast. He was my dear friend. He taught me everything I knew about the game of hockey and died far too young. He was 52 years old. But, he mentioned Blues. It's Dan Kelly. There's no question about it. And a lot of people may not remember or know how the Blues franchise came here. You know, the league expanded overnight from 6 teams to 12. And Bill Wirtz was the owner of the Chicago Blackhawks. He owned the old arena on Oakland Avenue. And the minor league team, the St. Louis Braves, that played there. And when they were going to expand, somehow he got in contact with Sid Solomon, a local insurance magnate, really, and said, basically, if you buy the building from me, I'll make sure you get an expansion franchise. And that's how the team was born. Then the Solomons came up with the name the Blues. They were sitting at a restaurant and listening to music, and all of a sudden it popped into one of their minds, why don't we name the team the Blues? So that's how the team started in 1967. I'm old enough to have been at the first game ever in 1967, and I don't remember much about it, but it was a 2-2 tie with Minneapolis, and pardon me.
Oh, that's I do it all the time. All the time.
I apologize for that.
No worries. But also,
it was a 2-2 tie
Yeah.
with the Minnesota North Stars.
Yeah.
And I don't remember much about the game, but Larry Keenan scored the first Blues goal ever. And the thing I remember more than anything else was Jack Buck. He was on the ice before the game started, explaining to the crowd what icing was, what offsides was, because nobody knew hockey.
Yeah.
And Jack wound up doing the games. But that's what I remember about game one. But I do remember it was a tie, but I don't remember much else.
Well, I'll tell you, Ron, it's a treat for me to be here in this room with you, and talking Blues hockey and honoring Dan Kelly. And with us now on the guest line, we've got Dan Kelly Jr., who is the John Kelly is with us too. John Kelly, broadcaster for the L.A. Kings. Dan Kelly, back in 1997, for a few seasons, was play-by-play for the Blues here in St. Louis. And so we will start with Dan Kelly Jr. It's good to talk to you, sir. How are you?
Great, thanks. It's great to hear the great stories from Ron and just the wonderful 100-year history of KMOX and, of course, the cohesion with the St. Louis Blues and that relationship.
Where are you these days, young man?
Right before COVID, I'm back in St. Louis, still calling some games for the Big Ten Network. But, I've been back in the St. Louis area.
Oh, I didn't know that. You were in Colorado for a while, weren't you?
Yeah, in Chicago for about 15 years as well.
Right,
so, yeah,
right.
This business makes you move around a little bit usually.
Tell me your favorite story about your dad.
That's a great question. There's a lot of them. I think just because – it showed me how resilient and tough he was, because he had such great admiration for the athletes he covered, like Brian Sutter or his dear friend, the late Barclay Plager, just their toughness. But I saw that toughness from him when, you mentioned how he tragically passed away too early at 52 years of age. I went to a game with him. I believe it was against the Vancouver Canucks at the old arena. And, he's under cancer treatment already, and he used a cane. And as you guys know, there was like hundreds of stairs at the old arena. And just to watch him suffering from cancer and able to go up up those stairs and call a game in the condition he was in. I know John's spoken about it before, but it's like, I don't really complain about the sniffles after watching that before a game, or, having, not feeling well. Like that was just, I saw his brilliance up close, but that was just to another level.
Yeah, I remember the phone call from him, first of all, telling me that he had cancer and was probably dying. But I remember he wanted to continue doing the games as best he could. And he did some games, and he called me one afternoon about 1 o'clock and said, I can't do the game tonight. You're going to have to do it. I said, oh, my God, you got to be kidding me. Follow the legend like that. Yeah. So I went and did it. But he came one other time. He used to do the pregame show from home on the phone. And he called me and said, I think I can make the game tonight. Joe Micheletti and I were doing the games. And I said, the seat's always there, man. Come on in. So he came in with a walker, and I knew that he was in a lot of pain. He sat down, and I still get chills thinking about it, because for 2.5 hours, Dan forgot he was dying. And he did a game, and I could tell a little bit. There was a little bit of a strain there, but I'm sure the listeners couldn't. And that was the last game he did. But I'll never forget it, because he for 2.5 hours, he was Dan Kelly.
Dan Kelly Jr. is with us, Ron Jacober. We want to welcome in John Kelly, voice of the L.A. Kings now, longtime broadcaster here in St. Louis. And I'll say this, Ron, we've been very lucky in St. Louis over the decades to have such terrific broadcasters like Dan Jr., and John Kelly. And the same question for you, John, about your father, your favorite memory of his.
Well, I have hundreds of them, Chris. Obviously, you guys talked about his last game. I was in Philadelphia. I was doing a few Ranger games that year, and the Rangers did, and my dad asked me to stick around and spend some time with him. And as Dan said, and as you guys to do the second period with me, and I did the play-by-play, and he did the color, and that was the only time I ever broadcast a game with my dad. It, ironically enough, was his last ever road game. It was in Philadelphia, and the Blues won the game 3-1. And as you know, Ron, and a lot of fans know, that was the first time the Blues won a game in Philly at the old Spectrum since that infamous brawl when the Plager brothers went up into the crowd. They had not won a game until that night, and that was my father's last ever road game.
I remember that very well. The Plagers going into the crowd. I think Bobby went up with his stick and broke a guy's arm with his stick because the crowd was all over him. Several players were arrested after that game, Blues players, and taken to the jail in Philadelphia. But at the big brawl, but not the game you worked. That was, and I remember that very well. That was the last game. That was the only game you worked with him, right?
That was the only game, Ron. Yeah, but I sat next to him, as you know, hundreds of times. And I remember many weekends where when he was doing Mizzou football and Big Red football, there were a few weekends where he would do a Mizzou game and then get a police escort back to St. Louis, do a Blues game that night, and then the next day at noon do a Big Red game. And I would spot for him and then sit next to him in the broadcast booth at the hockey game. So it was a real treat for me. Even though he was my dad, it was still a great thrill to sit next to him while he broadcast 3 games in basically 24 hours. It was really fun.
That was phenomenal. I remember that well, that he did that. It was amazing that he had that much stamina.
Yeah, I know. Actually, I was talking to Dan, my brother, a few hours ago about that. And, even though it would be a lot of fun and thrilling for a broadcaster or a sports fan in general, but that's a lot of work, Ron, to do 3 games in 24 hours and, get all the names right and do all the prep work and stuff like that. But, it didn't happen that often that he would have those 3 games, but it certainly happened a few times.
That was a time when I did some Cardinal baseball too, and your dad did some games on radio on KMOX here when I was doing them on Channel 5, and used to go to Chicago. I remember a weekend in Chicago with him, which was precious for me.
Yeah, and you probably went to Gina Giardetti's Steakhouse, right, in Chicago?
Oh, yeah, River North.
Yeah, your dad loved to go to dinner after games. I remember that.
Yeah, I wasn't on the road with him that much, Ron, but, the few times I was, he'd walk into the restaurant, and invariably the maitre d' would know who he was.
Right.
And say, Mr. Kelly, you have your table right back here. And, he knew every maitre d' and great steakhouse in North America, no question.
He loved steak, didn't he?
Oh, my God, he loves steak. Yeah, absolutely.
And a couple B&Bs, too, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. To calm down, exactly, after a hard night's work.
That's right.
Dan Jr., did you, and I guess this question really is great for both of you, being in a family like this and seeing your father do what he did for a living and do it as well as he did, as prolifically, did you know from a young age this is what you wanted to do, that you wanted to be a broadcaster like him?
I was very similar to the story of my late father. I wanted to play in the National Hockey League, and you get to about 14, 15 years of age and realize that ain't going to happen. And you figure that the next best thing to do is broadcasting, to stay around a sport that you love. And I was privileged enough to travel with him a bit and go on charters a few times they would, and like John, watch him call games. So I knew that. Just what a blast it would be. So that's what really kind of shaped me.
One thing I remember about him is that he didn't tolerate people that didn't do their job very well. And I'm talking about engineers on the road. He would really get infuriated when he showed up at a game in the press box or the broadcast booth, and the guy didn't know what he was doing or couldn't get equipment to work. He had no tolerance for that, did he?
Yeah, I guess patience might have not been something that my father always had, especially when, as you know, you're doing 120 games a year and traveling and whatnot. So, yeah, but he was a unique man, that's for sure. And he walked into a room, they talk about a lot of people this way. You knew he was in the room. He had the charisma, that booming voice. He was something special.
Yeah, he was he played golf left-handed, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
So they had a foursome from the Blues. They were all left-handed. And you see those guys on a golf course, and you think you're looking at it backwards.
Yeah, he loved golf, but fortunately, he was a much better play-by-play announcer than golfer.
Talking with Dan Kelly Jr. and John Kelly, the sons of Dan Kelly, as we honor him today on our 100th anniversary.
Hey, John, how you getting along in L.A.?
I'm doing well, Ron. Thank you. Yeah, my wife and I are out here enjoying it very much. The weather's obviously great. The traffic can be bad at times, but the Kings and everyone else has treated me really well. It's been a lot of fun. I'll say that.
How good are the Kings going to be?
Well, I think they're a pretty good team. They had 105 points last year. That tied their franchise record, and they've averaged about 100 points the last 4 years. So they wrap up a 6-game road trip tonight in San Jose. I'm not doing the game. It's on ESPN. But the strange thing is, Ron, they have lost only 2 games in regulation on the road. So they've been great, but at home they've won only 1 game. So it's been a strange start to the season, but they have a ton of home games coming up, and I know that will turn around. But I think they're a playoff team. I think they're a really good defending team, and I think that will be their calling card down the stretch and into the Stanley Cup playoffs.
How different is it from St. Louis to L.A.?
I would say it's almost night and day, Ron, quite honestly, because as you know, the Kings out here are in such great competition for headlines. When you consider there are 2 hockey teams and 2 baseball teams and 2 basketball teams and 2 football teams, and oh, by the way, you got USC and UCLA and other colleges. So, in St. Louis, obviously, the Blues, they have front page basically from October until April, and then the Cardinals come along. And so it's way different out here because of the competition for headlines and attention. And the Kings have to battle for every headline they can get. And it is a challenge. But at the same time, they're really good sports fans, and living out here is a lot of fun as well, as you know. So it's way different than St. Louis. There's no question, as I said.
Well, speaking for me and for Blues fans, we miss you. We miss you here in St. Louis, John.
Well, thank you. Thank you. It was a shocker what happened, but we've moved on, and my wife and I are having a good time out here. And as they say, life goes on, Ron.
Well, enjoy it out there. Enjoy that sun, because we know there's plenty of it in California. John Kelly, Dan Kelly Jr., it was great to talk to you guys both about your father. This was a really nice treat, I think, for all of us here. So we appreciate you both. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
You're quite welcome. This has not been a good season for the Blues.
No.
But, however, things have gotten or could be worse. We were talking the other day, and I did a show on 1978. The Blues that year won 4 of 40 road games. 4 of 40. They won 16 of 40 home games.
Yeah.
They won 20 out of 80 games. So it could be worse. It could be worse.
It could be a lot worse. But and we'll remember that, and we know that this Blues team does have a history of getting off to a recent history of getting off to a bad start and then having a good second half finish. We have to hope they do it this time.
Yeah,
but
that's all you do is
tough
hope.
to do.
Yeah, that's all you can do. Yeah. As Tony Roos loved to say, they're men, not machines.
That's right.
They're players, and they can be as good a players as you think they are. That doesn't mean they're going to win.
Ron Jacober, Chris Ranji. In fact, we're going to talk about the time the Blues did win. Chris Kerber, a conversation with him. The Blues were on KMOX when they won the Stanley Cup. That's coming up at the end of the hour. But before that, when we come back, we'll talk to another Blues broadcasting legend. Ken Wilson is with us on KMOX next.
Traffic from the MichaelsFlooringOutlet.com Traffic Center.
Well, it's a dreary drive home, and it's slow for a lot of folks. Westbound Highway 70 from Salisbury out to Adelaide, from about Shreve, headed out through Jennings Station. Eastbound coming in from Hanley through that Jennings Station area is also busy. The westbound side's also slow. T.R. Hughes west of K, and then A to Z a little slow after that. 170 northbound and southbound between Delmar and Brentwood, pretty heavy. Westbound 64 bumper to bumper approaching Boyle out to Clayton Skinker. It's slow to Big Bend. It's slow from 170 all the way to 270 Clarkson to Topgolf. A couple of spots busy right there, 94 to K, and then 364 out to 70 after that. If you're on westbound 44, it's a little busy around Elm and through 141. Southbound 55, pretty hard on the brakes Arsenal down most of the way through Bates, and then southbound 55 through Highway Z is heavy. Downtown 44 between the bridges is typically slow, and there's a construction slowdown as well. Westbound 64 from 158 through Greenmount. I'm Roger Brand in the MichaelsFlooringOutlet.com Traffic Center.
For 100 years, KMOX has delivered the stories that bring St. Louis together. And for more than a century, Purina has been helping the pets of St. Louis live their best lives. So as KMOX celebrates a century of service, Purina is proud to stand alongside a true St. Louis institution. Because no matter the decade, one thing never changes: the love we have for our city and our pets. Purina, your pet, our passion. Learn more at purina.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts, or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
Want immediate cash for your home or see what your home is really worth in today's market? Find out for free from the local experts, my friends Mark and Neil Gelman of eXp Realty. Check out thegelmanteam.com today. That's thegelmanteam.com.
Sponsored by Progressive. We make the claims process easy so you could get back on the road in no time. It's why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
This is Brian Kelly. As a Florissant native, getting to work at KMOX allowed me to live out my childhood dream. Congratulations to the voice of St. Louis on 100 years.
Ron Jacober, Chris Ranji, as we celebrate 100 years of KMOX today on this fine day. We are really excited to be talking about the Blues. We're going to talk to Ken Wilson in just a moment. Let me say this, Ron, real quick. Okay. You are partially responsible, or, I think you are partially responsible for me being here.
Really?
Yeah, because I called you when I was in college in 1997.
Okay.
Cold called you. Said, I'm looking for an internship. And you said, you know what? I got a guy you should talk to. And it was Dan McLaughlin. So you put me in touch with him. Dan had me be his intern in the summer of 98. We sat in a press box. You probably don't remember this. It was so long ago. We sat in a press box together. And you had the World Series ring. You had a Cardinals World Series ring. It was the first one I ever saw in person.
Yeah.
And I remember that thinking that was the coolest thing.
It is a cool thing.
Yeah.
I was totally shocked when they gave it to me after the 82 win, and they gave it to me the next season in the spring, and I was stunned. I couldn't believe they did that. It's the same ring the players got, which was really remarkable.
And it wasn't as big and gaudy as they tend to get these days.
Oh,
though.
man.
It's wearable.
The bling these days. The Rams Super Bowl ring, designed by Georgia Frontier, had 157 diamonds in it. It's a doorstop. I mean, you can't really wear it.
No, you can't.
You keep the door open.
You keep it in a glass case. We're joined now by Ken Wilson, longtime play-by-play voice of the St. Louis Blues. We continue to honor the Blues. In fact, we'll talk to Chris Kerber in the next segment, a conversation with him about the Stanley Cup winner. Ken Wilson, good to talk to you. How are you? Do we have Ken? We have him. We do not hear him. So we'll try to figure out what's going on with Ken Wilson.
I could say, oh, baby.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, the call is,
oh, baby.
Yeah. I heard some. I was not as big of a blues fan in the '80s as I became in the '90s, and I vividly remember Ken Wilson, who is with us now.
Sat next to Ken for several years in the broadcast booth.
How you doing, Ken?
I'm doing well. You guys talk about World Series rings. I wear my '85 Cardinals World Series ring every day, and you're right, not that big.
It's nice, right, to have something wearable.
Yeah, their '85 ring was very, very traditional, and I've loved it and worn it really forever.
I know you've been gone now from the Blues organization for a long time. When you think back on your time here, what is the first thing that comes to mind?
That I had a good time, that I enjoyed it, and we always went to the playoffs. A lot of great players, great fans, and I have nothing but good memories, actually.
Where are you these days?
That's a good question. I'd like to know where I am also. You guys are celebrating 100 years. It made me feel young. I said, well, I'm not 100 years old, so that's not too bad. I am in Portland, Oregon, because we have 2 grandchildren and they both live here, and that's exactly why I live in Portland, Oregon.
And how do you like Portland?
Portland is all right. It has 3 months of sunshine and 9 months of clouds and drizzle. You ask me what the weather is like on a typical day in Portland, I won't miss my much when I tell you it's cloudy, drizzling, and it's 47 degrees.
47, even in the summer.
That's every day. Summer, hey, there's 3 months of summer that's absolutely gorgeous, but the other 9 months, questionable. The good news is it only snows 2 or 3 times, so that's a saving grace, I guess.
Now, I know for a while you were involved with a baseball league out in that area, weren't you?
I was. For a number of years, I was the commissioner of the West Coast League, a summer collegiate wood bat league, and then I was involved with another league, the Great West League, after that. And I dabble, and I try to keep busy. I don't like to do nothing, and so I'm always into something. I am currently, believe it or not, the commissioner of the Front Range League, which is the summer collegiate wood bat league in Nebraska and Colorado, and they have a team that got reverted back to the league, and I am running, believe it or not, the Boulder, Colorado 64s remotely. Try running a professionally operated baseball team remotely.
So you're not broadcasting anymore anyway, right?
No, that's the good news. They finally got rid of me there. I haven't broadcast since 2012 when I did the Seattle Mariners.
What's your favorite memory? Do you have one of the Blues when you were doing the games?
You know, I've always, people ask, do you remember a specific game? And there aren't many of those. I kind of remember eras. I mean, the 2 games I remember, the Steve Yzerman goal from just inside the blue line at the right wing over the shoulder of John Casey in the second overtime of a 7th game. I remember that. I remember Havenoff from the left point, America West Arena with a huge goal in I guess a game 7 in the playoffs. Other than that, you know, I remember players, I remember eras, I remember coaches, you know, and it was a good time because we were in the playoffs every year.
What was your favorite coach, Kenny?
Well, first of all, everybody liked Jacques Demers. You know, everybody liked him. And I just have a book that's been out a week, and I talk about every one of the Blues coaches, and I really like Jacques. I like them all, but believe it or not, and I write about Mike Keenan, who I've never talked much about. People don't ask me about Mike Keenan, but I actually liked Mike Keenan. I thought he was very informative. He was very open with me and gave me a lot of information. So I really liked him. And a few years later, a few players I talked to told me that he was the best coach they ever played with.
Yeah.
So his reputation that players hated him and that he was terrible, I think I think it's earned because Mike is very, very smart, and I think that, and I say this in my book also, I think that got in the way a little bit in most of his situations.
Yeah, he used to do a show here at KMOX on Friday nights during the hockey season, and he'd come in 2 hours early and sit with us in a sports conference, and we just sit and talk hockey. And he could have been a nicer guy, could have been a more informative guy. But put him behind the bench, and a lot of players really didn't like him. If he get ticked off at a team, he wouldn't make any line changes, or he wouldn't put anybody out of the power play. The players have to do it on their own. So he had a reputation of being.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people here, the fan base, upset with all the trades that happened as soon as he got here. But he ended up putting a pretty good team together.
Well, he went to Russia for. I wonder what he was like in Russia, Ken.
Yeah, he probably had them spinning and dazzling. I think he's living in Florida now. You mentioned that Friday night show, Ron. I remember hosting that Friday night show.
Right.
And hosting a show wouldn't be difficult, but I remember sitting behind the board in the studio at KMOX, and the whole hour I was worried that I wouldn't hit the CBS News appropriately at the top of the hour. So I hardly remember the whole show. I was so scared that I wouldn't flip the right switch or hit the right button. But that's the radio business, right?
Yeah, no doubt about that. And it's unfortunate the Blues have only won one Stanley Cup. But, that's life, I guess.
One's better than none.
Well, yeah, it is.
One is good.
I was telling him about 1978. I did a show recently about 78 and how bad it was. The Blues won 4 of 40 road games that year. Wouldn't that have been a wonderful year to do the games? Oh.
Well, that would have been a little rugged. But, the history of the Blues, and I obviously we're all aware of it, or at least the older folks in St. Louis. I mean, you go back to that first season, 67, 68, when Jack and Gus Kyle did the games on KMOX, and every once in a while Bob Plager and Noel Picard. But, the first 3 seasons when they had the new teams and the original 6 in 2 different divisions, the Blues were in the Stanley Cup Finals.
Yeah, they were because of the expansion. Yeah.
Yeah, 3 years in a row.
Yeah.
And, for almost the entire time of the Blues, they've been on KMOX. And then the history has been terrific. I look back, Ron, just to be sure, because my memory is not what it might be, but it says in the record book that from 92 to 96, you and I did radio together. And it also says in that same time I did TV with Joe Micheletti.
Yeah.
So something like that happened. In my book, I put that I remember one season where I did a lot of radio with Ron Jacober.
Yes, you did.
So I'm not sure if I remember it accurately or not. But I know we were together.
Right, yeah, we were. And, looking back in history of it, hearing Noel Picard do play-by-play here on KMOX was an experience. He didn't do well with the English language.
I imagine if there was ever a tape of Jack Buck doing the play-by-play in that first season, that could be interesting also.
Yeah, Jack admitted
as great a broadcaster as he was.
Yeah, he admitted he knew nothing about hockey, but he was told, you're going to do the game, so he did.
And it is a hard sport to call.
Trust me.
I've tried it. It's just, and wasn't live or anything, but it is difficult. So I am so impressed with guys like you, Ken and Ron, for being able to do that.
It's the most difficult play-by-play thing I think I've ever done is hockey.
People ask me that all the time, and my belief, and I'll make it as simple as possible and short, that baseball is the hardest game to do play-by-play. And the reason being, if you think of all the other games, I don't care if it's hockey or basketball or something, it's left to right, right to left with a clock, okay? So it's very patterned and makes it a lot easier to do. Baseball, you have 4 million decisions. You're always making decisions as a broadcaster, and I think it's much more challenging. But most people tell me that the hardest game to do is hockey. I didn't think so, but I played hockey as a kid, and, I saw a lot of games, and, it was very natural for me. I knew what was coming. I felt comfortable with it, and the trick, of course, is being able to keep up with the play and do action. And a lot of guys can't do action very well, unfortunately, and they ended up recapping rather than doing the action live. Yeah. I think I was fortunate in that was maybe there are a lot of things I couldn't do, but that was one thing I could do most of the time. So
Kenny, we got to run.
You did, Ken. You did. You were fantastic. Just loved it.
Hey, good to talk to you, Kenny. We got to run.
Okay. Don't trip. Thanks, guys. Good to talk to you.
Ken Wilson with us, terrific play-by-play broadcaster here for the Blues for many years. We had a chance to talk to Dan Kelly Jr., and we spoke to John Kelly, all terrific Blues broadcasters. Our next guest is Chris Kerber, who is still the Blues play-by-play guy on the radio and television side, and he was here when the Blues won the Stanley Cup with KMOX, the broadcast here on KMOX, and it happened, almost 7 years ago?
Yeah.
Ron Jacober, awesome to talk to you and to be here with you, my friend.
It was a blast being here. 100 years. Oh, that's a lot.
Can you believe this? I can't believe it. Ron Jacober, Chris Ranji, 100 years we're celebrating here at KMOX.
Traffic from the MichaelsFlooringOutlet.com Traffic Center.
Well, we've got slow traffic downtown as you're leaving the city tonight, westbound 70 from almost Salisbury all the way out through to almost Lucas Hunt. There's slow stuff from the airport out through the Rock Road. It's slow from 79 to K and A to Z out in Wentzville. Westbound 64, that's a solid jam. From Boyle out to Clayton Skinker, it's slow to Big Bend. It's slow from McKnight all the way to 270. Clarkson to Topgolf, 94 through K, and then 364 out to 70 is bogged down the whole way through there. Seeing a little slowdown west of Youngerman through Mid Rivers on 364. South 270, a solid backup south of 364, down through Ladue. Again, both directions from south of Manchester almost to Oliver busy. Southbound side remains heavy to Doherty Ferry and 44 down to Gravois. South 170, stop-and-go pockets from Delmar down to 64. Southbound 55 on the brakes. Arsenal down through Bates, a little busy at Highway Z. Westbound 44, Shrewsbury through Laclede Station, a little slow. Now westbound 44 downtown is jammed between the bridges, and westbound 64 is backed up at 158, and from there slow to Greenmount. I'm Roger Brand in the MichaelsFlooringOutlet.com Traffic Center.
What's up, Missouri? Tony Gonzalez here. I've spent a lot of Sundays right here playing in front of the best fans in football. And now it's almost your turn to get in the game because DraftKings Sportsbook is coming to the Show Me State on December 1st. Soon you'll get fast payouts when you win, a safe and secure app that's easy to use, and promos that keep the action going all season long. It's America's top-rated sportsbook app. New customers can sign up right now and score $300 in bonus bets on launch day, December 1st.
Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code KMOX. New Missouri customers, sign up today and score $300 in bonus bets once we're live. That's code KMOX. In partnership with DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Physically present in Missouri. Eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at DraftKings.com/sportsbook. Subject to regulatory licensing requirements. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable and expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your online traffic. So this Black Friday, get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Black Friday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Black Friday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
This holiday season, the Dave Glover Show is excited to partner with Hardee's and Operation Food Search for the Holiday Food Drive. While supplies last, stop by any metro area Hardee's and make a donation of at least $1 to benefit Operation Food Search and receive a limited edition DGS holiday sticker. All donations will benefit Operation Food Search to help children and families facing food insecurities. Get all the details about the campaign or to make an online donation, head to KMOX.com/events.
Celebrating 100 years of informing and entertaining St. Louis.
And now, with our weekend weather forecast, one of our newest meteorologists, Mr. Andy Cohen.
Hey, everybody. Today, patchy morning fog, then turning milder with times of sun and clouds with a high of 58. Sounds gorge.
Thanks a lot, Andy.
My pleasure.
It's KMOX Day, presented by Purina. Your pet, our passion.
As we celebrate our 100th anniversary at KMOX 104.1 FM and 1120 AM, we thought it'd be a good idea to do a little reminiscing today on what was one of the great sports stories in the history of the city, and that is the 2019 Blues Stanley Cup Championship. Chris Ranji, Amy Marks-Kors, and we are joined now by Chris Kerber, the radio voice of and television voice now of your St. Louis Blues. And when the Blues won the championship, they were here on KMOX. Kerbs, how's it going?
Chris, I'm doing well. It's going well. Just bouncing through another season, but congratulations. Pretty special, 100 years for KMOX. I mean, I remember when I first walked through those doors, one as an intern, actually, intern for Randy Carricker and John Cooper and Ron Jacober when I was in college. And then to be able to walk through those doors, knowing the history of that station, who was on it, what I wanted to do career-wise, things like that, that was pretty doggone special. And I think a fantastic and very proud chapter of my career to be able to have said that I've worked shows and games on KMOX.
Same exact thing for me. I even had my interview with Randy to become an intern at this station back in 1998. And what a special thing, Curbs, as we look back and we know this Blues season has not gone particularly well, but it really wasn't that long ago that we won a Stanley Cup here, that St. Louis won a Stanley Cup. And considering it had been never before, waited a very long time for that to happen. And for you and Amy both to be part of the broadcast here on KMOX when that happened, that is special.
It was. And listen, before, if it's okay, before we get too deep into that, going back to, you said that, your internship, like if you go around and you talk to enough people in St. Louis, like Randy Carricker has an intern tree, kind of like Bill Belichick or some of these other coaches in the NFL or other sports have coaching trees, and the number of people that have stepped into the business learning from him or Ron Jacober or, Mr. Buck and all those other guys that obviously work there. It's pretty special. But Randy's got a really good, and it's kind of a fun tree. I've always told Randy, when you introduce me on the air, he's doing a show and I'm on, and he says, "Oh, we got the voice of the Blues." I said, "Nah, you should always introduce me as your former intern." And Lisa Bedian was a really big, piece in helping me kick that door down to get that internship, and it was awesome. So I'm very thankful. Biggest butt chewing I've ever gotten was when I messed up 3 carts in a row and John Cooper came around the corner. No, not from Randy.
Okay.
No, but honestly, they went to fire. I think it was Scott Cooper with the Red Sox. He had just gotten signed or something like that, and they fired the carts, and I must not have cued them out right. We had dead air, and like a chihuahua on steroids. John came around the corner and just, I lost a little bit of my hide on that one, but I learned to do it right from that point on. So learning curves and everybody live. But yeah, listen, Chris, so I'm very appreciative of that and everybody that was there. But yeah, what a run that 2019, run was, and to have it on KMOX and then some of those games also simulcasted on Y98. We covered a massive audience. And as Amy remembers, we also had a hell of a lot of fun during that run. I mean, the stuff off the ice and the stuff with Amy and Alex and, Raby and everybody, Ben Boyd and those guys, like that was every bit as special as the Cup run to be able to share it with those great people.
It really was, Curbs. I am still in awe. I still look back at those years and I can't believe it happened. Especially, I mean, it was not all roses and gumdrops at the beginning of that season. It was pretty tough. It was a slog. And I remember you guys, my goodness, what was it? I think I was running in Forest Park because you guys were on a road trip when the Blues started putting some wins together. And you could feel the change.
It started right in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
They called up things. You could kind of start to feel things were starting to turn. I mean, this is a much better team. When you got Tyler Bozak and David Perron and, the players that they had with Ryan O'Reilly and the forwards, and you're going, man, this is Pat Maroon. You're like, boy, this team should be better. And something clicked. They called up a young Jordan Bennington, 4th on the goaltending depth chart at the beginning of the year. maybe Billy Huso that gets called up. If Billy was healthy, he wasn't. Jordan gets called up, and he starts on a run. You had Joel Edmondson and some of his teammates at a bar in Philadelphia, here a private bar called Jack's Bar, and that's when they had Laura Branigan's Gloria playing in that bar. So after the win in Philly, when Jordan got the shutout, they decided to play that, and look what took off with that song. I mean, and how, like, for a radio station, for example, to decide to play Laura Branigan's Gloria for 24 consecutive hours, after you win is just something else. And it took off, and it went on a run, and it was magical. But man, they believed that they couldn't be beat. And it was just a group, like, it wasn't going in kind of like the way this year's been for the team, at the beginning of the year, where you're like, okay, what kind of, it turned from what are you going to get on a nightly basis to, oh man, we're steamrolling people. And it was just awesome and fun. And, you can go through so many doggone highlights, but it started on a January game in Philadelphia, and the team never looked back.
And the thing is, Chris, it just does not happen like that. Usually, and for any team in any sport, once you get midway through a season, and it is as bad as it was for the Blues at that time, you just don't see turnarounds like that.
Chris, there's 2 or 3 different times over the course of a season where hockey management, in this case Doug Armstrong, will meet with Blues ownership with different states of the union. Where are we? What do you think? Where are we going? And then ownership will fire questions to, back at Doug. And as you know, we've got an all local ownership group, 15, 17, different pieces to that puzzle. And all are passionate about the city of St. Louis and the civic role that this hockey team plays, but they're also passionate about winning and competitive. I mean, that's how you succeed in business as well, right? And they had a meeting that year. Want to think, was it December? It might have even been early January too. That said, look, we
talk about trade deadline.
If we get closer to the trade deadline and things haven't turned, we might have to totally pivot. And at that point, you're talking about, are you trading in 2018-19 of Vladimir Tarasenko, or some of these guys, Jaden Schwartz, and are we pivoting from one core to the next because it's just not working? And that Doug Armstrong's got the aggressive enough mindset to do that. They had those conversations, and then they thank goodness they didn't have to do it. So that's the good news there, and it went. But you're right, it doesn't happen often. Now, a lot of people felt like, is this happening again last year? Like when the Blues, kind of turned things around under Jim Montgomery. But you're right. It's hard to stop that avalanche once it starts to come down the mountain at you. So they did that year, and they created something. And I mean, guys, I think back at that run, and we're already talking, 7 years ago now. And, and I think of just being able to spend time with Bobby Plager, and I'm literally just hanging out with Bobby Plager outside the dressing room, listening to the guys, sing and the music and the celebration going on. And that's really one of my favorite moments it was just me and Bobby in the hallway, and Bobby's just rattling off names of his former teammates and what it would have been like for them to have seen this. Little things like that are what stick with you.
And we've got Amy Marks-Kors here, who was part of the broadcast team during that run on KMOX. And Amy was the first female sports host to host a show solo for any sort of sports broadcast here.
Radio broadcast, the pre and post game.
Which is, and you've got Amy part of the broadcast team here. What in the heck made you do that? Why did you vouch for this person?
Clerical error.
Let's just call it fate. So part of the contract that the team has with KMOX is they could put together a 1-hour hockey show. And so that was kind of the project I worked on with Steve Moore. But I wanted a different hockey show. Pretty well, I understand, around since the start of sports talk radio in St. Louis, and understand what it means and what it was and all the pieces and stuff like that. And I just wanted something with different voices and a different approach. And so, and I also just believe in chances and talent and creating new stuff. And so I talked to Tom Ackerman, and I said, man, we do this show. I'd like to find a female voice, but I don't want a female voice that's there because we're looking for the female audience. I want a female voice to talk the game for the whole audience, for men, for women, for whatever. And he says, well, he goes, I did an interview with this girl. She's really into running. And I said, okay. He goes, but she's a big hockey fan and grew up with hockey, and she's really good. So we met. Tom, Amy, and I had lunch at a restaurant over on Washington Avenue, and like, I don't know, 2.5 minutes into this discussion, she's quoting Mel Brooks. And I thought that was staged at first. I said, did Tom tell you that I love Mel Brooks? And she says, no. And she's like, my dad, one of my favorite movies with my dad was Blazing Saddles. And I'm like, okay, if you can quote Mel Brooks and you can talk hockey, you can reach across audiences. And so we started this show with Alex Ferrario and Amy Markscourse. We didn't promote it much the first year. They did it the second year. Eventually, they became a massive piece of our pregame shows, postgame shows. The fourth period, the postgame shows we did, people look forward to that as much as sometimes the game itself. And then it culminated in that run. So the fact that, Alex and Amy and Ben Boyd was so big for us, helping us produce things throughout that year. And all these guys, it's one of my favorite pictures is Raby, Alex, Amy, myself, Ben, Joey, we're all on the ice near the Zamboni entrance, taking a picture, with the sign that says, St. Louis Blues Radio. So that's how it started. And I'm glad to still be talking hockey with her.
Well, I thank you for the kind words, Curbs. I am still flabbergasted. I can't believe I had that opportunity. And that weekly hockey show you bring up, I still laugh because it eventually was sponsored by Wendy's. So it was Wendy's Week in Hockey, and I had people come up to me and say, "Are you Wendy?" Oh. I had so many people ask if I was Wendy. Yes, I am.
yeah. Okay. Well, we'll start nicknaming you Wendy then.
Yeah.
Because whatever worked, we could use some of that mojo back.
Amy is also tired still from having to sleep in the lobby of that hotel in Boston.
I didn't. Did you know I did not get a hotel room that night, Curbs? I got a flight.
Yep.
I got a flight for the day of the game and the flight the next morning. I'm like, I'm just going to have to kill time in Boston because I don't have a hotel. A cop came up to me. I fell asleep. A cop tried to kick me out of the hotel.
That sounds about Amy-like. That sounds very Amy. Listen, I'm gonna share a story. I'm gonna share just an amazing story from that year. I don't know if you guys have heard me tell this story or not. When I told you I was standing out there with Bobby Plager, if you look down the hallway to the ice, the room that the cup was in, the players were celebrating, was on the right side of this hallway, and on the left side is where everybody's clothes were, and they were dressed, in their suits and things like that. Pat Maroon came walking out of the celebration room and looks down and sees me and Bobby there, and he goes, "Have you guys been in there?" We're like, "No, Pat, that's your guys' celebration. That's your guys' thing." And he says, like hell, and he comes down the hall, literally grabs me by the shoulder. Bobby's right there with it, and he shoves me into the front of the doorway. Perron and Tarasenko and Parayko are holding the cup. There's champagne flying. And Pat Maroon, all on his own, unprompted, has me, you can imagine me standing in front of him, that big guy standing right behind me, has me at both shoulders. He goes, "Hey, fellas, these guys have been around a lot longer than we have. It's their turn." And he just shoves me into the room.
Wow.
And then it's Tarasenko and Perron and Parayko, pouring champagne out of the cup, and I'm drinking it, getting doused. And it will be not only an emotional moment, but a special one that I will never forget. And it's not so much that I was invited into the celebration with the team and the way the guys reacted in the room in there, but it was just the connection and the understanding that Pat Maroon had in that moment to include everybody is something that will always be one of the most special moments of that whole run.
And just a special memory for you, for Amy, for the city of St. Louis to have that Stanley Cup run, and, of course, for it to happen here on this station, KMOX. Chris Kerber, former KMOX intern Chris Kerber, former Randy Carricker intern, with us here. And we, Curbs, it's great to talk to you. Congratulations on all the success, and let's get a Blues turnaround this season. But thank you for talking about that championship run today.
Yeah, you got it. And listen, fans can go online and search this, but there is a picture out there of on the front of the Zamboni at the old arena. a picture of Jack Buck's face, because he did the first year of St. Louis Blues hockey, on the front of the Zamboni where it said KMOX radio on it. That's how they promoted the broadcast that first year. So if you look around, you can find that. But it's a
Awesome.
fun one. But special station, special people. I grew up listening, whether it be to Jim White. I still use the phrase, you can't fix stupid, or listening to Trivia Night with Dave Strauss. Even called into that once and asked him a question about the TV show Sigmund and Sea Monsters when I was growing up. So there's plenty of great memories, and congratulations to everybody over there for what you're doing, what you're continuing to do, and then the impact that's had on everybody in St. Louis. Here's to another 100 for y'all.
Thank you, Curbs.
Okay, guys, have a great one.
That is Chris Kerber, Amy Markscores, Chris Ranji on the home of champions. It is 104.1 FM KMOX.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Tech.
A major milestone in the medical world as technology connects paralyzed humans with robotic technology. Neuralink's implanted brain chip allowed an ALS patient to use his thoughts to control a robotic arm, picking up a cup and taking a drink. Neuralink's chip uses 128 ultrafine threads to detect brain signals and uses Bluetooth to transmit the commands to the robot for precise actions. I'm Jason Brooks.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Black Friday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Black Friday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Celebrating 100 years of informing and entertaining. KMOX AM St. Louis, KMOX FM Hazelwood, the voice of St. Louis.
The voice of St. Louis. News Talk 1120. KMOX St. Louis.
It is 5 o'clock in mid-America on this KMOX day, 1120. Right now, partly cloudy, 54 degrees downtown at the Arch. We continue with KMOX Day, celebrating 100 years in broadcasting. Charlie Brennan and Dave Glover had a conversation with John Goodman and Bob Costas.
I introduced you to Mickey Mantle, and you and Mickey became buddies after that.
That's right. I love Mick, and we were not good for each other. But we had a great time. There was just an article about Greer in the New Yorker. I don't know if you read that, Bob.
Oh, no, I haven't seen that yet. I'll track it down.
Yeah. Greer Johnson is an old girlfriend of Mantle's. We've got more KMOX Day for you coming up from Studio B. The trial to remove the St. Louis City Sheriff broke for lunch after the sheriff's attorney was shouted down by the judge.
Sheriff's Major Lee Stokes testified he discouraged Alfred Montgomery from arresting Deputy Jail Commissioner Tammy Ross, but Montgomery insisted he would and did anyway. Stokes says he was retaliated against by Montgomery after speaking to the feds. It only got worse when he went to HR because a disciplinary hearing with Sheriff's Attorney David Mason was called. While being cross-examined by Mason, Stokes said the only reason the meeting never happened is because he argued with Mason for an hour and a half until he canceled, adding he doesn't trust Mason or the disciplinary board. After Mason made the line of questioning about himself, Judge Omer's patience ran out. He began shouting at Mason, asking, "Who is this about, you or the sheriff?" impressing on him, quote, "If you want to represent this man, do so." Sean Malone, KMOX News.
From the KMOX Business Desk, sponsored by Krentz Financial Group, KFGadvisors.com. A supercomputing conference has the world converging at the Dome at America Center.
It's a big deal. It's enough to have more than 16,000 people here.
This is Stuart McMillan. I spoke with Dan Olds, a researcher, industry analyst, a speaker at the conference as well, about the idea of using artificial intelligence not really being the main topic. What experts are contemplating at SC25. Booth after booth will show you in the exhibit hall that they're trying to figure out ways to cool the supercomputers that run these massive AI equations.
You're going to see a lot of plumbing.
'25, like Microsoft, Google, Intel, and NVIDIA.
And it's time for the Wall Street Wrap, sponsored by Stifel and Ophthalmology Associates. I'm with Stifel Director of Investments, Eric Roberts. So looked like we might have a rally today.
Well, we started with one, but gave up all of those gains and slipped into negative territory by the close. The S&P 500 closed 1.6% lower at 6,538. The Dow fell 386 points, or 0.8%, closing at 45,752. And the NASDAQ closed this morning. The U.S. economy did add 119,000 jobs in September. That was more than twice the amount expected. While that's good news for the labor market, the data did weigh on stocks as investors lowered expectations for an additional rate cut from the Fed next month. Futures markets currently price a 40% probability of a quarter-point cut on December 10th, according to the CME Group's FedWatch tool.
That is Stifel Director of Investments, Eric Robert. Thank you. That's the Wall Street Wrap on KMOX.
Very little change in our temperature this evening and overnight. We're kind of hanging in the mid-50s. The 53 will do it for the low, and we'll start to look for an increase of rain and thunderstorms, mainly late tonight. Then on Friday, periods of rain, a couple of thunderstorms. It's a wet day on Friday, 62. Friday night, rain until about midnight, 45. The weekend looks fantastic. Saturday, mostly sunny and 62. Sunday, sunny and 64. From the Saliga Heating and Cooling Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Dave Murray on 104.1 FM, KMOX.
54 downtown, I'm Michael Calhoun, KMOX News.
This is St. Louis, KMOX.
Turn the radio on.
Here comes 50,000 clear channel red hot watts.
You'll hear a friend.
Here he is, the Hall of Fame voice of the St. Louis Cardinals, Jack Buck.
Hi, this is Charlie Brennan.
I'm Ann Keith. Good morning, everyone. John Calling speaking.
You will enjoy.
Presented every day, Monday through Friday at this time, at your service.
You will learn.
This is Tom Ackerman. I'll be talking with Bob Costas and Dan Dierdorf.
You will imagine.
KMOX has presented another inspirational episode of As Your Stomach Turns.
You will improve.
You'll hear all about people making news in St. Louis.
Turn the radio on. At home.
I talk 4 hours a day, 5 days a week. It's impossible to do without saying a lot of really, really stupid stuff.
In your car.
Now we take you to Don Miller. Don is flying around in the KMOX jet copter.
You will not be alone.
Good evening, fellow creatures of the night.
You will not be lonely.
Dr. McCreary, again! It's gone! The St. Louis Blues are the Stanley Cup champions.
David Freese has just sent us into game number 7. That's the winner! A World Series winner!
Holy cow!
Newspapers fold. Magazines come and go. Television self-destructs. Radio remains the trusted common denominator in this nation.
We are continuing on with what has been a fantastic day on KMOX. It's KMOX Day 1120. Obviously, 104.1 Day, too. We'll throw that into the mix as well. Unbelievable day. Mix of all the great personalities that have come through these doorways in different ways, right? We've covered news. We've covered some sports and a lot of Cardinals and all of that. But we're going to spend a lot of time now on Sports Open Line specifically, and then sports coverage, too, as we go along. Kevin Wheeler, Matt Pauley, Bernie Miklasz with you here. And Bern, you have the longest history of any of us with Sports Open Line. You know, my first Sports Open Line, being a part of it in any way, was in 2006. but you predate that. What is Sports Open Line to you? Having been there and been around the big names and the things that came before a lot of us got to town.
Yeah. My first experience with Sports Open Line as a regular was 1985. That's how long ago. I mean, that's pretty amazing, right? 1985. No, it's meant just about everything to me, which is why, you move on. Sometimes the radio station has other plans. Sometimes I have other plans because I was never working exclusively in radio. But I always returned to KMOX whenever I had a chance, especially now. I thought it would be an incredible way to kind of go back to how it all started with me on radio in St. Louis on KMOX and being a regular for quite a long time. And, as I'm winding down my career, not that I'm about to retire, but some of the greatest memories and the things I cherish most through this long career is that I not only had a chance to work with a true giant, iconic radio station in all of North America, but also all the people I met, all the experiences I've had. Are you kidding me? Being able to hang out with Jack Buck and Kostas and Deerdorf and, working with Bill Wilkerson, Ron Jacober, Randy Carricker, Carol Daniel. I mean, John Carney. I just can't even think of all the names. There's just been a million of them. It's just been a wonderful, wonderful ride. And it's just a sentimental day for me.
Yeah, I know we're going to talk about Bob Burns and Bob Bragg coming up in just a moment, but Kevin, for me, just growing up in the household that I grew up in, I've talked about this a lot.
Your connection goes all the way back.
Yeah, my dad worked here in the 60s. At one point, my dad was a Sports Open Line producer. He did a lot of different things here at KMOX during his time here. His final day at KMOX was KMOX's final day before they moved to Memorial Drive. So he was in the old building beforehand. And I just grew up understanding the history and the legacy of this station. And I listened to Sports Open Line in the car with my dad. And we're three of us right now talking. All three of us have been Sports Open Line hosts. We've had Randy Carricker in here today. Mike Claiborne's been in. Tom Ackerman's obviously been in. But you just think about all the various individuals. And it does go back to Burns and Bragg. But you think about all the individuals that have hosted that show. And the fact that people like Dan Deerdorf were so connected to the station where Dan might be out doing national games or whatever, and then he would come back to St. Louis, and what would he be doing? He'd be hosting a Sports Open Line on a Thursday night or something. So it's pretty darn cool.
Yeah, it's amazing stuff. And you both mentioned Dan Deerdorf. He's going to join us in our next segment. We'll talk about his memories of being in these very chairs. Probably not these physical chairs. These are newer. Some of them might still be old school. They go back to the day. But obviously, we'll talk to him about his memories of doing Sports Open Line, working with all those legends. Bob Highland, who is a legend in his own right. And of course, his time with the Big Red. I mean, I've got something, Bernie. You'll see it on the stream, not now, but I'm going to do a costume change when we bring Dan Deerdorf on that I think you'll get a kick out of. I got a little something that I'm going to throw on as we get going with that. But talk Bernie about, because you obviously have the long radio career, but also the long writing career. Talk about Bob Burns and Bob Bragg, and I know you got a lot of crossover time during the probably what I would think is the latter part of their eras. And they are it's one of the first things that when I moved to town, these are two of the first names that I started to learn more about, right? Because you hear about them when you're others. They were people that you would know of if you lived elsewhere. And they were people that I knew of even living elsewhere. But what they mean here is just another level.
I think the foundation they set for younger people like me to come along and try to do what they did. They not only set that foundation, they not only got that platform ready for the next generation, but, we've all worked with people, whatever line of work we're in, that have had a long, lengthy career, but it's coming to a close. Some young people are showing up, and they're doing more and more at the place of employment. And some of the old timers they really kind of get resentful. They get bitter. They get sour. They treat the young people like, not well. I cannot emphasize enough Bob Bragg and Bob Burns, how generous and sweet and thoughtful and caring they were with me. And I know I wrote stuff that ticked them off because I was the young punk. And it's just kind of like, oh, why is he writing all that stuff? What's he so angry about? And it's like, They were incredible the way they took me under their wing and they showed me the ropes. They introduced me to people and 100% supportive in my work, even if they disagreed with something. I mean, can you imagine what it could have been like to try to start as a columnist in our town if those two guys didn't like me and were like, oh, the heck with him? No.
Yeah.
They were the exact opposite, and I'll always be eternally grateful.
When you think about the Mount Rushmore of sports media in St. Louis, those two guys, Jack Buck, we can. There's so many, and we need more than
Harry Caray going way back. Yeah.
But Bernie, can you speak to just the impact that those guys had in the sense that it wasn't just radio, but radio was a big part, but from a written word standpoint as well, their voice and their opinions really resonated throughout the entire community?
Well, first of all, Bob Bragg and Bob Burns, they did the first sports talk show program in America.
Right. Mm-hmm. Right.
I mean, like literally it was the only standalone sports talk show. And this was the first one. And so they made history. And then other stations all over the place began to follow that lead. No, these guys are true icons and they span several generations. And that's what made them special, because there were people of every age, sports fans of every age in St. Louis who could relate to them and who liked them, who grew up with them, who maybe a great sports fan, maybe his dad or his mom passed away, but some of the memories would be like sitting around the kitchen table or whatever, and everybody reading Burns, everyone reading Bragg. And somehow there's an attachment. If you lose your parents, because we all go at some point, that generational pull is still there. You have these incredible memories of a shared experience with these two legendary columnists. And they ran the place too. Neither one of them was vindictive. Neither one of them was spiteful or petty or had an agenda. They weren't out to to crush people, but they had a lot of juice and they knew how to use it. And sometimes they used the juice in a way that was behind the scenes. And it was more of kind of like, well, this guy's drowning. I got to help him out. I'm not going to just go off on him. Let me see if I can get this guy straight and help him out. So they had tremendous influence behind the scenes, on the air, on television, in print. And what a spectacular ride. I was a member of the thing called the 1-2-3 Club for a long time. And as a group of old timers, now there's young people too. Tom Ackerman's in it. We'd meet for lunch every Monday. The stories, the Hall of Fame type careers. It was unbelievable. I learned a lot.
How about moving forward from there? You look at, because when you look at the history of Sports Open Line on KMOX, as you mentioned, it's still today the longest running sports talk show in the country. And not many can hold up with different casts and different people running through as the people that are hosting it, right? I mean, we've had, as Matt mentioned, the three of us have all done it, and Randy and Tom Ackerman and Mike Grimm before I got here. So many people have hosted this show, but it stays. It stays, and it starts with Burns and Bragg, but it stays all the way through until now.
And isn't it amazing? And Kevin, you're an example of this. I'm certainly an example of this, and there are many others. Isn't it amazing how many of us come back to KMOX?
You're right.
Because it's I've left places and I'm like, I never even want to drive by the place again, right? Like I'm going to avoid the neighborhood where it's located. But with KMOX, I was always listening. I was entertained and I'm informed by all the sports talk shows and all the news talk shows and some of the personalities that I love. But how great of a radio station is where you can part company and then it pulls you back in and you are like, it's like the thrill is as great the second time you come back or the first time you come back or the third time you get. The thrill is as great as it was the day you first went on KMOX.
It is. I remember my first day here and walking in and you see KMOX and you see all the awards and you know the history of the station. And there's kind of a decorum that goes along with the station and how it's run. And look, the station's changed and there's corporate ownership and all those sort of things. But at the end of the day, it is KMOX and it is unique. It is special. And I would argue, I've worked in a bunch of different places. It is different from every other radio station in America.
Agreed.
It is.
Yeah.
And one of my early memories, and I'll be quick, I never really met Bob Highland. We were in the same building at the time, many times, and I could hear his voice, which was booming. And then I got an offer from another station, and somebody told me, I won't give him away. They said, well, call Highland. He'll let him know. He don't want to lose you. So I'm not going to ask him for more money. Call him up. Call him up. So I got the nerve to call him up, and he had to call me back, and I can't do the voice, but he's like, Bernie, it's Bob Highland here. What business do you have today for me? I was told it's urgent that we talk. I nearly peed my pants. I was scared to death. I couldn't even talk to him about how, can you give me an extra $50 a week? I didn't have the nerve. It was like, I'm not trying to be sacrilegious, but it was like the voice of God on the phone. Like, and I'm like, oh my gosh, no, I'm scared. I'm really scared. He couldn't have been nicer. He said, well, here's what I'll do. Boom, 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 boom. I said, Mr. Highland, I am so grateful. Thank you very much. Because I thought I was going to get fired just for asking.
Just for asking. Oh, that's great. Yeah. That's great. All right, last thing before we take a quick time out, we'll be bringing Dan Deerdorf into the program here in a few minutes. We don't have a lot of time, and I know he's gotten a lot of discussion today, and we mentioned him a little bit briefly in Jack Buck. But Jack did historic things on this show and on this station beyond just being a Hall of Fame broadcaster. If you listen to, and sometimes, and Matt, we had the great pleasure, doing Cardinals pre and post game. It's unfortunate when there are rain delays, but when there are, a lot of times we rerun some of the really cool old stuff. And I think my favorite thing is Jack interviewing Jackie Robinson.
Mm-hmm, that's great.
And talking about social issues and civil rights movement and all of that on top of baseball. But, in addition to being a game caller, Bernie, Jack was a very influential talk show host. And I know most people know it, but I wanted to make sure we get that in.
I would say that in a sports vein, even though Jack was transcended sports, as you just noted, I would say that through his entire career, once he got settled, I think he was the most powerful sports person in St. Louis. Mm-hmm. I don't think anyone had as much influence or power or made such an impact or made such a difference, making the community better, helping all kinds of organizations out, setting people straight, setting a standard that everyone aspired to. He is the all-time number one man or woman in St. Louis sports, any form of media, period. I mean, it's not, to me, it's no disrespect to all the other greats, but it's not even a debate. Mm-hmm. He stands alone.
I think all of those other greats would say the exact same thing.
Yeah.
In fact, I've heard a lot of them say very similar words to that. And we have one of those greats joining us here in a couple of minutes. The great Dan Deerdorf is going to join us here on KMOX Day, 1120 Day. Bernie Miklasz, Matt Pauley, Kevin Wheeler with you here. Our version tonight of Sports Open Line, and in typical KMOX fashion, you also have sports tonight. We've got Thursday Night Football a little bit later on, but we're going to have Dan Deerdorf coming up next on KMOX.
Traffic from the MichaelsFlooringOutlet.com Traffic Center.
We got a little bit of trouble right now on Highway 64 westbound in St. Charles County. First of all, as you leave the city, you have delays almost $1,000 right now. Westbound 64, it's bumper to bumper out to Clayton Skinker. It's slow to Big Bend. It's slow west of McKnight to 270, Clarkson to Topgolf. It jams, though, right around the Spirit Overpass across the Boone Bridge. There's a crash westbound 64 just east of 94, and the left lane is shut down there. But even after you get past that, it's still slow from 364 out to Highway 70. Westbound Highway 70, Shreve headed out through Jennings Station, 170 all the way to the Rock Road. There's heavy traffic both ways around the Rock Road Airport area and around our city to the Blanchette. Westbound 94 to Zumbel Mid-Rivers through Highway K is busy. Eastbound 70, Wright City into David Hochul Parkway is even kind of slow. South and North 270 have heavy traffic between Doherty Ferry and all of the southbound backup that begins before backed up downtown between the bridges. I'm Roger Brand in the MichaelsFlooringOutlet.com Traffic Center.
This holiday, give the gift that lasts all season long. Cardinals ticket packs are on sale now, starting at 5, 6, and 10 games. All packs include 2026's top games and favorite giveaways. Backed by popular demand, choose from the opening day pack or the bobblehead pack. Check out the Cubs pack, weekend pack, or apparel pack. There's a pack for everyone. Find your perfect gift right now at cardinals.com/tickets.
come and go, but Cardinals baseball lasts all season long. This year, give the gift of all-inclusive tickets, featuring a full buffet, complimentary bar, and unbeatable views at Busch Stadium. Enjoy great food, good times, and every moment of the action. Choose your experience in the Budweiser 703 Club, UMB Champions Club, Coca-Cola Scoreboard Patio, and more. Make your holidays brighter with all-inclusive tickets, on sale now at cardinals.com/tickets.
For 100 years, KMOX has delivered the stories that bring St. Louis together. And for more than a century, Purina has been helping the pets of St. Louis live their best lives. So as KMOX celebrates a century of service, Purina is proud to stand alongside a true St. Louis institution. Because no matter what the decade, one thing never changes: the love we have for our city and our pets. Purina, your pet, our passion. Learn more at Purina.com.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years' experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Missouri can count on.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Thank you, St. Louis, for making Genesis of St. Charles the #1 Genesis dealer in Missouri for 2025. We know your time is valuable. That's why every purchase comes with 3 years of complimentary Genesis service valet. Unlock your e-price and save. That means complimentary vehicle pickup and delivery, plus a loaner vehicle at no additional cost. Or want something new? We'll bring the test drive to you. Visit GenesisofStCharles.com during the Genesis Signature event. Based on GMA sales records for 2024. See dealer for details.
Hi, this is Randy Carricker. Congratulations to KMOX, 100 years strong as the voice of St. Louis.
Welcome back into KMOX Day here on 1120. It's great to be with you. I've got Bernie Miklasz, Matt Pauley. I'm Kevin Wheeler. And we're doing our, I guess you could say we've done a lot of different tributes throughout the course of the day, and we've talked about our news coverage. We obviously have gone back and forth because sports has been so ingrained in what the KMOX identity is. And obviously all of us are sports guys, so we get to do this here later on in the evening. And very excited to have Dan Deerdorf with us here on KMOX again. Of course, Pro Football Hall of Famer, a man that has hosted in these very chairs, or at least these microphones probably, has done everything there is to do in the broadcast world, TV and radio. Dan, it's great to be with you. And I joked with Bernie before we had you that I was going to do a little wardrobe change, but I now have my big red number 72 Deerdorf jersey on for everybody that's watching us on the stream to just make sure that I'm representing well. Good to have you. Welcome in.
Well, that's going above and beyond. But thank you very much. That's hard to believe. 100 years. That just almost doesn't compute.
Dan, Bernie Miklasz, as always, I love you, man. Great to have you with us. But I'm going to hold off on the tribute here for a minute, okay? I gotta get into something with you.
You Baltimore guys are untrustworthy.
We talk about all the illustrious history of KMOX, sports radio and everything, but is it true? Because it was before my time. Was it true that you were like basically the worst NHL color commentator in the history of broadcast radio. Is that true? Can you confirm or deny that?
Well, I'd be more comfortable with just being the worst in St. Louis history. There had to be a couple dumbasses somewhere that couldn't even string words together. I could talk really well. It's just not so much about hockey. But you know what? When you worked with Dan Kelly, all I had to do was say that Saturday is calendar night, and next Tuesday, the first 5,000 people are going to get free hockey pucks, and then shut up in time to let him do the face-off and do the game. He didn't need any help.
Well, I would think you would have done a great job analyzing the fights, and you later did boxing for ABC. So, but no, let me get all gooey now. You had a lot of influence on me as a young guy in St. Louis. I got a chance to work with you. You were incredibly kind and generous and gave me advice. But I wanted to ask you about your extraordinary career and the impact that KMOX had on that career and your life by giving you an opportunity.
Well, it was so instrumental, and well, first of all, that understates it. I really owe everything to being able to lay a broadcasting foundation in the studios at KMOX under the tutelage of Jack Buck. Jack was the sports director. Jack is the reason that I became a good football analyst. Was that year that I spent with Jack, 1984, when he and I were the voice of the Cardinals football team, and just the invaluable lessons that I'd learn every week studying at the feet of the master. And I remember sitting around the KMOX sports office, and Jack would be in there holding court, and I'd look to my right, and there was Gary Bender and Bill Wilkerson and Dan Kelly, and I'd look to my left, and there was Bob Kostas, and I just on and on and on. And I used to think, I'm actually getting paid to be here. Little do they know, I would have written them a check just to hang out there.
Hey, Dan, it's
a good thing Mr. Highland never found that out, or he'd have taken me up on it.
That's right.
Can you share a little bit about, even before that, about what led you here? How did that opportunity first arise for you?
Well, I will give Bill Bidwell, the owner of the Cardinals, a lot of credit. He allowed me to work in the media while I was still an active player. And Jim Bakken and Jim Hart used to do a 1-hour show on a Saturday afternoon. They called it the arm and the leg. And Jim Bakken was going to go back to Wisconsin for 3 weeks for a vacation. And I got asked if I would be willing to sit in his chair for those 3 weeks. And I'll never forget the first time I was in the studio and the red light came on and I just started talking. And from that moment on, Mr. Highland told me that he wanted me to do more and more things. And even while I was an active player, towards the end of my career, in the off season, I was hosting Sports Open Line. I was, it was just, I can't overstate the importance of KMOX and the road I led, that I went down to become a broadcaster. It was invaluable.
Bernie's playful jab aside about the hockey stuff, what was it like as a person that was steeped in football, playing at Michigan, having an Hall of Fame career in the NFL, sometimes having to step outside of that as a talk show host and talk about the Cardinals, the baseball Cardinals, in addition to what your profession was?
Well, but I worked at it. First of all, you have to like the sport.
Right.
And I liked hockey. I played intramural hockey when I was at Michigan, and I loved baseball. And, you couldn't work at KMOX if you wouldn't educate yourself enough to not make a fool of yourself talking about baseball. I didn't pretend to be able to analyze why somebody's curve wasn't breaking as much as it should, but I knew enough to keep my head above water. The one thing he had to do, the Cardinals rule was whenever there was another sporting event, you had to say, yes, I heard it. You couldn't say I saw it, because Mr. Highland didn't believe that you could send pictures through the air. And you were never allowed to mention that you saw something on television. If you knew about it, you heard it on the radio.
Listen, I've got I don't know if it's off topic, but I like a great story. And you told me a story one time because you mentioned Bill Bidwell, and Bill Bidwell was a big part of this town for a long time, and he, had a great relationship with KMOX. You told me the story about the young Dan Deerdorf after getting drafted by the Cardinals. Bill Bidwell either came to visit you in Chicago or up in Michigan or somewhere.
He came to Ann Arbor.
All right.
Okay. And so the young and very confident Dan Deerdorf decided to order like a martini. And then one martini led to another. So I just love. Yeah. You're changing the story. No, you're changing the story. All right.
I'll tell you.
What was it like?
Here's exactly what happened. Mr. Bidwell comes to you. This was back in the day. Keep in mind now, I get drafted by the Cardinals. I'd never met anyone from the Cardinal organization.
That's wild.
That's surprising.
George Boone, the guy in charge of the Cardinal draft, didn't believe in meeting someone before they drafted him. That's a winning strategy. So I've been drafted by the Cardinals, and Bill Bidwell comes to Ann Arbor to introduce himself, and we're going to have lunch. And so I get a friend of mine in Ann Arbor who hooks us up at a private club, and we sit down, just the two of us. The waiter comes over and goes, "Can I get you something to drink?" Now, keep in mind, this is lunch. And Bill Bidwell goes, "Well, I'll have a martini." And I go, "Well, yeah, I'll have one too." And so the two martinis come, and I take a pretty good belt of mine, and I think my eyes rolled up in my head like a slot machine, and a classic. Bill Bidwell looked at me, and he went, "First one?" I went, "Yes." He goes, "You don't have to drink it." I said, "Thank you."
Well, at least Dan, at least I got the martini part right. I got everything
you
else
had
wrong.
the martini right, but one did not lead to another. One sip was, oh my God! I think I went pale, and oh my God, that was very embarrassing.
Dan,
but I gather it was not your last martini ever, correct?
I never was a martini drinker. I let the more sophisticated guys on our team, like Dobler, drink martinis.
Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, Dan, I was thinking about this. Not only, KMOX being part of your origin story, if you don't get picked by the Cardinals and come into St. Louis, it might be a different path for you. I mean, that's just as important of this whole entire story for you as you ending up with the football Cardinals.
Well, I'd never been to St. Louis in my life. I was a Cleveland Browns fan, and the only thing I knew of the Cardinals was they always used to seem to beat the Browns. And I remember that they had this little feisty cornerback named Pat Fisher, and that's all I knew about the St. Louis Cardinals. I came to St. Louis for a introductory. They brought all the rookies in, and that. I got off the airplane, went downtown, and got checked into the hotel, and looked at that arch and thought, well, that's about the damnedest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Dan, talk about.
But you're right. Your whole life turns on a phone call saying you've been drafted by such and such.
It's amazing. Talk about those teams. We've already mentioned a few of the names. You just mentioned Conrad Dobler and obviously the kicker and the quarterback. What was it like just being an NFL player for the Big Red at that time?
Well, we never won a Super Bowl. We never won much of anything. But I guarantee you, we'd have won the Personality Bowl. We had a football team full of some unbelievable characters. And I'm talking about, Dobler and Banks and Jackie Smith and we were very rich in terms of entertainment value. I think anyone who went to watch us play might have left frustrated that maybe we didn't win. But by God, I used to think we were exciting. Offensively, I'm a little biased, but I think we had some stretches there where we were as good or better than any offensive team in the National Football League. But we also knew we had to win a game 37-35 if we were going to win it.
And Dan Deerdorf for the youngsters in the audience, I'll just say this: he was part of an offensive line that, particularly in pass protection in the Air Coryell offense, because they threw it a lot, and Jim Hart can throw it deep and accurately. It's in the conversation for the best offensive line in the history of the league in terms of pass blocking, and so when I think of just all the time, thinking about those lines, but also doing research, talking to NFL people about it when you were a candidate for the Hall of Fame, and that kept coming back to me over and over again. What a great offensive line that was, one of the best ever. And of course, they had nothing but good things to say about you and your effect on that.
Well, we were so good that we actually went. This was back in the 14-game season. After the first 7 games of the 1975 season, we had not allowed a single sack. In 7 games, we were at 0. And Terry Metcalf, I missed the blitz pickup, and Jim got sacked for the first time. And I think everybody kind of breathed a sigh of relief that, oh, geez, finally that's over with. And, we ended up setting the NFL record that year. Officially, we ended up with 8. One of them was a fake field goal, and Jim Bakken got caught behind the line of scrimmage, and the Elias Sports Bureau ruled that he was going to throw the ball, and they called it a sack. And another one was we're mopping up with a 4-touchdown lead at Shea Stadium against the Jets, and Jim Hart's not even in the game, and our backup quarterback, Dennis Shaw, audibles to a pass and gets sacked. And I thought Conrad Dobler was going to kill him. And I'm actually holding Conrad back. I'm thinking this will be great TV. We're winning the game, and our right guard is going to beat the crap out of our quarterback right in the middle of the football field with the 50-yard line. And the fact of the matter is, not one of us would have pulled him off of it. He had it coming. I wish he would have done it.
That is
really
fantastic.
We only gave up 6 sacks the whole year. We were pretty good.
Well, you were more than pretty good, Dan, and I know that this has been a great day for all of us here on KMOX, and you make every day better when you appear on these airwaves. Thank you so much for everything, and you've influenced all 3 of us in one way or another, and a lot more people than that. So we thank you for all of this.
Well, that's very kind of you, and again, I can't overstate what KMOX did for me. It'll always have a soft spot in my heart, and God bless Robert Highland and all of you. Have a great night.
All right. Happy Thanksgiving, Dan. We appreciate you so much.
Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving.
That's the Hall of Famer Dan Deerdorf, obviously legend in every way that you can possibly imagine, and so great to have him here on KMOX Day as we continue to kind of talk about Sports Open Line and all of these great people that have come through. Our next guest, a big part of that as well. We're going to have the voice of the Tigers, Mike Kelly, joining us when we return here on KMOX.
Traffic from the MichaelsFlooringOutlet.com Traffic Center.
No, we got a little trouble right now on westbound 70. First of all, it's heavy leaving the city, west of Kings Highway, headed out through Jennings Station. Then you jam west of Florissant Road out to 170. We had a fully engulfed car fire. I think it's out now. I can't tell. I just see the flashing lights and the mist, but they do have lane blockage there, westbound 70 at 170. 70 still slow. The airport out through the Rock Road pockets, sort of to the Blanchette Bridge, 79 through Highway K. After that, westbound 64. Good news here. They cleared that crash at 94, but you're still jammed on westbound 64. Kings Highway to Clayton Skinker. It's slow to Big Bend. It's slow both ways between Big Bend and Lindbergh, really. The westbound side remains heavy out to 270, and it jams west of Long Road out to 94, almost. Research Park, it's starting to pick up the pace now that they cleared that crash. 270 between Olive and Manchester, both ways still heavy. Southbound slow down through Doherty Ferry, though, and again 44 to Gravois. A little busy past Bates on southbound 55, westbound 44, slow downtown between the bridges. I'm Roger Brand in the MichaelsFlooringOutlet.com Traffic Center.
Missouri, the wait is almost over. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, going live December 1st. But you don't have to wait until then to sign up, because if you join today, you'll get an early sign-up bonus. You can get started with $400 favorite teams, sports, and players. FanDuel.com/Missouri to learn more. That's FanDuel.com/Missouri. Play your game with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. 21 or over and present in Missouri. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Early sign-up $100 offer. Bonus bets expire 30 days after FanDuel accepts its first real money sports wager in Missouri. Unique user identity verification required. Post-launch $300 offer. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus bets expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.
At Tillis Park is open Wednesday, November 26th through January 3rd. Enjoy more than 1 million dazzling lights with holiday characters and festive scenes. Whether you're carrying on a family tradition or starting a new one, you'll never see anything like Winter Wonderland at Tillis Park. Happy holidays from Kirkwood Fence, Tully Tire, Washington U Orthopedics, Restoration One, and Happy Roof. Get more info at KMOX.com.
Celebrating 100 years of informing and entertaining St. Louis.
This broadcast of Holiday Pops from Powell Symphony Hall in St. Louis, Missouri. Originating station for this program is KMOX Radio, celebrating its 50th year of service to St. Louis on Christmas Eve.
It's KMOX Day, presented by Purina. Your pet, our passion.
We continue on with KMOX Day here on 11/20. Fascinating day today. Boy, some great stories, great history. Wonderful talking to Dan Deerdorf. We've got Bernie Miklas, Matt Pauley, Kevin Wheeler here, and happy to be joined by another person who has done this job, who has hosted the Sports Open Line, been a big part of the history of KMOX, and that is the voice of the Missouri Tigers, Mike Kelly. Mike, it's great to talk to you again, buddy. How are you?
Guys, what an honor. What a blessing to be a part of this. What a blessing to say that KMOX was a part of my life.
Mike, Bernie, it's really good to talk to you, brother. As always, you're doing a great job, so thank you for that. What was your earliest connection to KMOX when you first began to have an affiliation with KMOX? Tell us about how that all started.
I was working in Champaign, Illinois, and the Chicago Bears came to Champaign to get ready for the Super Bowl because the University of Illinois had a bubble over Memorial Stadium. So it was prior to that Super Bowl. I was at Jumer's Castle Lodge in Urbana, Illinois, and I was listening to a news conference, and I heard this big booming voice from across the room. I said, "That's Jim Holder from KMOX."
Oh,
So
Jim, the best.
Afterwards, I scampered over. I said, "Hey, Jim, my name's Mike Kelly. I grew up in Dupo, Illinois, and I would love to work at KMOX." "Well, big boy, don't have anything." But you know what he did? He set the stage for later that spring for me to come to St. Louis and see my parents over in Dupo, but then come over to downtown and get a chance to sit down with he and Rob Silverstein. And Rob Silverstein could not have been more gracious with his time and basically said to me, "Hey, as a young broadcaster, go back to Champaign, become our correspondent on Illinois sports. Send us audio, send us game stories, give us post-game reports, join us on the air." And for me, I did that for 2.5 years and never asked for a dime, and it became a perfect learning opportunity. And it gave not only KMOX the opportunity to kind of figure out who I was and hear my voice, but also for Mike Kelly to kind of learn how to do this thing called broadcasting and write and put together reports in a manner in which they get on the air.
Mike, there's certainly a history between Mizzou Athletics and KMOX. What does it mean for a program? What does it mean for a broadcast when, because we know about the St. Louis Cardinals on KMOX, and obviously the Blues have a history here, and right now with St. Louis University, but what does it mean when you're a team broadcaster and you know that those games are going out on KMOX?
Well, the number of responses you get from literally all over North America is the most striking thing, and that's the thing that you'll remember the most. And I still to this day, guys, if I look up and there's 11:20 on the clock, I will give it a little bit more emphasis. There's 11:20, and Chris Gervino during basketball knows exactly what I'm doing, and knows what it's a reference to. But yeah, I mean, there's obviously KMOX is one of those legendary radio stations with a legendary signal that people, I hope, never underestimate how much a part of the fabric of not only the city of St. Louis, but of the state of Missouri and of North America that it is.
Absolutely. Well, you graced KMOX for quite a long time as the voice of the Tigers. And I'm going to try to tie those two things together. How much has the business changed on your end in terms of the way college sports in general have changed through the years? We're living in a pretty dramatic time. What's it been like to have a ringside seat, so to speak, for this transformation of major college sports, especially football?
Well, it's professional sports at the entry level, right? I mean, that's what we're talking about. And Bernie, I think the biggest change is the access to players. When I first started doing Missouri basketball, first as a color analyst in 1990, and then play-by-play in 91, and then football in 94, the ability to have access to the players was so much greater and unguarded, right? Unguarded than it is now. And now because of, let's face it, it's hard to develop the relationships when rosters turn over every 6 months. One of the greatest joys that I have taken away from my long time doing this is the relationships that you build and the way that you watch young men come in, and they may not even look at you the first year, but then by the time they're a senior, they're shaking your hand, engaging you in communication, making eye contact, and you develop a friendship that lasts for a long, long time. And so it's changed. There's no question. And I think it's going to continue to change. And, I guess that's one of the things that's also unique is that, we all get to sit here and watch and see how things unfold over the next several years.
Mike, we've spent so much time on various legends. This is a station that has seen many legends come through, and you mentioned your time transitioning into the football play-by-play job, but the man you stepped in for, Bill Wilkerson, certainly fits that description of a legend.
You know what? I miss Bill. I love doing morning drive with Bill and Wendy for that time that I had the opportunity to do it. We still joke in the booth because Howard Richards was good friends with Bill too. That anytime the temperature drops below 50 degrees, we look at each other and say Billy would have closed the windows because quote Billy doesn't play hurt. I can remember one morning, sitting next to him and looking over and seeing kind of like smoke smoldering from his tie because, he might have had a drag of a cigarette on his way into work to maybe wake up and had the window open in the van and maybe a little bit of an ash might have caught his, more than I can afford tie. Hey, Billy, you're smoldering, bud. But I remember sitting in the sports office for the first time and sitting and Kostas comes rolling in and I'm like, oh my God, I could barely get a word out. It's Bob Kostas. So, but again, for all of us, right? For all of us that had this relationship, it goes back to one person. It goes back to Robert Highland. And the fact that Robert Highland took a chance on a kid that was in Champaign, Illinois, that literally for several months would call him at 4:30 in the morning on his private line to say, Mr. Highland, this is Mike Kelly calling from Champaign, Illinois, and I really want to work at KMOX. For him to not be annoyed by that and continue to take my calls at 4:30 on a Friday morning, for, again, several consecutive months, and to give me the opportunity is something that I will always thank God for. The fact that, he gave me a chance, but also that I had a chance to say that I was hired and worked for Bob Highland. That will always mean more to me than the Highland family will ever know.
Mike, so many people have mentioned the KMOX sports office and just the conversations that have in there. If only we had the recordings, right? And maybe they have to be edited on occasion, but if only we had the recordings of everything that has taken place in the KMOX sports office.
Yeah, there's some things that, what we say in there, let it stay in there after we leave there. But when I was there, you had Randy Carricker and Ron Jacober was running the sports office with the assistance of John Cooper, and Jim was there and myself and Mike Claiborne and, Rich Pominko was one of our producers back in the day. He'd show up to do the Cardinal games and he's always have on one of those batting helmets, plastic batting helmets. Anyway, yeah, it was a time, and Ron and I had a chance to. We used to joke about this. Bill, Ron, and I all being Southern Illinois Carbondale guys, and for Ron and I being Eastside guys. That's something that was always meaningful. And then, just to be able to do, the legendary shows, sports on a Sunday morning, and to be able to do. Things like the Sports Editors Roundtable with Bob Burns and Bob Bragg. I mean, just think about that for a young kid that grew up in the area to sit between these two legends and just be a sponge for an hour on Friday nights and on Saturday. And, the other thing, too, that, Mr. Highland gave me an opportunity to do a lot of different things. I mean, how many people remember the show Games People Play that I used to host on a Saturday morning with the late, great Mary Phelan? And so, between that and the trading station back in the day, I mean, it was just, it was such a great opportunity for a young guy to be able to just, learn a lot about yourself as a broadcaster, but also learn from many, many greats that grace those hallways.
Well, you know how it is, Mike. You worked at KMOX. The news is coming up, which means we're out of time, and I wish we could keep on going. We love the conversation. Have fun. Hopefully things go well Saturday at Memorial Stadium in Norman. We're looking forward to the broadcast and looking forward to the game itself. And we thank you so much. It's always great to catch up with you. Have yourself a great Thanksgiving if we don't talk to you before then.
As the late Bob Hamilton would say, it's almost 6 o'clock.
Great sign-off. Thank you. We appreciate you, Mike. That is the voice of the Missouri Tigers, Mike Kelly. We got to take a quick time out. We come back. We're going to talk to the voice of the Billikens, our good friend Bob Ramsey here on KMOX.
Traffic from the MichaelsFlooringOutlet.com Traffic Center.
Well, we still got the lane restrictions from that earlier vehicle fire westbound 70 at 170. Westbound 70 is slow at Riverview, and it's jammed by the time you get through Lucas Hunt, so be prepared. Still heavy traffic, 270 out to the Blanchette Bridge. Westbound 64, still congestion. Kings Highway headed out through Big Bend. It's slow, Clayton Worsen at 270. Still a backup Approaching 94 through K from the earlier accident. Eastbound 64 across the Boone Bridge. You're on the break. South 270, not as bad as North 270, but between Ladue and Manchester, still busy. Southbound slow, approaching 44 to Gravois. And the rest of the highways are looking pretty good right now. I'm Roger Brand at the MichaelsFlooringOutlet.com Traffic Center.
When you switch to Progressive and bundle your home and auto, you could save hundreds, and that's a surprising amount of money.
Whoa, that's like farmer's market money.
That's like give me a gallon of that locally sourced raw honey money.
That's certified organic heirloom tomatoes in every imaginable color except red money.
That's let's get 2 pounds of pink oyster mushrooms money. I'm not even sure I like pink oyster mushrooms.
Guess it's time to find out, because you could save hundreds when you switch to Progressive and bundle. Then the world is your pink oyster mushroom. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Hey, just check the mail. We've been invited to a seminar and dinner is free.
It's gonna be chicken, and it'll taste like Play-Doh.
Don't be fooled. All seminars are not the same. For example, Steve All, an investment advisor representative and founder of the All Financial Group, is hosting a taxes and retirement seminar at his office in Chesterfield on December 10th. Come meet Steve's newest advisor, Tracy Richardson, as she discusses the big beautiful bill, taxes on your Social Security, and more. Tracy will not only cover the hurdles you can face in retirement, but ways to keep more money in your pocket and less in Uncle Sam's. This is a complimentary event, but seating is limited, so reserve your seat today. Call 636-230-8824 or online at yourmoneymattersstl.com.
You know, hon, I've always been interested in us buying a timeshare.
I'd rather eat Play-Doh.
Investment advisory products and services made available through Impact Partnership Wealth, LLC IPW, a registered investment advisor. Neither the firm nor its agents or representatives may give tax or legal advice. Individuals should consult with a qualified professional for guidance before making any purchasing decisions.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your online traffic. So this Black Friday, get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
News, talk, cards. KMOX AM St. Louis. KMOX FM Hazelwood. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The voice of Mid-America. This is News Talk 1120. KMOX St. Louis.
It is 6 o'clock in Mid-America. We've got classic news opens to celebrate the 100th anniversary of KMOX Radio.
Bobby, I lost $500 on that match.
What more can you ask for? A legendary station with legendary voices heard earlier today during our special 100th anniversary programming on KMOX. Bob Costas.
You can lean on the old cliche about any town that's close to your heart. You can leave it, but it never leaves you.
And actor John Goodman speaking about leaving his hometown of St. Louis for Hollywood.
You know, I'd get very homesick, but then I realized why I was so homesick, because the place was so special to me. It had everything you'd ever want.
The reminiscing continues after the news. The trial to remove the St. Louis City Sheriff broke for lunch after the sheriff's attorney was shouted down by the judge, Sean Malone, from the courtroom.
Sheriff's Major Lee Stokes testified he discouraged Alfred Montgomery from arresting Deputy Jail Commissioner Tammy Ross, but Montgomery insisted he would and did anyway. Stokes says he was retaliated against by Montgomery after speaking to the feds. It only got worse when he went to HR because a disciplinary hearing with Sheriff's Attorney David Mason was called. While being cross-examined by Mason, Stokes said the only reason the meeting never happened is is because he argued with Mason for an hour and a half until he canceled, adding he doesn't trust Mason or the disciplinary board. After Mason made the line of questioning about himself, Judge Omer's patience ran out. He began shouting at Mason, asking, "Who is this about, you or the sheriff?" impressing on him, quote, "If you want to represent this man, do so." Sean Malone, KMOX News.
A world of technology experts descending on St. Louis this week.
At the Dome at America Center, more than 17,000 are attending the International Conference for High-Performance Computing. On the SC25 exhibit floor, supercomputers and experts for miles.
People using the biggest computers in the world to solve the world's biggest problems.
I spoke with Dan Olds, who's a researcher and industry analyst.
This type of computing is used by everybody from the national labs to aerospace, but all the way down to consumer products.
The main chatter here at SC25 is not just the future of artificial intelligence, but how hot the machines are getting when they run their equations. I witnessed a demonstration where an entire motherboard of circuitry was encased in a clear cooling liquid. Stuart McMillan, KMOX News.
Let's get you to Roger Brand.
Well, we still have a couple of issues out there, Michael. This traffic reports the Service of Financial and Tax Strategies. Westbound 70, they still have restrictions at 170 from the earlier car fire. You've got delays Riverview all the way out, and it's actually a jam from Bermuda out to 170 after that. And there's another incident in the right lane, westbound 70 just west of the Rock Road. You're backed up at Lindbergh. If you're on westbound 70 after that, you're in good shape. Eastbound 70, a little busy through our city. Westbound 64 from the Science Center out through McCausland's heavy. And then there's still heavy traffic approaching 94 through K. Eastbound from 94 up to the Boone Bridge is pretty heavy in the construction zone, and it jams at 170 up through Big Bend. We had a crash at Bellevue. Looks like they cleared it. South 170 on the brakes at the Parkway. North 270 Clayton Road up through Ladue is still kind of busy as well. And South 270 a little slow at Big Bend and approaching Gravois. I'm Roger Brand at the MichaelsFlooringOutlet.com Traffic Center.
Retirement shouldn't feel like balancing a checkbook while blindfolded. I'm Gary Goldberg, and my team helps you see the big picture so you can retire younger, richer, and with less anxiety. Because guessing is not a strategy. Tune in to Wealth and Wisdom with Gary Goldberg Saturday mornings at 7 here on KMOX.
Dave Murray says periods of rain tonight, low 53. Some storms tomorrow, high 62. At the moment, we've got clouds. It's 54 downtown at the Arch. I'm Michael Calhoun, KMOX News.
Celebrating 100 years of informing and entertaining St. Louis.
Here's the pitch. Line drive, there it is! Into left field! Hit number 3,000! A run is scored! Musial around first! On his way to second with a double! Holy cow, he came through!
It's KMOX Day, presented by Purina. Your pet, our passion.
Great to be with you here on KMOX Day, 11/20/2025. So we are a little bit more than a month away from the 100th anniversary of KMOX. It'll be on Christmas Eve. And we're building up to that, and this is kind of our big celebration show. It's been going on since the beginning of the day. It's wrapping up here in just about a half an hour, and we've got Thursday Night Football because that's what we do here on KMOX. We do sports. We do sports nonstop. It's Matt Pauley and Kevin Wheeler with you here. That's obviously not 24/7, but it's always been a big part of this. We've talked a lot already about the Cardinals, the Missouri Tigers, the Blues. Every team in town has had a connection, and that includes the St. Louis University Billikens and the voice of the Billikens, Bob Ramsey, kind enough to join us tonight. Bob, welcome into the show. Great to talk to you, buddy. How things going?
Fellas, great to hear from you, and thank you for including me. I consider just being thought of as an honor because it's a big deal.
Yeah, Ren, what does it mean knowing that you've been so connected to the station? Obviously, SLU broadcast have come and gone from KMOX over the years, and before you were even doing SLU, obviously major St. Louis ties. Can you speak to the importance of KMOX and your association with it?
Well, one of my personal highlights of my career, you guys get it, and I hope the audience kind of gets a feel for it from listening all day. In the old building, there used to be a main hallway that would go to offices and the studios and all those things, the one main hallway. And the on-air folks had pictures up along the wall.
Mm-hmm.
And when the Billikens went over to KMOX the first time and they put my picture on the wall, I can't tell you what that meant to me. It was because I grew up on KMOX, a Cardinal nerd. I listened to the St. Louis Hawks, and then of course the Spirits of St. Louis.
those days, the blues, everything was on KMOX. So when my picture went up on the wall over at the old building, that had great meaning for me. But then the other thing, for those of us who wanted to go into the business, because there's two things for sports guys like us. One is sports talk,
right,
invented at KMOX, and the best play-by-play in the business across all the sports at KMOX. So for both of those reasons, but in particular for me, play-by-play, obviously when I was a little kid, Jack and Harry.
Right.
And Skip Carey was doing St. Louis Hawks, and I was a big fan. Then as I got into high school and then into college, even though Bob Costas is only a couple of years older, we're in college at Lindenwood University, and we're listening to Bob Costas doing play-by-play, an unbelievable influence, while I guess technically age-wise a contemporary, doing pro basketball on KMOX and maybe making it more identifiable with him because of the age thing and, of course, his greatness. That was an influence. The best baseball announcers I ever heard, the best hockey announcer, Dan Kelly, the best basketball announcer in Bob Costas. And people forget this. When he was doing Big Red games, Bob Starr was the best radio football announcer I ever heard. And so you had an all-star lineup, a Hall of Fame lineup in every sport on play-by-play,
right,
and then all of those guys took their turns in rotation on Sports Open Line. It was an unbelievable golden age of sports broadcasting on KMOX.
What's fascinating, Rammer, is obviously you've done both, right? I mean, you went through this. You have done and still do sports talk, and you've done play-by-play forever. And I didn't mention this, but you're the voice of the Lindenwood Lions football team, a Division I football program in town.
Yeah.
So you've gotten the chance to do both. How? It's because neither are easy to do, but getting to do both is a really big challenge.
I've been ridiculously lucky, and I'm thankful every day. And maybe because of being in a town that cherishes its sports like we do in St. Louis has been a part of that. But also, I'm a play-by-play guy first. And so everything I've tried to do is, and the decisions you make are based on that. I had not, those who don't remember, Channel 11 back in the 80s had the broadcast rights for the Cardinals and the Blues. And it was fun to be around it as a TV sports anchor. And that's when I started doing Billiken basketball and started doing it with KMOX first when the Billikens with Rich Grauer made those runs in the NIT and KMOX picked up those games. It was really fantastic for me as a fan, but also as a broadcaster. I had opportunities. I was offered jobs at other TV stations in St. Louis, but I would have had to give up play-by-play, and I didn't do it. So I was poorer financially, but richer for who I wanted to be, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Rammer, I was doing junior college basketball in Iowa at one of the schools that Charlie Spoonhour was the coach of, and their coach when I was there was a guy by the name of Terry Carroll. And he was so excited because I also broadcast the minor league baseball in town. And he said, you know what? This can just be exactly the same as when Charlie Spoonhour would go up to the booth and talk to Jack Buck. And it wasn't the same. Me broadcasting the Burlington Bees was not Jack Buck broadcasting the St. Louis Cardinals. But that does show you the impact of that relationship between Spoon and Buck and just all that connection to KMOX.
Let me add to your story. Earl Austin, my broadcast partner, and I talk about it often. One of our favorite highlights of broadcasting Billiken basketball is not broadcasting. This is the height of Spoonball, a big win in a sold-out, I guess at the time it was probably Kiel Center, now Enterprise, sold out, just madness. And we're in the postgame preparing for Spoon to come out and do the postgame interview. And walking over to us at the table, the courtside table, Jack Buck and Bob Costas. Earl and I just looked at each other. Spoon's walking out. We just took off our headsets and gave them to those two Hall of Famers. and it was the most fun we've ever had. It was truly an inspiring and fun moment for us.
That is unbelievable. Unbelievable. And, Rammer, you know how it is when you and I get together. It's almost impossible to go without talking ball, but you also understand how the radio business and how KMOX works, and we're going to have to hit a break because we got NFL football at 6:30, so we're running out of time. And so what I'm saying is we got to do this again soon so we can talk more Billikens and then talk some ball, because I want to get more of your thoughts down the road on what's going on with the Cards this offseason.
Call me anytime. I love it.
You're the best, Rammer. We love you, man.
See you guys.
That's Bob Ramsey, the voice of the Billikens. And again, I forgot to mention that in the intro, but the voice of the Lindenwood Lions, which is very cool. It's a Division I program in town now, so Rammer's got a lot going on. And the Billikens, by the way, are 4-0 so far. And
play tomorrow night.
Yeah, they play tomorrow night right here on KMOX, 7 o'clock. Yeah. So 6:45 for the pregame show. You'll get to hear Rammer and his partner, Earl Austin Jr., when we get to that. All right, we got one more thing to do, and this is cool, okay? This is really cool. Dan Reardon is the KMOX golf analyst. He's going to join us next. He is the only, my understanding, and we'll verify with Dan, I believe he is the only radio golf analyst in the country who has a credential to the Masters. And I want to talk about how all of this went down. So we're going to talk to Dan Reardon coming up next here on KMOX.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Tech.
A major milestone in the medical world as technology connects paralyzed humans with robotic technology. Neuralink's implanted brain chip allowed an ALS patient to use his thoughts to control a robotic arm, picking up a cup and taking a drink. Neuralink's chip uses 128 ultra-fine threads to detect brain signals and uses Bluetooth to transmit the commands to the robot for precise actions. I'm Jason Brooks.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your online traffic. So this Black Friday, get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Swapping out your tires? There's nothing like it. With eBay, you can find the feel you're looking for, from smooth highway rides to grip for rough terrain. Get all the tires you need at prices you'll love. eBay. Things people love.
Woke radical liberals are screwing up this country, but Congressman Jason Smith is fighting back. He backed one big, beautiful tax cut for working families, ending Social Security taxes for nearly all seniors, and taxes on tips and overtime gone. So call Congressman Jason Smith at 202-225-4404 and thank him for backing working family tax cuts and putting America first. Paid for by American Prosperity Alliance.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you owe the IRS, you have a legal issue, and you need the Lance Drury Law Firm. We'll protect your rights. Log on at LanceDruryLaw.com.
Celebrating 100 years of informing and entertaining St. Louis.
It's been a great run, and I'll be around, back and forth. Don't trust anyone who doesn't have at least 2 hobbies. Do 2 nice things for yourself every day. Never too late to have a happy childhood, and life is good. The big bumper leaves the building.
It's KMOX Day, presented by Purina. Your pet, our passion.
All right, we continue on KMOX Day. We're about to wrap it up, actually. Matt Pauley, Kevin Wheeler with you here. We've got Thursday night football coming at you at 6:30. So, typical KMOX fashion, we've always got live sports, man.
Yep.
Always, some kind or another. NFL, Major League Baseball, college basketball, hockey at times. It's been phenomenal. But we are also, I think, top of the game in town when it comes to golf.
I would agree.
And that's because Dan Reardon is the KMOX golf analyst. And Dan, first of all, thanks for doing this. We really appreciate you. We wanted to make sure that we talk about, the presence of all sports on here. And for a long time, the golf presence has been you. How did that get started? I know you, and we've talked a lot over the years about golf, and I know who you are and your connection to the sport, but I'm not sure I know your KMOX origin story.
So Mike Claiborne and I were doing local cable at UMSL. And I said to Mike, this is 1985, and I said, KMOX talks about the sports voice of America. And I said, the U.S. Open will be in Detroit at Oakland Hills this June. And I said, we're going to have 6 players in the field, and KMOX won't have anybody there reporting on the sport. And he said, reach out to Rob Silverstein and see what he says. And I reached out to Rob. I didn't audition. I didn't do anything. Rob gave me that chance. And
nice.
On Thursday afternoon of the first round, I walked into that tent, and I saw Jim Murray, and I saw people that I had been reading for years. I thought, what have I gotten into?
That's so great.
But the noontime hour was Bob Hardy's, and they went to me, and I did my brief report, and Rob got on and said, Dan, next time just do the scores. I never listened to him, but I felt like I had accomplished something I never intended to do.
So what year would have that been?
That's 1985.
This is your 40th year.
That's correct. This is an oddity because I'm listening to all the great people that you've had on the air, all the imposing kinds of talents, and I'm thinking, I was on the air in 1940. For 40 years, starting in 1985, and next April, I'll be at the Masters. And I'm trying to think who has that run of 40 consecutive years having some presence on KMOX. And let me add, I'm reminded in the group that I'm included of the late George Goebel, who was a guest on The Tonight Show. And sitting next to him were the Rat Pack, Sammy Davis Jr., Dean Martin, and Johnny Carson was there, and Frank Sinatra. And Carson looked at Goebel and said, George, why are you so quiet? And Goebel said, I think all the world is a tuxedo, and I'm a pair of brown shoes.
You are not brown shoes, Dan. We really appreciate it. And you mentioned that connection to the Masters. And I asked this before, and I think I'm right, but I'm not sure. So you can confirm. Are you the only radio representative, regular radio, not national radio or satellite radio or ESPN, but local radio person who covers the Masters every year with a credential?
There's one other one, John Patrick. And he's in Augusta. He's on here in Augusta. And I've told everybody I'm desperately trying to stay alive for 2 more years because that will make 40 Masters, and they actually honor you. And I think there's been 36 people who have ever covered 40 Masters.
What is it like walking into Augusta? That is something I've never done, and I would just love to be able to experience it.
Well, to give you an idea how rare it is, I remember the first time Jack Buck was at Augusta, and he had retired from the Cardinals and never been there with all the things he had done in the world. I literally had to go out to the CBS tower and get Jack to climb down and call the station to give his reaction. But to give you the best, it's like walking into a perfect world. And it's not just the grass and the flowers and the players and all that. Everybody there is absolutely perfect. You feel like you're something special from the moment you walk in, whether it's the crossing guard, whether it's the security, whether it's the people in the dining room. It's just a wonderful, wonderful environment, and it's a throwback in sports because nothing like this still exists in sports.
That's such a cool thing. And 40 years of doing this, hits on Sports Open Line, hits on various shows, sports on a Sunday morning. Think about all those people that we've heard from. A lot of them today. Matt and I are here. We're not those people, but we've had a chance many times to talk to you about all of the majors or the big stories in the world of golf. In 40 years, I don't know, when you got to halfway, when you got to 20 years, did you envision another 20, or did it just kind of go by?
It just went by.
Yeah.
When I hit 30. The woman who ran the operation in the press building noticed it was my 30th year, and she said, Dan, you've got to stay around till you get to 40 because we honor you then. And I said, Martha, I'm just trying to stay alive until 40.
How do they honor you?
They honor you at the Golf Writers Dinner. You now have your own personal parking space.
Oh.
And they give you a memento, and they put your name on a plaque. And Bob Ramsey mentioned the idea of the picture on the wall. That was the same experience for me. And the same thing that Mike Kelly talked about, John Cooper, and a lot of the things I'm hearing about, I experienced those same kinds of things. But, the funny thing is, I never started to do this for anything other than I was frustrated because I wanted to hear golf being reported on KMOX, and my only solution was to raise my hand and say, could I give it a shot? Now, 130 majors later, I'm still doing it.
Isn't it amazing? And we'll close on this, Dan, because we got football coming up. It's amazing how many people have said it essentially the way that you did. They just said, I want to be on KMOX, or I think I fit in, or there's something missing, and you just made the call.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess I'm still surprised 40 years later, and I'm very much honored 40 years later. And people talk about the influence of KMOX. KMOX gave me a presence in national golf. When I walked into the Masters, when I walk into the U.S. Open, when I walk into the PGA Championship or the Open Championship, that KMOX name made a difference. Mike Shannon had a good friendship with Tom Meeks, who was head of the USGA, and Meeks had his station tuned to KMOX when he left Golf House every night.
Wow.
And that's the influence of KMOX. And it has a presence in the golf world, and I'm pleased to carry that flag every time I go to a tournament.
Well, we're so happy to have you, Dan. I mean, you know how much we lean on you for all of the big events in the world of golf, especially the Masters. So we thank you for all that. We'll look forward to talking again soon. Happy Thanksgiving.
Enjoyed it. Thank you, gentlemen.
You got it. Dan Reardon, he's awesome, man.
He's great.
I mean, seriously, I know a little golf, but I don't know enough about it. And all those years doing Sports Open Line as you're doing it now, being able to just call Dan and say, I need help, or Dan, what's going on, or hey, you want to jump on tonight? Having that resource has been invaluable.
And the institutional knowledge that exists at this station beyond sports is remarkable. Coming into this segment, we heard a little shot. We heard from Jim White, the Big Bumper, who would do the nighttime show. I can't tell you how many times I loved Cardinals games would get over. I'd be at the game with my dad, and we'd be driving home. I remember one time somebody ran onto the field, and I just wanted to hear people call in and talk about the person who ran onto the field during the game. That's an indelible memory for me, and it's all around KMOX. And for me to be able to hear, we're closing out the 100th anniversary special. For me to be in this spot right now on this station doing this show, it's pretty remarkable.
It is. It's amazing. And we only have the 2 minutes, Matt, but and you mentioned it briefly earlier, but let's get back to real quickly. You mentioned your memories and going home from the game from your dad, but I mean, your dad worked here.
He did.
And your connection is going back to the very beginning of your life.
My dad was here in the 60s, so way before my life. I was born in 1982, so my dad was long gone from KMOX by the time I was in existence. But yeah, his final day at KMOX was the final day before they moved over to Memorial Drive. So what's now, I believe, the Salvation Army building over there. That's where KMOX was at. My dad worked very closely with Mr. Highland. Did a lot. He was the producer of Sports Open Line at one point. So he produced the show that I'm now the host of. He had a job at one point that was very similar to what Steve does. He was at one point was the general sales manager. So he did a lot here, and it's helped me to understand the importance of this station as I have come in, and for the last few years been a small part of what we've got going on here.
It's pretty cool, isn't it?
It is very cool.
It's very cool to be in the club.
Yeah.
We're in the early wing of the club, right? We haven't graduated to the Deerdorf, Kostas, Buck wing, and maybe never will, but it's still pretty cool being in the same club as those guys.
It absolutely is. This station carries weight in incredible ways, and I will forever be someone who's been on KMOX.
It's unbelievable. And I think that Bernie said it well. And I wanted to say this about Bernie, too. We only have 30 seconds, and he's not listening yet, or he may be, but he was done at the top of the hour. It was a privilege to have Bernie with us, too. Yeah. Bernie is one of those legends. He's called the big dog for a reason, and we couldn't be happier to have him back in the KMOX family. It's unbelievable to have him as a resource. You can hear his relationship with Dan Deerdorf and all the stories he's got going back. So incredible to have him as a part of this. And that's, by the way, why 100 years isn't the end. KMOX still going strong, baby. We have Thursday Night Football coming up next. You can access all of this on the Odyssey app if you missed anything today.
Hi, Debbie Monterey with Gloria Liu, owner of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Gloria, you've been helping families for more than 22